Hello everyone, welcome to What If Naruto Was Adopted by Usagi Tsukino and Became Joined Sailor Guardians movie. Before we start, please go support marioiale for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistake in character's gender, but of course Naruto is a male. Chapter 1: New World, New Home, New Beginning. It was a rainy day in Juban, a rural district of Tokyo, Japan. City dwellers ran around going about their daily lives, going to work, running errands, shopping, all while dealing with the occasional rain. Among those walking on the sidewalk was the Tsukino family, a typical Japanese couple with their two young children. Well, you can call them typical if you don't include their array of different hair colors. The man of the house was one Tsukino Kenji, a tall man with black hair cut short at the ears, brown eyes, and a pair of black-framed glasses. A typical salaryman, Kenji worked at a magazine company as a reporter, earning a living for himself and his family. Usually, he was hard at work, though that day he was enjoying a break with his family. Walking beside him under the umbrella Kenji was holding was Tsukino Ikuko, a model housewife with curly purple hair flowing down her back with brown eyes like her husband. Cradled in Ikuko's arms was 1-year-old Shingo, a toddler with brown hair and brown eyes that matched his parents. The boy was fast asleep in his mother's arms as they walked along the sidewalk. The final member of the Tsukino family was a girl named Usagi, a 5-year-old with blonde hair tied back in 2 large balls that could be described as meatballs with the ends of her hair in an ankle-length ponytail. Her blue eyes along with her hair made her stand out in the family for being very different from the usual Tsukino features. Usagi sported a pink rain jacket, boots. Usagi was enjoying the rain as she trotted from puddle to puddle, making sure to jump in every one of them as she went. Kenji noticed his daughter was moving a little faster than he was comfortable with, as she was starting to get away from the group. Usagi, don't get too far ahead of yourself now. Wait until your mother and I catch up, Kenji said, calling to his energetic boy. Usagi stopped where she was, turned around, and responded to her father with a cheerful smile. It's okay, Dad. Ikuko turned her head and smiled at her husband and spoke. Darling, you know you don't always have to keep her so close to you. You should let her have fun. You know you're only a kid once. Kenji sighed and looked down at his lovely wife. I know, honey, but she's my daughter, so of course I'm worried she'll get hurt or lost. I just want to make sure she stays safe. Of course, dear, but that doesn't mean you have to keep her by your side all the time. Allow her to explore a little once in a while. Ikuko replied when they caught up with Usagi and the girl resumed her quest to squash all the water goblins in the puddles. I suppose you're right, but I still want him to stay close to us. Kenji then looked at his youngest son. Shingo sure seems happy. Ikuko looked down and gave a motherly smile to the baby sleeping in her arms. After the bottle I gave him at dinner time, it's no wonder he's sleeping. I'm sure he can eat a lot. Well, he is your son after all. Kenji scratched the back of his neck. Hee hee. Good point. It was at that moment that the sound of trash cans being pushed over each other caught their attention. No more than 5 meters ahead of them, a small boy stumbled out of a dazed ally. The way he walked was a clear indication that the boy was in pain. The boy crossed half the sidewalk before collapsing onto the cold, wet concrete. The Tsukino couple let out a strangled scream as they watched the boy fall. The family quickly ran to the boy's side, and Kenji turned the boy to face him and lifted him off the sidewalk. Ikuko looked at the boy in concern, and Usagi looked back at him with a worried expression. The boy looked to be around the same age as Usagi with spiky blonde hair and blue eyes, though they were a slightly darker tint than the girls. But the most prominent feature was the 6 birthmarks that adorned his face, 3 whisker-like marks on each cheek that made him appear fox-like. His clothes were tattered and soaked from the rain, and his body was covered in dirt and blood. Son, are you okay? Can you hear me? Talk to me. Kenji spoke to the boy in his arms. The boy responded by opening his eyes and speaking in a whisper. Hell help me. The blonde spoke before closing his eyes again and losing consciousness. Kenji cursed under his breath. It's pretty bad. We need to get him to a hospital. Kenji reached behind him, pulled out his cell phone, and proceeded to contact emergency services. Ikuko looked very worried about the young man. She had to wonder what a boy his age was doing alone in the rain, and why he was so badly injured. She looked around to see if anyone was looking for him, but it seemed like they were the only ones on the street at the moment. As she looked at the boy lying on the ground, she noticed the similarity between the boy and her own daughter, Usagi. Just imagining her little girl in this state made her shiver. It wasn't long before the paramedics arrived and placed the boy on a stretcher and wheeled him into the ambulance. Worried about the boy, as well as being asked to accompany him to give a statement about the incident, Juban's Secondary General Hospital, the Tsukino family waited patiently in the emergency room waiting room, hoping to find out the condition of the boy they had rescued. It had been almost half an hour since they had arrived, and the boy was brought into the emergency room as the hospital staff began to assess the extent of his injuries and begin treating them. Kenji sat in deep thought as he held Usagi. The girl sat on her father's lap thinking about the boy she saw. Ikuko sat next to them, still cradling the sleeping Shingo. The boy had moved during the ambulance ride and was a little restless about current events. Ikuko had finally managed to calm him down and get him back to sleep. She too was worried about the boy they had saved, wondering where he came from and where his parents came from. Who in the world would leave a child out there in the cold rain? The thought crossed her mind as she waited. Usagi looked at her father and said, "Dad, is that boy going to be okay?" Kenji broke away from his thoughts and looked at his only daughter with a smile. "He'll be okay, honey. The people here are taking very good care of him." Kenji reassured his daughter with a head massage, to which the girl responded with a smile. The man then returned to his thoughts as he recalled the sight of the child when he first saw him. The boy was extensively covered with various cuts and bruises. Kenji had seen injuries like those on children and had a suspicion as to what, or rather who, could have caused them. The thought of that happening to any child always angered him, and this time was no exception, as a slight frown appeared on his face. It wasn't long before one of the hospital's doctors approached the family. The doctor was a woman with dark blue hair and eyes, her hair cut short at her neck. She wore a dress that befitted her profession as a doctor, while also wearing a doctor's coat that completed her attire. She approached the group and introduced herself. "Hello, I'm Dr. Mizuno Siko. I understand you were the ones who found that young man, correct?" Tsukino's partner nodded. "Yes, we found the boy while returning home from our excursion," Kenji informed the doctor. "Is the child going to be okay?" Ikuko asked as the doctor flipped through several charts and pages of notes she had attached to a clipboard. "I think he'll be fine after some rest. We've treated his injuries, and the x-rays we took show no broken bones or internal bleeding. He'll be able to leave the hospital in a day or two," Siko said. The Tsukino couple breathed a sigh of relief. Usagi was also relieved that the boy would get better soon. Kenji then decided to ask Dr. Mizuno a question. "Dr. Mizuno, I know it's really not my place to ask, but how do you think the child got hurt?" The doctor looked at Kenji. "It's against policy to discuss information about a patient with people who aren't related to or don't have the patient's consent. I understand. However, the injuries he sustained were too numerous to be accidental, and we can rule out an animal attack since they weren't bites or claw marks. I don't need to be a genius to figure out what caused the injuries." "That boy," Siko saw the frown on Mr. Tsukino's face as he finished his sentence. Being a doctor for many years, she had seen her fair share of injuries and could determine how they were inflicted. As soon as she saw the child, she realized this was a case of child abuse, and it was cases like that that irritated her tremendously. As a mother, she found the idea of willfully injuring a child absolutely inhumane. "Very well, since you were the ones who found it, and as a fellow parent, I think I can tell you what I believe to be the cause," Siko conceded while Kenji waited to confirm his suspicion. "In my opinion, the injuries the child received indicate that he has suffered long-term abuse. The cuts and bruises appear to be caused by sharp and blunt objects, and the light scarring on him shows that he has been subjected to injuries like these for quite some time. It is unknown who exactly is responsible for this, but I hope that once the child wakes up, they will be able to tell us who did this to them." Kenji nodded. The boy may not be his, but he wasn't going to sit back and let such a cruel act go unpunished. If he ever managed to track down those who did this to him, he'd make sure they regretted ever touching the child. Ikuko was stunned by what she had heard. The idea of hurting a child, even accidentally, horrified her. She had tended her children with care and love and did everything she could to ensure they were healthy and happy. For someone to willingly hurt that child, and to do so over an extended period of time, was an act that went against everything she believed in as a mother. She wished she could do something for the poor boy to ease the pain he was undoubtedly experiencing, both physically and mentally. It was then that one of the nurses approached Dr. Mizuno and said, "Doctor, we just moved the patient to the recovery area. We think he'll wake up soon." Siko nodded to the nurse. "Thanks for letting me know. I'll check on her when she wakes up." The nurse bowed to Siko and returned to the nurse's station to resume her duties. Siko then turned to the family and spoke. "Well, shall we greet the boy when he wakes up? I'm sure he'll want to know who saved him." The couple nodded and stood up. The Tsukino family and Siko then proceeded to the recovery area to await the awakening of the child who might possibly give them some answers to their many questions. Emergency Recovery Room 14. The boy was lying in a hospital bed in one of the hospital's recovery rooms. His body was cleaned and covered with bandages while medications and disinfectants began to work on his wounds. The boy was still unconscious, but he showed signs of waking up as his head slowly turned from side to side. As he began to move, his mind began to recall several memories, none more vivid than the most recent, the very event that led him to the situation he was now in. Flashback: the Elemental Nation's Kanahigakure 2 hours ago. The young man was walking back to his home alongside a tall, gray-haired, old man with a wrinkled, gouty face. He was dressed in a crimson kimono with a white robe and a pyramid-shaped hat with the Hokage symbol, or fire shadow, written on the front. The old man was Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage of Kanahigakure and the young man's current escort after another unpleasant encounter with the village's more zealous members. As the boy nursed his most recent bruises, the old man turned to him. "Looks like you had another hectic day today, Naruto. I must say, with all the fights you get into, I'm surprised you can still walk." Sarutobi spoke while smiling at the blond boy. Naruto hissed as he rubbed one of the bruises on his left arm. I'm fine, Gigi. It'll take more than those guys can throw at me to keep me down," Naruto replied as he gave the Hokage a cocky smirk. "I wish I knew why they're always trying to beat me up and insult me." Sarutobi sighed as he walked with the blond boy. He knew exactly why the villagers mocked and attacked Naruto every chance they got. Naruto was the unfortunate target of the village's aggression because he was the Jinchuriki of the Kyubi no Yoko, the nine-tailed demon fox. When the nine-tailed attacked the village 5 years ago, it was sealed within Naruto as a means to contain and control it. This event earned Naruto the hatred and malice of the village, as they saw the boy as the reincarnation of the demon. Sarutobi had hoped that the village would honor and praise Naruto as the sacrifice that contained the beast and hold him in high regard, but instead he was ostracized, abandoned, and ridiculed. No one cared for him and he was forced to grow up without love or affection and had to put up with the village's harsh treatment and frequent beatings. Sarutobi sighed again as they continued their walk towards Naruto's home. She felt a great deal of sympathy for the boy and marveled at his strength to endure such treatment for so long at such a young age. She hoped with all her heart that Naruto would find someone who would give him the love and attention he deserved. Naruto and Sarutobi finally arrived at the boy's home. Since Naruto had no parents, he naturally lived alone with Sarutobi as his only visitor when the old man wasn't attending to his duties as Hokage, his most tedious and mind-numbing duty being that most evil of all the Hokage's enemies, paperwork. The Hokage led the boy inside and tended to his most recent set of war wounds. As soon as Naruto was bandaged and given a proper meal, as Sarutobi insisted that Naruto didn't practically live on instant ramen, he carried the blonde to his bed for the night. Sarutobi tucked the boy in and headed for the door. "Gigi, thanks for always looking out for me. I wish I had parents who were as kind as you." Naruto spoke as Sarutobi walked out the door and turned to smile at the blonde. "You're welcome, Naruto. And don't worry, I'm sure that one day you'll find a mate who will show you the same kindness I've shown you. Just keep wishing for it with all your heart, and I'm sure you'll find them one day." With that, Sarutobi closed the door and left Naruto to dream of better days. Sarutobi left the house and began walking back to the Hokage Tower, unaware that both he and Naruto had been watched from the shadows as a man dressed in black shinobi armor and an animal mask now began to creep towards the unsuspecting blonde's house. Naruto was sleeping peacefully, dreaming of having the kind of family that other children had. The times he had seen the families of children his age had made him envious of the closeness they showed each other. He longed to feel the warmth of the embrace between a father and his son. Even the boy longed for the joy of having a sibling and wished he could one day be part of a family like the ones he saw from the shadows that hid him from the sight of the cruel villagers. His happy sleep was interrupted by the sound of breaking glass and a heavy object hitting the floor of his home. Naruto got out of his bed to find a man wearing an animal mask staring at him from a prone position on the floor. The man suddenly lunged forward and tried to grab the boy. However, Naruto was quick to evade the man as he rolled to the side and then dove towards the door in an attempt to escape. However, the masked man was much faster than the boy, as he easily closed the distance between them and grabbed Naruto from behind. "Go away! Let me go, creep!" Naruto screamed as he struggled to escape the grasp of his assailants. Seeing that his strength alone couldn't free him from the man, Naruto decided to bite the man's arm in an attempt to free himself. The man screamed in pain as Naruto bit down on him with all his might. "Damn fox brat, that hurts!" The man punched Naruto, causing him to roll on the ground, broken glass from the ground cutting the boy's skin, leaving a small trail of blood as Naruto rolled. The masked man walked up to the boy and looked down at him. "I'm going to make you pay for hurting me." The man spoke as he proceeded to kick the helpless boy, adding even more injury and pain to the poor child. Once satisfied that the boy wasn't going to fight anymore, the masked man picked up the blonde and fled into the night. Inside a large room hidden from the eyes of the world, a man with a bandaged face waited patiently. His demeanor showed that he had dark intentions. Silently, a masked man appeared in the room with a bloodied and battered child under his arm. "Lord Danzo, I have brought the boy to you as you ordered." The masked man spoke as he placed the child on the stone table in the center of the room. Danzo turned to his personal Anbu shinobi and nodded. "I take it no one saw you kidnap the boy. No one is to interfere with this ritual." Danzo spoke as he walked over to the table where Naruto was now sitting. "Of course, my lord." Danzo looked at Naruto with some disgust. Like the other villagers, he saw the boy as the incarnation of the fox that destroyed his home 5 years ago. "I see you decided to torture the boy before we get rid of him," Danzo said, noticing the fresh cuts and bruises on the blonde as he placed a paper immobility seal on the boy's chest. "Ha! It's nothing the fox brat doesn't deserve," the Anbu shinobi replied. "Indeed." Naruto then began to move. The young blonde man opened his eyes and took in his new surroundings. From what he could tell, he was in a large, stone-walled room with several candles bathing the room in a soft glow. He was lying on a stone table with a seal array branded in a pattern on the surface surrounding him. Naruto then tried to move, but found he could only move his body since it had a tag sealed on it. As he tried to move harder, he heard a voice speaking to him. "It's useless to try to move. Your body has been immobilized by that seal." Naruto turned to find a man wearing bandages over his head staring at him. Right behind him was the masked Anbu who had broken into his home and kidnapped him. The way the two looked and the fact that he was immobilized and prepared for some kind of ritual didn't sit well with the young blonde. "Why did you bring me here? I didn't do anything to you. Let me go!" Naruto pleaded with the two men, afraid that they would seriously hurt him. However, the men were unfazed by the boy's screams as they took up position in the circle. "You can cry all you want, it still won't do you any good, since we're going to deal with you permanently. After today, you'll be no more." Danzo spoke to the boy. Naruto's face turned pale as he tried to break the seal he was holding with renewed vigor. Try as he might, he couldn't move a finger. Naruto's eyes filled with tears as he realized there was no escape for him. "Why are you doing this to me? I've never hurt anyone. Please let me go. I'm scared. Let me go." Naruto begged as tears streamed down his face. Danzo just glared at the boy. He wasn't going to be swayed by this creature's plea for mercy. It was then that 4 other Anbu shinobi appeared in the room and bowed to Danzo. "Everything is ready, my lord. The array is complete, and no one is near the area." One of the arriving Anbu spoke. Danzo turned to the 4 shinobi and nodded. Excellent, take your places, we're beginning the ritual. Danzo and the 5 Anbu took their places at the corners of the seal array. Naruto continued to cry and struggle against the paper seal as the shinobi prepared. The group then proceeded to make a series of hand signs as Danzo called out the name of each sign. Na tora uma mi saru inu mi tori tatsu yu ashi na uma saru mi inu hitsuji. The seal array then began to glow as Naruto thrashed around in a state of panic. Jigen no Tsuhojutsu. 1. Then, the entire room was bathed in a brilliant light as the seal's power fully activated. Naruto screamed in pain as he could feel every part of him being ripped apart piece by piece. He could feel himself fading as the light in the room grew brighter and brighter until his vision was completely blinded by a sea of white. End of flashback. Naruto stood up from his position on the bed he currently occupied, panting heavily as he tried to make sense of his situation. He was in a white room with curtains blocking him off from most of the room. He saw that he was wearing a white gown, covered in bandages, with a tube of some sort attached to his left arm running to a bag of clear fluid. He was holding a rod, and wires from his right arm and chest led to a device that had a green line that jumped up and down and beeped every second or so. Naruto looked down at himself, making sure he was there with the memory of the ritual still fresh in his mind. He couldn't believe he was still alive, as he had feared the ritual was supposed to destroy him, and he was breathing better, looking in one piece, albeit a little worse for wear with all the bandages on his body. Seeing that he was okay at the moment, Naruto turned his attention back to his surroundings. From what he could tell, he was in a hospital, having visited one several times in the past, with all the beatings he'd endured in his youth, but this place seemed strange to him. It was nothing like the hospitals he'd been to before, and the strange machines and other objects he'd never seen before made him feel uneasy about his situation. Where the hell am I? Naruto thought as he continued to look around the room. Suddenly, the curtain opened to reveal a blue-haired woman in a white coat looking at him. Naruto turned to look at the doctor and blushed a little because this woman was pretty in his opinion. Right behind her, a group came into view as a black-haired man wearing glasses, a woman with long purple hair holding a baby, and a blonde-haired girl followed the doctor into the room. The doctor walked over to her bed and smiled. "Hello, young man, it's good to see you finally awake. I'm Dr. Mizuno Siko, can you tell me your name?" The brunette doctor asked the blonde boy as the group following her sat down in the available chairs. The boy looked around at the group of people he suddenly encountered. He studied them all for a brief moment before answering the doctor's question. "And my name is Uzumaki Naruto, ma'am." Siko jotted down the name on one of the clipboards containing all the information she had on the blonde boy and looked at the boy who still maintained his smile. "Well, it's a pleasure to meet you, Uzumaki-san. Can you tell me what happened to you and where you live?" The Tsukino couple listened carefully so they could understand what happened to the boy they found. "Well, I live in a small house that Gigi gave me since I don't have a house of my own. But a guy with a mask came in and took me to a place where a man with bandages said he was going to get rid of me. Then I saw a bright light and that's all I can remember." Naruto answered as Siko wrote down the information he was providing her. Naruto then decided to ask a question of his own. "Where exactly am I, ma'am?" Siko looked up from her clipboard to answer the boy. "You're at Juban Secondary General Hospital." "Juban? I've never heard that name before. Where is it?" Siko stopped writing and looked at the blonde in confusion. "Juban is a Tokyo prefect," she replied. "Tokyo? What kind of name for a town is that?" Siko now looked at Naruto, completely dumbfounded. How could this boy not know about the nation's capital? Thinking about the line of questioning, she decided to try one more question before answering the boy's questions. "At least tell me you know what Japan is." Naruto thought for a second before saying, "No, not a clue." Siko sank down until her hands were on the bed as she tried to comprehend the fact that this boy didn't know things that even children her age would consider basic knowledge. Tsukino's partner was in a similar state of mind, questioning the children's education, or lack thereof. Siko finally looked at the boy and spoke in a serious tone. "Uzumaki-san, how could you not know your country of origin? Hadn't your parents taught you anything?" It was then that Naruto's face turned sullen and dejected as he spoke in what was barely a whisper. "I don't have parents, That quickly caught the attention of the room's occupants. Siko stared at Naruto for a second before snapping out of her shock and speaking. Wait, didn't you say you had a grandfather? Naruto looked up and replied. The old man isn't related to me, though he's the only thing I have that's remotely close to a father. But he's usually busy with work and I don't see him very often. He usually just gives me some money and checks on me from time to time. But Naruto pulled his legs up to his chest and wrapped his arms around them as he looked down again. I don't have anyone to look after me, I'm all alone. Talk about pulling at a heartstring. Everyone in the room suddenly felt very sympathetic toward the boy and wanted to do something for him, no more so than Ikuko, who out of maternal instinct was now running in sixth gear with overdrive. Hearing the boy say he had no parents, and seeing the evidence of his treatment by people made her want to do everything in her power to give this child any amount of happiness she could. Kenji was feeling very bad for the boy, as he had seen some cases of orphans living on the streets, and didn't want to see Naruto end up like those poor children with no one to turn to. Sure, there were orphanages that took in children when they could, but most of them were overcrowded or not ideal for caring for children. Kenji then remembered the injuries he saw on Naruto and wanted to know something about them. Uzumaki-san, could you tell me who caused you those injuries? Kenji spoke, gaining the blonde boy's attention. Naruto looked at the man before looking down with a pained expression on his face. Everyone. The adults in the room went wide-eyed at the statement. What do you mean, everyone, honey? Ikuko asked. Everyone hates me. Naruto began to cry as he remembered the pain he felt when he was mistreated, beaten, and worst of all, isolated from everyone. Everyone calls me names, hurts me, and ignores me when I need someone. I can't make friends because the adults won't let the other kids play with me. No one likes me. No one cares about me. Naruto cried as he pulled his legs up to his chest and buried his head in his arms. I keep hearing them call me a fox brat or fox boy or some other bad name. I hate it. Why can't anyone treat me right? Why does no one care about me? Siko felt her heart sink at the sight of the boy in that state. She could tell he was hurt not only physically but also emotionally. There were some wounds that no medicine or medical technology could heal. She then decided she would do everything she could to help the boy overcome the pains of his life. Kenji felt terrible for Naruto. He wanted to do something for the boy and also find those who had the nerve to treat a child so badly. As he wondered what could possess people to do such things, he remembered that the boy had whisker-like birthmarks on his cheeks, giving him a fox-like appearance. Perhaps people were superstitious, believing him to be a fox demon or something. However, that was no excuse for treating a child that way. He swore that if he ever found those who did this, as for Ikuko, she'd heard enough. This poor boy was crying out for someone to show him love and affection, and both her mind and heart were now ready. She knew exactly what she was going to do, and nothing would stop her. Ikuko turned to her husband and spoke to the disturbing man. Kenji dear, may I speak with you outside for a moment? Kenji snapped out of his thoughts and looked at his wife curiously. Huh? Oh, sure, honey. Kenji and Ikuko stood up and turned toward the door. Dr. Mizuno, could you keep an eye on Usagi while we talk about something really quick? Ikuko asked since Usagi had conveniently fallen asleep shortly after they arrived in the room. Siko looked at the Pripliette from where she sat next to the boy and rubbed his back to comfort the still crying boy. Of course, Ms. Tsukino. Outside room 14. You want us to do what? Kenji almost screamed after hearing his wife's statement. I said I want us to adopt Uzumaki Naruto. Ikuko stated again to make sure she and her husband were on the same page. Kenji looked at his wife in disbelief before asking, Why? Why us? I'm sure someone would happily take care of him. Kenji felt the need to do something for the boy, but not something as big as adopting him into the family. Ikuko spoke with conviction. My dear, the boy has been through a terrible life. He needs parents who can show him the love he needs, and I can't think of anyone who can do this better than the two of us. He needs to be loved now, and we're the ones who are going to give it to him. But honey, we already have Usagi and Shingo to take care of, and our money is already being spent just with the four of us. I'm sure someone will come along and take care of Naruto. I think you should take a step back and look at Kenji tried to reason with his wife on the issue but was stopped in his tracks when Ikuko gave Kenji a very rare deadpan look that showed she didn't take no for an answer. Ikuko was always a sweet and caring woman and rarely argued with her husband over a matter, but when she had her mind set on something and wasn't going to back down, she would get this look and anyone on the receiving end knew that they needed to shut up, listen, and agree with the young housewife. Ikuko stood there, holding her expression for a minute, making sure Kenji understood that she wasn't going to back down until she finally spoke with complete conviction in her voice as she slowly spoke the words. Kenji. We are adopting him. Kenji tried to fight back, but he knew it was useless when his wife was like this. After a few moments, Kenji finally accepted defeat as he sighed and looked at his wife with a small smile. Okay, we'll adopt it. I guess I could ask my boss for a raise to cover it. Ikuko smiled brightly and kissed her husband on the cheek. Thank you, dear. Kenji and Ikuko returned to the room where Siko had just put Naruto to bed so he could get more rest and told the doctor of their intention to bring the boy home to their family. Siko was relieved to hear this, as she too hoped to help Naruto find a good home with adoptive parents to care for him. She was very tempted to take the boy in herself, however, she already had a daughter and her work often kept her away from her, so caring for a child who needed a lot of attention would have been very difficult for her. This was a welcome turn of events for her. She informed them that it would take several days to go through the paperwork for his adoption since they would need to go through child services to make it official, but assured them that they would be able to adopt him as soon as possible. The elemental nation's Kanahagakure. Meanwhile, Sarutobi sat in his office brooding over the current situation. He had returned to his office when a shinobi guard informed him of the rampage and kidnapping of Uzumaki Naruto by an Anbu known to be loyal to Shimura Danzo, which when Sarutobi realized that when Danzo was involved it was not out of charity for the blonde boy. He immediately mobilized a small security team to rescue Naruto from whatever Danzo had planned for him. However, just as they arrived to free the kidnapped youth, they arrived in time to witness the completion of Danzo's ritual and the complete disappearance of Uzumaki Naruto from the elemental nations. Sarutobi immediately arrested Danzo and all of his ANBU collaborators and had them imprisoned for kidnapping, use of a forbidden jutsu, and Naruto's disappearance. When Sarutobi asked Danzo why he had Naruto vanish from the face of the earth, Danzo replied that he was serving Konoha by permanently removing the Kyubi no Yoko in a way that would ensure it would never be resurrected again. Sarutobi knew that Danzo was among those who believed Naruto to be an incarnation of the Kyubi. However, he never thought Danzo would do what he did. Now Sarutobi was doing everything he could to locate and return the missing blonde who was like a grandson to him. He had retrieved the details of the jutsu Danzo had used and studied them to find out exactly where he had sent Naruto, but the scrolls did not indicate where the jutsu's destination was. Sarutobi sighed as he waited for one of his loyal ninja to return from investigating the circle that was used in the ritual that sent Naruto to another dimension. Sarutobi couldn't stop worrying about the boy he had cared for the past 5 years and hoping that Naruto was alright, wherever he was. It was then that the shinobi in question arrived. Hatake Kakashi arrived at the Hokage's office after being sent to examine the circle that teleported Naruto to see if there was a way to reverse the jutsu and bring the blonde back. He was a Jonin-level shinobi with silver hair spiked up in long spiky hair, his hideate held up on his forehead to keep his hair back and cover his left eye. He also wore a face mask covering the lower part of his face. His clothing consisted of the traditional green Jonin uniform worn by the village's shinobi. Kakashi bowed to the elderly Hokage and spoke. Lord Hokage, I've finished investigating the scene where Danzo performed the ritual. Sarutobi looked up and spoke to the Jonin. What have you learned about the seal that was used to send Uzumaki Naruto away? Have you found a way to summon him back? Kakashi closed his exposed eye and answered the Hokage's question. No, my lord, from what my team and I have been able to learn from the scrolls we discovered in the room, the jutsu was designed to send Uzumaki to another plane of existence separate from our own. Unfortunately, the scrolls do not specify where Uzumaki was sent, and since all traces of his chakra have completely disappeared, it is impossible to reverse the summons back to the village. I am sorry, Lord Hokage, But we must consider Uzumaki Naruto lost to us. Sarutobi was saddened by this. He had hoped to repair the damage Danzo had done and bring back the boy he considered his grandson, but no, it seemed this would not be possible. The Jinchuriki of the Kyubi no Yoko, Uzumaki Naruto, was gone. Thank you for your investigation, Hatake Kakashi. We will continue to look for ways to recover Naruto until all resources have been used. You may return to your assigned duties. Kakashi bowed before disappearing in a flurry of leaves, leaving Sarutobi to ponder the events that had transpired. Sarutobi turned and looked out the window to see the sun rising over the horizon. He thought of the boy he had cared for over the past few years and imagined what the blonde's life might have been like if he hadn't been banished from this world. He had hoped to see the boy grow up and learn the ways of the ninja like many of the young men in the village. He had seen much promise in the boy and wanted to see how far he would go in the world of shinobi, and perhaps one day become a Hokage. Now it would seem that this was no longer possible. Sarutobi hoped that wherever Naruto was now, he was safe in a better place and prayed to the gods that in this strange new world he was in. Juban, Tokyo. 5 days later, the Tsukino family was traveling down the street in the family car on their way to the Mizuno house to pick up the newest addition to their family. A few days before, the Tsukino couple had submitted their formal application with Children's Services to adopt Uzumaki Naruto, and with the support and influence of Dr. Siko Mizuno with the service, as she was a doctor who had ties to Children's Services, the family was authorized and approved to take the boy into their home and family name. After Naruto was released from the hospital a day after his admission, which Siko commented on the boy's healing ability as being amazing, the good doctor decided to take temporary custody of the blonde while the authorities processed the Tsukino family's adoption application. When the Tsukino couple received the news that the adoption was approved, they quickly made arrangements with Siko to pick up Naruto after purchasing some necessities for the boy such as furniture and supplies for the 5-year-old. And since they happened to have a spare bedroom available at the time, they quickly converted it into what would be the boy's new bedroom. After all the preparations were made for the family's newest arrival, they left to pick up Naruto. Usagi was sitting in her seat behind Ikuko, while Shingo slept in his child's seat behind Kenji, who was driving the vehicle to their destination. "Dad, where are we going?" Usagi asked, kicking her feet back and forth during the ride. She'd been puzzled by the sudden activity in the house as her parents worked to convert the spare room they used to store the family's unused items into a bedroom over the course of a day, and found herself riding in the car with her family at the right time. Kenji looked in the rearview mirror to see his only daughter and smiled at his pride and joy. "We have a special surprise for you, Usagi." Kenji spoke, wanting to leave his daughter a little bit of awe before revealing the purpose of his trip. "How would you like to have another brother, 1 your age?" he asked. Usagi's face lit up at the thought. "I really would like to. I've always wanted to play with someone." "Well, guess what? We're on our way right now to find him. We'll have another member of our family, Usagi, one who can keep you company," Kenji informed the blonde boy as he turned down another street. Ikuko turned in her seat to look at Usagi and smiled back. "That's right, honey. Our family will get a little bigger, and you'll have someone to play with you." Usagi was excited at the thought of having a playmate to interact with while her mother and father were busy with work. Ikuko was busy with the house, and Kenji was busy with his job. She might feel a little lonely not having anyone around to play and laugh with. It wasn't long before they reached their destination when their car stopped in front of Mizuno Siko's house. Kenji and Ikuko got out of the vehicle and walked to the front door of the house while Usagi was asked to wait in the car with Shingo since his parents told her they wouldn't be gone for long. The pair approached the house and rang the doorbell. They didn't have to wait long when Siko opened the door and greeted the Tsukino couple with a warm smile. "Hello, Mr. and Mrs. Tsukino. It's a pleasure to see you again." The Tsukino couple bowed and returned the greeting. "Hello to you too, Dr. Mizuno. We're here to pick up Naruto. Are you ready to go?" Kenji asked. "Yes, he's just saying goodbye to my daughter before he leaves." It was then that Naruto walked down the stairs and stopped next to Siko to look at the couple who had come to get him. Siko turned and addressed the blonde boy. "Naruto, these are the people I told you about. They'll be the ones looking after you from now on." Kenji and Ikuko bowed to the boy. "Hey Naruto, do you remember us?" Kenji asked as Ikuko gave him the most heartfelt smile she could muster for her new adopted son. Naruto nodded. You were the ones who found me and took me to the hospital. Thank you for saving me. Naruto replied shyly while offering a small bow. Kenji returned the gesture with a small bow. It's no problem, son. Anyone would have done the same. So, are you ready to start your new life with us? Naruto nodded. I suppose so. Naruto grabbed a small bag of clothes and supplies Siko had bought him for his stay and headed to the doctor. Thank you for taking care of me for a while. Naruto gave Siko a respectful bow, which she responded with one of her own. Welcome, Naruto. Now if you need help with anything, just call me, okay? Naruto nodded and said his goodbyes to the good doctor as he left the house and headed out to his new home in this new world he was in. Peeking out from behind the curtains of her second-floor room, Mizuno Ami looked down at the blonde boy she had been living with for the past few days and watched as he was loaded into the car of the family he was now going to be a part of. The girl had only known Naruto for a short time, but she had taken a liking to the orphan boy and had wished that he could stay and live with her and her mother. It was quite lonely being an only child, and she had really liked having someone else to play with while her mother worked at the hospital. Naruto had promised her that he would come check on her every now and then, and that made her feel a little better as she watched the car Naruto was in drive away from the house. Naruto found himself in the back seat of the Tsukino family car next to a blonde girl his age, and a boy no older than a year old sleeping in the car seat to his left. Usagi turned to the boy she was sitting next to and introduced herself. Hello, my name is Usagi, what's yours? Naruto. The boy replied as he looked at the energetic blonde sitting next to him. He noticed that the two had very similar features, the only difference being that their color tones were slightly darker. Usagi smiled. Nice to meet you, Naruto. Are you going to be my new brother? Naruto nodded. Yeah, I think so. Hooray, I've always wanted a playmate. Usagi cheered. Can I call you Naruto and I then? Naruto blushed a little at the affectionate suffix Usagi had given him and replied. Sure, I guess I can call you Usagi-nichan then, huh? I really like that. I'm so happy to have you as a brother, Naruto and I. Usagi replied happily as she suddenly hugged Naruto, causing the boy to blush even more. He wasn't used to so much affection after being neglected and hated for so long. Kenji and Ikuko smiled as they listened to the exchange in the back seat of the car. It seemed their daughter had taken an instant liking to the boy, though they knew it wouldn't be that difficult for her given her personality. She could always make friends easily. The drive back to Tsukino's house was uneventful aside from the exchange of questions and answers that was occurring between the two young men, and soon the family was back home. The family exited the vehicle and headed up to the house, with Naruto in the back as he examined the exterior of the house. He found it to be quite pleasant when Kenji opened the front door and the rest of the family entered. Naruto found himself a little reluctant and nervous as he approached the entrance of the house while the family waited patiently for him to enter. Okay, Naruto, come in. This is your new home, dear. Ikuko spoke sweetly as Kenji nodded, Usagi smiled, and Shingo looked down at the boy from his mother's arms. Naruto looked at the family in front of him, truly realizing that his wishes were finally coming true. Uzumaki Naruto, the orphan boy that no one wanted, the boy who was hated by everyone and never received kindness and compassion from anyone but a select few, was finally getting a good home with a loving family. His eyes moistened as he took the last few steps forward and entered his new home. I'm home, Naruto said as he could barely contain the tears that threatened to spill from happiness. Welcome home. The Tsukinos chanted as they welcomed Naruto into their home and family. As the door to the Tsukino family home closed, a figure stood atop a house across the street. The person was a woman with long, flowing green hair, wearing a sailor-style fuku and a skirt. She wielded a long staff shaped like a large key and topped with an ornate crystal ball. The woman looked toward the house and smiled. So, it's finally here. Now destiny can move on. The woman thought as she turned and started walking away. Grow strong, Uzumaki Naruto. And with that, the woman disappeared into thin air. Chapter 2, Sailors and Shadows, the Senshi are born. Alteris Beta. Naruto, wake up. Tsukino Uzumaki Naruto, wake up. You're going to be late for school. Phew, It's okay, Mom, I'm awake. Naruto sat up in bed and rubbed the sleep out of his eyes. With a big yawn, he got up and set about getting ready for another day of his life. The 14-year-old boy changed out of his sleepwear and put on his school uniform. He then left his room and headed to the bathroom for his daily hygiene, brushing his teeth, combing his hair, deodorant, everything. Next, he went downstairs and entered the kitchen where he was greeted by his mother, Ikuko. She was finishing breakfast for her sons, as well as the lunch boxes they would need later. Ikuko made sure her sons ate properly, especially Naruto, when she discovered the boy had an inhuman craving for ramen. Good morning, Mom. Naruto greeted with a warm smile as he sat down at the table to eat breakfast. Ikuko turned around from the counter where she'd been reading the newspaper and returned the warm smile with one of her own. Good morning, Naruto. Did you sleep well last night? Naruto yawned a little before answering her question. Not bad, although I could use a little more. Naruto began eating his food, his eyes drooping a little from how much sleep he'd gotten. Well, you would have slept a lot more if you hadn't stayed up late reading manga. Both you and your sister have a bad habit of doing that on school nights. Ikuko stated in the matter-of-fact tone mothers would use when they wanted to lecture their children on certain etiquette. Naruto rubbed the back of his neck sheepishly, knowing she was right. He had a habit of staying up late reading manga, and he knew he had to stop since it would make getting up in the morning easier. But damn if that stuff wasn't addictive. It was then that Kenji entered the kitchen and greeted the two family members. Good morning, darling, morning son, he said, adjusting his tie as he walked over to kiss his wife and grab some toast Ikuko had made. Good morning, dear, are you going to work yet? Ikuko asked as she continued reading the newspaper. Yeah, I have a big day at work today, so I'm leaving now, Kenji said as he chewed his toast before heading for the door. Don't overwork yourself, Dad, Naruto said as he continued eating his morning meal. Kenji turned to his eldest son and smiled. I won't, Naruto. Have a good day at school and watch your sister, okay? Kenji said as he headed for the door. As soon as Kenji left, Shingo came running around the corner and into the kitchen, stopping next to Naruto. Good morning, Mom, brother. I see my sister isn't home yet, Shingo said as he grabbed some breakfast things to make a sandwich. Naruto sighed a little as he continued eating. Nope, she'll probably get depressed at the last minute and rush into a frenzy like she usually does. In fact, she should be getting up about. Agaha! Oh no, I'm going to be late. Now, Shingo let out a sigh as he quickly ate his compact breakfast and headed for the door. Meanwhile, Usagi was in that frenzy Naruto spoke of as she dressed madly and ran downstairs and through the kitchen. Mom! Why didn't you wake me up earlier? Usagi asked while brushing her teeth furiously. Ikuko sighed. I did, darling, 3 times, but each time you said you were going to get up, and you believed me? Oh, good morning, Naruto and I, Usagi said as she worked feverishly to get ready. Good morning, Usagi-nichan. Cut it a little bit again, won't you? Naruto joked as he finished his food and stood up. Hey, don't bother me. You wake up late sometimes too, you know? Usagi replied. A patch of vegetation next to the shelf reminded Ikuko that Naruto's talents weren't the only ones in his grasp, as he had also developed a knack for growing things. Ikuko loved cultivating the garden in the backyard, growing flowers and vegetables that the family could eat, and it turned out that Naruto had learned to garden while living on his own as a means to keep himself busy. Taking care of things can help you deal with your own problems. Ikuko discovered it was a way to bond when she began living with them, and the bond grew from there. Ikuko looked out the back window to see the combined effort of their shared hobby, a beautiful garden with a variety of colorful flowers and delicious vegetables. She smiled warmly at all of her adopted son's accomplishments, and how he grew from a lonely child to a kind-hearted young man. Streets of Jubin. Meanwhile, the young man and his sister were running down the street towards school, trying to get there before the late bell rang. Naruto looked back at the girl and called out to her. Come on, Usagi, hurry up. We're going to be late. Easy for you to say, you're the long-legged one. Ah man, I'm so sleepy. Why can't today be Saturday? Usagi groaned as she let out a yawn. Naruto laughed a little. Yeah, it would be great if it was the weekend, but unfortunately for us, it isn't. Let's make sure we don't have to stand out in the hallway again. Naruto remembered the few times he was late and had to stand in the hallway as punishment. Sure, he could always leave early and be on time, but letting his sister suffer wasn't something he would consider. Usagi looked at him. You know, you can always go ahead of me to be on time. It's not like I want you to abandon me or anything, she said halfway through, worried that he might do that. Naruto shook his head and replied, Not on your life, Usagi Nichin. I would never let you suffer through anything alone as long as I'm around. If you're ever in trouble, I'll be there to bail you out or take you with you. Naruto shot his sister a fox-like grin that made her blush a little. She felt truly blessed to have a brother like Naruto, even if he was adopted. He was such a selfless person, always putting the needs of others before himself, which was always a plus for any girl. She hoped that one day she would be able to repay him for everything he had done for her. Usagi truly loved Naruto as a brother and as a person. Suddenly, their run to school stopped when they heard voices on a corner. Keep it still. I'm trying, it keeps squirming. Hey, let's pull his tail. He might turn into a hamster. Naruto and Usagi looked around the corner to find a group of children bullying a small black cat, who was desperately trying to escape its tormentors. Usagi gasped in shock while Naruto narrowed his eyes in anger and let out a hiss. Naruto didn't like seeing people mistreat anything living, human or animal. What the hell do you think you're doing? Naruto yelled as he ran to the cat's aid. The boys looked at the advancing blonde fury and hastily retreated from the parking lot. Naruto ran to the poor feline as Usagi followed and knelt down to see if it was hurt. Damn pests. Naruto snorted as Usagi picked up the black cat and held it out to him. Are you okay, kitty? Usagi asked the cat, who began frantically scratching at the 2 bandages stuck to its forehead. Usagi put the cat down as Naruto knelt beside Usagi to check on the feline. There, it's fine, I'll take it off, but it might hurt a little, Usagi said as she removed the bandages to reveal a crescent moon-shaped mark on the cat's forehead, which began to glow with a bright light that nearly blinded the 2 blondes. The cat's eyes opened, then it jumped out of Usagi's arms before leaping off the girl's head, performing a flip in the air, then landing on top of a parked car and turning towards the stunned siblings. The cat walked over to the 2 blondes, prompting them to take a step back. "Aw, cute kitty," Usagi said, a little wary of the cat with the strange crescent moon lantern on its forehead. What the hell is wrong with this cat? Naruto thought as he stared at the feline. At that moment, he remembered they were supposed to be somewhere. Usagi, we have to go. School's starting. Naruto reminded his sister as he turned to start running again. Usagi turned around and yelled, "Oh no, we'll be late!" The girl then followed her brother out of the parking lot and down the street toward the school once again. The black cat watched them walk away. Those 2, I'm sure I sensed something from both of them, the cat thought as he focused his senses on the retreating couple. I'm pretty sure it's the girl, but that boy. Could it be him? Then the cat jumped up to confirm his suspicions. Juban High School. Usagi sighed as she leaned forward over her desk. She and Naruto had managed to arrive in time for the bell thanks to a shortcut Naruto had led them through. The day had progressed fairly quickly, despite Ms. Haruna Sakurada's long lectures that could pass as a church sermon. It was now time for lunch, and Usagi couldn't wait to dig into the delicious lunch her sweet mother had packed for her, only to find that said item was not in her possession. Oh no, I forgot to eat my lunch. Yua, what am I going to eat now? Usagi cried as comical tears began to flow from her eyes. Luckily for her, salvation came in the form of her beloved brother. Are you looking for this, Nei-chan? Naruto held out his lunchbox to her as Usagi instantly perked up at the sight of her prized lunch. I thought you were going to run off and forget it, so I grabbed it on the way out with mine. Naruto sat the lunch in front of her and then pulled up a chair at the desk to join his sister for lunch. Usagi looked at Naruto with shining eyes and praised him. Thank you, Naruto and I. You're the best brother a girl could ask for. Usagi opened her lunch and began digging into it while Naruto did the same with his. They always enjoyed eating lunch together, probably because they both simply enjoyed eating. It was one of the many things they had in common. In fact, they did so many things together that many had wondered if they were twins. Usagi ate her lunch with her usual happiness when she ate something she enjoyed. Mom's cooking really is the best. she said, taking another bite of egg roll. Naruto nodded as he swallowed his food. I'm sure it is, although I'd enjoy it more if it was ramen. Usagi stopped eating for a second to look at Naruto. You know, you eat too much ramen. What can I say? It's the best food ever invented. I could practically live off that stuff. Usagi's sweat dropped. You did it, she thought as she returned to her lunch. Then Usagi remembered something. Oh yeah, you heard, the new Sailor V video game is coming out. I saw it on TV. The two were huge fans of the actor, and both collected a number of Sailor-related merchandise. Suddenly, Ms. Haruna Sakurada walked in with a few test papers in her hand. Usagi, I think you should focus more on studying and less on television. Sakurada lectured, having heard the blonde speak a second ago. He held up the test Usagi had taken to reveal several marks on the paper and a score of 50. There's no reason for you to fail this test. Usagi looked shocked by the score she was given. I failed? How could that have happened? She asked. Usagi wasn't one to take studying seriously, truth be told, but she did study with her brother most of the time, so he was there to help her when she needed him. She was pretty sure that if he wasn't there, she'd definitely bomb her test. However, even with his help, she often failed or barely passed her grades, and staying up to read manga the night before the test didn't help either. Sakurada handed Usagi the test before giving her orders. Have your mother sign this and give it back to me. Usagi blanched at the thought of showing her mother that she failed another test. Naruto simply sighed as he watched his sister's antics before commenting. Poor Usagi-nichan, if only you had tried a little harder, you would have done much better. Sakurada turned to the blonde boy and gave him a stern look. You're the one talking, Naruto. You may have passed your exam, but just barely. Sakurada then presented Naruto with his test, which showed a score of 65. You should take your own advice and focus more on your studies. Naruto stepped away from his teacher and sneered under his breath. Well, maybe if your lectures weren't so boring, I'd pay more attention. Naruto whispered so his teacher wouldn't hear his comment. Unfortunately for him, Sakurada had good hearing. Did you say something? Sakurada asked with a sweet smile on her face. However, the black aura she radiated promised the blonde boy great pain if he didn't give her an answer to her question that she approved of. And nothing, Ms. Haruna. I didn't say anything. Naruto stuttered out of fear of his teacher. Okay, now try to study a little harder for me, okay? Sakurada patted her on the top of her head before leaving the room. Damn, that woman could be scary when she wanted to be. Later outside Jubin Junior High, Usagi was depressed. She had failed another test and knew what was going to happen when she got home. Her mother was very strict when it came to studying and had warned her about what would happen if she failed again. Usagi sat on a sidewalk and sighed. Naruto wanted to do something for his sister. He never liked seeing her in this state, since she was usually a cheerful and energetic girl, although a bit of a crybaby. Osaka Neru approached her childhood friend and spoke in an attempt to lift Usagi's spirits. Cheer up, Usagi, it was just one test among many. It's not like it's the end of the world. Neru has been friends with Usagi and Naruto since kindergarten, and not a day goes by that the three of them don't come into contact with each other in some form. The girl possessed shoulder-length red wavy hair and blue eyes similar to Usagi's. Her mother owns a jewelry store called Osapi Jewelers. Usagi looked up at her friend with a worried look on her face and replied, Neru, you just don't get it. When Mom sees this test, I'm sure I'm going to get grounded. She'll cut my allowance and I won't be able to go to the mall or the movies or be able to play the new Sailor V video game. Neru's sweat dropped as Naruto walked over and sat next to his sister, placing his hand on her shoulder. Come on, Usagi-nichan. You know I don't like it when you're moping like this. Would some ice cream make you feel better? My treat, Naruto offered as Usagi turned to him with a small smile on her face. Thank you, Naruto and I could use one last meal. Naruto's sweat dropped a little just as a boy approached the group. Gyuryo Yumino was a short boy with spiky brown hair and wore glasses so thick that one couldn't see through them, begging to question how the boy himself was able to wear them. An otaku and socially awkward boy, Yumino had a crush on Usagi while idolizing Naruto for being one of the coolest kids in school, according to the majority of the student population. Hey Usagi-chan, I heard you failed another test. Do you want me to tutor you? Yumino asked, hoping for a yes from his crush. Almost as much as I'd like a migraine, Usagi said softly. Naru turned to the silly-looking boy and spoke. Usagi doesn't need a tutor, she needs to stop thinking about the test, and I think the ice cream idea is really good. Do you mind if I come with you too? Naru asked as she turned to Naruto, who turned and smiled at the redhead. Sure, I don't mind, Naru-chan. You're our friend and it's always good to have friends around, Naruto replied while giving her one of his foxy smiles. Naru blushed at the blonde boy. There wasn't a single girl who could resist Naruto's signature foxy smiles as it made him look incredibly handsome. Thank you, Naruto-kun, Naru said as he looked away. Yumino, completely oblivious to the current mood, decided to do his part by studying. What's more important, your grades or a strawberry swirl? Look, I didn't study last night and I got a 95 on my test. How am I supposed to explain this to my parents? Yumino showed his test to the group, which made them fall in love. Hey buddy, not all of us are geniuses here. Besides, there's more to life than studying, Naruto said as he stood up to help Usagi stand up. Naru nodded at the blonde boy's comment. That's right, there's also things like dancing and shopping. Oh, I know. Let's go to my mom's jewelry store after we get some ice cream. She has some really cool stuff this week. She might even have some things for you, Naruto, like a silver chain or something you can wear. Naruto nodded. Sure, that sounds good. I could use something different to change my style. The trio then left the school, leaving Yumino to watch them as they disappeared from sight. Ha ha, I'm alone again. That's life, I guess. Meanwhile, Negaverse Dark Realm. Within a dark and sinister castle, in a throne room devoid of any light gifted by a god, a woman sat on a throne as she gazed into a crystal ball mounted on a staff. The woman had loose, dark red hair that reached her hips and her eyes were red with yellowish sclera. She wore a purple dress that showed off her figure as well as a black crown with a crystal in the center. She was a very beautiful woman by all standards, but the aura she radiated spoke of one thing: evil. The woman moved her hands around the orb in front of her as she addressed a large audience of cloaked figures. The oracle has spoken, the time has come for us to rise once more and conquer the human world. Yes, Queen Beryl. The audience spoke simultaneously. But before we can begin our conquest, we must revive our great ruler, Queen Metalia. We must locate the sacred silver millennium crystal. It has the power to revive her. However, since the crystal is hidden, we must do the proper work with an alternate power source while we locate the crystal. The humans of Earth have abundant energy. We will use it. Queen Beryl spoke as an image of Tokyo appeared in the crystal ball. Yes, my queen. The audience chanted again. Jadeite, come and introduce yourself. The queen ordered. Yes, my queen. A voice emanated from inside the room as a column of blue flames erupted in the center of the room. When the flames died down, a man appeared from the scene, bowing to Queen Beryl. He had short blonde hair and blue eyes with light blue sclera. He wore a military uniform befitting an official of high authority. The man raised his head and spoke. As you have ordered, I have already sent an agent to begin harvesting the energy from the humans. I assure you that we will have all the energy we need in no time. Beryl looked at her subordinate scrupulously and spoke. Do not fail me, Jadeite. We must revive Queen Metalia. By your command, my queen. Juban Shopping District OSAP Jewelers. After half an hour and a few ice cream cones, the trio of high school students arrived at OSAP Jewelry, only to find it quite commotion. A large crowd had gathered, and everyone seemed to be excited about something. The group glanced at each other briefly before hurrying into the store to find it packed with women, young and old, all looking at and showing off the variety of jewelry available. Usagi turned to her friend and spoke in confusion. Naru, what's going on here? Naru simply shook her head. I have no idea. Well, whatever it is, it's got the place jumping. Naruto spoke up, adding his opinion. That's when Naru's mother appeared in the crowd, calling out to everyone within earshot. Welcome, ladies. This is the opportunity of a lifetime. You can now own diamonds, sapphires, pearls, jewels, and gems. Today only, everything is 90% off. Naru looked at her mother with a confused look. Wow, my mom is acting really weird today. Yeah, I'll say that. I wonder what she put in her coffee this morning. Usagi replied. Naruto laughed a little at his sister's comment and spoke. Yeah, maybe we should get some for Mom. That way she'll always be in a good mood, even when we do something wrong. Nara's mother continued making her rounds through the crowd, forcing them to buy her wares. Please feel free to try on anything. Suddenly, a sinister smile spread across the woman's face as she began to chuckle. And give your energy to the Dark Kingdom, the woman thought, her inner voice much darker than the voice she used before. Unbeknownst to the women wearing the jewelry, the stones they wore began to glow with a dim light as the items began to attract the excessive energy being emitted by the excited crowd. I, Morga, Dark Disciple and Servant of the Dark Kingdom, command you to give me all of your energy. Inside her lair, Jadeite's laughter echoed throughout the room as she reached out and gathered the energy being absorbed by her servant. You have done well, Morga, Jadeite thought, using her telepathic link with the Yuma to convey her message. A human's greed is an excellent catalyst for releasing their energy. Continue gathering energy for the Dark Kingdom and prepare the weak humans for Queen Beryl. As you command, my lord. Morga smiled maliciously at the praise she was receiving and the idea of harvesting more energy from the useless humans. Mom? A voice called out from behind Morga, causing the disguised Yuma to tense before timidly turning around to address Neru and her friends. Oh, hello Neru, it's nice to see you. Morga spoke in her disguised voice. The trio approached the woman and Neru spoke. Mom, my friends and I wanted to see if you had any jewelry and chains we could buy. Do you have any rhinestones, ma'am? Usagi chirped as Naruto simply stood nearby. He couldn't really browse the selections with so many women in the store. The fake mother waved her hand at the two girls and replied. Rhinestones? Don't be silly. Help yourself to some rhinestones, there's plenty for everyone. Usagi's eyes glittered at the thought. Diamonds? Any friend of my daughter deserves the best. I can't believe this, Usagi exclaimed as she cupped her face in her hands. To be honest, Naruto couldn't believe it either, but he decided to wait until he saw what they were offering him before saying anything. Moments later, the woman held up a case containing a large, beautiful diamond ring with a retail price tag of around $5,000. Here, Usagi, try this on for size. Oh wow, it's beautiful, Usagi said as she marveled at the ring presented to her. Naruto waited in the back of the crowd as he studied the ring from afar. He still wanted to see if there was a catch to all of this. Sure, it was Neru's mother and all, but he always made sure not to trust the salespeople when they were pushing for sales. This is a flawless 20-carat diamond worth $5,000, but I'll sell it for 10 for you. Usagi and Neru staggered back as they spoke simultaneously. 20-carat diamond, $10? If everyone wasn't so shocked to hear that offer, they would have heard Naruto's jaw hit the floor as he stood there gaping at the woman. That's practically giving the damn thing. Naruto screamed in his head since his mouth wasn't working at the moment. Suddenly, a very large woman pushed the two girls aside as she attempted to purchase the jewel for herself, an action echoed by the rest of the crowd as they attempted to obtain the expensive but cheap diamond. Naruto worried for the safety of his sister and childhood friend as he frantically searched the crowd for the two girls. His fear turned to relief when he noticed the two emerging from the mass of women beneath his legs. Are you two okay? Naruto asked as he helped the two women to their feet. Yeah, we're fine, Naruto and I, Usagi replied before the three of them turned their attention to Neru's mother. Neru, your mom is acting really weird today, Usagi said while Neru nodded to her best friend. I know, and I'm a little worried about her. I think I need to stay and help her a little. Maybe I'll figure out what's making her act this way, Naruto agreed, realizing it was getting quite late. With a sigh, he turned to his sister. Usagi Nichin, I think it's time we went home. Usagi looked at Naruto and paled slightly. But Naruto and I, you know what's going to happen when we get home. Mom will want to see the test, and then she'll get mad and ground me, and then I won't be able to have any fun. I know, but there's no point in putting it off, and she probably won't be very happy with my results either. Usagi groaned a little as the two said goodbye to Neru and left the store. Outside, Usagi took out the test, grimaced, and then crumpled it into a ball. There's no way I can show him this. Usagi yelled as she threw the ball of paper behind her, much to Naruto's disapproval. Unfortunately, the paper simply hit someone on the top of the head. "Hey, watch where you throw things, dumpling head." Hearing the insult thrown her way, Usagi turned around to see who was using the insult that always irritated her. "What did you say?" Usagi asked, while Naruto also turned around upon hearing the comment directed at his sister. What they got was a tall, black-haired young man examining the paper that had hit him. A large bead of sweat appeared on his head when he saw the marks and score displayed on the test. "Wow, this is pretty poor," the man commented, while Usagi was annoyed that he was reading her test. Usagi panicked slightly as she realized this man was examining something she intended to keep private. She really didn't want people knowing she did poorly in school. Usagi rushed over and snatched the paper out of the man's hands, revealing that he was wearing a pair of glasses covering his eyes. "Mind your own business, buddy." Usagi spoke sternly as the man glared at her. "Tell me something, with scores like that, were you being lazy or are you just dumb?" The man questioned Usagi as she felt anger and sadness at the comment as she looked at the man as her eyes began to water. Usagi really didn't like being called names, especially being called dumb or lazy, and the man had just used both in a single sentence. She wasn't the only one losing her cool as Naruto was getting angry with this boy's attitude. "Hey buddy, don't talk to my sister like that," Naruto said as he walked towards the man. The boy then looked at Naruto and immediately noticed his birthmarks. "Wow, those whiskers! What are you, some kind of fox guy?" Usagi suddenly tensed upon hearing this. "Oh, what did you say?" Naruto yelled as he suddenly grabbed the man by the collar of his shirt. Naruto did not like being called anything fox-related, as he still remembered his treatment from when he was younger, from his time before he was adopted into the Tsukino household. Aside from a few people from his past, he would like to completely forget about his life before coming to Tokyo. "Tell me that one more time, I dare you." "Hey kid, take it easy. Are you seriously planning on starting something out here on the street?" The man tried to reason with the furious blonde. Naruto looked around as many of the people had stopped to see the commotion and were looking at the blonde with worried expressions. It didn't take a genius to realize he'd be in serious trouble if he started waving his fist right there in front of everyone. Reluctantly, he let go of the man's shirt and walked back towards Usagi. "Leave me and my sister alone, buddy. Next time, you might not get off so easily." With that, the two began their walk back home. The man watched the siblings walk away before taking off his glasses to reveal his blue eyes to the world. That boy must have a fierce temper. Still, there's something about them both. Outside the Crown arcade game, as Naruto and Usagi made their way home, they stopped by the local arcade game Crown. The Crown was one of their favorite places to come after school to play games and eat, as it also had a full-size bar and grill, non-alcoholic drinks, of course. This was also where Furuhata Motoki worked. Motoki was a young man with short, curly blonde hair and blue eyes, and was almost always seen wearing his work clothes, which consisted of a white dress shirt, pants, and apron. Motoki was one of Naruto's best friends, and they were often seen chatting when Naruto wasn't playing or eating. Sometimes, Naruto would even help out around the arcade to get some extra spending money, as well as get a free run on some of the games. Usagi was deeply in love with the blonde, who Naruto knew and teased her about from time to time. As they passed the entrance to the arcade, Usagi saw a poster showing the new Sailor V video game that was soon to be released. She stopped and looked at the picture of the elegant Sailor V and let out a sigh. Naruto had only taken a few steps forward when he noticed Usagi wasn't with him, and hearing her sigh made him turn and look at his sister as she looked at the poster. "I really wish I could be like Sailor V, she's so beautiful, elegant, and smart. There's always something going on in her life." Usagi didn't speak to anyone in particular, but she didn't really care that Naruto was listening as he walked beside her. However, the two didn't realize they weren't alone, as the black cat they had rescued earlier was hiding behind a small sign and watching them intently. Usagi let out another sigh, only this one was harsher as she lowered her head and continued. "Who am I kidding? I'll never be like her." Naruto looked at her a little sternly and decided to add his opinion. "Nei-chan, don't ever say that. There's nothing in this world you can't be." I believe you can do or be anything you want to be, and don't let anyone else tell you otherwise. Usagi looked at Naruto. But how can I ever hope to get close to her? There's nothing special about me. I mean, look at me. I'm not smart or elegant or... Usagi's rant was cut short when Naruto grabbed her by the arms and spun her around directly towards him as he looked at her with a serious expression. Didn't I just tell you to stop saying things like that? You're special. You're kind, compassionate, and a beautiful girl. You helped me when I needed it most and helped me become the boy I am today. He smiled at her before continuing. You're special, Nei-chan, and I know you'll succeed in becoming anything you want to be. Usagi smiled as small tears formed in the corner of her eyes. In moments like these, she was glad to have Naruto in her life. Thank you, Naruto and I. Usagi took out the test and examined it again. Mom's going to be so mad when she sees this. Well, we'll have to get through this together, Nei-chan. Come on, let's go home. We've been stuck long enough. With that, the two continued on their way back home, still unaware that they had been watched the entire time. The black cat moved further into the open and watched them disappear. Now I'm sure. That girl is the one. And the boy, I never would have imagined I'd find him here. Tsukino residence. Usagi, I'm so disappointed in you. Ikuko wasn't happy at the moment. When her two children arrived home, she greeted them with her usual smile and asked how their day was. After they answered, she asked them about the test they took the day before, causing Usagi to shudder and sweat a little. She hoped her mother wouldn't say anything about it and completely forget they took it. However, she knew her mother would always remember this kind of thing, plus the fact that Ms. Haruna required her mother to sign the test. It didn't help either. With great reluctance, she handed the test to her mother and prepared for the upcoming trial. She didn't have to wait long as her mother's usual happy demeanor was replaced by a frown. I expected better from you, but it seems you insist on continuing to fail these tests. Usagi looked down in embarrassment. I'm sorry, Mom. Naruto placed a hand on her shoulder, offering some sympathy for his sister. Ikuko put the test aside and looked sternly at her daughter. I warned you what would happen if you failed another exam. I'm going to cut your allowance, and you'll spend the rest of the day studying in your room. No TV, no video games, no manga, and no dinner if you do nothing but hit the books. Usagi looked up again, tears in her eyes. Oh, Mom, that's too harsh. You're lucky I don't ground you during the week, but if you keep complaining I might. Usagi hung her head in defeat as she slowly walked upstairs and toward her room. Naruto watched as his sister disappeared from sight and looked at his mother. Mom, did you have to be so hard on her? I mean, she's getting a little better all the time. Ikuko turned to her eldest son and sighed. Naruto, you need to stop taking her side all the time. You're spoiling her. I can't help it, Mom. You know what it was like for me before I was taken in. You gave me a home and a family, something I'd never had before. I want everyone to know how much I love you and how much you mean to me. Ikuko smiled and walked over to hug her adopted son. I know, darling. And I'm glad you became a part of our lives too. You'd been through so much pain, it was only right that we took you in. You deserve to be loved. Thanks, Mom. Naruto spoke as he held his mother for a few moments, enjoying the feeling of being hugged. The two broke apart and smiled at each other before Ikuko spoke once more. And now, Naruto, before I forget. She held out her hand to the blonde boy. Your proof, please. Burk. Naruto growled as he realized it was his turn to get some heat. Later, OSAP Jewelers. The store continued its activities as women shopped for the products available to them thanks to the incredible sale taking place. Every woman present was wearing a piece of jewelry they had either purchased or displayed. Suddenly, many of the customers began to slump as the jewelry they were wearing sparkled brighter with each passing second. Oh, something's wrong. One of the women said she weakened and had to use the counter for support. Why do I feel so weak all of a sudden? Another woman asked as she began to collapse. I feel so strange. What's going on? I feel so faint. Oh, mercy me! Exclaimed a large woman, the same one who had pushed Usagi and Naru earlier that day, as she fell to the floor with a loud thud while the large amount of jewelry she was holding scattered across the room upon impact. The store was now filled with women who had collapsed due to their energy being drained. Naru looked around in shock and confusion, as the air itself seemed to have had all its energy sucked out. "Mom, what's wrong with your customers? Why are they all fainting?" Neru's mother didn't respond as she continued to watch the scene, her back to Neru. Suddenly, the women began to laugh in a sinister way that sent a chill down Neru's spine as she looked at her mother with worried eyes. "Mother?" Slowly, the woman turned her head toward Neru, revealing a terrifying and menacing facial expression. "I'm not your mother, child." The woman continued to laugh as Neru raised her hand to cover her mouth in shock and fear. Tsukino home. Usagi collapsed onto her bed, exhausted. For the past few hours, she hadn't been able to do anything but study, and now she felt like her brain was about to go on strike. She would have liked nothing more than to relax after such a stressful day and enjoy reading her collection of comics and manga, but she had to spend her time reading the books because of her failed test. Usagi let out a heavy sigh as she let her brain cool down after the intensive session. "Ah man, I'm so tired of studying." A soft knock on the door brought her out of her thoughts as she turned to see the door open and Naruto poking his head into her room. "Usagi-nichan, are you okay?" her brother asked as he fully entered the room and closed the door behind him. Usagi sat down on her bed, nodding at the boy and answering, "Yeah, I'm fine. Just a little tired of everything today. It sure was boring having to study all night." Naruto sat down next to Usagi and scratched the back of his neck. "Yeah, I'm sure it was. I'm glad Mom didn't make us do it," Naruto said, recalling his mother's reaction to his poor, but acceptable, test results. "Well, at least you didn't fail. But I hope you do much better next time, Naruto," his mother had said with a stern look, giving him the message that she wasn't joking. A long sigh from Usagi brought Naruto out of his thoughts, as he looked over to see her looking a little dejected. "What's wrong, Nei-chan? Naruto and I seem to do nothing but disappoint everyone. I just can't do anything right." She looked at him with moist eyes. "Do you think I'll amount to anything when I really can't do anything?" Naruto's expression turned serious. "This again? I told you before that you can be anything you want, you just have to have faith in yourself and believe. And if you need help, I'll be there to lend a hand." Usagi allowed a small smile to frame her face. "Thank you, Naruto and I." Naruto made his fox smile at his sister. The two were unaware that they weren't the only ones in the room when the balcony door opened slightly. With a level of stealth, the being moved across the room toward the occupants, and that was when Naruto saw something out of the corner of his eye and looked up, causing Usagi to look as well. In the center of the room, staring down at the two blondes, was the same cat with the crescent moon mark on its forehead that they had rescued earlier that day. "Oh wow, that's the cat we rescued," Naruto spoke as he knelt down on the bed. "How did you get in here?" Naruto asked as Usagi leaned in to get a closer look at the black cat. Usagi was about to make a comment about her brother interrogating an animal. However, the two of them would get the shock of their lives when the cat actually answered. "Through the window, of course. Usagi-nichan?" "Yes, Naruto and I." "Did that cat just talk?" "I think so." "Oh well, just making sure it wasn't just me," Naruto said as small beads of sweat ran down his face. Usagi's complexion didn't look much better. The cat put her paw to her mouth and cleared her throat as she began to speak. "My name is Luna, and I've been searching for you for a long time." The cat, now known as Luna, spoke with a slight British accent as she looked at Usagi. "You are the chosen one. I'm here to guide you to your destiny, as the Sailor Moon Senshi." Usagi was speechless as Naruto looked at the two before speaking to Luna. "Wait a minute. Are you saying you've been looking for my sister because she's a Sailor Senshi?" Naruto asked, ignoring the fact that he was actually having a conversation with a cat. "That's correct, young man," Luna replied as she now turned her attention back to Naruto. "However, I was a little surprised to find you here." Naruto blinked a few times before pointing at himself. "Me? Yes. I didn't expect to find a Shadow Senshi during my search for the Sailor Senshi. However, this will be a great help to us," Luna said as she closed her eyes and nodded. Naruto raised an eyebrow at Luna. "A Shadow Senshi? What's that?" Luna opened her eyes again and spoke. "Let me explain. Long ago, there was a great empire that spanned the entire solar system called the Silver Millennium. The seat of that empire was the Moon Kingdom, which was built on Earth's moon. Now, the sailor senshi were the guardians of the Silver Millennium. Each planet had a senshi to protect it. While Earth itself didn't have senshi to represent it, the moon did, and it was the moon's senshi that protected both Earth and the moon in times of need. Now, while the sailor senshi were seen as the warriors and protectors of the Silver Millennium, they weren't alone. There was a secret group of warriors who fought alongside the sailor senshi. They only did so from the shadows. These warriors were known as the Shadow Senshi. Very few knew of their existence, as they only revealed themselves when they were needed most. As far as I know, you are the last Shadow Senshi in existence. The others were lost in a great battle long ago. Naruto stood there for a while as he absorbed and processed the information he had been given, finally speaking. Wow, that's a lot to take in. But how do you know we are who you say we are? I don't remember ever being a Shadow Senshi. Usagi stood up and approached Naruto as she spoke as well. Yeah, and how do you know I'm this Sailor Moon Senshi? I'm just a normal girl. Luna stood on all fours as she looked down at the two. The reason you two don't remember is because you were both Senshi in your past lives, as you are both reincarnations of the Senshi. And as far as knowing that you two are Senshi, well, proving that will be a lot faster than explaining that. And with that, Luna jumped into the air, performed a backflip, and from the trail of light she released behind her came two items, a golden brooch and a silver necklace. The two items landed on the ground in front of their respective owners, Usagi receiving the brooch and Naruto receiving the necklace. Usagi picked up the brooch and examined the item. It was gold with a crescent moon engraved at the bottom of the front, 4 small gems of red, blue, green, and yellow embedded in the rim, and a larger pink gem embedded just above the moon. Usagi smiled as she examined the brooch and spoke excitedly. Wow, it's so pretty. How should I wear it? Luna's sweat dropped a little as she watched Usagi place the brooch on the large ribbon of her uniform, then proceed to model the accessory in front of a mirror. What do you think, Naruto and I? It looks good on you. Naruto replied as he turned his attention to the item he received. The necklace was quite simple, with a long silver chain that wasn't thin enough to be fragile, but not too thick to make it look old-fashioned. A single coin-sized piece of silver hung in the center of the chain, a crescent moon etched into the metal similar to Usagi's brooch displayed with a single white gem set above the moon. Naruto examined the necklace before smiling and turning his attention back to Luna. This is a nice necklace, Luna. Thank you for the gifts, you're welcome. Luna replied with a smile before turning serious again. Now then, these items are very special. They contain the power you'll need to fight the dark forces that threaten to destroy this world. As Senshi, you are both charged with defending it. Usagi had stars in her eyes when she realized. Can I be a pretty Sailor Senshi fighting evil like Sailor V? I must be dreaming. Naruto sighed a little as he watched his sister's antics. This whole situation seemed completely unbelievable. Well, Naruto had already experienced things that would be considered unbelievable, like being sent to another dimension by a guy who wore bandages and performed ninja arts with hand signs and seals. So why would this situation be any different? Finally resigning himself to the situation, Naruto spoke to Luna once more. Okay, so how do we use these things? I hope we don't have to strike a strange pose while shouting some weird command. Naruto remembered an American television show he once watched about a group of teenagers who transformed into kamen-like superheroes named after prehistoric lizards. The boy shuddered slightly at the thought of having to do something like that. I'm glad you asked, Naruto. Luna replied as she walked over to Usagi. Yes, you have to give an order, but you won't have to pose or anything. That comes next. Now, Usagi, repeat after me. Usagi's attention was completely focused on Luna. Moon Prism Power, Makeup. Usagi nodded and then spoke in an authoritative voice. Moon Prism Power, Makeup. As the brooch's power awakened, Usagi found her clothes dissolving as large bands of red silk emerged from the brooch and began to wrap around her body. Once the silk completely covered a segment of her body, they transformed into garments. Her chest and stomach were covered in a skin-tight, sailor-style fuku with a red bow located at the front of her chest and at the notch in her back, as well as a blue skirt that flowed down and ended at mid-thigh. Her legs were covered in knee-high red boots with a white trim at the top of the triangle. Her arms were covered in white gloves that stopped at her elbows with red edges. 2 round red accents with white edges appeared at the front of the ball-shaped strands of hair. A red choker with a crescent moon emblem appeared wrapped around her neck, and earrings, also with crescent moon emblems. Topping off the transformation was a golden tiara with a red jewel that adhered to her forehead. Tsukino Usagi had first transformed into the pretty Sailor Senshi, Sailor Moon. "Whoa!" Naruto exclaimed as he witnessed his sister's transformation. It was both shocking and a little disturbing to him when he was briefly introduced to Usagi's clothes-free body. Adding to that was the fact that what she was wearing now also fit her quite well, and the short skirt didn't leave much to the imagination. Usagi was also surprised as she studied her new appearance. "Oh wow! Is this real? Everything's getting stranger by the second." Satisfied that the girl had successfully activated the brooch's power, Luna turned her attention to Naruto, who still had a hint of blush on his face. "Now it's your turn, young man. To activate your powers, you simply call upon Moon Power, Transformation." Naruto snapped out of his mild stupor as he looked at Luna and then examined her collar. He studied it for a second before turning his attention back to the small black cat. "Are you sure about this? You know it would be a little embarrassing if nothing happened, or worse if I ended up wearing something similar to my sister's." Naruto spoke as he briefly imagined himself in a sailor suit and skirt. The image only existed for a brief moment in his mind before he banished it, but he shuddered slightly before it ceased to exist. Usagi and Luna had similar thoughts and actions as they also visualized the image. "Heavens no! I assure you, you'll wear appropriate clothing. At least I hope you do," Luna added in her mind. Studying the necklace one last time, Naruto sighed and nodded. "All right then, nothing goes here." And with that, Naruto readied himself and spoke the words. "Moon Power, Transformation." The necklace began to glow white before shattering into thousands of pieces of light. Naruto's form became completely encased in a cloak of shadow as the pieces of light began to swirl around him in a whirlwind. The light began to adhere to the shroud as it gathered and took shape, creating the silhouette of a cloaked figure. Finally, in a flash, the light separated, revealing Naruto in his shadow senshi form. Naruto's clothing consisted of a white robe that covered his upper body as well as his arms and traveled loosely to his knees with a slit in the front below his waist and slits on the sides and back to allow freedom of movement for his legs, which were covered by long white pants. A long red sash was wrapped around his waist with the ends hanging down in the front and back and was held in place with a large leather belt that had several pouches strapped along it. His hands were covered in fingerless gauntlets while his forearms were armored with silver arm guards up to his elbows. On his feet were a pair of leather boots that reached mid-calf while his lower legs were also armored with silver panes that held above his ankles and stopped at his knees. The last piece of armor he wore was a silver shoulder plate that was fixed onto his left shoulder by 3 leather straps, one traveling under his right arm before connecting with the back of the plate, while the other 2 straps connected the plate to the right side of his belt from the points where the first strap connected. His head was covered in a hood that resembled the shape of an eagle's beak as the hood hid his hair and ears but allowed his face to be seen. However, only his eyes were visible as his lower face was covered with a white mask. At the tip of the hood placed over Naruto's forehead was a diamond-shaped silver plate with the moon symbol etched into the metal, one traveling under his right arm before connecting with the back of the plate, while the other 2 straps connect the plate to the right side of his belt from the points where the first strap connected. His head was covered with a hood that resembled the shape of an eagle's beak as the hood hid his hair and ears but allowed his face to be seen. However, only his eyes were visible as his lower face was covered with a white mask. At the tip of the hood placed over Naruto's forehead was a diamond-shaped silver plate with the moon symbol etched into the metal, one traveling underneath his right arm before connecting with the back of the plate, while the other 2 straps connect the plate to the right side of his belt from the points where the first strap connected. His head was covered with a hood that resembled the shape of an eagle's beak as the hood hid his hair and ears but allowed his face to be seen. However, only his eyes were visible as his lower face was covered with a white mask. At the tip of the hood placed over Naruto's forehead was a diamond-shaped silver plate with the moon symbol etched into the metal. However, only his eyes were visible as his lower face was covered with a white mask. At the tip of the hood placed over Naruto's forehead was a diamond-shaped silver plate with the moon symbol etched into the metal. However, only his eyes were visible as his lower face was covered with a white mask. At the tip of the hood placed over Naruto's forehead was a diamond-shaped silver plate with the moon symbol etched into the metal. Overall, aside from the silver pieces of armor, Naruto looked like a medieval assassin. 1. Usagi and Luna stared in amazement as they looked at the newly transformed teen while Naruto assessed his new appearance in a mirror. Hey, not bad. This is really cool, Naruto said as he continued to examine his new outfit. Wow, Naruto and I. That looks good on you. Usagi spoke when she finally came out of her stupor. Luna nodded in agreement with the blonde sailor senshi. In fact, you look quite charming. Thanks, guys, Naruto said as he finished his inspection. It was then that Usagi started to think about her current state. Wow, who would have thought something like this would happen? I turn into a beautiful sailor senshi and Naruto and I turns into a handsome white assassin. The amazing superhero siblings, Sailor Moon and End. It was then that it hit the girl. Hey, what's your name, by the way? Naruto turned to his sister, a little confused. Huh, I mean, if I'm Sailor Moon, what does that make you? Usagi turned to Luna to see if she had the answer. Do you know her name, Luna? The cat closed his eyes for a moment as she thought about it until she looked back and answered with a nod. No, I don't have a name for him. I know the senshi were named after their respective homes, but the shadow senshi aren't as well known due to the nature of their existence. Naruto thought about it. Well, that's no good. I can't just run around calling myself Naruto like that. Kind of defeats the whole purpose of a costume, doesn't it? Naruto turned back to the mirror as he thought about what would happen in this form. He looked over himself and noticed that the pieces of armor covering the various parts of his body resembled the armor worn by medieval European knights. He also thought about his transformation and the order he gave. Suddenly, a name popped into his mind, and the more he thought about it, the more it seemed right. Nodding his head, he decided, I know what I'll be known as, Naruto said as he walked towards the balcony door. Both Usagi and Luna hummed as they watched the hooded teen walk past the door before turning to look at them. I am Moon Knight, Naruto proclaimed as he stood in a majestic pose, the light of the full moon streaming in through the windows adding to the effect. Once again, Usagi and Luna found themselves staring in awe at the figure before them. Help me! Someone, please help me! Usagi was suddenly pulled out of her gaze when the accents in her hair suddenly began to flicker, and a distressed voice entered her ears. Only what surprised her was that she recognized the voice. Neru? What's up, Usagi and I? I heard Neru's voice just now. And she was asking for help. Are you serious? Naruto tensed upon hearing his sister's statement. Suddenly, a feeling washed over him as he began to sense something. The presence he was seemingly detecting seemed to belong to something dark and menacing. As he focused on the sensation, he found he could determine the general direction of the source, as well as an idea of how far away the presence was. I sense something, and it seems to be located somewhere in the shopping district. Naruto turned back to the door and focused his senses on the aura he was sensing. And whatever it is, it's not friendly. Luna's expression turned serious. It seems the enemy has already made their move, and it seems your friend Neru is caught in the middle. Usagi gasped as she instantly became concerned for her best friend's well-being. Oh no, what are we going to do? Simple, my dear sister, Naruto said as he opened the doors. Let's go there, save her, and stop whatever that thing is. Naruto looked over his shoulder at the two with determined eyes. Sailor Moon, Luna, let's go! Oh good! Usagi nodded as she began to follow her brother out of the room. Luna stared at the hooded warrior for a moment before nodding with a hum to herself. She was quite impressed with how the boy seemed to take charge of the situation. And with that, the trio leapt out of the room and into the night as they ran to aid their distressed friend. OSAP Jewelers. Neru had never been so scared or confused in her entire life. One moment she was helping her mother run the shop, and the next all the customers started fainting while her mother just watched with an unnerving smile on her face. And now she said the mother had both hands around the poor girl's neck as she tried to squeeze the life out of her. "Ah, stop, please stop, Mom, stop!" Morga simply chuckled at the girl. "I told you before, I'm not your mother." And as if to prove her point, the woman began to change. Her entire body began to wither and wrinkle as her once soft, wavy red hair turned into a mess of sickly dark brown and her blue eyes transformed into yellow irises with black sclera. A cross-shaped scar appeared on her forehead, and her dress changed from purple to black. Neru was terrified by the sight as she continued to struggle with her tormentor. "Who are you? What have you done to my mother?" The Yuma laughs as it tightens its grip on the redhead's throat. "Your mother is in the basement, but I'm afraid she's a bit incapacitated right now. But don't worry, my dear, you'll see her soon in the afterlife." "Ha ha, let her go, Morga turns her head a full 180 degrees, showing that it was indeed an inhuman creature, as she focused her attention on the source of the voice. "Who's there?" Standing at the front door with the moon visible behind her, Sailor Moon prepared for action. "I said let her go." Morga narrowed her eyes as she took in the blonde's appearance. "And who are you?" Sailor Moon blinks for a second in thought. "Me? Sailor Moon then enters her series of poses. "I am Sailor Moon, champion of justice. And in the name of the moon, I will punish you." "Sailor Moon, huh? I've never heard of you. Last warning, damn it. Let the girl go," Sailor Moon declared as she took a brave step forward. Morga twisted the rest of her body as she loosened her grip on Nera's throat but still held on tight. The Yuma mocked the heroine before responding. "You demanding something from me? That's really cute. Do you really think you can take me on alone?" "Who said I was alone? What dash?" The Yuma tried to turn his head to see where this new voice was coming from. Crack, only to find a gloved fist slammed into the side of his face. "Gwaha!" Morga was sent flying by the force of the blow into one of the jewelry displays, which shattered, sending glass and fake jewels in all directions. The sudden departure of the Yuma punched Neru, but before she could fall, she was caught bridal style by a pair of strong arms. As the redhead's body settled into the hug, her eyes began to open and she was met with a pair of cerulean blue eyes. She blinked as her vision focused until she could see who was holding her. The being was wearing a white hooded robe and mask and had several pieces of silver armor secured in various places on its body. And speaking of bodies, Neru noticed the firm muscles of this person if the blush on her face was any indication. "Are you okay?" Lunar Knight spoke as he examined the girl in his arms. Was the only response Neru could give as she continued to stare into her savior's eyes. "Good. Let's get you out of danger then." The masked hero then proceeded to lead Neru to a place where she wouldn't get caught in the upcoming fight. Sailor Moon smiled as she watched Neru being taken to a safer location. When they first arrived at the store, they looked through one of the windows to find the girl in the clutches of the disguised Yuma, and watched as it dropped its facade and strangled the helpless redhead. They quickly made a plan where Sailor Moon would distract the monster while Lunar Knight snuck in and freed Neru. She was very pleased to see that the plan had gone smoothly, and now Neru was out of danger. Morga was finally able to exit the screen as she shook her head to clear the cobwebs and glared at the white figure. "Who the hell are you?" the Yuma yelled as she rubbed the side of her face, which now sported a rather large bruise from the blow. The man sat Neru down next to one of the columns inside the tent and turned to face the Yuma. His eyes closed as he took a casual pose. "Who am I?" he asked as he opened his eyes to meet the Yuma's gaze. "I am the protector of the innocent. I am the shadow of the moon. The one who silences those who come from darkness." He held out his hand in a grand gesture. "I am Moon Knight. And in the name of the moon, I shall silence you." Lunar Knight finished his pose with a finger pointed directly at the Yuma. "Believe it," Morga snarled as he extended his claws. "All I believe in is your demise." The Yuma screamed as he charged at the masked warrior. "Sailor Moon, keep an eye on the girl," Lunar Knight shouted as he too charged into battle. Sailor Moon approached her friend as she placed herself between the redhead and the fight, but turned her head to look behind her and smiled. "Don't worry, we'll take care of this. Just believe us," she spoke before giving the girl a wink. Neru looked at her before finally nodding her head. There was something about these two that made her want to put her faith in them, as if she knew everything would be okay if she believed in them. Sailor Moon turned her attention back to the battle, making sure her friend didn't come to any harm. Meanwhile, Morga was having a rather difficult time with the masked warrior as she punched and thrust her clawed hand trying to damage her opponent, who was doing a great job blocking, parrying, and dodging her blows. "Stay still, damn you!" the Yuma yelled as she landed another blow on the Shadow Senshi, who simply leaned back to avoid the attack. "Yeah, right. Like I'm really going to let her chop my head off," Moon Knight thought as he continued to dance around the frustrated enemy. My strength and reflexes seem to have improved. Let's see how much." As Morga attempted another stab, Lunar Knight raised his left arm to block, allowing the Yuma's claws to slide over his arm guard before throwing his arm outward, giving the Senshi a perfect opportunity to counterattack. Lunar Knight drew his fist back and sent a punch straight into Morga's stomach, knocking the wind out of her as saliva flew from her mouth. He followed up with a jab and cross to the face and then an uppercut to the chin, sending the Yuma stumbling backward. The Senshi finished her combo by twisting her body and sticking her leg out. Sailor Moon and Nair watched in amazement as the male Senshi dominated the fight. The way they fought seemed almost like a dance as they went from one attack to the next. Luna, who was watching above from a high windowsill, was also impressed with the boys' fighting skills. She had never expected to find a Shadow Senshi in her quest to locate Sailor Moon, and wasn't entirely sure how they would help them in the fight against the Dark Kingdom. But now she was very grateful to have found one. Morga stepped out of the case, now sporting 2 large bruises on her face, one on each side. "Grrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr I've got plenty more for you. Lunar Knight mocked as he prepared for another round. Ha! You think you're pretty strong, huh? Well, let's see how you handle an army. Morga raised her arms in the air. Arise, my slaves, heed the call of your masters and do my bidding. Crush these fools. Suddenly, all the unconscious customers began to rise up as the gems on their bodies glowed. The two senshi and the civilian found themselves in quite a predicament, as Morga soared into the air from behind the crowd of zombie shoppers. Ha 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 ha! Not so arrogant when you're outnumbered. Now my slaves, attack! And with that, the mob rushed off to perform their gruesome task. Lunar Knight used every ounce of his skill to avoid the horde of charging women as he ducked and dodged his attackers while executing precision strikes to take them out of the fight without damaging them too much. Sailor Moon watched as her brother tried his hardest not to get overpowered by the crowd when he noticed one of the women, the large one who shoved her when she was in the store earlier, was charging straight at her. Now, normally, a teenager put in a situation like this would panic and do something reckless. However, when your brother is a martial arts expert for many years, you don't get by without learning a few things, or in this case, a few moves. As the large woman was almost on top of her, Sailor Moon sidestepped to avoid the charge. She then grabbed the woman's. Okay. I did it! Sailor Moon clapped her hands as she jumped up and down, excited by the fact that she'd pulled off one of her brother's moves. She was so distracted by her victory that she didn't notice another zombie shopper approaching her from behind. Sailor Moon, watch out! Neri yelled when she saw the attack coming. Sailor Moon snapped out of her reverie and turned in time for the woman to collide with her, sending her sprawling to the ground with a bruised rear end and ego. The sailor senshi grimaced as she rubbed her rear end and quickly found herself the target of another attacker intent on finishing the girl off. Moon Knight was busy trying to stay together while dealing with wave after wave of possessed customers when he saw the attack on his sister. Shit! The senshi exclaimed internally at the sight of the girl on the verge of breaking. As another woman tried to grab him, Lunar Knight leaped into the air and landed on the assailant's back. Using it as a springboard, he propelled himself across the room, landing between Sailor Moon and the attacking woman before spinning around and landing palm first on the woman's midsection, sending her flying backward into another group of advancing zombies. The trio now found themselves completely surrounded on three sides with a wall at their backs as the crowd slowly advanced toward them. By this point, Moon Knight was beginning to tire of the fighting as his breathing grew labored. There are still a lot of them. cackling from above drew his attention once more to the Yuma who had been watching as the two senshi fought. Ha ha! You all look so pathetic and helpless it almost hurts to watch. Now be good kids and die for me! Lunar Knight stood defiantly as he glared at the Yuma, his eyes blazing with determination. There's no way we'll allow you, your old fossil, to win. As long as there's even a breath left in our bodies, we'll fight. Oh, please, do you really think you can fight the power of the Dark Kingdom? Accept it, boy. You're done. The only one who's finished here is you. You're going to sink. Insert Naruto theme song. As his words left his lips, the crescent moon emblem on the hood of his robes began to glow with a white light. As if guided by an invisible force, the Moon Knight's hands clasped together, his index and middle fingers extended, creating a cross shape. He felt his energy flare, more energy than he ever thought he could possess. Then, out of nowhere, a thought came to his mind, one that overwhelmed him. Neither able to resist the urge nor willingly, the Moon Knight cried out, Kagebushin no Justu. 2. Suddenly, the entire tent was engulfed in a plume of smoke as the air vibrated with a ringing sound. When the smoke cleared, everyone was completely shocked to find not one, but 20 Moon Knights now standing before the crowd, ready for battle. Morga. What the hell? Sailor Moon. No way, Neru. My god, Luna. Amazing, let's go! And with that, the Moon Knight squad surged forward and charged into the crowd of women. In a short amount of time, all of the possessed women were incapacitated or immobilized by the Moon Knight copies. Morga frantically looked around, trying to make sense of the situation, as she was now without her army of slaves. How can this be? They're all solid copies. Morga had met many Yuma in her life, and each had their own unique abilities, but she had never heard of a being that had the power to make solid clones of itself. I told you were going to fall! The sudden explosion drew her attention above her. She was greeted with the sight of 2 Moon Knights flying toward her with their fists back, left with right and vice versa. Now it's your turn to kiss the ground! But before that, Morga could only stare wide-eyed as the 2 masked senshi copies bore down on her. Kiss my fist! With that, the 2 copies threw their punches directly at the Yuma's face as they both made contact simultaneously. The force of the attack sent the Yuma tumbling down where it bounced off the last display case and slammed into the wall. Morga managed to push herself off the wall and remain standing, but that was all she could do as she staggered back and forth trying to remain standing. Green blood dripped from her face as her nose had been crushed and some of her teeth knocked out. Yes, this Yuma has definitely seen better days. Sailor Moon had managed to get to her feet at some point and watched the entire event unfold. She couldn't believe her brother possessed such an incredible ability. It was then that Luna came running in and spoke to the senshi. Sailor Moon, now's your chance to end this. Huh! The girl replied as she turned her attention back to the black cat. Me? What can I do? Besides, it seems Moon Knight took care of this. I'm afraid he's expended too much energy in battle to finish her off. Now it's up to you. Use your tiara. Shout Moon Tiara action and throw it. Sailor Moon stared at the cat as she thought about it. She was a little skeptical that her tiara could end the fight. However, her brief thoughts were interrupted when a familiar voice called out to her. Sailor Moon! The senshi looked up to find one of the Moon Knights standing just a few feet away as he looked down at the injured Yuma. The warrior turned his head to look at the sailor senshi before raising his hand to give her a thumbs up. You got this. Do it. The senshi stood for a second as she processed her brother's request. Then, nodding, she answered. Good. Sailor Moon removed the tiara from her head, which then turned into a disk of light. She then oriented herself toward the Yuma as she drew her arm back. Moon Tiara action! As she spoke the words, she let the disk fly like a frisbee. Morga had regained enough of her senses to become aware of the incoming projectile, but she didn't have the strength to defend herself, so she did the only thing she could do. She screamed, Ho-ha-ha-ha! When the disk connected with it, the entire room was filled with light showing the silhouette of the Yuma, but when the light went out, it was revealed that the Yuma's body had turned into a stone statue that soon after crumbled into a pile of dust and disappeared. End of music. When the Yuma disappeared, the various gems and jewels the clients owned shattered, and its influence over them ceased. Inside her lair, Jadeite continued to accumulate energy when she suddenly felt the flow reverse, and all the energy she'd gathered simply vanished into thin air. What? Someone has interfered with my plans, and they'll pay dearly for it. With the customers no longer being controlled, all of the Kagebushin Moon Knights disappeared in puffs of smoke, leaving the original with the other three beings in the room. Sailor Moon approached the spot where the Yuma had been destroyed and marveled at the memories of their first battle, as well as her own skill. Wow, did I really do that? She asked as Moon Knight walked up to her and placed a hand on her shoulder. You did it. And I'm proud of you. You did an amazing job. Moon Knight assured her, and even though his mouth was covered by a mask, she could tell he was smiling at her. Thank you, Moon Knight. Sailor Moon smiled as she responded to his praise. It always felt so good when her brother praised her like that. The sudden sound caught the duo's attention as they turned to find Nereus standing behind them. Thank you for saving me. But who are you? Lunar Knight turned around to face her and looked directly into her eyes, causing her to blush slightly at the memory of being held by the man. You know who we are. Nera blinked in confusion. Do I? Lunar Knight laughed a little before answering. You're just being friendly, neighborhood senshi. Nera became even more confused by that statement, but before she could question him further, Lunar Knight turned around and walked over to one of the open windows. Sailor Moon, it's time to go. And with that, he leaped into the night. Sailor Moon turned to the redhead and bowed. It was nice meeting you. See you around. Then she too jumped out the window. Nera stood there staring at the spot where the two had disappeared, her mind spinning with questions about what had happened, who the two warriors were, and more importantly, if she would ever see them again. He had no idea what fate had in store for him. Unaware of any of them, a lone figure had been watching the entire ordeal from the shadows. The figure stepped into the light to reveal himself as a tall man with black hair wearing a tuxedo and a hat with a white mask over his eyes. The man looked up at the night sky as he assessed what he had witnessed. Guess my help wasn't needed this time after all. But still, what was with that guy's skill? I've never heard of anything like it before. Having much to think about, the man turned and disappeared. However, he was unaware that he had been detected. Streets of Jubin. The moment he left the jewelry store, Naruto had felt the presence of another being nearby, and while he waited for both Usagi and Luna to catch up to him, he focused his senses on the presence so he could remember it should he ever feel the presence again. It wasn't long before both Usagi and Luna joined him, and as they walked, Usagi noticed Naruto staring intently in the direction of the store. What's up, Naruto and I? Naruto snapped out of it and looked at his sister, smiling under his mask. Oh, it's nothing. Just thinking about the fight is all. Naruto lied so as not to worry the two. They'd all had a pretty tiring day, and the last thing he wanted was for them to get stressed out over something they couldn't do anything about. Yeah, that was a fight, wasn't it? But it was really amazing the way you fought, Naruto and I. I've never seen anything like it. Luna nodded in agreement with the sailor senshi. Indeed. That was a great display of skill and power, young man. You handled that battle exceptionally well. Naruto stood with his fists on his hips and spoke. Yeah, well, I'm just amazing like this. Usagi and Luna couldn't help but laugh and sweat drop at the statement. Naruto then turned to Usagi and placed a hand on her shoulder again. But let's also not forget your part in the fight. You did very well there, and I'm very proud of you, Usagi-nichin. Luna nodded. Usagi smiled as she reflected on those words. She had finally done something she didn't completely screw up, and in doing so, helped save many lives. That was something to always be proud of. Naruto turned around and started walking again as he called back. Let's go home, guys. It's getting late, and we'll be back at school in the morning. Usagi quickly became depressed at the mention of the word school. Man, why does it have to be a school night? And I still have to deal with Miss Haruna in the morning, too. Usagi grumbled as she started on her way back home as well. Luna simply sighed as she listened to the girl's complaints. She may be a sailor senshi, but she was still a teenager. Her thoughts turned to the blonde boy and the incredible abilities he possessed. Never in her wildest dreams did she think she'd find someone of his caliber, and as she moved into what would be her new home with her charges, She wondered what other surprises were in store for them all. Nor had I any idea what fate had in store for them and many others. Chapter 3, Night Radio, The Enemy Revealed. Alteres Beta. Jadeite, introduce yourself and report. Queen Beryl sat upon her throne as she once again addressed the gathering of minions in the grand throne room. When she learned that the first attempt to gather energy from humans had failed, the queen was greatly displeased, even more so when she heard that a pair of young teenagers were responsible for the destruction of one of her prized Yuma. Beryl expressed her displeasure quite well to her first general and informed him that she expected much more favorable results from their next attempt at energy harvesting. She now sat back and waited for said general to outline his latest plan. My queen, I inform you that I have discovered a new source of energy in humans. Apparently, they expel a great amount of energy in an emotion called love. Yes, I've heard about it. And do you have a plan to gather this energy? Yes, my queen. I have already sent my servant Flout to take full advantage of the human's weakness and harvest his energy for the Dark Kingdom. She awaits my command. Queen Beryl nodded as she gazed into her crystal ball, once again looking out at the Tokyo skyline. Very well then. You have my permission to go ahead with your plans. The queen's eyes narrowed as she looked back at Jadeite. Just try not to disappoint me like you did with your last attempt. I expect much better results this time. That is all. By your command, my queen. Night Jubin Tsukino residence. Now we find our two favorite blonde teenage girls turned senshi enjoying some quality time inside Usagi's room. After the battle with Morga, both Naruto and Usagi were able to talk with their new guardian Luna about their jobs as senshi more in depth. From what the two learned, there existed at least 9 sailor senshi, one for each planet, that protected the solar system from evil, and that at least 5 of the 9 had been reincarnated on Earth. Luna informed them that they needed to find these other 4 senshi so they could awaken their powers and help fight against the Dark Kingdom. However, Luna couldn't tell who these individuals were until she got close enough to them to sense their powers. Until then, Naruto and Usagi were alone. Usagi was sitting on her bed in her pink pajamas, clutching a pillow as she listened to the radio, waiting for a new show to begin airing. Naruto was in a pair of orange hoodies and pants, sitting cross-legged on the floor while playing with a certain belt. It was exactly 10 o'clock when the show Usagi was waiting for began. Good evening to all you night owls. It's the last hour of the night, and you know what that means. Time for the love line. Tonight we have a very special love letter from a very special lady, arriving to a long-lost friend, whom she'd like to get back in touch with. It's signed Hopeful Haruna. Inside her apartment, Sakurada Haruna started jumping up and down as she cheered excitedly upon hearing that her letter was going to be read on air. Haruna? Usagi spoke in shock upon hearing the writer's name. There was only one person she knew named Haruna. Naruto also perked up when he heard his teacher's name. Don't tell me Miss Haruna sent a letter to the love line. It can't be her. Teachers never have boyfriends. Naruto turned to Usagi with an amused expression on his face. And how do you know that, Neishan? Miss Haruna is just as young as you are. In fact, she probably knows more about love than you do, Usagi responded by turning to her brother and sticking her tongue out at him. And why? Before I read the letter, I just want to tell all of our listeners that Love Line always wants to help those in love. Write to us. If we read your letter on air, we'll reward you with a romantic prize. Naruto chuckled as he listened to his sister sigh into the radio. Truthfully, he'd rather be listening to Linkin Park, but since it was his sister's radio, he'd have to settle for it. It was around this time that Luna decided to visit the two of them as she walked through the door. Ah, good night, Luna. Naruto smiled and greeted his new tutor as she walked towards the two blondes. Good night to you too, Naruto. Are you okay? Luna greeted in return. I'm fine. Just hanging out with Usagi Nichan while she listens to the radio. Luna turned to Usagi as the radio DJ began reading Haruna's letter. Dear lost love, it's been several years since we saw each other, but you are never far from my heart. Usagi sighed once more as she began to imagine herself as a radio host who helped girls find true love. I wish I were a loving radio DJ, or maybe even a TV host. Naruto turned to his sister with a smile on his face. Well, no one said you couldn't. I think it would be great if you had your own radio or TV show. Maybe you could have me participate once in a while." Usagi smiled happily, as she continued deeper into the world of her imagination, while Luna decided she needed to do her part on the subject. "Usagi, you're too young to be thinking about things like that. You still need to finish school, and with your grades, that's where you should focus now. And besides, you still have the Dark Kingdom to worry about, and you two are destined to fight them." Naruto thought for a moment before answering the feline guardian. "Luna, as true as that may be, I doubt we'll be fighting the Dark Kingdom forever. One day we'll beat those pitiful monsters back to where they came from, and then we'll have our whole lives ahead of us." Naruto walked over and began scratching Luna's head. His gentle ministrations had the instant effect of making the cat purr. "Besides, it's like you said before, we're still young. So just let us have our dreams, okay? He may be a talking cat, but he's still a cat." Luna continued to purr happily as she began to lean into Naruto's hand. "I guess you're right, Naruto. Purr. Oh, his fingers feel so good." Luna had taken an instant liking to the mustachioed blonde, proving that she could be brave and reliable and could take control of things when she needed to, not to mention that she seemed to know exactly where the right spot was behind her ear to scratch. Usagi laughed as she watched the two interact with each other when she suddenly realized what Naruto had in front of her. "Hey, what's all this, Naruto and I? Huh?" Naruto looked back, causing him to stop scratching Luna. He said the cat pouted a little at her loss of attention until she too noticed what the boy was playing with. Displayed in front of Naruto was an ornate leather belt with several pouches attached along its length, all open and empty of their contents. Though both Usagi and Luna didn't immediately recognize the belt, if they had thought hard enough, they would have realized they had seen it once before. Neatly arranged on the belt were several sets of white-colored kunai, shurikens, saban needles, paper tags, scrolls, bottles, small balls, and a blade-tipped chain that had been arranged into their respective groups. "Oh, you mean this?" Naruto said, picking up the belt for the two to examine more closely. "I thought I could see all the stuff on the belt while you were listening to the radio. Where exactly did you get that belt, Naruto?" Luna asked as she inspected the item. Naruto blinked in confusion before smiling. "Don't tell me you don't remember this. It's part of my Shadow Senshi clothes from when I transformed into Moon Knight. I was wearing it when we fought that Yuma Morga." Usagi and Luna blinked a few times before their faces lit up in recognition. "Wow, is that like some kind of Shadow Senshi utility belt or something?" Usagi asked as she gave the belt another analyzing look. "I guess you could call it that," Naruto replied as he dropped the belt on the ground. Luna approached and began examining the numerous items present. "So you're able to remove items from the lunar necklace? Where in the world did you find a way to do that?" Luna knew how Senshi items physically stored the garments they wore when the Senshi transformed. However, she had never known someone could remove them without using the transformation. Naruto scratched the back of his neck as he began to answer the cat's question. "Well, you see, it was the strangest thing." Flashback one night before. Naruto lay in his bed as he slept soundly through the night, his face showing a calm expression as his mind rested in a dreamless sleep. Suddenly, his head began to spin as his mind suddenly ignited with activity. Within his mind, Naruto is assaulted by a barrage of knowledge. Knowledge relating to his Shadow Senshi abilities. Powers, skills, and techniques flooded his mind as he continued to thrash about in his bed until at last the wave of information ceased its invasion and Naruto jumped. His breathing slightly labored as he rubbed his forehead, trying to figure out where the strange knowledge came from. As he began to sort through the new information he now possessed, he failed to notice that the moon emblem on his lunar necklace glowed a pale white before the light quickly faded. End of flashback. "And once I was able to sort through all that new knowledge I had gained, I discovered that I could remove the belt when I focused some of my energy on the necklace and concentrated on the item I wanted to remove." Usagi and Luna stared at him for a moment before Luna broke the tension as she spoke. "Well, that was quite unexpected." Usagi nodded and looked at the small arsenal his brother had displayed in front of him. "So, that's all the stuff that was inside the belt?" Naruto nodded as he picked up one of the kunais and inspected it. "Yes, standard Shadow Senshi weapons and equipment. And you carried them with you the whole time? That's how it is. So why didn't you use them in the Yuma fight?" Naruto slowly turned around with a sheepish smile on his face as he scratched the back of his head. Because I didn't know about them beforehand. Thinking about it now, the fight would have been a lot easier if he had checked his belt when he first transformed. Luna sighed before returning her attention to the clock on the wall. It's getting late, you two. You need to go to bed since you both have school in the morning, Usagi grumbled under her breath, muttering something about hating school, and it starts too early. As she settled onto her bed while Naruto gathered his gear and placed it back into the pouches on his belt. When he was finished and made sure the pouches were properly secured, the boy placed his palm in the center of the belt with one hand and pulled the necklace closer with the other. Applying some power to the belt, and willing the item back into the necklace, the belt suddenly exploded with a poof into a puff of smoke before being pulled back towards the emblem. With that accomplished, Naruto put the necklace back on before standing up and heading towards the door. As he left the room, he turned to the two occupants and wished them good night. The next morning, Naruto sat at the breakfast table with his father Kenji, who was reading the morning paper as the two ate, while Ikuko continued making them portions in the kitchen. Shingo had already left for school after he quickly drank his food and ran out the door. When Kenji looked at the paper, he noticed there was a large red circle around the day's date in the header. Curiosity getting the better of him, he asked his wife, "Honey, why did you mark the date with a red magic marker?" Ikuko looked sternly at her husband as she brought more food to the table. She put down her plate and crossed her arms, leveling her eyes with his. "Oh, did I? Maybe because there's something special about today," Kenji thought quickly as he folded the paper. When he laid it on the table, he remembered how special the day had been. It was their wedding anniversary. "Oh, you mean besides it's our anniversary and I'm buying you dinner and dancing tonight? Thank God I just remembered." Ikuko instantly perked up as she smiled lovingly at her husband. "Oh ho ho ho. Oh, you remember." The housewife took a piece of toast and offered it to the man. "Say ah." Ikuko happily complied, taking a bite of the bread. Ikuko was a happy and loving woman most of the time, but when something riled her up, she could easily strike fear into even the bravest of men. And nothing seemed to infuriate her more than when her husband forgot their anniversary, something she had learned the hard way earlier in her marriage. Naruto looked up as he finished his meal and couldn't help but chuckle a little as he watched the two interact. "Dodged that bullet, didn't he, Dad?" Suddenly, the sound of screaming alerted everyone present that the daughter of the house had woken up. "Nei-chan is awake," Naruto thought as he got up from his seat and headed for the door. "Bye Mom, bye Dad, goodbye sweetheart," Ikuko replied as she watched her eldest son leave. A moment later, Usagi ran into the room, grabbed some toast, and ran out the door with only a few words of farewell. "Hello? Goodbye, Juban High School." Naruto and Usagi had managed to make it just in time thanks again to the blonde boy's knowledge of shortcuts. Now on a usual day, the moment the bell rings, Miss Haruna immediately cracks on with lectures and studies. However, today was quite unusual in the fact that it had been 15 minutes since the late bell rang and there was absolutely no sign of Miss Haruna anywhere. While the class waited, the students exchanged questions and theories. "Where is she? Miss Haruna never misses class," Usagi asked as she sat down in her seat next to Neru, both girls wondering what happened to their teacher who was late, which to the students seemed like a complete contradiction. Neru thought for a moment before speaking. "I think we'll end up with a substitute today. Hey, then it'll be a day off." Usagi talked about taking it easy in class for once. Sitting behind the two girls, Naruto had his head resting in his hands as he was deep in thought. Something doesn't feel right here. I've never seen Miss Haruna skip a class since I entered middle school. Before Naruto could ponder the situation further, the classroom door opened to reveal Miss Haruna finally arriving. The entire class gasped when they saw the state of their teacher. The woman looked absolutely exhausted as she staggered over to her desk. The other thing different about the usually energetic instructor was the presence of a flower brooch pinned to the left side of her coat. As Haruna literally dragged herself to her seat, she wearily began her lesson, or tried to. "Okay, class, today I want you to read chapters 19 through 6 and prepare to take a midterm pop." The class tripped as they listened to their teacher give jumbled instructions and incoherent chatter. Invisible to everyone, The flower brooch pinned to Haruna's jacket began to glow faintly as the red-haired teacher's energy seeped in. As more energy left her, Haruna grew weaker and sleepier. "Now I want you to keep reading your books and wake me up when the last bell rings." With that, the woman let out a huge yawn before closing her eyes and falling asleep, falling face first onto her desk with a loud thud. Ouch! The entire class watched with a mix of shock, confusion, and amazement as the teacher, who after hitting her head on the desk hard enough to give anyone a concussion, simply snored as she drifted off into dreamland. Naruto finally snapped out of his shock and stood up to see his suddenly narcoleptic instructor. The boy had known his teacher for a long time, and while he had seen her arrive tired before, likely from staying up late looking for potential boyfriends, he had never seen her fall asleep in the middle of the lecture. So it was with some concern that he made his way over to the sleeping woman. When he placed a hand on her shoulder, his senses activated as his abilities allowed him to sense the energy of a person very close while not in senshi form. Wow! Miss Haruna is completely exhausted, Naruto thought as he began shaking the woman in an attempt to wake her up. "Miss Haruna! Wake up!" "Miss H." Usagi watched her brother try to wake Miss Haruna and spoke in a cheerful tone. "Come on, Naruto and I, let her sleep. We can relax all day until school's out if you don't make us study." Naruto turned and glared at his sister to let her know how serious the situation was before returning to his attempts to wake the sleeping teacher. Streets of Juban. Luna moved through the busy streets looking for a place to establish communications with Central Control, the organization that was aiding her in her quest to find the Sailor Senshi. As she looked around, she reflected on her mission and her accomplishments so far. In the past week, not only had she found and awakened the Moon Senshi, but she had also discovered a Shadow Senshi and helped them eliminate a Yuma, thus throwing a wrench into the Dark Kingdom's plans. Although it was a great victory for the Senshi, Luna knew they would be on the move again very soon. Luna began to think about the 2 wards she now had under her watch. Usagi was a very cheerful girl, however, she could be a bit selfish and whiny at times, in addition to being a bit lazy, clumsy, and not all that motivated when it came to her studies. However, despite the girl's shortcomings, she was very kind and caring and always tried to see the brighter side of things. The cat had to admit she was somewhat surprised at how well she stayed cool under pressure during the Yuma fight and how she turned her opponent's attack into her own, no doubt something she learned from her brother and his influence on her, which led her to the second blonde in the photo. Naruto came as a complete surprise to her. Not only had she not expected to find a Shadow Senshi on Earth since she believed they had all been wiped out, but he was Usagi's adoptive brother and lived under the same roof. Now, this was defiantly a blessing to her. Naruto displayed many of the traits of a leader. He was kind, gentle, and friendly, and at the same time, he was calm, cool, and focused when he needed to be. He had the ability to analyze a situation and come up with an immediate plan to resolve a crisis. He was strong and skilled, something that was made quite evident when he fought hand-to-hand with the Yuma in the jewelry store earlier. But what truly caught the guard cat's attention was when he displayed an ability she had never seen before. The blonde's ability to make solid copies of himself was something that left her dumbfounded. She had never heard of anyone being able to make clones of themselves, though she had admitted that she had never been told about the Shadow Senshi's abilities. However, seeing them in action, she was absolutely thrilled that they had such an amazing weapon in their hands. Elimination, as it meant they could level the playing field should the enemy call for reinforcements. "Yes, I believe Naruto will be an invaluable asset to the group and an excellent leader for the team." Luna spoke as she stopped in front of the doors of the Game Crown Arcade, which happened to open to reveal Furuhata Motoki preparing for another day of work. "Well, hello? You must be Luna." Luna was almost frightened by how close she came to blowing her cover, and it hadn't even been a month since she arrived in the city. She quickly regained her composure and adopted the persona of a typical house cat, meowing and yowling to keep the man from suspecting her. As she continued to act, Luna realized exactly who she had run into. This must be one of Naruto and Usagi's friends. The one Usagi likes. Motoki knelt down and began rubbing Luna's head as he continued. "You know Naruto and Usagi told me about you the other day." Don't tell me you're also here to play video games. As Luna began to think about the game room, she realized it was actually an ideal place to settle in. It was conveniently located between Tsukino's house and the school, making it ideal for when new information or trouble arose. Well, as much as I'd like to stay and play with you, I have to get ready for work. I'll see you later, Luna. With that, the blonde arcade owner stood up and headed back inside, leaving Luna to her thoughts. Yeah, this place will work great. I'll just have to sneak in later and play with one of the machines, and I'll have a communication system up and running in no time. It's perfect. Luna spoke once more because she was sure no one was around to hear her. She would have to be very careful not to make the same mistake again. Just then, the sound of a siren caught her attention as an ambulance drove past her, heading towards the street. Luna followed it with her eyes and realized it was heading towards the school. Although she wanted to know what had happened, she couldn't afford to go looking out of curiosity. She had too much to do. Jubin Junior High School. Shortly after, the ambulance arrived at the school, and within minutes, a still sleeping Haruna was loaded into the vehicle, which departed for the nearest hospital. Miss Haruna's class watched from their second-floor window, worried about their teacher. No one should be able to fall asleep after a full hour of trying to wake the woman, especially after Naruto's trick. Flashback half an hour earlier, Naruto continued with his attempts to wake Miss Haruna from a sleep that not even the dead could achieve. The blonde boy had tried everything he could think of, pinching, poking, shaking, slapping lightly, slapping harder, slapping even harder, slapping her directly, dousing her with a glass of water, dousing her with a bucket of water. No matter what he tried, the teacher was still asleep. The entire class was shocked and amused by the attempts the blonde made and were starting to get a little worried for the woman since Naruto looked like he was getting desperate. Usagi decided to express her concern in the hopes that Naruto wouldn't try anything that could harm Miss Haruna. Naruto and we might want to call the beginning here. We might have better luck waking her up. Naruto, however, wouldn't be deterred by his sister's advice. He still had one more idea to try. Walking to the corner of the class, Naruto pulled a bucket of ice water from God knows where, placed it on the desk in front of the teacher, grabbed her by the shoulders, and proceeded to dunk the woman's head in the bucket. The class gasped in shock and spoke at the blonde's extreme measure. What are you doing? You're crazy? Oh, she's going to be mad. Naruto ignored the class as he watched air bubbles rise from the water around Haruna's submerged face before pulling her out. Now he and the entire class were expecting to find a very awake and extremely angry teacher on their hands, and he was pretty sure Naruto was going to get a week of detention and extra homework as punishment for his little trick. However, the only response they had was a certain sound escaping the teacher's lips. The jaws of every member of the class now rested squarely on their desks as they stared at the teacher with wide eyes. No one able to say anything as Miss Haruna continued to mimic a saw log. Naruto glared at her, his right eyebrow twitching uncontrollably as he summed up his failed attempts with a single internal thought. Okay. Seriously. What the hell? End of flashback. It was after that Naruto relented and asked the headmaster to come and help, though he had a hard time explaining why Miss Haruna was halfway soaked with water. When the faculty had no luck reviving the sleeping woman, they called the paramedics. As the class continued to throw theories at their teachers about the sudden sleep disorder, Naruto remained silent as he thought about the situation. Something's not right here. Miss Haruna has never gotten up and fallen asleep in the middle of class before, and after everything I did to her, she should have been screaming for my blood. Add to that the fact that her energy was almost non-existent, and it just doesn't make sense. Unless, hey Naruto and what do you think happened to him? Naruto was brought out of his inner thoughts by his sister's question as he turned to her and shook his head. I don't know, Neishan. I'm not sure why she would fall asleep like that. The blonde may have said that, but he had a good idea why this happened. He just couldn't say it out loud in a crowded room. Maybe he has some kind of sleeping sickness. Yumino spoke up, deciding to add his opinion to the discussion. Usagi put her finger to her chin as she struck a pose. This is really weird. I mean, I've never heard of a teacher falling asleep at her desk before. Neru decided to join in as well. Maybe she stayed up late listening to that new show, The Love Line. I'm feeling a little tired since I stayed up late listening to it past midnight, but that still doesn't explain how she fell asleep during Naruto's torture session," Yumino said as he readjusted his glasses. The group simply shrugged as Usagi stared at her teacher's empty desk. "Well, since class is cancelled, I guess that means we're up for nothing." The blonde turned to her friend and brother. "So who's ready to go shopping?" Usagi asked with a smile on her face. That girl was going to milk the situation for all it was worth. Juban Shopping District FM radio station number 10. As the workers at the city's main radio station continued with their daily tasks, several staff members found themselves in a rather unique and disconcerting situation. Many were currently faced with a large pile of letters addressed to the station. While it wasn't uncommon for the station to receive letters, in fact, it happened all the time, the fact remained that all of these letters were addressed to a program called the Love Line, a program that, to everyone's knowledge, didn't exist. As the group sorted through the massive amount of fan mail, the director in charge spoke up. "Tell me something, why the hell are we getting letters for a show that doesn't even exist?" "I don't know, sir. I've never heard of this Love Line show, and no one I've spoken to seems to." One of the attendants spoke up as he continued to sort through the stack. "Well, someone needs to figure out what's going on. In the meantime, we have to do something with all these letters." Just as the group finished sorting the letters, a woman approached. She was an attractive woman with short red hair, pale skin, and an hourglass figure. "Are those the letters from the new Love Line broadcast, sir?" The woman spoke, drawing the attention of the group of workers. "Do you know anything about all this, ma'am?" the director asked, looking at the woman for a second. He smiled and replied, "Yes, I was sent especially. Did headquarters send you?" the man asked a little more cautiously. It seemed this woman wasn't going to be as easy as he thought. He wasn't in the mood to get into trouble for flirting with a lady who had ties to headquarters. He never noticed the redhead's eyes flicker as she giggled a little before answering once more. "You can say that." Streets of Juban. After leaving school, the group of friends had separated for the day, with Usagi and Nara heading to the shopping district, while Naruto headed to the hospital after deciding to check on Miss Haruna. As they walked through the busy streets, the two women chatted about the usual girly things. During the conversation, Nara decided to inform her best friend about the small project she was working on. "I'm going to write the perfect love letter for the Love Line DJ to read on air." "But Naru, you don't even have a boyfriend. How are you going to write a letter to someone who doesn't exist?" Usagi asked, trying to understand her friend's reasoning. Naru turned her head and smiled. "It's simple enough, Usagi. I'll just make one up to write about." The redhead placed a finger to her chin in thought. "Maybe I can use Naruto-kun." It wouldn't be a huge surprise to anyone to learn that the girl had a bit of a crush on the mustachioed blonde. Then again, so did the rest of the school's female population. Usagi smiled as she thought about the idea in her head. "Hey, yeah, that's a great idea. You could be the ideal guy." The blonde girl blushed a little as she began to think about what a perfect boyfriend would be. "He'd be smart, funny, considerate, nice, a true gentleman, and totally cool. Something like Naruto and I." HCHO. Inside Juban Secondary General Hospital, a certain blonde, mustachioed boy rubbed his nose after a massive sneeze. "Someone's thinking about me," Naruto thought as he continued to watch over his sleeping teacher in the hopes that someone in the hospital could help wake her up. Meanwhile, Usagi had just finished her train of thought when she absent-mindedly bumped into someone, causing the girl to fall backward onto her butt. Realizing she had just run into someone because she wasn't paying attention, she hurried to stand up and apologize. "I'm so sorry. Forgive my rudeness," the girl said as she bowed her head towards the person. However, instead of a proper response, she received a barrage of laughter directed at her. When she looked up, she saw the one person she really didn't want to see, the same guy who had insulted her and Naruto outside the OSAP jewelry store. When the man finished his fit of laughter, he looked back at the girl with a smug smirk on his face. "What was that you said about someone being cool? Because that's certainly not you." Usagi glared at the boy as he continued his insults. "Shouldn't a girl like you be home studying right now? You certainly don't want to fail your next exam like you did the last one." Well, I've got to run. See you, meatball head. And with that, the man passed by with a final parting laugh. Don't call me that, idiot. Usagi snarled as she glared daggers at the back of the boy's head. Naru approached her now steaming best friend. Wow, Usagi, you and Mamura don't get along very well, huh? Yeah, well, that guy can go jump in the lake for all I care. Man, I wish Naruto and I was here. He put that guy in his place. Usagi snorted as she turned around and started walking again. She also filed the man's name away for later and also asked her friend how she knew his name in the first place. Tsukino Residence Night. Usagi and Luna waited patiently in the blonde girl's room for Love Line to air that evening. When Usagi arrived home earlier, she had decided to straighten out her own love letter for the show, and had sat down to the task with Luna watching intently. However, it would seem that the girl's idea was doomed before it even began, as she encountered a major case of writer's block, and as such, not a single word was written. When Luna commented on the girl's lack of progress, she somehow convinced Usagi to apply to the station. Now, how the blonde's thoughts turned from writing a letter to self-auditioning at a radio station is beyond anyone's supposition. So with that, Usagi, with Luna reluctantly in tow, headed to the station. However, progress was immediately hindered when the guard at the main gate denied them access to the station under the notion that the program the young woman had informed him about didn't exist. After a brief discussion with the man, the two returned home. Knowing what they had heard on the radio last night, the two wanted to confirm their claim, while they waited for 10 o'clock to arrive. While they waited, a small knock was heard on the door as Naruto entered the room. Hey guys! The boy greeted as he closed the door and joined his sister sitting on the bed. Hey Naruto and I! Did Miss Haruna ever wake up? Usagi asked as she readjusted herself to stand next to her brother. Naruto looked on as he shook his head. No, she's still unconscious. She showed absolutely no signs of waking up, so the hospital couldn't do anything for her. They said it seemed like a normal dream, but they don't know why she doesn't wake up with normal stimulation, and until they can figure out the cause of this, they're afraid to try anything that might hurt her. Usagi rolled over onto her back as she pondered the situation. Man, this is so weird. Is it Nei-chan? Naruto asked as he got out of bed and moved to a wall to lean against as he addressed the other two members of the group. Is it really that strange for this to happen? What do you mean, Naruto and I? Usagi asked, sitting up straight in bed. Luna was also intrigued by Naruto's question. What I mean is, this situation is very similar to the one we encountered when we fought with Yuma. I never said anything before in class, but when I touched Miss Haruna after she fell asleep, I felt like her energy had been drained. On top of that, I heard the hospital staff say that there were several cases of people falling asleep and staying asleep in the Juban area over the past week. Luna's eyes widened at the blonde's statement. Are you saying the Dark Kingdom is behind this? Naruto nodded. Yeah, it looks like they're back in business. So now the only question is where they've settled. It was then that Usagi's watch rang out, signaling 10 o'clock when the radio cut out once again. It's late at night. It's time, once again, for the love line. Usagi instantly perked up as she moved in front of the radio. I knew I heard right. That guard didn't know what he was talking about, the blonde said as she listened to the transmission. Luna, meanwhile, had decided to look in the local newspaper for the radio station's schedule. When she found it, she was a little surprised that the show wasn't listed anywhere. This show started fairly recently, right? So why isn't it in the newspaper? Naruto turned his attention back to the cat and approached her. Let me see that. Luna allowed the boy to take the paper and examine it. Sure enough, the program known as Love Line was not listed on the station's schedule. Hey, Nei-chan. How long has this program been on? About a week now. Why? Naruto didn't reply as he cupped his chin thoughtfully in his hand. At the same time, people started falling into dead sleep. I wonder. As Naruto continued to ponder, Usagi turned her attention back to the radio. Our love letter of the night is addressed to a mysterious man who is very lucky to have a wonderful secret admirer named Naru. What? Naru read a letter on Love Line? Usagi spoke in shock. FM radio station number 10. Inside one of the station's broadcast rooms, Flau, a Yuma disguised as the redhead from earlier, stood as she watched a certain blonde-haired man speak into the radio microphone with Nara's letter in his hand. The Yuma laughed a little before thinking to herself, with all the fan mail we've been receiving, this show is going to continue for a long time. And that means a lot of energy to harvest for the Dark Kingdom. Queen Beryl will be very pleased. Within the recording, the man continued speaking into the microphone. Now remember, listeners. Every night we'll read these letters, and for every letter we read, we'll send a very special prize to the sender the next morning. The man took an item from the desk in front of him and examined it. The item was a flower brooch, the same type Miss Haruna was wearing that morning. The man began to smile and laugh as he looked at the brooch, pleased with himself at how well his plan was progressing. Jubin Junior High School the next morning. Class was anything but normal the next day. As Miss Haruna was still away, the class had been assigned a substitute and ordered to do independent study for the day. However, there was hardly any studying going on at the time as the class was excited about reading Nara's letter on air the night before. As the DJ had promised, Nara had received a gift from the station first thing that morning and was very excited to show off to her friends. She held up the unopened package to the group gathered around her. Was that your letter on the radio, Naru? One of the friends asked as she watched her friend smile. I couldn't believe it was red. I thought I was going to faint right there. So who was the lucky one you wrote to? Nara blushed slightly as she replied. Oh, just some guy I was thinking about. The redhead stole a quick glance over her shoulder to see Naruto enjoying some light reading. I wonder if he heard my letter. So what are you waiting for, Naru? Open the present already. Usagi said, eager to see what her best friend had received. Okay. Here it goes. Naru opened the package and took out a familiar flower brooch. While the girls marveled at its beauty, Usagi quickly recognized the accessory. Hey, isn't that the same brooch Miss Haruna wore yesterday? The question brought Naruto out of his reading as he turned his attention to the group of young ladies. Wait, doesn't that mean she was hopeful Haruna? One of the girls asked. Yes, it has to be. I guess Naruto and I was right before. Naru quickly placed the brooch on her uniform. As soon as the flower was in place, it began to glow faintly as the girl's energy began to be diverted toward the object. And with her energy leaving her, Naru began to feel very sleepy. What's going on? I feel so tired. The redhead let out a small yawn before her eyes closed, and she fell asleep. Naru, are you okay? Wake up. Usagi spoke as she tried to wake her friend. However, the brooch was still gathering energy, and when Usagi got close enough, the brooch began to drain her energy as well. It only took a few seconds for Usagi to join Naru in a sweet slumber as she fell to the ground with a thump. Naruto saw his sister suddenly collapse and was instantly by her side. Usagi Nichan. Wake up. Hey, Nei-chan. Come on. The boy shook his sister, trying to wake her up. When all he got was a low mumble, he picked her up bridal style and looked back at the group of girls. I'll take her to the nurse's office. I'll be right back to get Naru too. And with that, Naruto shot out of the room with a sleeping Usagi in his arms. Usagi's dream world. Usagi dreamed she was flying through the moonlit night. Nothing but her, Mr. Moon, and the clouds below. She laughed softly to herself. There was nothing wrong with this world of hers, no dangers, no chores, nothing to disrupt her tranquility as she soared through the air. This was truly her little piece of heaven. As she continued her dream flight, she saw something. It was a man from what she could see as she approached the figure. The person was wearing a long, white cloak and had spiky, light blonde hair. She could tell the person had a good build from the way he filled out the cloak. Excuse me. Who are you and why are you in my dreams? Usagi asked as she floated behind the person. The man turned his head, showing Usagi part of his face as his hair cast a shadow over his eyes, but from what she could see, the boy was quite handsome. Usagi blushed as the man smiled and spoke. You know who I am, dear Usagi. The man spoke in a voice that was like honey to her ears. Usagi blushed and deepened her expression slightly at the man's response. Do I want to? The man stood there looking at her over his shoulder. Even though she couldn't see his eyes, she swore he was raising an eyebrow at her response. You don't know? Usagi replied again, shaking her head. Was this really someone she knew? The man laughed a little. As fast as Usagi could blink, the man instantly closed the distance between them and hugged her. Usagi began to blush up a storm as she could feel him holding her tenderly, his right hand pressing into the small of her back while his left hand held the back of her head. Her own head was now hovering over his left shoulder as he whispered into her ear. "Well, then I guess I'll have to tell you." Usagi's breathing became a little labored as she could feel the heat of the man's body, not to mention the firm muscles pressing against her, and his soft breath tickling her ear. This was a dream she didn't want to wake up from, and she confirmed it with her thoughts. "Please don't wake me. Please don't wake me. Please don't wake me. Please don't wake me. Please don't wake me." Just as she was about to lose control, she grabbed the man's face and started kissing him silly. Damn her identity. The man leaned closer to her ear, took a deep breath and screamed, "Wake up, Nichin!" Without blinking, the man instantly closed the distance between them and hugged her. Usagi began to blush up a storm as she could feel him holding her tenderly, his right hand pressing into the small of her back while his left hand held the back of her head. Her own head was now hovering over his left shoulder as he whispered into her ear. "Well, then I guess I'll have to tell you." Usagi's breathing became a little labored as she could feel the heat of the man's body, not to mention the firm muscles pressing against her, and his soft breath tickling her ear. This was a dream she didn't want to wake up from, and she confirmed it with her thoughts. "Please don't wake me. Please don't wake me. Please don't wake me. Please don't wake me. Please don't wake me." Just as she was about to lose control, she grabbed the man's face and started kissing him silly. Damn her identity. The man leaned closer to her ear, took a deep breath and screamed, "Wake up, Nichin!" Reality. Usagi shot out of bed kicking and screaming before gravity finally took over again and sent her bouncing back down onto the mattress. The girl looked around frantically in an effort to regain her bearings before finally noticing Naruto standing beside her bed. The boy breathed a sigh of relief at seeing his sister back in the world of the living. "Thank God, I thought I'd never wake you up." Usagi blinked a couple of times, then started staring and growling at the boy, who suddenly took a step back from the terrifying girl. "Damn it, Naruto and I! Just when he was getting better!" Usagi yelled as she continued to glare at her brother. Sorry?" Naruto replied while scratching the back of his neck. Usagi snorted as she crossed her arms and looked away from Naruto to find Naru sleeping in a neighboring bed. Usagi got out of bed and approached her best friend, her face filled with concern. "Naru, what happened to him?" Naruto approached his sister and looked at the redhead. "She's in the same dead sleep Miss Haruna fell into. No one has been able to wake her." Usagi grew even more concerned as she placed her hand on the girl's forehead. "How could this happen?" the blonde asked as she gently rubbed Naru's head. Naruto turned his gaze to the brooch still attached to Naru's uniform. "If my suspicions are correct, it has something to do with this flower here. And I think I know a way to confirm that." Naruto then raised his hand and held it over the flower. As he did, he began to channel his energy through his arm and allowed it to gather in his palm. Feeling the energy build up, the flower began to draw it towards itself. Naruto felt the energy being filtered by the flower and quickly withdrew his hand and cut off the flow of energy to his arm. With a nod, he spoke. "It's all right. It seems the Dark Kingdom is using these flowers to drain people of their strength." Usagi gasped as she realized what that meant. "That means they're using the radio station as a base." "Exactly, and it also means we'll pay her a little visit tonight. Let's go home and inform Luna what's going on, then we can get ready." FM radio station number 10 later that night. After the two siblings returned home and informed Luna of everything that had happened, the trio waited until nightfall before sneaking out of the house and heading to the radio station. Upon arriving, the group encountered their first obstacle, the same security guard who had detained Usagi the night before. "Oh great! It's that guard again. How are we going to outrun Mr. So serious about his job?" Usagi asked as the trio knelt down to discuss their entry plan. Luna winked at the girl as she answered her question. "I have just what you need." Luna proceeded to perform a flip in the air, this time producing a pink pen with a red diamond on top. Usagi took the pen while marveling at its design. "Wow, is this another one of your Luna items?" Luna nodded in response. "Yes, it's called the lunar pen, and it's a powerful item that allows you to transform into anything you wish to be. All you have to do is shout disguise power and then tell it what you want to be. Usagi stared at the pen with absolute fascination. Oh wow! This is going to be great! Without further delay, Usagi held the pen above her and screamed, "Disguise power! Transform me into a sophisticated talent agent!" As the feather's power flared to life, the diamond glowed as bands of rainbow light arced around the gem. When the bands completed their circle, they exploded outward into a pink light. The light completely enveloped Usagi, with only her silhouette visible. When the light faded, it revealed the transformed version of the blonde girl. Usagi now appeared as an older version of herself, around 23 or so. Her hair had changed from its long twin ponytails to wavy, neck-length hair. She wore a long-sleeved pink dress and a short skirt. She finished her new look with a pair of white heels. Usagi took a brief moment to absorb her new appearance before she started giggling like the schoolgirl she was. Wow, it really worked. Hey, not bad, Nei-chan. It suits you well. Naruto commented, giving her his foxy grin and a thumbs up. He actually thought she looked stunning in that form. Thanks, Naruto and I. Usagi smiled back at the praise, then blinked as she realized something. Hey, what about you? You can't come in without a disguise too. Do you have another one of these pens, Luna? The girl/woman asked as she turned to the guard cat. Luna shook her head sadly. No, I only had a pen. I'm sorry, but you might have to find another way in Naruto. Naruto laughed a little before winking. Actually, I already have something for that occasion. The blonde boy took a few steps before clasping his hands together, forming the Inu, I, and Hitsuji hand signs before shouting. Henj no Jutsu. 1. There was a pop as Naruto was instantly engulfed in a puff of smoke. When the smoke cleared, Usagi and Luna found a different person standing in the exact spot Naruto had been. The person was a man, about the same age as her disguised sister. He had slicked back light blonde hair, ocean blue eyes, and no whisker marks. He wore a blue suit and matching pants with a black tie. Black formal shoes finished his look. This should work. The man spoke in a deep, mature voice that befitted his image. Not Naruto and I? Usagi asked, completely stunned that her brother had another amazing ability. Luna was in a very similar state. Yeah, it's me, alright. What do you think? It's my own transformation ability I got from that weird dream earlier. Pretty cool, huh? The disguised Naruto replied while smiling at the two individuals' reactions. He loved surprising people, and this ability would definitely give him endless hours of entertainment. Luna finally snapped out of her shock enough to speak. My word, it is an incredible ability, Naruto. I must say, it puts even the power of the lunar pen to shame. The cat then placed a paw on her chin as she thought of something. You know, I remember someone saying that the lunar pen was made to mimic a certain ability the Shadow Senshi possessed. I guess she knows what that ability was now. Well, now that we're properly disguised, I think it's time we got this show on the road. Naruto spoke as he approached his sister and offered her an arm. Shall we? Usagi nodded and took the offered appendage as the two began walking toward the station's main gate. Only a minor mishap briefly stopped them when Usagi stumbled a bit since she wasn't used to wearing high heels. The only thing keeping the blonde girl from hitting the concrete was her grip on her brother's arm. After composing themselves, the two headed toward the gate and after talking with the guard for a bit, gained access to the station. Luna was easily able to evade the guard's notice as she stealthily moved around the man and ran inside to meet up with the heroic duo. After some searching, the trio found the broadcast room they were looking for, and just in time, as the program was just beginning. Oh boy, that's my kind of job. Everyone's sleeping, Usagi declared as she looked through the porthole. Naruto lightly tapped his head. I don't think they're sleeping. Luna narrowed her eyes as she looked down from her position on Naruto's shoulder. It's the Dark Kingdom, I'm sure of it. We have to stop them now. Naruto straightened as Luna jumped off the boy. Very well then. Time to lay down the law, Naruto declared as he prepared to spring into action. With one swift motion, he grabbed the door handle and flung it open, surprising the woman inside as the two blondes rushed in. Who the hell are you? What do you think you're doing? The woman glared at her as the two intruders stared at her. The program has ended, Red. This program has just been cancelled. Emphasizing his point, the blonde boy flicked his wrist, causing a white kunai he had hidden in his sleeve to emerge in his hand. In an instant, he threw the kunai at the control console, causing it to crackle and fizz as the blades sliced through the delicate circuitry, abruptly and permanently halting the transmission. The disguised Yuma looked at the ruined control panel before turning to the blonde duo with hatred in her eyes. Who the hell do you think you are? Naruto simply smiled as he replied. We're the ones who will kick your pitiful young lady all the way back to the Dark Kingdom, bitch. Flau's eyes widened as she realized this man knew what she was. How do you know what I am? Relax, I can smell a Yuma a mile away. And baby, you stink. Even outside of his shadow senshi state, he had some sensory ability, and being this close to her, he could feel the aura coming off this woman. The man sitting inside the booth had noticed the commotion outside. As he stood up, the being seemed to flicker out of existence before reappearing right next to the angry Yuma. Well, what do we have here? Intruders. Jadeite commented as he smiled at the two disguised senshi. Usagi took a step back, flinching at the man's unsettling gaze. Is he a Yuma too? Careful, Nei-chan, this one has a lot of power. Naruto looked at the man, gauging his strength. He could feel the intense power radiating off him, and he was definitely much stronger than the Yuma he was standing next to or the one they'd fought earlier. The boy wasn't sure what to make of him, but one thing was for sure, this guy was no pushover. The man laughed sinisterly at the other man's observation. You are quite perceptive. In fact, I am not a simple Yuma. I am Jadeite, one of the 4 generals of the Dark Kingdom. Jadeite's eyes narrowed as an evil smile appeared on his face. You should know that before you die. Sorry, buddy. We're not planning on dying today, Naruto said as he shifted into a battle stance, ready to move in an instant. Usagi followed her brother's example and did the same. Well, that's a shame. You're going to die anyway. Flau, take them out. Yes, my lord. The red-haired woman replied as her disguise dissolved, revealing her true self. The Yuma grew taller as her hair grew longer and wavier. Her skin took on a purple tint, and her eyes turned red and yellowish. She wore a one-piece cloth that resembled a toga and had a scar on her forehead similar to Morga's. Time to die! Flau screamed as she opened her mouth, and a blast of energy screamed from her throat and towards the two heroes. Dodge it! Naruto shouted as the two jumped back to avoid the attack. The blast forced the brothers into a hallway where they ran to put some distance between themselves and their opponents. I think now would be a good time for you two to transform, Luna suggested as she quickly caught up with the blondes. Naruto looked at the cat and nodded. Yeah, I think you're right. Sailor Moon, let's do this. Usagi nodded as well. Correct. Moon Prism Power, Makeup, Moon Power, Transformation. As the two completed their transformation sequences, agents of the Dark Kingdom appeared in the hallway, coming face to face with the protectors of Earth in their combat forms. The senshi turned around as they made their introductions. I am Sailor Moon, the champion of justice. I am Moon Knight, protector of the innocent. Sailor Moon. In the name of the moon, we will right the wrongs, Moon Knight, and triumph over evil, both. And that means you. Jadeite simply laughed at the duo's proclamation and spoke. Wow, that's a pretty serious statement, but I wonder if you have the strength to back it up. Oh, trust me. We have enough power to kick your ass twice. Lunar Knight declared boldly as he prepared for the imminent attack. Jadeite's eyes narrowed at the masked senshi's response. Well, then we'll have to see if you're right. And so, the fight began as Flau dashed forward, firing shot after shot of energy blasts at the senshi. Lunar Knight quickly discovered that they were at a severe disadvantage from the start. The confines of the hallway they were in prevented the duo from effectively dodging the Yuma's ranged attacks, which she seemed to be thoroughly enjoying as she watched the two senshi desperately jump and dive to avoid her blasts. Lunar Knight barely dodged another blast as he flew and rolled across the ground before righting himself into a crouch. He didn't like this one bit. The explosive power of the Yuma attacks prevented Sailor Moon or himself from effectively countering the enemy, and with them practically bottled up inside the hallway, the Yuma didn't have to expend much effort targeting them. They were practically fish in a barrel. This is ridiculous. There has to be a way to put some distance between us and that Yuma, the masked senshi thought as she quickly scanned their surroundings. Suddenly it would seem that luck had struck when she spotted a large hole in the ceiling that had been created by one of Flau's attacks, and that led straight to the roof of the station. That's it! Sailor Moon, this way! Lunar Knight yelled to his partner, as she was nearly shot up by another blast. The blonde girl dove in behind him as he reached into one of his pouches, pulled out several pellets, and tossed them at the enemy. Upon contact with the ground, the pellets suddenly exploded into a large cloud of smoke that covered the entire hallway and had the added effect of choking the two Dark Kingdom agents. As the Yuma and the general coughed and gagged on the smoke, Lunar Knight quickly turned to her fellow senshi and pointed at the hole in the ceiling. Up there! Go! With a nod, the girl leaped through the gap, with Lunar Knight following close behind. When the smoke cleared and the two could finally breathe again, Jadeite and Flau found themselves alone in a destroyed hallway with no senshi in sight. Flau grunted as he looked around trying to locate his prey. Damn! Where did they go? Jadeite was also a little angry that the two senshi had managed to pull a vanishing trick on them. Flau, find them and destroy them. Don't let them get away. Yes, my lord. Flau responded to his general's order and proceeded to search for the two heroes. Ceiling, Lunar Knight and Sailor Moon knelt behind one of the air conditioning units on the roof. By the time the two senshi had kissed, they had quickly gotten used to their new surroundings and found it ideal for dealing with the exploding Happy Yuma, as it provided them with both room to maneuver and cover, something the hallway below definitely lacked. Taking the opportunity to take a break from fighting, they began making plans. Lunar Knight took the moment to go over everything in his head. The Yuma, Flau, seemed to constantly use her energy attack from a distance, so that logically meant she wasn't as effective in close-range combat. Not to say she was weak, no, he was sure that if the Yuma got its claws into either of them, the outcome would be quite grim. Considering that if the Yuma went into a close-range attack, she would become careless and more prone to making mistakes. This was the key to their victory. The only problem was Jadeite. The man hadn't made a single move during the fight, and he decided to let his minion do the damage, but this only meant that they had to be extremely cautious around him. From what Lunar Knight could sense through his sensor ability, and the fact that he held the high rank of general, he was certain that this guy was dangerous. If he decided to join the battle, it would be very catastrophic. So the masked senshi made her decision, but this only meant that they had to be extremely cautious around him. From what Lunar Knight could sense through his sensor ability, and the fact that he held the high rank of general, he was certain that this guy was dangerous. If he decided to join the battle, it would be very catastrophic. So the masked senshi made her decision, but this only meant that they had to be extremely cautious around him. From what Lunar Knight could sense through his sensor ability, and the fact that he held the high rank of general, he was certain that this guy was dangerous. If she decided to join the battle, it would be disastrous. So the masked senshi made her decision. The Moon Knight turned to her companion and spoke. Sailor Moon, I want you to listen to me carefully. Said girl immediately looked up and listened as she continued. It won't take them long to figure out where we are. When they come, I want you to take care of that Yuma. Huh? Me? But what are you going to do? Sailor Moon asked, clearly surprised that he asked her to take care of Flau alone. I'm going to take care of Jadeite. We can't allow him to join the battle. I'll keep him busy while you fight the Amazon's rejection. Also, I want to ask him something. But how do I fight her when she keeps ruining everything? This rooftop offers a lot of cover, and you can dodge more easily here. Besides, I've been thinking, since she seems to favor that ranged attack so much, she probably isn't too comfortable with melee. Find a way to bring her in close. And how do I do that? Sailor Moon asked, understandably skeptical of this idea. Lunar Knight gave her a smile as he answered. I was in a lot of fights when we were younger, Nei-chan, and I found that a little teasing goes a long way. He looked at her seriously as he placed a hand on her shoulder. You can do this, Sailor Moon. I believe in you. Sailor Moon looked at her brother for a moment before preparing herself and nodding. Lunar Knight returned the nod with one of his own before turning his head. There. Looking back at her, he nodded one last time. You know what to do. Good luck. And with that, the masked senshi quickly made their way through the ceiling to where she felt the Yuma general appear. Meanwhile, Sailor Moon prepared for her fight with the Yuma. Flau fluttered over the rooftop, searching for her prey. After searching the interior of the building for the senshi, she discovered the hole in the roof, and after putting 2 and 2 together, she wasted no time flying through the hole in search of the 2 heroes. She was eager to give them a one-way ticket to oblivion, courtesy of Air Flau. Where are they? The Yuma asked aloud as she peered across the rooftop. Sailor Moon peeked her head out from behind the unit and looked up to see the Yuma in the air. Great, this one can fly too, she thought as she took a deep breath before breaking cover and walking into the open. It's about time you showed up, ugly. Don't you know you're not supposed to keep a girl waiting? Flau turned around to face the girl as a wide grin appeared on her face. So you finally decided to come out and play. Where's your friend? He ran away, didn't he? The Yuma mocked as she prepared to inflict massive amounts of pain on the blonde senshi. He's busy. I'm the one you're going to fight, Sailor Moon declared as she prepared herself. Fine by me. I'll take care of you first before chasing him, Flau shouted as she launched an energy blast towards Sailor Moon. Meanwhile, Jadeite stood on another level of the roof as he watched the fight a short distance away from where he stood. He could see the girl jumping, diving, and dodging his henchmen's blasts and smiled as he found amusement in their struggles. He had figured the 2 senshi were responsible for the loss of Morga, the first Yuma he sent to operate in the city, and now he wanted to repay them for their interference. Try as you might, you're no match for Flau, Ms. Moon. The general spoke while laughing a little as the girl barely evaded another blast and was sent flying by the force of the explosion. However, he quickly dropped his smile as he realized something. What a minute! Where's the other one? Looking for someone? Jadeite turned around to find the white senshi standing a few feet away from him. Lunar Knight narrowed his eyes as he looked at the Yuma general. You didn't think I'd actually let you go free, did you? Jadeite smiled again. Well, look at this. The kid thinks he can take me on, right? And what about your friend down there? Doesn't she need your help? She can take care of that Amazon herself. I have faith in her. Is that so? And I suppose you also have faith in your own abilities. Let me warn you, little man, you're no match for me. I'll be the judge of that. Now tell me, why are you draining people of their energy? What are you planning? What if I decided not to tell you? Jadeite asked with a cocky smile. Then I'll have to beat the answer out of your thick skull. Luna Knight replied as she shifted her stance. I'd like to see you try. You're going to. With those last words, Moon Knight lunged forward, raising his fist back to punch his blonde opponent. Said man dodged back to avoid it as the senshi zoomed past him. Once she landed, the senshi leaped into the air to deliver a spinning kick, but her attack was evaded once again. Lunar Knight launched into a series of punches, kicks, uppercuts, and hooks, all of which were blocked, dodged, or redirected by the Yuma general. The fight continued for a few moments before Jadeite spoke. Give up this nonsense. You can't defeat a general of the Dark Kingdom. No one has. Well, you know what they say, there's a scoop on everything. Lunar Knight said as he lunged forward once more to deliver a massive punch to Jadeite's chin. Ha, you really are a fool, the general said as he dodged the blow before rearing his hand back and slamming it forward. The sound of ripping fabric could be heard as the general's hand entered the senshi's back before exiting through her chest. The senshi's body stiffened and convulsed for a second before going limp on Jadeite's arm. The general smiled. And you die a fool, faggot. What? Jadeite exclaimed as Moon Knight's body suddenly exploded into a puff of smoke. As the puff dissipated, the general suddenly found his arm impaled on a metal trash can. Before the general could understand what had just happened, he felt a very sharp object pressed firmly against his neck. Jadeite looked down to find a white kunai held against his jugular vein before looking back to find a live Moon Knight holding the weapon. And you're a fool for falling for the oldest shadow senshi technique in the book. Kawarimi no Jutsu. 2. The general grunted a little, but could do nothing more when the senshi applied a little more pressure to his neck. Meanwhile, Sailor Moon was still doing her best to avoid being hit by Flau's energy blast as it continued to wreak havoc on the Sailor Senshi. The Moon Knight's assessment of the area had been accurate, as the ceiling provided both room to run and adequate cover to avoid damage from attacks. However, the Senshi was starting to tire of the constant evasions she was forced to execute. As she took cover again, she breathed a little while trying to think. Come on, Usagi, she thinks. How do I get her to a place where she can attack? Sailor Moon looked around, trying to form a plan. She then noticed that one of the structures that had taken a direct hit had noticeable damage, but was still intact, indicating that whatever it was made of was quite sturdy, possibly durable enough to. It's worth a try, the Senshi thought as she ran in front of the damaged structure before turning to face the Yuma. Now in position, she just needed the monster to abandon its ranged attack in favor of a melee one. With her brother's advice in mind, she proceeded to try her luck with a small taunt. Hey, Scarface! You know your aim's as bad as your fashion sense. Sailor Moon shouted with a cheeky grin plastered on her face. What was that? Flau replied through gritted teeth. How dare this girl mock her? Sailor Moon continued. I really hope you can do more than just shoot energy blasts all day, because if you can't, then you're full of hot air. Ho ho ho! The Senshi brought the back of her hand to her mouth, completing the effect of her haughty laugh. Grrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr Yuma yelled as she flew straight towards the blonde senshi. As Flow rapidly closed the distance between her and her target, Sailor Moon prepared for action. Just a little closer. The Yuma pointed her hand at the senshi's head, intending to tear it like a wet handkerchief. And now! Sailor Moon suddenly shot to the side as Flow came in like lightning and stabbed into the structure right where the senshi were standing, the impact of the Yuma causing the entire body to crater as her arm penetrated the metal. Sailor Moon skidded to a stop as she stared at the Yuma, who suddenly found herself in a bit of a predicament. Due to the force of the impact and the penetration of her arm into the metal, Flow was now stuck. Ugh, I can't get it out. The Yuma grunted as it struggled to free itself from the deformed structure. Sailor Moon smiled as she saw that her plan had worked wonderfully. No one can call her an idiot now. Now's my chance, the girl said as she removed the tiara from her head, turned it into an energy disc, and prepared to launch her attack. Moon Tiara action! Sailor Moon threw the disc, which sailed straight through the air. Flow managed to see the attack coming and redoubled her efforts to free her arm. With a final, good tug, she was able to free her appendage from the metal in time to avoid the disc by leaping upward. Ha! You missed! Flow smiled as she managed to dodge the proverbial bullet. I'm not done yet! Sailor Moon declared as she raised her arm over her chest, using the gesture and her energy to redirect the flying disc toward the target. Notice, Flow quickly turned around only to find the same disc simply avoiding flying toward her. The Yuma's eyes widened as the disc made contact with her, and in a brief moment, completely bisected her. The Yuma's body remained suspended in the air for a second before instantly dissolving into dust. Sailor Moon grabbed her tiara before jumping up and down in celebration of her victory. I did it! The excited girl shouted. Back with Lunar Night, the Shadow Senshi witnessed the Yuma's fall as he smiled beneath his mask. You did very well, Nei-chan. Looks like your Yuma just got dusted off. Game over, Jadeite. You lost. Jadeite growled deeply as he witnessed his henchmen being destroyed by the Sailor Senshi. With Flow's defeat, his plans effectively undone. Now he would have to return to the Dark Kingdom and face Queen Beryl's fury for his failure. You may have defeated Flow, but you haven't defeated me, Moon Knight. The Yuma general spat as he began to think of a way out of his captivity. Not from where I'm standing. Give up. Your plans are finished. Oh, my plans are not finished, Shadow Senshi. In fact, they have barely begun. Jadeite declared as he suddenly grabbed the Moon Knight's arm before sending a massive amount of electrical energy through his body, capturing him. Suddenly, Moon Knight felt like he had just been caught with an exposed electrical wire and was now being subjected to what seemed like Tokyo's entire power supply. Gurha! The Senshi's body convulsed under the energy, forcing her to drop the kunai in her hand. With her life no longer in immediate danger, the Yuma general quickly turned around and placed a hand on the Senshi's chest. Focusing some of her power into her palm, Jadeite created a pulse of energy that rippled through the Moon Knight's bodies, sending the senshi flying through the air as she fell to the level her sister was standing on, her body bouncing a few times off the ceiling before skidding to a stop. Lunar Knight! Sailor Moon screamed as she saw her brother get shot out of the air and land rather violently on the roof he was standing on. The sailor senshi ran over to the fallen hero and fell to her knees beside him. Are you okay? She asked as she looked up at him. Moon Knight grunted, still feeling the residual energy coursing through his body. Besides being electrocuted, he now felt like he'd been hit with a sledgehammer and sent flying like a baseball on a home run. In other words, that really hurt. As Sailor Moon continued to look over the fallen senshi, Jadeite suddenly appeared a few feet away with a very arrogant look on his face. It served the senshi right for daring to fight and attempt to harm one of the 4 generals of the Dark Kingdom. You're not so sure now, are you, Mr. Knight? The general spoke as he ripped off the trash can that was still attached to his arm. Sailor Moon quickly stood up and stood between the 2 men. Leave him alone! The sailor senshi yelled as she grabbed her tiara again and threw the disc toward the general. The man simply continued to smile as he raised his hand and focused his energy into the disc, causing it to stop in mid-flight. Oh no, my tiara! Sailor Moon gasped as she watched her weapon fall harmlessly to the rooftop. Jadeite began to walk slowly toward the 2 senshi, one powerless and the other wounded. Now I'll finish them both off. Sailor Moon began to tremble as she watched the man move toward them, while Lunar Knight desperately tried to shake off the energy paralysis so he could defend them. It seemed there was no hope for the 2 heroes. However, his salvation would come in the form of a red rose, one that seemed to fly out of nowhere and adhere to the rooftop directly in front of the general. As Jadeite took a step back, a new voice echoed in the area. Don't give in to despair, Sailor Moon. You are never alone in this fight. From atop the highest level of the roof, a new figure appeared. A figure wearing a tuxedo, a top hat, a cape, and a white-eye mask now stared down at the group. His eyes were fixed on the general as if daring him to make another move against the senshi. Sailor Moon had managed to retrieve her tiara and was now once again prepared to attack, while Lunar Knight was finally able to ignore the effects of the energy and was once again on his feet, ready for action as he pulled another kunai from his pouch. Jadeite suddenly found himself in a very disadvantageous position as he looked around and assessed the 3 heroes now ready for battle. With the appearance of a third opponent, he couldn't afford to be drawn into a prolonged battle, as his powers had already been taxed by the previous fight. So this left the general with only one option: retreat. This isn't the last you'll see of me. I'll be back. With those parting words, the general teleported off the roof and reappeared in front of a large black portal in the sky before being pulled into the hole and disappearing. With the fight finally over, the 2 senshi relaxed and assessed the damage done. Sailor Moon quickly moved to her brother's side as he was still a bit dazed from the shock and blow he received earlier. Are you hurt? The sailor senshi spoke with a hint of concern in her voice. She had never seen her brother take such a vicious blow before, and it truly frightened her to think that he had been seriously injured. The masked senshi sighed a little as she looked at her sister. Just my pride. She let out a grunt of pain as she held the side of her chest. And some ribs. Sailor Moon. The 2 senshi's attention turned to the masked man above them. It seems you're in good hands now. The man turned his attention to the other masked hero in the group. Young man, you have fought valiantly against the forces of darkness. May I have the honor of knowing your name? Lunar Knight took a step forward before answering. Isn't it considered polite to give your name before asking someone theirs? The man looked intently at the white senshi before nodding. I am Tuxedo Cayman, my friend, Moon Knight. Very well then, Moon Knight, I leave Sailor Moon in your capable hands. Until the next time we meet. With that, Tuxedo Cayman jumped from the roof and disappeared into the night. Sailor Moon stared at the spot where the masked Cayman disappeared as a blush crossed her face. Wow, what a mysterious and handsome guy. Tuxedo Cayman. The girl stood there with a love-struck look on her face as Moon Knight stared at her for a second before shaking his head. It was around this time that Luna finally rejoined the group. Are you 2 okay? That was a great battle. The 2 senshi turned to her as Lunar Knight answered her question. I'm fine, Luna. though I'll probably be a little sore in the morning. The boy clutched his side as he felt a slight pang of pain. Luna nodded as she spoke. I imagine it was quite a blow he took. I must say, it was a bit reckless of him to fight that general on his own. Well, it was either that or have him enter the fight at an inconvenient time. If he had jumped in while we were fighting the Yuma, we probably would have been seriously injured, or worse. Besides, I needed to gauge his strength, and believe me, it packs a punch. The two women couldn't help but agree with that statement after witnessing the Lunar Knight's unscheduled flight across the roof. Jadeite was definitely an enemy they had to be wary of. With that, Lunar Knight decided it was time to call it a night, and the trio headed home. Jubin High School the next morning. The next day, everything seemed to have returned to normal. After destroying the Yuma, all the flower brooches rose and burned, allowing everyone who was sleeping to wake up. Ms. Haruna returned to teaching her class and was making up for lost time by increasing the study load for the students. She wasn't going to let them get away with not studying while she took her cat nap. While the class was knee-deep in their studies, Usagi was using her time to draw a picture of Tuxedo Cayman on a piece of paper. She looked at the picture and sighed. She really wanted to see the masked man again. Unfortunately for her, a certain red-haired teacher walked up to her and spoke to her. Well, it seems you don't have time for my class, but you do have time for art, Usagi. Ms. Haruna spoke as she leaned against the girl's desk, a smile present on her face. Usagi jumped as she realized she was trapped. Well, you see, if you have time for that, you'll have time later for some extra assignments due first thing in the morning. Usagi panicked as she tried to come up with an excuse, but quickly realized she couldn't say anything, so she hung her head in defeat and cried a little. Naruto saw his sister's antics, and couldn't help but shake his head. That sister of his never seems to learn. To be continued, or make a fate worse than death. Ha, you really are a fool, the general said as he dodged the blow before rearing his hand back and slamming it forward. The sound of ripping fabric could be heard as the general's hand entered the Senshi's back before exiting through her chest. The Senshi's body stiffened and convulsed for a second before going limp on Jadeite's arm. The general smiled. And you die a fool, faggot. What? Jadeite exclaimed as Moon Knight's body suddenly exploded into a puff of smoke. When the puff of smoke cleared, the general suddenly found his arm impaled on a metal trash can. As the general stared at the trash can his arm had penetrated, he didn't notice Moon Knight crouching behind him with his hands clasped together, fingers interlaced except for his two index fingers which were extended together. It looked like the Shadow Senshi were about to execute an extremely powerful jutsu. Flau was still attacking Sailor Moon when she realized what was happening and tried to warn her master. My lord, behind you! Huh! The Yuma general looked at Flau in confusion. Too late, the masked Senshi said as she executed her move. With big stars in his eyes, the boy launched himself at his opponent. Kage no Senshi Himitsu Yubi Jutsu. The Senshi threw her hands forward, directly at the man's rear. Hit! Jadeite's eyes suddenly widened as her face turned bright red and sweat began to run down her face. H. The general screamed in pain as he suddenly lunged forward, clutching his rear end as he sailed through the air. Senin Garoshi! 3. Jadeite landed face first on the roof and quickly fainted from the pain. Flau, Sailor Moon, and Luna, who had arrived just in time to witness the event, had their jaws hanging open as they stared in disbelief at what had just happened. Moon Knight stood up with his hands still clasped as he gave her a big smile. I love jokes. Final. Chapter 4, Rumble in the Gym, Usagi overweight? Alteres Beta. It was another night at Tsukino's house while everyone was going about their nightly routine. Kenji was sitting in his chair watching the evening news. Ikuko was reading a good romance novel sitting next to her. Shingo was in his room hammering away at his Nintendo DS while Naruto was in his own room reading the latest volume of Bleach. Who would have thought at the beginning of the series that a story of a substitute Shinigami fighting evil spirits called Hollows would become such a sensation? Both the boy and his sister had every volume of the series that had been released as well as some of the animated movies that had come out, since they were both huge fans of the series. And speaking of his sister, Usagi at that moment was relaxing in the bathtub after another long day of school. As she soaked in the warm water, her mind wandered as she remembered everything that had happened to her and her brother. The two of them had lived a fairly normal life before the night Luna walked into their lives and changed it forever. But even before that, things had always been interesting with the blonde, mustachioed boy in the family. Even though it had been 9 years since the incident, she could still remember when they found the boy half dead on the sidewalk that rainy day, and it was to her absolute joy that he was adopted into the family. Not only did she have a brother her own age that she could play with, but it also gave her someone she could tell her secrets to, as well as someone who would listen when she was in trouble or a shoulder when she needed to cry. I'm so glad I have him as a brother, the girl thought as she lay in the tub, allowing the warmth of the water to penetrate her skin and soothe her muscles. A few minutes later, she decided it was time to get out, unless her body turned into a prune. After getting out of the tub and drying off a bit, Usagi wrapped a pink towel around her slim figure and walked over to a scale she had set up before her bath. Okay, time to weigh in, the girl spoke as she stepped onto the scale. Meanwhile, Luna walked through the house, heading to a particular room to check one of its wards. Once there, she gently pushed the door open and walked in. Naruto lay on his bed, reading the manga he had received earlier. Wow, and I thought Ichigo was a bad guy before with his Bankai. With that wizard mask he's even more so, the boy said out of charge as he turned another page of Bleach. Luna jumped onto the bed and watched the blonde for a moment before speaking. Are you reading that manga again? I swear, you and your sister are the worst when it comes to reading that stuff. Hey, don't knock it until you try it. Besides, I can't help it if it's so damn addictive, Naruto said as he continued scanning the images in the book. Luna shook her head. At least tell me you finished your homework before you start reading. Naruto jerked his thumb toward the backpack on his desk. I finished it a while ago, so there's nothing to worry about with Luna. Luna let out a small sigh. Very well then. I just wish your sister would prioritize her studies. It would make things easier for everyone. Hee hee, yeah, but we all have our own little flaws. One of yours just happens to be schoolwork, Naruto said with a mocking smile. Eh. The sound of Usagi screaming caught the immediate attention of the cat and the boy, as well as everyone in the house. By the time Luna turned around, an orange and yellow blur flew past her and out the door. Luna blinked for a second before looking over to where Naruto had been standing only to see the book he had been reading spinning in the air, seemingly defying gravity for a moment before it fell onto the bed. Luna turned back to the door with a look of surprise on her face. Oh my! Naruto literally flew down the hallway towards the bathroom where the sound of the scream was emanating from, and without even thinking he grabbed the door, opened it, and quickly entered. Usagi-nichan, are you okay? G-H-H-H? The boy's face suddenly turned red as he quickly covered his eyes with his hands. Usagi had apparently fallen to the floor after her scream, but when she did, the towel came loose and pulled around her. As such, Naruto had been greeted with the sight of his sister's modest B-cup breasts before closing his eyes. Wah! I'm a total fatso! Usagi screamed as she continued to sit on the floor, not even realizing she was exposed. Nei-chan! Please cover up! Naruto almost screamed as he tried to get his sister to protect what remained of her modesty. Huh! Usagi blinked as she finally noticed Naruto's presence, and after finally registering the boy's words, she looked down to see her girls standing in plain sight. Her face suddenly mimicking a tomato, the girl searched a bit as she grabbed her towel and covered her chest, just in time for the rest of the family to poke their heads out. Oh my! Ikuko said as she covered her mouth with one of her hands, seeing the situation her two eldest children were in. A short time later, the entire family had gathered around the kitchen table, as both Naruto and Usagi still sported quite rosy cheeks from the incident that happened in the bathroom. Well, I hope this teaches you not to rush to the bathroom when someone else is there, Naruto. Ikuko lectured while Naruto just nodded a little, still feeling embarrassed from seeing Usagi naked, clearly this time. He was just thankful that he hadn't seen the other side of his sister. Anyway, what was all the screaming about, Usagi? You made us jump with your crying, Ikuko asked, looking at her daughter with a bit of concern. Naruto turned to his sister. Yeah, Nei-chan. Did I hear you say something about being a fat? The boy simply couldn't believe that statement for a moment. Usagi never once had an ounce of fat on her body, well, except for the obvious places related to the female physique, but that was beside the point. She was the definition of thin to girls. He simply couldn't think of anything that would make her believe she was fat. I gained half a pound. Nei-chan, are you telling me you got scared just because you gained half a pound? The girl nodded a little embarrassed. I hate to say it. I really hate to say it, but there are times when you overreact to the most ridiculous things. Naruto said while shaking his head. Kenji nodded in agreement with his son's statement. I have to agree with Naruto on that. You know, Usagi, you're only 14, you're still growing, so it's only natural that you're gaining some weight here and there. Shingo decided to add his 2 cents to the conversation. Yeah, sis, it's only half a pound. I'm sure you'll work it off on your frantic run to school tomorrow. The boy finished with a cocky grin. Usagi got a little annoyed when her eyes started to water. Yuh, none of you care. And with that, the blonde started crying anime style. Naruto, despite his urge to comfort his sister, could only look at her and shake his head again. There were times when she acted childishly, and the boy knew he had to act a little more mature and learn not to cry over every little thing. Later, Usagi sat inside her room as she thought about what had happened. She didn't receive a shred of sympathy from her family. Even Naruto, whom she knew would never leave her in times of grief, had all but ignored her plight. How could they not understand that for a young girl like her, weight gain was a disaster? As she sat staring at the moon through the window, Luna, who had been sitting next to the girl drawing on paper with a pink crayon, spoke to the young Luna Senshi. Usagi, are you still upset about that half-pound you gained? The cat had heard the entire conversation and had to stop herself from complaining about how ridiculous the situation was. Half a pound. 8 ounces. You gain at least that much weight every time you eat. And this girl was making a big deal out of it? Seriously, Usagi simply answered the question with a nod. And now you're going to go on a diet? After having a crying fit, the girl announced to the entire family that she would immediately go on a strict diet, meaning she would skip meals, which is by no means considered a diet. The girl nodded again before realizing what the cat was doing. Her curiosity piqued, she asked, What are you doing there, Luna? The cat, who had decided to make a joke about the girl's worries, had drawn a picture of Usagi as Sailor Moon, but much fatter. Luna showed the girl the photo of the oversized senshi and responded with a Cheshire grin. I'm just drawing a picture of my favorite hero. Usagi apparently didn't see the cat's humor as she snorted at her guardian. Negaverse Dark Realm. Queen Beryl sat on her throne as she waited for her subordinate Jadeite to bring her news on the progress of her plan. After her second failure at harvesting energy, the queen herself decided to take matters into her own hands, devising a plan that was guaranteed to succeed in harvesting the human's energy. After giving Jadeite her orders, she sent the general on his way, but not before firmly warning him not to fail again, or there would be dire consequences. Jadeite, what news do you have to report? Queen Beryl spoke, sensing the presence of her general appearing in the throne room. A Jadeite image appeared before the queen and bowed. My queen, I have excellent news. Your plan is going perfectly. I must say you have tapped into a nearly unlimited source of energy. Yes, humans are so vain, they spend valuable time and energy on their appearances. In fact, they engage in such frivolous activities as dieting and fitness. We will harvest the energy they expel for the revival of Queen Metalia. Yes. Continue with the operation, Jadeite. And remember, don't fail me again. Queen Beryl spoke as Jadeite bowed once more before disappearing. Juban High School. It was lunchtime at Juban Junior High, and Usagi sat with her friend Neru and a couple of other girls from her class. Usagi was true to her word, as she had skipped breakfast and lunch while trying to burn fat by not consuming more calories. As the group of friends sat, they talked about the usual girl stuff when the topic of dieting came up. So you started a diet, Usagi? Neru asked when the girl told the group about her supposed weight problem. Usagi answered the question with a quick nod. One of the other 2 girls, a plump girl with short, curly brown hair named Yumi, decided to join in on this particular topic. You know, my mom says girls our age should never go on diets, but we're all 14. All the other girls spoke up. From the way they responded, it seemed the girls thought they were all grown up. Chika, a slender girl with bobbed black hair and the final member of the group, turned to Usagi with a smile. You know, I started a diet too. Does that mean you're going to stop eating completely too? Nara asked, a little surprised that the girl was also trying to lose weight. That's how it is, but that's really bad for you. Ayumi spoke once more. If you want to lose weight, cut out the junk. All those ice cream sandwiches, chips, cakes, and pies. The poor girl couldn't help but salivate at the thought of all those delicious foods. What a sacrifice! The whole group chanted as they thought about going without their favorite foods. It may be a sacrifice, but it's the best way to lose weight. The group of girls turned toward the source of the new voice and found a familiar blonde boy with a mustached face walking toward them. Hey girls, Naruto. The girls were pleasantly surprised to see the boy join them if the blush on their faces was anything to go by. What are you doing here, Naruto and I? Usagi asked as Naruto sat down with the group. Looking for you. After the lunch bell rang, you left without eating. I noticed you skipped breakfast too, so I was wondering if you were okay. I'm fine. I'm just on a diet, remember? Naruto shook his head. I thought I told you before, you don't need to go on a diet, Neishan. And if you did, starving yourself isn't the way to go. If you're going to diet, then you need to eat properly and cut out junk food like your friend said. Usagi just snorted and sent a small glare to her brother. I'm not going to take diet advice from someone who can eat 6 cheeseburgers, go home for dinner, and not gain an ounce of weight. You did what? The girls screamed. It was surprising enough to hear that the boy was able to store so much food in one sitting, but not gain weight from it. Naruto raised his hands in defense. Hey, I can't help it if I have an incredibly high metabolism. How else do you explain how a kid can eat 30 bowls of ramen in one sitting and still stay fit? Nara leaned back as she continued to stare at the mustachioed blonde. Wow, I wish I had something like your metabolism. I could eat ice cream all day. You know I always lose weight really fast whenever I get a new boyfriend. Chika said as she thought about her latest love interest. Ayumi quickly noticed the girl's expression and asked, Hey, you just got a new one, didn't you? Chika responded by nodding. This caught all the girls' attention. So, are you going to tell us who it is? Nara asked, since she always liked to hear juicy gossip. It's Michiru. Motormouth? Nara asked, recognizing the person the girl was talking about. Chika flinched slightly at the nickname given to her new boyfriend. Apparently, she'd heard this particular name before. Why does everyone keep calling him that? Naruto was the one who answered that question. Because the guy doesn't know when to keep quiet about something and keeps talking without thinking. Naruto and the boy had a few instances where the mustachioed blonde had to correct the boy after he made some inappropriate comments about his sister. Look, I'm not saying he's a bad guy. He just needs someone to keep that mouth of his in check. Deciding now was a good time to change the subject, Naru spoke up. You know, Usagi, if you want some advice on dieting, maybe you should go talk to Ms. Haruna. She's been working out recently. Usagi perked up a little at this new information. Really? She did it? As if on cue, the teacher passed by before noticing the group of students and smiled. Good evening, students. As she spun, her entire body was enveloped in a bright light that seemed to accentuate the woman's beauty. I hope everyone is ready for today's lessons. And with that, the woman turned and headed toward the school's main building. The group of students stared at their teacher's retreating form as Usagi spoke. Wow, there really is something different about her. Naruto was also looking on with a raised eyebrow, having noticed more than just the teacher's increased physical attraction. Hey girls, can I ask you something? The group of girls turned to look at the blonde boy as he continued. How are girls able to do the whole glowing thing? I haven't figured it out yet. The girls just smiled and spoke as one. Trade secret. Naruto could only sigh because he knew he wasn't going to get a real answer from the girls. Suddenly, Yumino appeared out of nowhere with a couple of photos in his hand. Hey Usagi, check out these cool pictures I found. Said images showed Haruna Sakurada wearing a full-body leotard striking various poses while exercising. Teachers aren't supposed to look this good. Looks like she's been working out. Usagi took the photos and examined them. Wow, no way. Yumino smiled as he watched the girls stare at the photos in amazement. However, his smile soon left him when he felt a strong hand firmly grip his shoulder and a feeling of dread washed over him. Yumino! Tsukino Naruto's voice made the young man look fearfully over his shoulder to see the blonde-haired boy with an evil grin plastered on his face. Tell me, friend, where the hell did you get those photos? Yumino became very nervous as he began to tremble slightly at both the blonde boy's facial expression and the tone of voice he was using, both of which told him he had to choose his words carefully. The girls were also quite interested in where the brown-haired boy had acquired the photos. I picked them up when Ms. Haruna took them out of her bag just now. The boy felt the grip on his shoulder tighten to the point where it began to hurt as Naruto's grin grew wider. Wow, that's funny. I could have sworn Ms. Haruna wasn't carrying her bag while she was on school grounds. The girls noticed this as well and gave the bespectacled teens a hard look, causing the boy to sweat profusely as he realized the depth of the hole he just dug for himself. Seeing that it was already deep enough, the boy shuddered. Okay, I'll admit it. I secretly borrowed the camera from the photography club and took the pictures. Oh, I see. You were stalking her, Naruto said before turning Yumino around so he was facing him directly and bringing him close and looking the boy in the eye. You know what my policy is for acts I consider unethical. Stalking and taking photographs of someone without them knowing just happens to fall into that category. Help me! Yumino squealed as he reached for the girls. The ladies, however, were in no mood to help the boy, as they too considered his actions to be wrong. Gym Shapely the next day, the group stood in front of a newly opened aerobics and fitness gym called Shapely. During Yumino's short, disciplined session, he mentioned the location of the gym Sakurada was visiting to get in shape. Now the 4 girls and 1 boy, who decided to join us just for the fun of it, prepared for a great fitness workout. This place already looks great, Usagi said as she looked around the large gym, eager to get a good workout in. Nara nodded. Yeah, I can't wait to get started. Let's go! The girls shouted as they ran toward the building's entrance. Naruto stood there watching before calmly walking into the gym, shaking his head. Girls and their antics. From above, on the second floor of the building, a shadowy figure watched the group enter the gym, a sinister smile on his face. Excellent, more victims for our energy harvest. The figure disappeared as he prepared for his role. Later, the group of girls emerged from the locker room wearing white sweatshirts and blue bloomers provided by the gym, and talked among themselves about where to start their fitness workouts. So, what do you guys want to do first? Usagi said as she looked around. I don't know, where do we start? Nara replied as she too looked around the gym. Sorry for the wait, girls. The girls turned to see Naruto coming out of the boys' locker room and quickly blushed when they saw him. The boy was wearing a pair of blue athletic shorts and a white sleeveless t-shirt that seemed to stretch around his body, showing off a lot of muscle tone. You know, I think they gave me a small undershirt, Naruto said as he pulled the shirt down since the shirt revealed a bit of his washboard abs. As he did so, though, it pulled the fabric tighter against his chest, causing it to show even more muscle definition. We're not complaining, Chika said, soaking in the sight with her eyes like a sponge. Boyfriend or not, she wasn't going to miss the chance to see this. The rest of the girls nodded as they also etched the sight into their minds. Usagi sighed as she watched her friends literally drool over her brother. Hello, everyone. The group turned around to see a blonde-haired man wearing a purple tracksuit and blue glasses approaching. Welcome to Gym Shapley. I'm Jed, and I'll be showing you around today. The girls blushed a little more as they looked at the handsome man in front of them. Usagi joined in as her face turned red. Is this your first time here? Yeah, it's our first time, Usagi replied. Well then, take a step this way and we'll get you started, Jed said as he pointed down the hallway. The girls nodded and walked down the hall toward the training area. Jed watched the girls disappear around the corner before turning his attention back to the blonde boy approaching him. Good morning, sir. Are you here for our strength training regimen? Naruto laughed a little before answering. Actually, I'm also with those girls you just talked to, but I'll be using a more intense set of exercises than them, since I'm already in shape. I see. Well then, this way, Jed said as he led the boy into the gym. As Naruto walked behind the man, he tilted his head slightly. There's something familiar about this guy, but I can't seem to remember where I've seen him before. Finally, Naruto shrugged and entered the training area. A short time later, the entire group was busy working out their bodies while exercising in the gym. Naru was busy doing pull-ups on the bar while Ayumi and Chika performed shoulder presses with one of the gym instructors. Usagi grunted as she worked out on a rowing machine while another instructor monitored her progress. "All right, 200 more reps left," the instructor announced, and Usagi let out a groan. This wasn't exactly what she'd signed up for. Meanwhile, Naruto had just finished his warm-up and stretching exercises and decided to start his workout by going to the pull-up bar that Naru had just been using. Grabbing onto the bar, he began his routine by slowly pushing himself up, holding for a second, and then lowering himself before starting again. Now that the boy was as fit as he could easily repeat the movements over 60 times before needing to take a break. However, this was before she became a senshi and gained knowledge on energy manipulation. Now with said knowledge, she knew how to direct her energy into her muscles to enhance both their strength and stamina, meaning that she could continue much longer and stronger than before. Deciding to not only test this skill but also have a little fun in the process, Naruto focused some energy into his arm muscles, strengthening them beyond a normal person's limit. Now that he found that the increase in strength made the exercise less challenging, he augmented the routine by letting go of the bar with his left hand and held on with his right. The boy smiled as he proceeded to do his one-arm pull-ups. During this time, Ayumi had gotten on the treadmill and was doing her best not to faint from all the running she was doing. "Not bad, 3 more miles to go," the instructor informed the poor girl, who was on the verge of collapsing from both the strain and the statement. As the instructor watched, he looked at Naruto and was shocked by what he was seeing. The boy was doing his pull-ups with only his right arm, and it looked like he wasn't even trying. "Whoa!" the instructor suddenly blurted out, causing Ayumi to look at what the man was looking at. Seeing the blonde-haired boy perform his extraordinary feat, Ayumi faltered, causing her to fall flat on the treadmill before triggering the machine while it was still running. Naruto heard the commotion and looked over to find the girl lying face down about 2 meters away from the treadmill she was on moments ago, and a concerned instructor rushing to her aid. "Did I miss something?" Naruto wondered aloud as he looked around. Soon the group was back in full swing as Naru hopped on a stationary bike and Chika worked out on a weight machine performing a butterfly bench press. Naruto was running on the same treadmill Ayumi had been running on while the girl decided to do something a little less dangerous, and did some sit-ups on the floor. Jed entered the area to check on the progress of his latest victory, sponsors. Clapping, the man offered words of encouragement. "You're all doing well. Keep it up, everyone." Naru decided to take a short break from her training as she turned to her raven-haired friend to see where she was in her training. "How are you, Chika?" "I'm almost done. I'm on my last set," Chika replied as she struggled to finish the workout. "I'm almost done, huh?" "Not even close," Jed thought to himself before speaking. "Hey, you're on the bike. Get back to work." Naru was a little taken aback by the gym instructor's forceful order, but nonetheless obeyed while steaming, selling the bike as fast as she could. Naruto had heard the instructor give his harsh order and was slightly put off by the boy. "This guy thinks he can push us, huh? Well, time to show what I've got and he doesn't." And with that, Naruto pumped a huge amount of energy into his legs, reinforcing them as he began to run faster and faster, causing the treadmill's speedometer to pass its highest setting, which happened to be 12 miles per hour. It didn't take long for everyone to notice the strange sound emanating from the corner the boy occupied, and they all gasped at how fast the blonde was moving on the treadmill. Chika and Ayumi were speechless at the sight while Naru looked at the blonde boy before speaking in a low voice. "Wow, I knew Naruto was strong and all, but I didn't think he was this strong." The instructors were also in shock when they saw the boy run twice as fast as an average human could endure. Naruto couldn't help but feel excited. Being able to physically push oneself beyond a human's natural limits has always been the goal of man, and the boy was able to do that and more. He could push himself hard without worrying about fatigue for a long time. He was stronger, faster, better than any normal person thanks to his energy manipulation abilities. As he continued to increase his speed, the treadmill he was on began to smoke as the machine was pushed to its limits. Just when it seemed like the machine was about to break down, the boy suddenly launched himself off the treadmill, performed a backflip, and landed in a crouch on solid ground. Woo! My feet are burning, baby, they're hot! I gotta be on my tiptoes, on my tiptoes, on my tiptoes. Ha ha! Naruto exclaimed as he started dancing on his tiptoes. The gym instructors looked between the blonde, mustachioed boy and the smoking tape when a single thought entered their minds. This guy is a machine. Jed's applause brought everyone out of their stupor as he approached the group. Well done, sir. Well done. An excellent display of athletic prowess. You are most impressive, sir. The boy bowed theatrically to everyone present while Jed thought to himself. Such massive amounts of energy within him, I must harvest it. Now then, since everyone is finished with their workouts, you have access to the beauty and relaxation spa downstairs. Oh wow, that sounds great. Nera said as she headed for the stairs leading to the basement. Yeah, I could really use that right now. Chika added as she followed the girl out of the area with Ayumi bringing up the rear. Naruto watched the girls disappear around the corner when he realized someone was missing from the group. Wait a minute, where's Nei-chan? The boy thought to himself as he looked around the gym trying to find his sister. Assuming the girl had decided to skip the exercises when they started getting difficult, he should have known this would happen. The boy started heading towards the locker room to go find her. What about you, sir? Naruto turned around to see Jed standing behind him. Why don't you give the spa a try? I'm sure you could use one after that little marathon you ran. Jed smiled, trying to convince the boy to come down. Naruto waved his hand as he respectfully declined the offer. No, it's fine. In fact, I'm pretty used to exercising, so I don't get sore afterward. Thanks anyway. Are you sure, sir? Your friends are probably waiting for you, and I assure you, you'll feel much better. Jed continued his attempt to persuade the teenager to go to the spa area. Naruto, however, resumed his walk toward the locker room. As nice as it sounds, I really need to go. There's someone I need to find right now. Maybe next time. The boy disappeared around the corner, not even causing Jed to frown as he clenched his fists. The energy he could harvest from the boy would be a great aid in the queen's plans, and having her literally dangle in front of him, and then dragged away left him quite irritated. However, he knew better than to try anything in broad daylight that would scare off potential victims. Oh well. He still had 3 girls he could harvest. As for the boy, well, there was always next time. Naruto finished changing his clothes and started to leave the gym when he slowed down and began to think. I still can't shake the feeling I've seen him somewhere. Shaking his head, he resumed his search for his wayward sister, completely unaware that the girl was still inside the gym. In fact, Usagi had decided to give up on exercising and had been wondering until she found the gym's hot tubs. Sore from her workouts, she took a dip in the tub. Man, that was tough. I don't know how Naruto and I can do all that without being exhausted, she thought as she washed the sweat off her face. It was pretty clear this girl wasn't the athletic type. Meanwhile, down in the basement, the girls found themselves staring at something strange. Several clear, cylindrical capsules were held in place by what appeared to be a network of glowing roots connecting to a large, pulsating sphere affixed to the ceiling. The whole thing looked eerie and strange. Author's note: the look of this room alone should have raised a major red flag. All the girls looked at the capsules in front of them with concern. What's all this, Jed? This is really strange, Chika said as she looked at the alien-looking device in front of her. Don't worry, girls, these are our relaxation pods. Just stand inside them and in a matter of minutes you'll be relaxed and rejuvenated. I promise you'll feel like a new person, Jed replied, coaxing the girls into the pods. The girls were a little hesitant at first, however, after being reassured, the trio entered the pods. As the girls felt comfortable and settled, the large sphere above the pods began to glow brighter, indicating that the alien-looking machine was beginning to work. The girls closed their eyes and relaxed, completely unaware that the machine they thought was helping them was actually siphoning their energy. As Jed watched, a sinister smile appeared on his face as he chuckled to himself. Relaxation capsules. That's a good one. Queen Beryl will be pleased with the progress we're making. It's still a shame to lose that young man, but we'll definitely make up for it as we continue to attract more victims. Negaverse Dark Realm. Sitting above her, The Queen of the Dark Kingdom watched through her crystal ball as her plans seemed to be going smoothly. The evil queen laughed as she watched the girl's energy drain. Everything was going well, Jim Shapley. Minutes later, as the device slowly shut down after completing its function, the three girls slowly emerged from the capsules and approached the blonde instructor. The girls looked terrible. Their faces were drawn and pale, their eyelids drooping. "Oh my God, I'm so tired!" Naru spoke as he could barely stand. Ayumi added in her thoughts as well. "I'm totally exhausted." Chika could only nod slightly in agreement, as she was so exhausted she couldn't speak. Jed smiled at the group and spoke. "But you should see the glow on all your beautiful faces." The girls perked up a little after hearing the blonde's words. "So what? Did it really work then?" Naru asked, starting to think that tiredness was a small price to pay for becoming beautiful. Jed continued with an even bigger smile. "Of course. The relaxation capsules worked perfectly." The man lied through his teeth. Soon the girls slowly left the room and went back upstairs, leaving Jed alone with his thoughts. HM, perfectly for the Dark Kingdom that it is. Those stupid humans will believe anything. And now I will feed their energy to Queen Natalia, and we will be one step closer to conquering Earth. The room began to echo with the sinister laughter of the costume general. Jubin shopping district game crowned some time later. Naruto had been searching for his wayward sister for some time now. After leaving the gym, the boy ventured out to visit the usual spots he knew the girl liked to hang out at, but so far nothing had come up since no one had seen her. Finally, coming to the last spot on the list, Naruto entered the Game Crown arcade. Upon entering, he was immediately bombarded by lights and the clatter of machines as the patrons went about their leisure time. Scanning the area for his sister's familiar hairstyle, the boy was slightly disappointed when his search yielded no results. Letting out a sigh, he walked towards the bar area just in time for the arcade owner and Naruto's personal friend, Furuhara Motoki, to emerge from the back of the building. "Hey, Naruto! Are you doing well today?" the man asked as he walked up to the bar and shook the mustachioed blonde's hand. "I'm doing quite well, Motoki. How's business?" "It's going pretty well. So, I guess you're here for some games." "The Sailor V game just arrived and it already has a ton of scores and I'm ready to watch you beat them." It was no secret in the gaming world that Naruto was one of the best arcade players. The boy practically had his own high score on every game in the entire arcade. Naruto scratched his head sheepishly as he chuckled. "Actually, I'm trying to find my sister. We were at that new gym called Shapley when I lost track of her." Motoki blinked as he recognized the name. "Did you say Shapley? You know I've heard some rumors about that place." Naruto blinked. "What kind of rumors?" "I've heard that some of the people who come in there come out very tired and drained of energy. In fact, one of my friends came in here after working there and looked terrible, like all her energy had been drained." Naruto considered this new information very carefully. It was very similar to the incident at the radio station a few weeks ago. Thinking back now, he felt something rather peculiar about the place, plus the fact that the man he spoke to earlier still bothered him. He simply couldn't shake the feeling that he had met him before, but something was preventing him from gaining recognition. It was as if something was hiding the man's identity. Considering what he had just heard, the boy thought the situation warranted him doing a more thorough investigation. "So what was Usagi doing in a gym, Naruto? I can imagine someone like you going, but your sister?" Motoki suddenly spoke, bringing the boy out of his thoughts. "Well, Nei-chan thinks she's overweight, so she goes on a diet and exercises to lose weight. Personally, I think it's nonsense." Motoki blinked a few times before speaking. "Does Usagi think she needs to diet? That's ridiculous. That girl doesn't have an ounce of fat on her. What the hell possessed her to think that?" Naruto shook his head. "I have no idea. I've been trying to tell her she doesn't need to diet, but you know her once she gets an idea in her head." Motoki laughed a little. "Yeah, I know. Well, when you find her, bring her here. I'll tell her myself. Maybe she'll listen." Naruto smiled. Things like this had worked in the past. If the girl didn't listen to him, which wasn't often, she definitely listened to Motoki. Eventually, the boy moved away from the bar and started walking towards the door. "Well, I have to look again. I'll see you around, Motoki, Naruto said over his shoulder with a wave, a gesture that was returned by the older blonde. However, just as he was leaving, someone bumped into him. Stumbling back a little, the boy looked down to see the very familiar sight of two blonde meatballs of hair belonging to none other than his sister. It would seem that instead of finding her, she found him. Noticing the girl leaning weakly against him, he took her by the shoulders and spoke. Usagi Nichin. The girl opened her eyes slightly and spoke. Naruto and I, is that you? Are you okay? I will be if you stop moving, Usagi replied as she relaxed in his arms. After leaving the gym, the girl had been wandering around almost starved as she hadn't eaten much in the past few days. She was so hungry that she was almost forced to steal a donut from a boy, but her dignity prevented her from doing such a dishonorable thing as she thought it would upset her brother if he ever found out. So, with all her reserves emptied, Usagi traveled until she passed through the crown of play and without realizing it, walked straight into her brother. With her energy finally reaching its limit, the girl began to lose consciousness. Naruto and I, my beloved brother. May we meet again in the next life, Usagi thought as her world went black. Naruto grew slightly worried for his sister when she completely collapsed in his arms. Hurriedly, he effortlessly picked up his sister's bridal-style outfit and re-entered the gallery, making a beeline for the back of the building where Motoki was busy with his work. Minutes later, "Here, Nei-chan, drink some of this," Naruto said as he placed an energy drink to his sister's lips. After taking a few sips, the girl opened her eyes as the sugars in the drink took effect. Blinking a few times to clear her blurry vision, Usagi turned to her brother. "Naruto and I?" Naruto sighed. "Thank goodness. You went and passed out outside the arcade." The boy turned to Motoki once more. "Thanks for the help, Motoki." Usagi looked at the other blonde in the room and blushed a little. "Motoki-kun? Are you here too?" Motoki chuckled. "Of course, Usagi. Why wouldn't I be in my own game room? Are you okay? You had us both worried for a moment." Usagi nodded shyly and smiled. "I'm fine. I was a little tired back there." Naruto grew serious as he turned his attention to his sister. "If you had eaten well over the past few days, you wouldn't be exhausted now. I told you, you don't need to diet." "He's right, you know. You really don't need to be on a diet. You look absolutely fine the way you are. You should be enjoying yourself at your age," Motoki added with a cheerful smile. Usagi's blush deepened as she looked at the older blonde. "You really think I look good?" She took the compliment the way most girls with crushes would. Motoki nodded. "Of course. Now, since you need something to eat to regain your strength, why don't you wait here while I make something for you? I could even make you something if you want, Naruto." Naruto turned to Motoki with a smile. "Of course, Motoki. I'm feeling a little hungry right now." With a nod, the Game Crown owner walked into the kitchen to prepare some food for the two siblings. It wasn't long before he returned with 2 plates of cheeseburgers and fries. As Naruto and Usagi ate, Motoki thought about how it felt to help the girl when she needed help. "You know, guys, there's something I've been thinking about for a while." The two looked up from their plates as Naruto swallowed the food in his mouth before speaking. "What's wrong, Motoki?" "Well, I've been thinking about becoming a doctor for a long time. It always feels good when I help someone, and I've been thinking about getting a medical degree for some time. I can't seem to get my mind around whether to pursue it or not." Naruto thought for a second before looking back at the man with a smile on his face. "If that's what you really want to do, do it." Motoki blinked a little before answering. "Really? Do you think I should?" The boy nodded. "Absolutely, man. If anyone can do it, it's you." Usagi suddenly began to panic. "But what about the game room? If he's not here, who will run and take it over?" Truth be told, it wasn't the game room she was worried about losing. Motoki smiled at the girl. "Don't worry, Usagi. It's not like I'm leaving anytime soon. First, I have to raise enough money for tuition and then get into a university, and that's a long way off. But as far as the arcade goes, I could always give it to your brother." Naruto smiled a little, realizing Motoki was joking around a bit. Usagi, however, had sparks in her eyes at the thought of her brother owning an arcade, which meant free games for life for the hyperactive girl. streets of Juban some time later. Naruto and Usagi walked down the street enjoying the rest of the day. After their lunch at the Game Crown, the two siblings decided to skip the food. However, when they passed by a bakery, Usagi asked if Naruto would buy her some donuts. Naruto was a little surprised that his sister asked for more food so soon, but he attributed it to her body needing extra nutrients to make up for what it lost. Plus his sister giving him the puppy dog eye treatment didn't help either. These are so good! Usagi exclaimed as she munched another donut. Naruto laughed a little as he walked beside his sister. I can imagine with the way she's storing them. Are you sure you don't want one, Naruto and I? No, I'm fine for now. Well, if it isn't the meatball head and his brother Poke's dash. The two stopped abruptly when they came face to face with their mutual dislike, Mamoru. Though, with the way you're eating, maybe I should call you Donut Head Dot. The man said as he fixed his gaze on Usagi. Naruto stared at the raven-haired man. What the hell do you want, Mamoru? The blonde boy wasn't pleased with this guy at all. Every time he'd heard about this guy, he seemed to do nothing but insult and talk down to him and his sister. Furthermore, the boy seemed to radiate an aura of arrogance that irritated the teenager. Oh yeah, he really didn't like her. Oh, so you know my name? I'm flattered. Mamoru replied with a cocky grin. Flattered? Dude, you're about 2 seconds away from getting crushed. Naruto replied as he closed his fist. This guy was really looking for a bruise. Usagi growled a little as she watched the two exchange barbs and decided she'd try to show the man that his insults wouldn't faze her. You can mock us all you want, Mamoru, but it won't take away the taste of these donuts. The man turned his attention back to the girl. Oh really? Well, how about you offer me one of those? Or are you too selfish? Usagi snarled as she reared back her arm to throw the pastry projectile at the man's head. So you want one, huh? Well, here you go, idiot. However, his hand was stopped by another, more specifically his brother's. Don't even give this guy the satisfaction, Nei-chan, Naruto said as he took the cake from his sister's hand. Actually, I think I'll have one. Naruto took a bite, enjoying the taste of the donut. Mamoru sneered, disappointed that his plan to get a free donut had failed. You know, man, you can be pretty rude when you want to be. Naruto smiles at the boy. So says the man who simply insults everyone around him. Whatever. Mamoru commented as he turned and walked away, but he left one more parting comment. You know, Donut Head, with the way you eat things, you'll have to work out to lose all that extra weight. As the two siblings watched the man walk away, Usagi crumpled the bag in her hands before throwing it into a nearby trash can. Oh, one of these days I'm going to punch him in the head, and it won't be with a donut. The girl commented as she stared at the spot where the man was standing. Naruto laughed a little. Get in line. I have first dibs on the guy. It was then that a certain black cat made its presence known. You know, I'd have to agree with him to a certain extent. Luna spoke as she climbed onto a nearby mailbox. I've never seen you eat so much food in such a short amount of time, Usagi. After all, you could turn into a blimp. Unknown to the two heroes, the cat had found them when Usagi passed out in the arcade and had followed them ever since. Usagi looked dejected when she realized that she might have eaten too much food in the last hour and wasn't afraid of starting to gain weight uncontrollably. Naruto watched as his sister began to sulk and swore he could see a dark cloud hanging over the poor girl's head. Luna, you're not helping anyone. Park area sometime later. Naruto, Usagi, and Luna sat on a bench in one of the city's park areas, resting their weary feet. Usagi was still sulking as she thought about her actions lately. It was no secret that the girl liked to eat, as sweets were her particular favorite food, and when she ate, she usually ate until she was completely stuffed. Sure, she always tried to limit herself when she ate, but it seemed like every time she put food in her mouth, her body seemed to go on autopilot and gorge herself. She absolutely couldn't control herself when it came to eating. Usagi let out a deep sigh before speaking her mind. Naruto and I, why don't I have any self-control or discipline like you? Naruto looked at his sister. What's this all about? You have self-control. Although it needs to be tempered a bit, it's there nonetheless. Remember when I first came here, I had no control over my temper, so I ended up in a lot of fights. It was only after I started martial arts that I was able to control my temper, and even then I still explode from time to time. Naruto remembered all the times he got into trouble when he blew his top. Luna decided to add her thoughts to the conversation. One thing's for sure, Usagi, not eating isn't going to solve your problems. Usagi was offended by this as she turned to face the feline. I ate, Luna just snorted in response. I'll say you did it, you were a total pig back there. And then you had to go and eat those donuts. Tell me, how many of them did you eat anyway? Usagi started counting how many she'd eaten on her fingers, and when she passed 5, she started to panic. Oh, I ate too many. Now I'm really going to get fat. Naruto had to take the fall himself. They just convinced her that she didn't need to watch her weight, and now they were back to square one. You've got to be kidding. Nei-chan, I told you before you're not getting fat. It seemed his words fell on deaf ears as Usagi wallowed in self-pity. Luna was getting frustrated with this girl. She just couldn't get it out of her head that she was gaining weight, and it was taking her attention away from more important things, like fighting the Dark Kingdom. Usagi, you need to stop obsessing so much over diets and focus more on your senshi duties. You'll stop feeling for yourself. The cat practically screamed. I'm not going to listen to either of you. I'm going back to the gym. Usagi declared as she stood up and ran out of the park. Naruto and Luna let out an exasperated sigh. That girl was just stubborn sometimes. That girl irritates me sometimes, Luna said, shaking her head. Yeah, she can be silly when she wants to be, Naruto replied as he stood up. I'll keep an eye on her, Luna. Why don't you go home and take a nap? Luna turned to the boy and nodded. Thanks, Naruto. I could use one to clear my head right now. And so, when Luna went home, Naruto started heading to the gym not only to check on his sister, but also to follow up on the rumors he'd heard. Shapley Gym. Things were really heating up in the gym as Usagi desperately worked out to lose all the extra calories she had ingested. She was currently pedaling away on a stationary bike, attracting all sorts of attention to herself as she looked like a person possessed. Meanwhile, Naruto was simply leaning against the wall watching Usagi try to break the land speed record on a bike that was going nowhere. He could only shake his head at the girl's antics as it would do no good to try and convince her not to exercise. With nothing else to do, the boy turned his attention to his surroundings, trying to find anything out of the ordinary. It doesn't look like anything suspicious is happening right now, Naruto thought as his eyes scanned the area. Suddenly, he saw someone very familiar walking down the hallway. Hey, isn't that Ms. Sakurada? Wow, she looks terrible. Naruto was right about that statement. Instead of the radiant, healthy woman he had seen yesterday, the teacher looked pale and worn as her skin stretched across her face. She seemed to be in a trance as she passed through the exercise area and entered a more dimly lit hallway. Something tells me I'd better watch where I'm going, Naruto told himself as he pushed off the wall and followed his teacher down the hallway. As he turned a corner, he saw his teacher's loose hair disappear down a flight of stairs that was even darker than the hallway he was standing in. Something about this whole situation just didn't seem right. Maybe there was something to those rumors, after all. Suddenly, he noticed a very eerie light emanating from the bottom of the stairs. Silently descending to the bottom, the boy peeked around the last corner to find the supposed spa area covered in root-like objects with the transparent capsules suspended in the center. The next thing he noticed were the two people present in the room, Ms. Sakurada and the gym instructor, Jed. It's a pleasure to see you again, Ms. Sakurada, Jed said as he took off his glasses before smiling wickedly at the woman. I'm afraid your teaching days will be over soon. HM. The second the man took off his glasses, Naruto went wide-eyed as he now clearly recognized him. Holy crap! That's Jadeite! The boy screamed in his head as he backed away from the edge of the wall. Naruto was truly confused now. The man he had met earlier that day was the general of the Dark Kingdom and his enemy. There was no way he hadn't noticed him before. Whether it was through sight or his senses, he should have picked up on him sooner. Something was clearly up. Leaning down again, he focused his senses on the man once more. At first he couldn't sense anything, however, as he concentrated harder, he did feel him, but he felt much smaller than he remembered. His energy was shallow, stifled, almost as if it was suppressed. The bastard is suppressing his energy to avoid detection. He's getting smarter, I'll give him that. Naruto thought to himself. However, this still didn't answer why he didn't recognize him visually. Any further mental debate was halted when he saw his teacher enter the capsule, and the strange machine roar to life. He was fairly certain the thing wasn't designed for his benefit. It was time to act. Naruto knew, however, that firing weapons wasn't a smart idea, especially if it involved a general. The last fight he'd had with the blonde was still fresh in his mind, and he knew he couldn't face him without help, a lesson he'd learned from the last attempt. So he hurried upstairs to find his sister again. Well, Usagi Nichin, you wanted to exercise, well, here you go. Usagi was still busy trying to burn fat when her brother suddenly walked in and approached the panting girl. Nei-chan, I need you to get off your bike and come with me right now. Not right now, Naruto and I. I'm still working out. Usagi replied as she walked away. Naruto, not having time for his sister to act stubborn, grabbed the girl and turned her around so she was facing him directly. Will you listen to me for once today? We're in trouble. Jadeite is here right now. This caught the girl's attention very quickly. What, are you sure, Naruto and I? Definitely. And he has Ms. Sakurada trapped inside a strange machine that's draining her life as we speak, so we need to go now. Usagi saw how serious her brother was, nodded, and quickly followed him through the hallways and down the stairs. As the two stopped at the bottom of the stairs, they saw the effects of the strange machine firsthand as their master began to look weaker and weaker with each passing moment. Usagi blinked at the alien-looking room. No way, this is the relaxation room? Naruto stared in disbelief. How anyone could mistake this place for a spa was beyond his understanding. I swear, common sense seems to be lacking these days. The boy thought to himself as he turned to his sister. Are you ready, Usagi Nichin? Yes. I'm ready. Then let's do it. Moon Prism Power, Makeup, Moon Power, Transformation. Meanwhile, Jadeite watched as the teacher's energy slowly drained away as the woman became even more fragile. This will definitely be her last treatment, the general said with a laugh. You don't seem to learn, do you, Jadeite? The man turned around in time to notice a cluster of white stars flying directly towards him. The general quickly evaded the aerial weapons as they suddenly changed course and flew towards the top of the pod containing the red-haired professor. The shurikens struck the vines attached to the pod, severing them and causing the machine to shut down, allowing the woman inside to collapse unconscious inside the tube. Jadeite watched as his device suddenly became useless and turned to look at the approaching figures, both of which he quickly recognized. You two again! The general hissed as he came face to face with the two meddling heroes. You're right, friend, Sailor Moon said as she began her poses. I am Sailor Moon, champion of justice, and I am Moon Knight, protector of the innocents, and in the name of the moon, we will right the wrongs and triumph over evil. And that means you! Jadeite smiled sinisterly as he looked at the two heroes. So the Senshi are meddling with my plans again, huh? Well, I have a special training plan just for you two. Guys, as he spoke, the other gym instructors seemed to appear from the shadows of the room. However, their eyes seemed to be lifeless as they made their way to the center of the room. Suddenly, their bodies began to grow as their muscles began to bulge, giving them monstrous appearances. Lunar Knight and Sailor Moon stepped back as they witnessed the men's transformation. Wow, they went Hulk on us, Lunar Knight declared as he shifted into a fighting stance. As much as I'd like to stay and watch you two get wrecked, I have a delivery to make. Goodbye, Senshi, Jadeite said as he took the glowing energy sphere from atop the machine and disappeared, leaving the two Senshi to fight the giant gym instructors. Coward! Lunar Knight spat as he watched the general disappear before quickly turning his attention back to the advancing threat. The Shadow Senshi quickly focused their senses on the three brutal men trying to determine their strength, but when he sensed their energies, he quickly came to a startling discovery. Wait, these guys are… Sailor Moon was backing away as the men continued to advance toward them. I really hate aggressive boys. Back off, Moon Knight. I'm going to dust them like the moon, the girl declared as she reached for her tiara. Realizing what his sister was planning, Lunar Knight shouted. Stop, Sailor Moon! Those guys aren't you humans. Sailor Moon stopped as she turned to the Shadow Senshi in disbelief. What? Are you serious? How are we supposed to fight them then? Easy, keep moving and don't hit yourself. The masked Senshi shouted as she jumped away from one of the instructors while swinging a large dumbbell down in an attempt to redecorate the room with the Senshi's blood. Sailor Moon also dodged a blow as another instructor threw a punch at the girl's head. It would seem that luck was on the Senshi's side, as the large forms and bulging muscles made the transformed men's movements much slower. However, it also meant that they had incredible strength, so taking a hit from these guys wasn't a good idea. As the two heroes continued to dodge the attacks, Lunar Knight decided it was time to put more practical combat skills to use. Sailor Moon, I think it's time to show them your hand-to-hand combat skills. Sailor Moon paused as she looked at the masked Senshi. You think I'm ready for this? Absolutely, just remember what I taught you. The boy had made it his mission to teach his sister proper striking techniques after her last encounter with the Dark Kingdom in case she was unable to use her weapon in a fight. Over the past few weeks, he had taught her how to punch and kick properly to maximize the amount of damage she could deliver, and now it was time to see the fruits of his labor. As the instructors launched another attack, the Senshi unleashed their own counterattacks. Sailor Moon ducked under another punch from one of the men as she sent her fist slamming into the man's stomach. As with Lunar Knight, her own Senshi powers had enhanced her strength. While it wasn't on the same level as the masked Senshi, hers was still impressive as the man doubled over coughing up spit, only to be hit in the face as the girl leapt up and kicked the man's head. The force was enough to send the poor guy flying backward. Lunar Knight was also dishing out punishment as she waited for her opponent to strike as the man came down with his dumbbell breaking the floor where the Senshi were standing, only for the Senshi to land on the weight and lunge forward to deliver a knee to the man's face, causing him to drop the dumbbell and stagger backward. Using the upward momentum, Lunar Knight spun in the air and met the guy's face again with a roundhouse kick, sending the man flying through the air as well. As the two fell, the remaining instructor suddenly found himself facing two charging opponents. Without giving him a chance to act, the two Senshi leaped into the air and slammed into the man's chest with a pair of flying kicks, effectively knocking all the air out of the boy and sending him joining his friends on the ground. Landing in a crouch, the two Senshi surveyed the damage. Did we get them? Sailor Moon asked as the two heroes got back up. At first, the three remained motionless, then suddenly began to rise like zombies and resume their attacks. Moon Knight cursed under his breath. I should have thought it wouldn't be that easy. The duo continued to fight the instructors, evading blows while landing their own. However, every time they knocked the men down, they simply got back up. Exhausted from all the fighting, Lunar Knight's breathing began to become heavy. Shit, these guys just won't stay down. Suddenly, he spotted his sister out of the corner of his eye and saw a threat she couldn't. Sailor Moon, behind you! Sailor Moon, who was also growing tired by this point, was busy evading one of the men when she failed to notice another coming up behind her. Too slow to react properly, the girl was grazed by a backhand from the clumsy enemy, sending her flying to the ground. Sailor Moon! The masked Senshi screamed as she saw her sister fall to the ground. She was so caught up in her sister's fight that she didn't notice her own opponent until it was too late. Lunar Knight turned toward the charging enemy just in time to be grabbed and pulled into a powerful bear hug. Sailor Moon managed to get to her feet when she saw the situation her brother was in. Oh no! Moon Knight! She shouted as she began to run towards the distraught Senshi, only to have her path blocked by a pair of enormous masses. The instructor holding the Shadow Senshi began to laugh maniacally as he squeezed the boy in his arms, eliciting grunts of pain from the Senshi as their bones began to crack and pop from the strain. Moon Knight gritted his teeth as the large man crushed him. It felt like he was caught in a vice. Opening his eyes, he noticed he was eye level with the instructor's head. With his arms immobile and in a position where he couldn't kick properly, the boy did the only thing he could. He threw his head back as far as he could and with all his might, thrust his head forward, crushing the man's face with a powerful headbutt. Luck, it seemed, was on the boy's side, as the attack not only forced the man to let go, but also did something the Senshi hadn't originally intended. As the two heads collided, the silver piece of the Lunar Knight's hood emblem made contact with the golden piece the instructor was wearing and shattered it. As Lunar Knight landed on his feet, the man fell backward and this time didn't get back up. Instead, Lunar Knight watched as the man's body shrank back to its proper size. Realizing the fight was over, Lunar Knight looked down at the fragments that had once been a golden helmet. "That's it!" Lunar Knight exclaimed, finally solving the mystery of where the men were getting their power and how they were being controlled. His attention was drawn back to the fight when he heard his sister scream as she had abandoned the fight for another tactic: retreat. The poor girl was now running across the room with the two remaining men hot on her heels. Moving quickly, the Shadow Senshi rushed over to the girl just in time to lift her up and jump away from a devastating blow from the two men. Gaining some distance, she sat up, sat back down, and spoke. "Sailor Moon, their headdresses are what give them power. Use your tiara to destroy them." The girl was more than ready to finish the fight as she removed the tiara from her head and took aim. Moon Tiara action! Sailor Moon once again displayed her skill with the tiara as the weapon bounced off both men's heads, shattering their helmets in the process. Upon falling to the ground, the men reverted to their original forms. The fight finally ended. Sailor Moon let out a deep sigh. "I'm glad it's finally over. Yeah, that was pretty unpleasant. Now, let's go check on Ms. Haruna." Moon Knight spoke as the two of them headed towards the capsule the woman was still contained in. But as he took a couple of steps, the Shadow Senshi suddenly heard his foot make contact with something. Looking down, he saw the glasses Jadeite was wearing earlier. He picked them up and began examining them. There was something odd about the glasses. He couldn't put his finger on it, but he knew these weren't normal glasses. "Well, this is strange," the boy commented as he looked at the glasses. "Lunar Knight, help me!" Sailor Moon yelled as she pulled the unconscious teacher from the capsule. Lunar Knight quickly stuffed her glasses into her pocket as she walked over to her sister and knelt down to examine Sakurada. The poor woman looked terrible as nearly all of her energy had been drained from her. Sailor Moon looked at her brother, clearly concerned for the woman's well-being. "What do we do? We can't just leave her like this." Lunar Knight thought for a moment before reaching into one of her bags. "I have just what you need." The Senshi pulled a small bottle from the bag before opening it and shaking out a small black pill. "What is that?" Sailor Moon asked as she looked at the small object. "It's called a soldier pill. They're designed to replenish a person's energy. Just swallow one and you'll be back to normal," Lunar Knight replied as he returned the bottle to his bag. Sailor Moon realized something. "How is Ms. Haruna supposed to swallow it? She's unconscious." Lunar Knight realized this and began to think. It seemed there was only one option here, and he was sure his sister wouldn't be willing to do it. "Guess I'll have to give it to her myself." "Huh!" was her sister's response. Lunar Knight proceeded to remove his mask, revealing his face as he popped the pill into his mouth. Chewing the pill, the boy grimaced at its bitterness. Finally grinding it into a fine paste, the Senshi lifted Sakurada's head and opened her mouth. Leaning down, he placed his own lips over hers and began pushing the paste into her mouth. Pushing it deeper into her mouth, the boy used his free hand to gently massage the woman's throat, stimulating her reflexes to swallow the paste. After ensuring she swallowed the entire pill, the Senshi leaned her head back to see the effects. Soon, the woman began to show signs of improvement as her skin began to return to a healthy pink and became much fuller instead of pale and stretched. Satisfied with his work, "Don't tell anyone I did that," Lunar Knight told her as he picked up the woman bridal style and carried her upstairs, a hint of pink appearing on his face. His sister could only nod as she followed the Shadow Senshi. Streets of Juban later. Naruto and Usagi were returning home after making sure Ms. Sakurada and the gym instructors were picked up by paramedics and taken to the hospital. The entire day had been a grueling ordeal for the two of them. "Ah, man! That's the last time I get to exercise for a while," Usagi complained as she walked a few steps ahead of her brother. "Well, at least you got some exercise," Naruto commented with a smile, earning a slight glare from the girl. The boy recalled the entire day, reflecting on the events. There were many things the boy could have done to avoid the hassle they went through. He realized that now that the enemy was starting to hide their presence, he would have to train his senses to detect them more easily. He also had to reprimand himself for showing off his skills in front of an enemy, something that could have come back to bite him, and still might. The boy would have to keep his abilities a secret from now on. No more games. Speaking of which, he was still perplexed as to why he didn't recognize Jadeite earlier. To him, it was a mystery that bothered him to no end. Thinking once more, he tried to think of every time he had seen him until he arrived at the relaxation room. Every time he had spoken to the man, he didn't recognize him for some reason, and the only time he did was when Jadeite was greeting Ms. Haruna, right when she took her. "The glasses," Naruto said as he pulled the pair out of his pocket. Upon closer examination, he could tell they weren't normal specs. Determined to experiment with them, he placed the glasses on his face and called out to his sister. "Hey, Nei-chan! Look!" His sister turned around and looked at his face. When she did, she paused as she stared back at him. "Naruto and I? Is that you?" the girl asked as she looked at the boy, confusion evident on her face. Surprised by the result, Naruto removed his glasses from his face, causing his sister's eyes to widen in surprise. "How did you do that, Naruto and I? These glasses, I believe, have the power to hide a person's identity. Kind of like how your senshi powers make you unrecognizable to everyone," Naruto explained as he put the glasses away once more. The two had asked Luna about that particular ability, as they were curious as to why Nara couldn't recognize Usagi when she first became Sailor Moon, to which the feline replied that it was part of her power so that her identity would remain hidden from everyone, especially the enemy. It would seem that now the enemy was using such abilities as well, if the glasses were anything to go by. Thinking about it, Naruto realized that he had in his possession a very useful item. Sure, he and his sister had abilities to change their appearance, but it was something they could use if they needed to. He would talk to Luna about it later. "Well, I don't know about you, but I'm hungry. What do you say we head home and see what Mom's cooking for us?" Usagi was about to respond, but her stomach hit her as a loud growl emanated from the girl's midsection. Usagi blushed while Naruto just laughed. "I'll take that as a yes." Chapter 5, Mercury, Naruto's old friend, appears. Alteres Beta. "My queen, I have excellent news." Jadeite spoke as he bowed in respect to his ruler. Queen Beryl gave him a look of recognition as she answered. "Very well, what do you have to report? I hope for your sake it's something you can redeem yourself with." The queen wasn't very pleased with his latest effort to harvest energy from humans. Even though the general had managed to gather a large amount of energy with the gym operation, he was forced to abandon the plan prematurely when the Senshi discovered the operation and interfered. These teenage heroes were starting to become a real nuisance to the queen and her minions. "I have discovered a new source of energy, my queen. One that will be very rewarding for our efforts. It seems that young humans crave academic achievement, and will do anything to achieve it, expending vast amounts of energy in the process." "Sounds promising, Jadeite. How do you intend to harvest this energy?" "Using something humans call a computer. We'll use their own device against them." Queen Beryl thought about the plan for a moment before giving her approval. "Very well then. You may continue. Just don't fail me again." The general gave a final bow before disappearing from the room, ready to carry out his plan. Tsukino home. Usagi sighed for the umpteenth time as she racked her brain against her most challenging opponent yet, her homework. After a scolding from her mother for reading comics instead of doing her studies, the girl now found herself sitting at the desk in her room trying to focus on her work, trying being the operative word. About the only thing keeping her focused was the presence of her brother, who was sitting at the opposite end of the table conducting his studies as well. Earlier, her mother had caught Usagi reading her comics instead of studying like she was supposed to, so after giving her yet another lecture to focus on her studies, she sent the girl to her room. Now Akiko loved her daughter to death, but that didn't mean she trusted her to stay focused. In fact, the woman trusted Usagi to stick with her studies as far as she could throw a frying pan, which unfortunately for Kenji, in the early days of their marriage, he discovered was quite far. So, she sought out her adopted son and asked him to study alongside the girl. With a little nudge and the promise of ramen for dinner, the boy agreed. So now Naruto found himself sitting with his sister, diligently going through his studies while also making sure Usagi stayed focused on her homework and helping her with problems when necessary. Of course, the former wouldn't be as necessary if said girl didn't keep looking down at something next to her every 30 seconds or so. It didn't take long for Naruto to realize what she was looking at, which unfortunately for Kenji in the early days of their marriage, he learned, was very far away. So he sought out his adopted son and asked him to study alongside the girl. With a little nudge and the promise of ramen for dinner, the boy agreed. So now Naruto found himself sitting with his sister, diligently going through his studies while also making sure Usagi stayed focused on her homework and helping her with problems when necessary. Of course, the first thing wouldn't be so necessary if said girl didn't keep looking down at something next to her every 30 seconds or so. It didn't take long for Naruto to realize what she was looking at, which unfortunately for Kenji in the early days of their marriage, he learned, was very far away. So he sought out his adopted son and asked him to study alongside the girl. With a little nudging and the promise of ramen for dinner, the boy agreed. So now Naruto found himself sitting with his sister, diligently going through his studies while also making sure Usagi remained focused on her homework and helping her with problems when needed. Of course, the first wouldn't be as necessary if said girl didn't keep looking down at something next to her every 30 seconds or so. It didn't take long for Naruto to realize what she was looking at. With a little nudge and the promise of ramen for dinner, the boy agreed. So now Naruto found himself sitting with his sister, diligently going through his studies while also making sure Usagi stayed focused on her homework and helping her with problems when necessary. Of course, the first wouldn't be as necessary if said girl didn't keep looking down at something next to her every 30 seconds or so. It didn't take long for Naruto to realize what she was looking at. With a little nudge and the promise of ramen for dinner, the boy agreed. So now Naruto found himself sitting with his sister, diligently going through his studies while also making sure Usagi stayed focused on her homework and helping her with problems when necessary. Of course, the first thing wouldn't be so necessary if said girl didn't keep looking down at something next to her every 30 seconds or so. It didn't take long for Naruto to realize what she was looking at. Keep looking at something next to her every 30 seconds or so. It didn't take long for Naruto to realize what she was looking at. Keep looking at something next to her every 30 seconds or so. It didn't take long for Naruto to realize what he was looking at. Usagi, stop looking at your comics and get back to studying. Naruto spoke, not even looking up from his papers as the girl flinched at being caught. Come on Naruto and I, studying is so boring. Usagi complained as she was forced to go back to doing her homework. Naruto looked at his sister. It might be boring, but it's necessary, Nei-chan. Now just keep studying so we can finish soon. Otherwise, Mom won't make any ramen tonight. Usagi sweated a little. It seemed nothing motivated the child more than when someone offered him his favorite dish. Meanwhile, Luna, who had entered the room sometime during the middle of the session and settled into bed, decided to give the girl some words of wisdom. You know, Usagi, there's a wise old proverb that simply says you reap what you sow. I hate sowing. Usagi muttered as she returned to her work, but it was loud enough for Naruto to hear. What she means is that everything you do has a consequence, whether good or bad. Our decisions are the things that define us, Nei-chan. Looking up and seeing the confused look, he decided to elaborate. Look, what we choose to do reflects the image others see in us. To elaborate on what Luna said, think about this. Sow a thought, you reap an act. Sow an act, you reap a habit. Sow a habit, you reap a character. Sow a character, you reap a consequence. Our actions eventually become who we are, and our thoughts dictate our actions. So, if you start thinking about putting off your work, people will eventually start seeing you as a procrastinator. So, before it becomes a habit, let's banish the idea of procrastinating. Do you understand? Yeah, well, if it's our destiny to become senshi, as if anyone keeps preaching to us, Usagi said in an attempt to defend her distaste for doing any kind of work, much to the chagrin of one feline guardian. Then why do we need to study? Naruto raised his hand to cross off the reasons. 1. We're not senshi all the time. We're only senshi when trouble arises, and our enemy seems to make their moves only once every few weeks. So when we're not senshi, we're civilians with civilian responsibilities. 2. We have to think in battle. We can't just charge at the enemy, as that's a quick way to die, and there may be times when I'm not available to come up with a plan of attack, so you may have to come up with a plan of your own. And 3. No one will take you seriously if they think you're as smart as cardboard. So, with that, let's get back to studying. With all her ammunition expended, Usagi finally gave in and focused on her task while Luna smiled, very impressed with how Naruto handled the situation. Crown Arcade game later that night. All was dark and quiet on the streets of Juban as Luna made her way to game Crown Arcade. Upon arrival, Luna approached the door and used a secret keypad she installed earlier to open the gate and door to the arcade, allowing the cat inside. Once inside, the feline quickly made her way to one of the arcade games in the center of the room, specifically the Sailor V video game she had rigged a few nights ago. Once there, she stood on the stool and stared at the screen. As if sensing her presence, the game came to life as the screen lit up. Once the machine was fully operational, a voice emanated from the screen. "Welcome to the Sailor V video game. Tap the screen if you wish to continue." Luna pressed her paw against the screen and spoke. "This is Agent Luna. I'm checking in for a briefing and instructions." Voice recognition accepted. "Please enter your password." The rabbit in the moon makes rice cakes. The screen suddenly changes to show a ball of light that constantly changes color. Password accepted. Connection to central control established. "What do you have to report, Agent Luna?" "All is well here in Tokyo. The Dark Kingdom hasn't made any recent moves in this area. Although I haven't been able to locate any more senshi yet. Be patient, Agent Luna, they'll reveal themselves in time." "How are things going with your charges?" "Usagi is a bit difficult at times, however, her brother, Naruto, has been a great help to us in the fight against the Dark Kingdom. He has shown considerable strength and skill in fighting the enemy and has also shown great leadership skills and can think under pressure." "Yes. We've read your report on young Naruto." The screen displayed a pair of headshots of Naruto in his civilian form, as well as a full-body shot of him in his senshi form. "The appearance of a shadow senshi, though unexpected, has given us a much-needed advantage over the agents of the Dark Kingdom, as they are powerful and skilled warriors. Continue to guide them both, as you wish, Central. We also have new reconnaissance information for you to investigate." The images shifted to show a girl with short blue hair and blue eyes. "This girl is a new student at Juban High School whom we have labeled as a person of interest. Our sensors have detected abnormal energy readings from her. We ask that you investigate." "Very well then. This concludes our session. Central out." The screen went blank as the machine shut off once more, allowing Luna to return to the arcade and head home. She'll begin her investigation tomorrow while her 2 charges are at school. Juban High School next day. As the students of Juban Junior High went about their day, we found our 2 blonde heroes chatting with friends in the hallway. Although it was currently lunchtime, the group was free to relax a bit from their tedious studying and enjoy some socializing. Usagi was gossiping with Neru and Ayumi while Naruto was content to stay and listen to the chatter in the hopes of catching something interesting. "Did you hear about the new girl who transferred in recently? They say she's a total genius or something." Neru spoke up about the latest rumor circulating around the school. Ayumi nodded as she added her opinion to the conversation. "I heard she transferred from Brighton Academy." Usagi and Neru gasped. "The Brain Farm?" Naruto laughed a little when he heard the strange school nickname. He listened as Neru continued. "Why the hell would he move here if he's so smart? Maybe she was kicked out for being too smart," Usagi said as she considered the idea of a student being too smart for her own good. "Or maybe she needed a break from all the pressure of being a genius," Naruto commented as he pushed off the wall. "Or maybe she had family issues that forced her to relocate. I wouldn't judge her yet until we have all the facts. Stuff like that is how rumors start." Usagi suddenly felt a little guilty about what she said earlier and slumped a little. It was then that Yumino appeared in the middle of the group, an act that surprised all the girls. Naruto just waved to the boy as he greeted the boy. "Yo, Yumino." "Hey, Naruto. Just thought I'd stop by and tell you the news. Looks like a new student transferred in from Brighton Academy. That's old news for eyes. Neru replied while crossing her arms. You're doing a full spy report on her, aren't you? Usagi asked, earning a nod from the boy. So, do you have a name for this cool girl? Ayumi asked. The boy nodded. Her name is Ami. Naruto's attention perked up when he heard the name. Wait a minute. Did you say Ami? You didn't find out her last name, did you? Yumino looked thoughtful for a second. Well, I think it was Mizuno or something. Naruto's eyes widened slightly when he heard that. That was the name of someone he'd known for a long time, but just to make sure it was the same person he thought it was, the boy asked one more question. Does he have short blue hair and matching blue eyes by any chance? Yumino pushed his glasses higher on his face as he answered. Now that you mention it, she fits that description. Have you seen her before? Naruto laughed a little. Have you seen her? Hell, Usagi Nichan and I know her, shall we? Usagi asked, a little surprised by her brother's statement. Don't you remember Nei-chan? That's Dr. Mizuno's daughter, whom we used to play with when we were younger. She even came when her mother needed to work for a while. Usagi thought for a moment before a flash of recognition hit her. Oh yeah, I remember now. She was the girl you befriended when you first came to Juban. Man, I haven't seen her in 3 years or so. Naruto nodded. Yeah, since she started focusing more on her studies, we stopped visiting each other. I wonder what she's doing now. Maybe we can go see her. Hey, is that her? Ayumi suddenly asked as she pointed down the hall, gaining the group's attention. All eyes turned to see the same girl who was the topic of conversation walking toward a window while looking out at the schoolyard. Well, speak of the devil, Naruto declared, unable to stop the smile from appearing on his face. That's her, all right. I can't believe it's been so long since I've seen her. Hey, Nei-chan, let's go say hi. Usagi nodded and said goodbye to her friends as the two blondes walked towards their lost friend. Mizuno Ami sighed as she looked out the window at the scenery. Her day definitely hadn't started the way she would have liked. This was her first day at a public school, and she could already tell she was going to have an amazing year. The concept that the speed of rumors was faster than the speed of light was apparently true, as the entire school was aware of her status, and she could already hear the whispers of the students around her. The glares and laughs she was receiving were a clear indication that everything they were saying about her was obviously biased, inconsiderate, and untrue. She certainly wasn't some brain farm reject that most of the teenagers around her seemed to believe, as she would fondly admit that she was one of the smartest people Tokyo had to offer. She could tell anyone that being smart isn't all it's cracked up to be, and contrary to what some people think, Ami wasn't a natural genius. The girl had studied hard and earned her intelligence because she had a goal, and that goal was to be as great as her mother. The young woman had great respect for her doctor mother, and strove to become just like her. That's why she spends all her time studying. Unfortunately, high intelligence often means high expectations. The teachers at the academy often pushed her for her achievements, but not necessarily in the direction she wanted. Not to mention, it was hard to make friends when everyone seemed more interested in academics than socializing. The girl desperately needed a break. And that's why she transferred from a private academy to a public school, where expectations weren't as high and students discussed more than scientific theorems and algebraic equations. Here, she could possibly make friends, and boy, could she use some right now. While there, Ami let her mind wander. She reminisced about her early childhood, remembering the time when she laughed and played like any other kid instead of being the proverbial bookworm she was now. She remembered the times when she would go out to the park, play among the flowers, sleep in the sun, but most importantly, she remembered the spiky-haired blonde boy with whisker marks on his cheeks who played with her whenever he could. Uzumaki Naruto was her first friend. She still remembered so vividly the day her mother had brought the boy home from the hospital completely covered in bandages. She had told her daughter that he was an orphan and that he would be staying with them until he could be adopted by a new family. Naturally, she immediately became very curious about the strange-looking boy, having never seen someone with such odd-looking birthmarks. At first, he was very quiet and reserved, a little hesitant to socialize and interact with anyone. When she asked his mother why, she told her it was because he was trying to adjust to all the changes in his life. Eventually, though, he finally opened up to her, and it was her idle curiosity that set him off. The boy was amazed by the new world around him, often asking questions about everything he discovered. One of the most fun things she witnessed was when he first discovered television. The boy was amazed by the device. He'd never seen one in his life, and he wanted to know how it worked. Although he couldn't answer her, she found it funny to see him so animated, she'd say, when he tried to reveal the secrets of the television. She found that when he opened up to her, he was friendly, caring, and nice. He also acted very mature for his age, something she would learn why later when he told her about his life before coming here. Even though she was only 5 at the time, it still surprised her to learn how he was treated in his old home. She helped him through some emotional times when he broke down the memories of being abused. It wasn't long until they became good friends, and unfortunately, it was also the time the boy went to live with his new family. She was very sad to see him go, but he promised he'd come play when he could. She learned something else from the boy. When he made a promise, he always kept it. Naruto came to see her often and played with her as much as he could. He became a companion whenever Ami's mother had to leave for work, something that helped the girl cope with being an only child. They would often play in parks and discover new things together, as she found him to be a constant source of new ideas and adventures. He would even come to her house, as her parents had agreed to let Tsukino babysit her when her mother was forced to stay at work for long periods. This was how Ami met Usagi, Naruto's adoptive sister. The girl had a cheerful, bubbly, and sometimes clumsy personality, someone you couldn't help but like instantly. As time went on, the three of them became a close-knit group, playing and communicating as often as they could. However, Ami had her ambitions, and she began to focus more on her studies. They saw each other less and less over the years until she finally started attending cram school, which consumed all of her free time. And so the three of them stopped communicating and lost touch. It's been 3 years since he last saw the two. Ami let out another sigh as she thought about her situation. Perhaps concentrating completely on her studies wouldn't have been such a good idea, since she felt so lonely right now. She silently wished she could make new friends at this school, and she wished even more she could see her old blonde-haired friends again, especially Naruto. Wish granted. Hey Ami-chan. Ami's eyes suddenly opened. There was only one person she knew who addressed her that way. With hope filling her, she turned in the direction of the voice and saw a spiky-haired blonde boy walking toward her whom she didn't quite recognize at first, until she saw the 6 whisker marks on his cheeks. The girl's eyes lit up as a huge grin spread across her face. Without even thinking, the girl almost lunged at the boy. Naruto! Said boy wasn't prepared for this as the blue streak nearly knocked him over, only his reflexes honed by years of training saving him from falling. Ami, meanwhile, had wrapped her arms around the blonde's torso and now had Naruto in a vice-like hug. Usagi blushed slightly at the open display of affection her old friend was showing everyone while Naruto stared at the redhead for a moment before scratching the back of his neck. Hee, didn't think you'd miss me this much, Ami-chan. Finally realizing what she was doing, the girl quickly pulled away from the boy, jumped back, and began bowing repeatedly, all the while with a huge blush on her face. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Ami couldn't believe what she did back then. Even though she truly missed Naruto and desperately wanted to see him again, she didn't think he would literally throw himself at her. She was completely embarrassed by her actions as her face now had a gigantic blush, which only intensified when she suddenly realized she'd felt his firm body while she hugged him. Naruto waved his hand in response to the girl's apology. Haha, it's fine. Don't worry about it. The boy gave the dark-haired boy a warm smile. It's really good to see you again, Am-chan. Ami's smile soon matched Naruto's. It was so good to see him again. At that moment, she noticed the girl standing next to the boy, and she was someone she could easily recognize as well. Usagi, is that you? Hey, Ami. Long time no see. Usagi replied with a big smile of her own. So, you're the new transfer student we've been hearing about. This is amazing. Now we can hang out again after all these years. Usagi, The way you're saying it, you'd think we haven't seen her in a decade. It's only been 3 years, Naruto said as he turned to look at his sister. Usagi pouted a little. But it seems like it's been so long. Usagi turned to her blue-haired friend. It really is good to see you again, Ami nodded, the smile still on her face. It's good to see you again, too. The girl couldn't be happier right now. Here she was, reunited with her 2 best friends, and they hadn't changed a bit. Before they could make any more memories or have any fun, the sound of a bell signaled the end of lunch. Oops. Looks like social time's over, Naruto commented as he turned his attention back to Ami. Looks like we'll have to cut our meeting short. How about we meet again later? Ami nodded. Yes, I would like very much. All right, see you later, Ami-chan. Naruto then started to head back to the classroom. Come on, Ne-chan. Homeroom time. Usagi grumbled something about hating schoolwork before giving the redhead one last goodbye smile. See you later, Ami. Goodbye, Naruto, Usagi. Ami spoke as she too headed to her new classroom. Only this time she did so with a smile on her face and a bounce in her step. Juban streets after school. Naruto and Usagi walked through the streets of the Juban district on their way home from school. The two were in very good spirits as they had both managed to pass the test they had to take that day, despite the fact that Usagi had barely made the grade while Naruto was making the demotion marks. As they walked, the 2 siblings made small talk, most of it being the surprise reunion with their old friend. They were happy to know they would be able to talk to Ami again after so long. As they passed an intersection in the road, Usagi looked down the street to see the familiar blue hair of the person they were talking about. Hey, Naruto and I. Look. I think it's Ami, Usagi said as she pointed down the street. Naruto turned his head to look before grinning widely. You're right, Ne-chan. Wow, twice in one day now. The boy turned to his sister. Shall we ask how her day was? Usagi nodded happily. Sure. Maybe we can all go have fun together, like old times. Naruto laughed a little at the statement. In the old days, he says. We're only 14, Naruto thought as he began walking towards the blue-net. However, he suddenly stopped when he saw a small figure walking quickly towards the girl on top of a nearby wall. The figure was easily recognized by the blonde boy. Luna? What the hell is she doing? Luna moved quickly as she approached her prey. The cat had been waiting patiently near the entrance of Juban Junior High for any sign of the girl she had been informed about. When the blue-haired teenager emerged, Luna silently followed her until she found an opportunity to close in on her target. With the ideal moment at hand, the cat scampered along the top of the wall and leaped down. The girl only had enough time to turn her head and see the cat descend upon her like a lion pouncing on its prey. Ami yelped in surprise as a black cat landed on her shoulders. She hadn't expected something like this to happen and was understandably startled by this event. However, she quickly recovered from her shock as she looked at the feline that had pounced on her, who was currently staring back at her. Wow, you sure scared me, kitty. Playing Lions of the Serengeti, weren't you? Ami asked with a gentle smile that very few people could see as she scratched the cat's chin. Luna, who had been staring at the redhead a few moments ago, hoping to detect something from her, was now doing her best not to purr in satisfaction as the girl's fingers sent a soft message to her lower jaw. The cat shook her head to clear her thoughts when she realized she was leaning on the girl's hand. What the hell am I doing? Meanwhile, both Naruto and Usagi watched the scene in front of them with fascination and curiosity. What's Luna doing, Naruto and I have no idea. Let's find out. Naruto replied as the two began walking toward Blunette, who was talking about wishing she had a kitten. When they got close enough, Naruto yelled, Luna! Hearing its name, the cat turned around and jumped off the Blunette before running back to its charges and jumping into Naruto's arms. Ami turned around and smiled once more as her old friends approached her once more. Naruto, Usagi, I didn't think I'd run into you again today. Ami spoke as she approached the pair. Does that cat belong to you? Naruto smiled. That's right, Ami. Here's Luna. Say hi, Luna. Luna responded as any other cat would. Meow. Ami smiled wider as she reached out to pet the cat. Nice to meet you, Luna. A few minutes later, the three could be seen walking down the street toward the Juban shopping district. The two siblings had managed to convince Ami to go with them to their favorite hangout spot to celebrate their 3-year reunion. As the group walked, they talked idly to each other. "So, how was your first day at Juban Junior High, Ami?" Naruto asked as he walked in the center of the group, Usagi on his right while Ami stayed on his left. Luna sat on his arm. Ami smiled at the blonde boy. "It was actually quite good. The school has a much more relaxed atmosphere compared to the school I went to before. I must admit it's a nice change of pace for me." Ami was very happy with the school she was studying at now. It felt really good for her to be relieved of all the pressure she felt at Brighton Academy. Although she was afraid that she wouldn't make any friends thanks to her status and the rumors circulating about her, those fears disappeared when she reunited with her old friends. The girl had spent the rest of the day in high spirits after her talk with Naruto and Usagi, although she couldn't understand why she was getting so many stares from many of the other girls in her class. She had wondered if she had done something to offend them. "Oh, I don't know," Naruto laughed a little. "Yeah, I can only imagine how that feels." The boy then remembered something he'd heard before and decided to ask. "By the way, Ami-chan, I heard you got the highest score on the national academic exam about a year ago. Is that true?" Ami rubbed the back of her neck. "Well, I don't usually brag about things like that." Usagi's eyes widened in shock. "No way, you made it through nationals? Wow, Ami, you're really smart." Naruto chuckled as he patted the raven-haired boy on the back. "Oh, of course she is. Ever since I first spoke to her, Ami-chan has always been the smartest girl I've ever met." Ami developed a decent blush on her face upon receiving praise from the two blondes. As the trio continued walking, Naruto decided now was a good time to ask Luna why she jumped on Ami a while back. Slowing his pace slightly, he allowed the two girls to gain some distance between them before speaking to Luna. "Hey Luna, I wanted to ask you. Why did you jump on Ami-chan back there?" Naruto kept his voice low so Ami wouldn't realize he was talking to a cat. It would be pretty awkward trying to explain why he was conversing with a feline. Luna looked up from her resting place on his arm. "I'm sorry, Naruto. My superiors asked me to investigate Ami." Luna had told the two about Central Control and its role as an information network and command center, as they were the ones who told her to search the Juban area to find the senshi. "Okay, I'll buy it. But what does Central want with Ami-chan? They said they detected a strange energy signature from her." "What? Strange energy?" Naruto looked back at the redhead who was enjoying her conversation with Usagi. Neither before, when they first spoke to her at school, nor now, has he been able to detect anything strange about her. She was the same girl he had befriended all those years ago. "Are you sure about that, Luna? I mean, this is my old friend Ami-chan after all." Luna thought about it for a moment. "Well, I'm not entirely sure. When I contacted her, I didn't really sense anything strange about her. We'll keep an eye on her to see if anything happens later." Naruto became slightly worried at this information and hoped nothing bad would come of it. Not long after that, the boy was brought out of his thoughts when his sister called out to him to catch up as they were nearing their destination. With a nod, the boy sped off until he rejoined the group. Game Crown 1 hour later. The arcade was once again filled with customers, as the place was filled with the sights and sounds of people taking a break from the rigors of everyday life. In the video game Sailor V, we find Usagi pounding away at the controls while Naruto and Ami watch the blonde girl desperately trying to conquer the game and failing. Usagi let out a scream as she watched her avatar die a horrible death at the hands of the game's enemies, the words, "Game over," clearly printed in the center of the screen. The girl let out a deep sigh as her brother laughed at the girl's misfortune. "Not bad, Neishan, but you're going to have to do a lot better if you're going to beat my score." Naruto had been holding the game crown for a couple of years now and has earned quite a reputation for getting the highest scores in almost every game, earning him the title of Game Crown Ace. Usagi turned around and looked at the boy before pointing at him. "Just you wait, Naruto and I. One of these days I'll beat your score, you'll see," the girl declared boldly. "Yeah, it'll be the same day it rains ramen from the sky." Naruto smirked as his sister glared at him even harder. He loved irritating the girl like this sometimes. Yes, he loved the girl to bits and always treated her with kindness and care. But it was in things like this that he could let his competitive side out and playfully hit the girl. Ah, the joys of being a brother. Ami laughed as she watched the two interact. She could really see that the two hadn't changed at all since she played with them years ago. It felt so good for her to be back with them. Usagi finished glaring at her brother with her death daggers and turned to the redhead. Would you like to try it, Ami? The girl blinked for a second. Well, I haven't played video games in a while. Truth be told, she hadn't played games since she became fully focused on her studies. The last time she played a video game was when she played them with the two blondes 4 years ago. Naruto smiled at the girl. Come on, Ami-chan. Give it a try. You used to be pretty good, so I'm sure you'll do great. Seeing the mustachioed blonde's smile gave Ami a little confidence. There was something about him that made people believe his words. And then Ami picked up the game and started playing. The two blondes watched intently as the redhead began to rack up a decent score. Wow, you're doing pretty well, Usagi commented as she continued watching. It's so much fun, Ami replied as she continued to rack up points. Naruto smiled as he looked at his first childhood friend. He couldn't help but remember all the times the two of them played together when they were little kids. The boy would admit that the girl was very precious to him, as she was the first person his age to show him kindness and concern. When he first came to this city, he would admit that he was a little scared of this new world, as he called it, and that he wasn't very comfortable with all the different sights and sounds he was suddenly exposed to. It had been Ami who had helped him by explaining everything and allowing him to experience all the different technologies the girls had at home. Television had been quite an interesting and fun experience for him. Thinking about the before and after of his arrival in Juban made Naruto think about his life in Konoha, and that once again raised a rather interesting question. When he was around 9 years old, he began researching the location of Konohagakure in an attempt to contact the old man who had helped him in his youth, only to find no trace of the village. Every avenue he had tried resulted in a dead end. There was no information about it anywhere. Library, internet, information services, all of them had no data on this non-existent village. Even Dr. Mizuno Siko and his own parents, who had tried to find the location of the village so that the authorities could punish those responsible for the boy's abuse, had come up empty-handed and eventually gave up searching. It was a little disconcerting for him to think that he had just fallen from the sky on that fateful day, but it wasn't something he dwelled on since he had had a great life since arriving here. He still wished that he could see his old Gigi once more. Wow, would you look at that? A sudden voice brought Naruto out of his thoughts as he looked around and realized that a rather large crowd had gathered around him. Wondering why everyone was watching so intently, the boy turned to the brunette playing the game, and his eyes quickly widened at what he was seeing. The girl was completely focused on the screen as she blasted her way through the hordes of enemies, and as of now, she had amassed a score of over 100,000 points, only a few thousand points away from her all-time high score. He looked over and saw the stunned look on his sister's face and had to ask himself just how hard he was thinking to not notice any of this before. At that moment, Motoki approached the large group and greeted the two blondes. Hey Naruto, Usagi. What's going on? Hello, Motoki. Usagi replied with a warm smile. What's up, man? Naruto replied with a two-fingered gesture. Motoki smiled at his two friends before looking at the machine that was playing the brunette. Seeing the sheet music the girl was holding, the man was surprised. Whoa, who's playing? Usagi turned to her friend. This is my friend Ami. She's not so bad, is she? Usagi replied tersely. Suddenly, Ami's face took on a thoughtful expression. Glancing at her wristwatch, she stood up from her seat. Oh no! I'm going to be late! The girl's sudden action had an immediate effect on her gameplay as her avatar received a massive blow, signaling the end of the game. While the crowd reacted to the end of an impressive game with shock and disappointment, Ami grabbed her bag and tried to push through the crowd, only for her bag to catch on something and burst open. As Ami knelt down to retrieve her items, Usagi pushed past the crowd and knelt down to help her. Wait, Ami. What's the big rush? Usagi asked as she handed a box of pencils to the brunette. I have to get to my computer class, Ami replied with a smile. Usagi was surprised by this. Seriously, more politeness? Ami nodded. Yes. It's a special computer course offered only twice a week for 3 hours at a time. Usagi chuckled nervously at her friend's trip to the academics. Meanwhile, Naruto stared at the spot where Ami had disappeared into the crowd. He couldn't help but feel a little disappointed at how the game ended, as the girl was so close to beating his own score 10 points away, to be exact. While his competitive side was happy that he was still top dog in the game's crown, another part of him was cheering for the girl when she came so close to beating him only to have it hold back slightly. With a sigh, the boy turned back to the machine and included Ami on the high score list. With the girl's name safely placed in the number 2 position, right below the ace name for the highest score, the blonde boy began to push his way through the crowd when the arcade owner stopped him. Hey Naruto, could you wait a second? Naruto turned around to see Motoki approaching him. What's wrong, Motoki? I just wanted to see if you could help me out really quick. You see, I have some new games in the back that need moving. I could use a little extra muscle. Naruto smiled and replied. If it's extra muscle you're looking for, I have plenty of it. Great. If you want, go ahead and head to the back and I'll be there shortly. The blonde man nodded to Motoki and walked past the man and into the back of the arcade as the owner looked over to see Usagi and Ami leaving the arcade through the front door. As he started toward the back room, a sudden brightness caught his attention. Motoki knelt down and picked up a CD from the floor. Not recognizing it as one of his own, the man concluded it belonged to one of the girls. Wanting to return the CD, Motoki quickly ran toward the front door, out of the game crown. Well, see you tomorrow, and tell Naruto I said goodbye. Ami waved goodbye to her blonde friend as she sped off to her computer class. Usagi waved back as she watched the redhead disappear around the corner before letting out a small sigh, thinking about how fun it was to interact with Ami again after 3 years. There you go. Motoki's voice brought Usagi out of her thoughts as she turned to see her crush walking toward her. I'm glad you're still here, Usagi. Are you? Usagi replied with a blush on her face when she saw that the man wanted to see her. Yeah, I wanted to make sure you got your CD back before you left, since you left it inside. Motoki then held up the disc in question. Usagi looked at the object before letting out a disappointed sigh. Shouldn't guys know when a girl is interested in them? And don't answer that. Realizing she was making a scene in front of the man, Usagi laughed shyly before taking the disc. Ah, alright, Motoki. This is probably Ami's since she dumped everything earlier. You know, your brother is going to be helping me out back for a while, so if you want to stay until he's done, you can. Motoki informed the blonde girl. Usagi looked at the disc once more before shaking her head. Okay, I think I need to return this disc to Ami before she misses it in her class. Motoki nodded before heading back inside. Okay, fine. I'll see you later, Usagi. See you, Motoki. Usagi spoke before starting to walk down the street when a certain cat, who had been waiting patiently outside the arcade, ran over to join her. Crystal's seminar crammed school. At a seemingly ordinary school, students were already gathering for another day of advanced learning. The only unusual thing was that several of them seemed to be dragging themselves toward the building, almost as if they had no energy left. As the students made their way to their classrooms, a female figure stood on the second floor, looking out a window. Excellent. Queen Beryl will be pleased that all these minds are putting their energy into our program. So many helpless lambs. Inside the classroom for the special computer course, the students began preparations for class while whispers and murmurs could be heard in the room. Ami sat at her station and began rummaging through her bag, looking for the course guide CD she had been given at the beginning of the course. She was told the disc was a study guide and a course aid, and the teacher had strongly recommended that students use it during their studies. Ami, however, never used it since she was very intelligent and liked to do her work without the use of course aids, though that didn't mean she never had it nearby in case she needed it for something. Better safe than sorry, after all. As she continued searching her bag, she noticed that she couldn't seem to find it as easily as before. Attributing this to the fact that her belongings had spilled out of her bag in the playroom, the girl resumed her search. However, after checking her bag 3 or 4 times, Ami realized that the disc was, in fact, not in her bag. Oh no! My disc is gone. I must have dropped it in the game room. However, This realization didn't dampen her spirits as she began to pull her books and study materials out of her bag. I'll be without him. As soon as she thought that sentence, she felt a hand grab her shoulder. The slightly surprised girl turned to find her instructor looking directly at her. The teacher was one many might find attractive. With a heart-shaped face, almond-shaped brown eyes, shoulder-length brown hair, and fair skin, this woman was destined to turn heads. Hi, Ami. I'm so impressed with the energy you've put into this course. As my valued student, I was wondering if you'd like to lead the class today. Ami nodded to her teacher. Of course, the teacher smiled at the young woman. Good. Class will start in a few minutes. When the teacher walked away, Ami breathed a small sigh of relief. She was sure the teacher would be angry that she didn't bring her assigned supplies to class and scold her. It was fortunate that she didn't seem to notice. Outside the building. Blee! More school. I don't go to school more than absolutely necessary. It's bad for my health. Usagi declared as she looked at the entrance of the building where the seminar was being held. It had taken them a little time and some asking around to locate the place. But now both Usagi and Luna stood in front of a 2-story building that was used for secondary and extracurricular learning. While the girl paled at the thought of overstudying, and by extension meaning she didn't want to be anywhere near this place, Usagi took the CD out of her bag and looked at it. Realizing she had to go inside to return the disc, she sighed. Luna, meanwhile, was picking up some very strange vibes emanating from the upper level of the building ever since the two approached, and she was very tense at the moment. Usagi, I want you to be careful when you go in there. The blonde man looked at the cat in confusion. Huh? But why? I'm picking up on a strange feeling in the building, and it could be the Dark Kingdom's activity. You never know when you might stumble upon one of their plots. Usagi stared at the feline for a moment, doubt clearly written on her face. Yeah, right. I think you're getting a little paranoid, Luna. Talking to yourself again, meatball head? Both Usagi and Luna suddenly tensed when they heard a very familiar voice behind them. Quickly turning around, the two found themselves face to face with none other than Mamoru. Oh, it's you, Usagi said with a nervous laugh. I didn't hear you slipping. Well, I gotta go, see ya. With that, Usagi trotted alongside the offending man with Luna in her heels. When they got about 20 feet away from the guy, the two stopped and looked back to see if Mamoru was still staring at them. He was. Realizing that staring at him was only going to raise suspicion, the blonde and the cat threw discretion to the wind and proceeded to get their asses out of the area. Further down the street, Naruto walked, deep in thought. After discussing business with Motoki, the blonde left the arcade and began his walk home. His thoughts were back on his friend Ami, and her performance at the Game Crown. He didn't really expect the girl to be that good at games, but then again, she had always been the brightest person the boy had ever met. One thing was certain, he was going to have to step up his game if he was going to compete with her. His thoughts were suddenly interrupted when a yellow/blue blur suddenly passed by him. Blinking a few times, he looked toward where the blonde comet was disappearing into the distance, recognition quickly hitting him. Nei-chan? Pausing only for a few moments, the boy began to run after his sister. The girl and the cat, who had been covered in the cloud of dust their charge had created, stopped next to a lamppost when they finally ran out of air. As the two gasped and gasped, Luna spoke. That was too close. I was sure that man heard me speak. When Usagi finally caught her breath, she realized that during the incident, she'd forgotten why they were there in the first place. Oh no, I still have the disc. That stupid idiot made me forget everything. The girl bristled at the thought of what a pain in the ass Mamoru was. Nei-chan, a familiar voice made the two turn to find Naruto running toward them. I thought it was you running next to me. You were moving so fast back there that I barely recognized you. So why were you running like that? Usagi grimaced before speaking. It was that idiot Mamoru again. Luna and I were about to head to Ami's cram school when the guy sneaked up on us. The man almost caught me talking to Usagi, so we both ran. Luna added as she finally caught her breath. Naruto sighed as he scratched his head. That's no good. It would be really bad for us if people suddenly found out we had a talking space cat with us. So why were you going to Ami's school in the first place? Usagi showed her brother the CD in her possession. Ami dropped this disc in the game room and wanted to return it to you. Naruto looked at the disc with mild curiosity before extending his hand. Let me see it. Usagi complied with her brother's request and handed him the disc. The moment the CD touched the blonde boy's hand, his senses went on high alert. He could feel the dark energy emanating from the CD and recognized it as the same type of energy he felt when he came into contact with the flower brooches used during the radio station incident. This was definitely not a good sign. I think we have a problem here, girls. Usagi and Luna looked at the blonde boy in confusion. What's wrong, Naruto and I? This CD isn't a normal CD. I feel a lot of dark energy inside it, Naruto proclaimed, earning gasps from his two companions. Are you sure about that, Naruto? Luna asked. Naruto crouched down and presented the disc to the cat. See for yourself. Luna leaned close to the object and focused her senses. A moment later, she too could feel traces of malevolent power radiating from the disc. The feline's expression turned serious as she looked back at the blonde hero. You're right, Naruto. I sense evil in the disc. I also sense something from the cramped school we were in right before we had to run. Naruto stood back up, nodded to Luna, then redirected his attention back to the disc. I think it's time we find out what's on this CD. Not far from here, there's a library with computers we can use. So the trio hurried to their destination, fully intending to get some answers. Juban Public Library. When the group arrived, they immediately headed to one of the public computer terminals inside the library's study area. Sitting in front of the screen, Naruto opened the disk drive and inserted the disk. Once that was complete, he began browsing the computer's directory to access the disk's contents. Usagi looked amazed at her brother's technological expertise. Wow, Naruto and I didn't know you were so good with computers. Naruto chuckled a little. Well, it's kind of hard not to acquire the skill in this day and age. The boy couldn't have spoken truer words. In a time when technology was so advanced and virtually everything relied on computers, it was mandatory for a person to learn how to use them. However, the arrival of the digital age didn't come without its consequences. With information being shared at such a high rate, it was nearly impossible to keep track of everything. Hacking and cyberterrorism have become a common threat, with a person's identity being stolen every 3 seconds, cybercrime being committed every 3 minutes, and thousands of people losing their life savings in the blink of an eye literally. And while the World Wide Web has granted people access to information as easily as breathing, many businesses and organizations that have existed for decades, even centuries, are suddenly becoming obsolete. Post offices are used less and less, as messages are now sent by email, and libraries like the one the child was in are closing due to a lack of visitors and staff. It was a bit ironic that they were using a machine that would one day put this building out of service. Ironic and sad. Naruto's meditation was interrupted when the computer informed the user that the disk had been accessed and that it was launching the program. The three of them stared at the monitor as information began to flash on the screen. This doesn't look much like a learning program to me, Naruto said as his eyes scanned the program's contents. Suddenly, a noise began to emanate from the computer, quickly catching the boy's attention. What the hell? Naruto exclaimed as he listened to the sound. It seemed to be some sort of high-pitched ringing sound that the program seemed to be generating, which was a rather interesting phenomenon considering the computer they were using didn't seem to have any speakers connected. An unexpected groan behind him drew his attention to the other two people in the room. Naruto was quite surprised when he found Usagi and Luna in an apparent daze, as they both had blank expressions on their faces while their eyes seemed to have glazed over. What's going on here? The boy questioned aloud as he began to move towards the two. His attempt to help his companions suddenly stopped when a strange feeling of vertigo took hold of him. As the room began to spin and distort his vision, he began to feel a force affecting the flow of energy within his own body as if it was trying to take control and redirect it. Using his willpower, Naruto shook off his dizziness and stood upright as he clasped his hands together to form a Tora sign while simultaneously concentrating the flow of his energy onto the surface of his body. Once the amount of energy was sufficient, Naruto released it. Kai! The effect was almost instantaneous, as the expelled energy disrupted the force that was trying to take control of him. It also seemed to have the added effect of snapping Usagi and Luna out of their trance, as they both blinked a few times before shaking their heads. What just happened? Usagi asked while rubbing her head in a bit of a daze. I think this thing was just trying to hypnotize us, Naruto replied as he turned back to the monitor. At that moment, the three of them heard a voice coming from the computer. Welcome, student, you have been specially selected to supply your energy to our great ruler, Queen Beryl. From now on, you will only obey the orders of the Dark Kingdom. Usagi and Luna gasped as Naruto narrowed his eyes. So this was another plan by the Dark Kingdom. It's a brainwashing program. Does that mean Ami's been brainwashed? Usagi asked, now very worried about her blue-haired friend. Naruto remained silent as he clenched his fist. If someone was brainwashing and hurting his dear friend, there would be hell to pay. Crystal Seminar shortly after. In no time, the two heroes and a feline arrived at the front of the crammed school. Naruto wasted no time focusing his senses on the building, and true to Luna's words, he could sense a dark presence on the second floor. They're there, all right. What do we do now? We can't just walk in like this, Usagi asked. Naruto turned to his sister with his fox-like grin on his face. Have you already forgotten we're masters of disguise, Nei-chan? Usagi blinked before the proverbial light bulb went off in her head. Oh yeah? Then, the girl reached into her bag and pulled out the lunar pen. Disguise power, make me a school superintendent. The lunar pen did its job, and when the light went out, Usagi was now wearing a green formal suit and skirt with a white coat and matching shoes. Her hair had also changed from its long twin ponytails to a straight, shoulder-length cut. Naruto nodded in approval as he raised his hands in a Hitsuji sign. Henge. A puff of smoke later, Naruto appeared to be an older man with slicked-back blonde hair wearing a gray suit and tie with matching pants and black dress shoes. With their disguises in place, the three rushed into the building intent on finding their friend and stopping the Dark Kingdom's plot once again. Passing through the lobby, the heroes took the first staircase they could find and made their way through the hallways of the second floor. Using his sensory ability, Naruto led the group to one of the hall's entrance doors. Peeking inside, they found that it was indeed occupied by students, who seemed to be trying to redefine the term grim. You'd find a happier group of people in a graveyard. This is definitely the room, Naruto commented as he scanned the classroom for his childhood friend's familiar blue hair. Not seeing the girl, he opened the door and walked in. Ami, where are you? Ami heard her name and quickly stood up from her seat. Excuse me, can I help you with something? We're in the middle of class right now. Seeing that the girl was healthy and alert, Naruto relaxed slightly before addressing the redhead. Ami, come here right now. Ami was confused by the order. She didn't know what was happening or who the two people standing by the door were. I'm sorry, but do I know you? Naruto groaned a little, remembering that his henge would work on the girl as well as anyone else. Listen, I don't have time to explain. You need to get out of her room right now. Before more words could be said, their senses suddenly went haywire as a presence entered the room. Naruto suddenly saw a woman appear out of thin air right behind Ami. Excuse me, we're in the middle of class right now, so I'll have to ask you to leave. Ami turned toward the source of the voice and was surprised to see her teacher appear out of nowhere right behind her. Sensei? Naruto gritted his teeth as he glared at the woman. Class is over, Yuma. I won't let you hurt my friend. Sailor Moon, let's do this. Usagi nodded. Correct. Moon prism power, makeup, moon power, transformation. Ami was in shock at what she had just witnessed. Right before her, these two unknown people had just transformed into the famous superhero duo she had recently heard about. Sailor Moon and Moon Knight? Before she could ponder further on the situation she was in, she suddenly found a hand grabbing her by the mouth and dragging her back. The girl looked over her shoulder to see her own teacher holding her in place with inhuman strength. I guess I should have expected you two to interfere, but no matter. I'll look after you both in the name of the Dark Kingdom. Ha ha! The woman's appearance had changed during her little rant as her body grew taller. Her skin turned red, her hair turned ash black as it stood up to form a T-shaped style. Her clothes disappeared, revealing a black leotard made of fur, and, just like with the others, a large X-shaped scar appeared on her face. Meet the Yuma, Garabin. Sailor Moon flinched slightly at the Yuma's appearance. She was about to begin her introduction when she heard a low growl coming from her masked counterpart. Glancing to her side, she saw Lunar Knight's cold gaze as the boy glared dangerously at the tall, red Yuma. "I'm only going to say this once. Leave her. Go. Now!" Lunar Knight demanded with raw hatred in his eyes. The boy didn't care in the least about the Yuma's intimidating appearance. This monster had dared to lay a hand on one of his most precious people, and he was angry. Garabin simply chuckled. "I don't think so. As long as I have her, you won't make a move. Now I think it's time for a pop quiz." Sailor Moon blinked in confusion as Lunar Knight's face remained unchanged. Garabin smiled as his eyes flickered. "This is a crammed school, we want answers. What is 355 times 268? Sailor Moon snorted at the monster as she replied. "You're not our master, and we don't have to answer. Time's up." "Too bad, you two failed big time." Garabin raised his free hand as papers appeared out of thin air and shot towards the two senshi. "Dodge them!" Lunar Knight shouted as the two avoided the shower of paper. "That would be a nasty paper cut," the boy commented when he saw the papers embedded in the door the two had been standing in front of a few moments ago. He was snapped out of his reverie when more papers were sent flying straight at him. Sailor Moon was also having trouble with the documents as she too ducked, weaved, and jumped over the flying literature that seemed to never run out. Unfortunately for her, she had managed to back herself into a corner as more papers concentrated on her. Seeing his sister in distress, Lunar Knight dashed in front of the sailor senshi just in time for him to pull out a kunai and deflect the sharp papers. Seeing that his weapons weren't doing much good, Garabin decided to change tactics. "I'm giving you two options. 1. Both of you surrender now, or 2. Surrender later." Lunar Knight raised an eyebrow. "Why would we want to surrender to you?" He quickly got his answer when the students inside the classroom rose from their seats and advanced toward the two senshi. "Oh, I think it has something to do with them," Garabin replied as the possessed student body attacked. Muttering a small curse under her breath, the masked senshi put away her kunai and created her trademark Kagebushin no Jutsu with her hand. When the smoke cleared, there were now 5 Moon Knights ready to face the advancing horde of people. As the students approached, the 5 masked senshi and 1 sailor senshi used their abilities to block, throw, and incapacitate as many students as they could. Seeing that the two nuisances had their hands full, Garabin turned his attention to his hostage. "I'm going to take care of you now." The Yuma shifted his grip on the girl's head so that he was grabbing her from behind as he shoved Ami's face into a nearby computer screen. "You thought you could escape, didn't you? Now submit." The Yuma shoved Ami's face into the computer screen as a white wisp of energy emerged from the monitor and began encasing the girl's head. However, since Ami never used her disc, she was never exposed to the programming, and thus the will-o'-the-wisp had no effect on her, and it dispersed. Garabin raised an eyebrow in confusion as the girl seemingly resisted his powers. The Yuma pressed further into the girl's face as he growled. "No one can resist my powers. Surrender your energy to the Dark Realm. Surrender to me now." Ami fought the Yuma's strength with everything she had. "I'll never give up on you. Never. Now let me go, you slimy old hag. Stop resisting and give up your energy." It was at this moment that something strange happened. The bangs in front of Ami's forehead parted as a strange light began to shine from it. As the light intensified, a symbol appeared on her head. It appeared to be a heart with a cross connected to the bottom, while 2 lines crossed it from the top at the center ridge. It was the symbol of Mercury. Garabin saw the light and lifted the girl up to get a better look at her head. "What's this mark from?" Luna, who now had a clear line of sight to the bluinet, recognized the mark instantly. "It's Mercury." The cat gasped as the realization hit her. "That girl is one of us. Ami is Sailor Mercury." Moving quickly, the cat retreated into the hallway where she worked her magic. Performing her backflip, Luna materialized a blue pen, the top of which held a golden cap with a large ring above it. Inside the ring was a small coin with Mercury's emblem inscribed into the metal. Luna snatched the pen with her mouth before it could hit the floor and ran back into the room. Meanwhile, Garabin's patience with the redhead had run out as he threw the girl to the ground and growled. Ah, who needs you anyway? Ami turned in time to see the Yuma's arm extend and turn into an axe blade. You just failed this class. The girl trembled in fear as the Yuma raised its arm. Split and chop. Lunar Knight was still fighting the students with his clones and his sister when he saw the Yuma and its actions. No! The boy yelled as he quickly flipped over a charging student, landed on his shoulders, and launched himself at the Yuma while pulling another kunai from his pouch. Garabin laughed as she drew back her bladed arm and lowered it. Ami closed her eyes, too scared to see her end coming. Clang! Only for it not to arrive at all. Ami opened one of her eyes to find a white-robed individual standing between her and the monster attacking her. Lunar Knight had arrived just in time to intercept the blow with his kunai, and was now blocking her sword with her own. Ami, run! The masked senshi ordered as she used her left arm to hold her right. The girl nodded before getting to her feet and running away. Garabin grunted as he applied more force to his sword arm. So, you want to go first, huh? Fine by me. I'll kill you and then that annoying girl, Lunar Knight grunted under the Yuma's force. It's not going to happen. The senshi responded verbally. However, with the size difference and their inhuman strength, the masked senshi were at a disadvantage. Ami ran to the end of the hallway before turning around to watch the power struggle unfold. She could see that the white senshi was having a hard time pushing back the red Yuma and wanted to do something for the boy. But what? Me. The girl turned toward the source of the new voice to see the black cat with the crescent moon mark on its forehead running toward her with a blue pen in its mouth. The cat stopped before her and put the pen down. Here, use this. Ami was surprised to find the cat talking to her, but she quickly recovered and knelt down to grab the pen. What is this? This is your transformation pen. You must use it to transform into Sailor Mercury. Shout Mercury power, make up! And hurry, you must help Lunar Knight, said Senshi was beginning to lose the fight as the blade of the Yuma's axe came closer and closer to the masked hero's face. Ami gave them one last look before steeling herself. Accepting her new fate, she screamed, Mercury power, make up! As her initial transformation began, the girl's clothing dissolved as a water-like liquid emerged from the feather and wrapped around the girl's torso, arms, and legs. A wave of light pulsed from her body as the liquid turned into clothing. Ami now wore the same sailor fuku that Sailor Moon wears. The big difference was that her boots, accents, and the gem on her tiara were blue, while the bows on her hair in the front and back were light blue. Sailor Mercury had arrived. The Moon Knight growled as he felt the last of his strength disappear under the Yuma's power, while Garabin began to laugh, sensing that victory was near. Quick, Mercury! Use your Sabeo spray! Luna shouted. Ami nodded as she turned to the fighting pair. Clasping her hands together in front of her, Mercury formed a blue sphere in her hands before raising her arms in front of her in an X shape as the sphere remained in its position in front of her. Sapinin spray. Mercury extended his arms, throwing the sphere forward, which instantly turned into a cloud of bubbles. When the bubbles reached a certain distance, they burst, releasing a thick fog that clouded the room. Garabin was suddenly caught off guard as the room enveloped in fog. Using the distraction to his advantage, Lunar Knight thrust the axe back, forcing the Yuma to lower its guard. Seeing this opening, the masked senshi raised her leg and kicked the Yuma's stomach, causing the creature to stagger back in pain. Now out of the Yuma's reach, Lunar Knight walked backward into the fog, disappearing from sight. Garabin recovered from the blow only to find her opponent in sight. Looking around, she suddenly began to shiver as the room's temperature dropped. It's so cold, the Yuma said as she hugged herself. The mist also had an effect on the students as they stopped their assault on the Moon Knight and Sailor Moon clones before falling to the ground unconscious. Garabin continued to tremble as he searched for his enemies. Suddenly, an image of Mercury appeared in the nearby mist. Seeing the Bluenet Senshi, Garabin attacked. I've got you! He swung his axe hand forward in an effort to kill the girl only to find the blade pass through the girl and into a computer monitor. You missed me! Mercury sneered from somewhere in the fog. Garabin growled angrily as she turned around, desperately trying to locate the girl. Where are you? I'm going to kill you! As this happened, Lunar Knight remained in the fog, his senses fixed on the Yuma's location. His head was tilted down as a shadow covered his eyes. This Yuma had dared to target the first friend he ever had, lure her out, take her hostage, and worst of all, attempt to kill her. His patience with the monster had run out, and now he was going to end this fight himself. Raising his head, he revealed a pair of cold, ruthless blue eyes. Giving a mental command to his clones, the 4 copies dissipated, leaving a slightly confused Sailor Moon in the corner of the room. Raising her kunai in a reverse grip, her moon emblem began to glow once more. The white kunai also began to glow, only much brighter until the entire weapon was engulfed in light. The blade extended until it was a meter long. The now ready weapon, Lunar Knight, charged toward the Yuma. As she was halfway to her target, the masked senshi leaped into the air and swept her sword back. Garabin was still looking around when movement caught her attention. Turning, she saw the white senshi approaching her. With barely any time to react, the Yuma raised her sword to block the attack. Lunar Knight wasn't having any of that as she executed her attack. Assassin Strike. 1. Lunar Knight swung his arm back in a slashing motion, seemingly slicing through the air with light. As the light faded, we found Lunar Knight landing in a crouch 10 feet behind the Yuma, their backs to each other. While Garabin remained motionless, Lunar Knight stepped back as his kunai returned to its original state. The masked senshi twirled the blade in her hand for a second before putting it back in her pouch. Garabin twitched a few times when suddenly the blade of his axe snapped in half. As the top half of the blade landed on the ground, the Yuma's head began to tilt back before sliding off the body and hitting the ground with a thud. Soon, the rest of the body joined it as the decapitated Yuma collapsed to the ground and turned to ash before disappearing completely. The fight ended. Sailor Moon watched as the fog faded and the group of students groaned on the floor. "Good, they're returning to normal," the girl commented as she headed to the other side of the room. Mercury stood where she was, assessing her appearance, when Luna approached her. "Sailor Mercury, you were great. Welcome to the Sailor Senshi. Ami, you're Sailor Mercury," Sailor Moon said as she joined the group. Mercury blinked in surprise as she looked at the Senshi, and could clearly see who she was. "Usagi, is that you?" The girl nodded as the redhead turned to the last member of the Senshi. "So, does that mean you're—" Already knowing what the question was, Lunar Knight winked at the girl as he answered. "You got it, Ami. It's me." Mercury's eyes widened as he realized his 2 old friends were the heroic Senshi he'd heard about for over a month. Seeing the girl had some questions, Lunar Knight stepped forward. "Let's take this discussion to the roof so we can have some privacy. This will be a long story." Crystal Seminary Ceiling Dusk. After reaching the rooftop and undergoing their transformations, the 2 blondes told their story about how they became Senshi and their current mission. Ami took it all quite well since she had experienced it firsthand. Her childhood friends were both superheroes fighting against an evil force known as the Dark Realm, and she herself was one as well. "It all feels like a fairy tale," Ami commented as Naruto finished informing the girl about everything that had happened to them earlier. "Trust me, it's not a story. We've been fighting them for over a month, and it seems there's no end in sight," the blonde boy replied as he leaned on the railing. "We're no closer to stopping the Dark Kingdom than we were when we started." Luna took advantage of this moment to speak. "The only thing we can do right now is find the Senshi, which, coincidentally, we've done with Ami here." Usagi smiled at the brunette. "That's great. Ami's a Senshi and she'll be fighting alongside us." "Not yet." Usagi, Ami, and Luna turned their heads as they looked at Naruto in confusion. "What do you mean, Naruto?" "Ami is Sailor Mercury, and her destiny is to fight with us," Luna replied as she looked at the blonde teenager. Naruto gave the cat a serious look. "Luna, this is her life we're talking about, so the decision is ultimately hers." Naruto pushed off the railing and walked in front of the first friend he had. "Ami, you've been given great power, but with it comes dangerous responsibility. After everything you've heard and knowing the risk involved, are you willing to join us in the fight against the Dark Kingdom?" Ami could see the serious expression on the blondes' faces and began to think about the question. Yes, she had been given great power that would allow her to fight, but that also meant she would be put in danger every time the Dark Kingdom attacked and could very well lose her life. But then her 2 precious friends were fighting and risking their lives to protect everyone, and she could see they needed all the help they could get. With her eyes hardening, she answered, "I will do that. Are you sure about this, Ami?" Naruto asked once more, making sure the girl had thought it through. The girl nodded as she spoke. "Yes, I can't just stand idly by while people get hurt when I have the power to make a difference. And besides, you guys need all the help you can get." Naruto stared at the girl for a second before smiling at her resolve. "Well then, all I can say is welcome aboard, Ami." The blonde then stepped forward and hugged the brunette. The girl stood there blushing before smiling and returning the hug. Usagi and Luna couldn't help but smile at the warm scene before them. After a few seconds, Usagi spoke. "So, Ami, now that we're all together again, would you mind helping me with my homework?" The three remaining individuals sweated. Let Usagi ruin the moment. Chapter 6. Time Problems Against the Clock. Alteris Beta. The evil court of the Dark Kingdom gathered once more as Queen Beryl looked at her general with a mixture of frustration and anger. Their latest attempt to harvest the precious energy they needed had been thwarted once again by the efforts of the Sea Senshi. And while it was bad enough that they had to deal with Sailor Moon and her partner, Moon Knight, there was now a new enemy they were now forced to contend with. And it was this message that Beryl wanted to convey to her minion. "Good work, Jadeite." The queen spoke in a very sarcastic tone. "Now we have to deal with Sailor Mercury in addition to the two Senshi." Jadeite bowed her head, unwilling to meet her queen's disdainful eyes. "I am deeply sorry, Your Majesty. Honestly, I didn't consider another Senshi would appear so soon." Beryl narrowed her eyes as she contemplated this. Perhaps they should have planned ahead for such eventualities. After all, there were at least 5 Sailor Senshi present during the destruction of the Moon Kingdom all those centuries ago, so those 5 should have been reincarnated by now. "I trust you won't make the same mistake again, Jadeite," the queen said, emphasizing that she wouldn't tolerate such recklessness again. "Yes, my queen." "Okay, now then, tell me your latest plan." Jadeite stood at attention, ready to outline his new plan. "We've discovered a very reliable energy source. It seems that humans expend a great deal of energy when they're stressed or pressed for time. And while we can easily harvest this energy on our own, we'll double the amount by speeding up the process, thereby gathering even more energy for ourselves. We already have everything in place." Beryl thought briefly before giving her approval. "Very well, Jadeite, you may continue. And if your agent comes into contact with the Senshi again, I want them eliminated, do you understand?" "Yes, my queen." Juban's shopping center. After the fateful reunion of childhood friends and the unexpected addition to the Senshi ranks, the 2 girls and 1 boy decided to make up for 3 years of lost time by hanging out every hour they could. For the past week, the group was inseparable, always talking and playing together when they weren't in the classroom or other school activities. After school, the gang would find something to do. One of the first things they did was visit Ami's mother, Siko. The brunette doctor was home on a rare day off, and was pleasantly surprised when her daughter arrived home with 2 very familiar blonde young men. Siko was delighted to see Naruto and Usagi in her home after so long and wasted no time switching into hostess mode and serving the siblings tea and sweets while talking to them about their lives. During the visit, Siko had noticed how much happier and more open her daughter seemed to be, and it was something that brought the doctor great relief. Before, Ami had always focused on her studies and never took the time to have fun the way other teenage girls did, and Siko was worried that it would affect her social skills later on. Now it seemed that she didn't have to worry about that. Ami had always focused on her studies and never took the time to have fun the way other teenage girls did, and Siko was worried that it would affect her social skills later on. Now it seemed that she didn't have to worry about that. Ami had always focused on her studies and never took the time to have fun the way other teenage girls did, and Siko was worried that it would affect her social skills later on. Now it seemed that she didn't have to worry about that. Another event that occurred was when the trio arrived at Game Crown. Naruto had officially challenged Ami on her gaming skills, and the girl was more than happy to accept. And so, with Usagi as the official judge, the blonde and redhead spent a night playing as many games as they could in an effort to beat each other. While Naruto lived up to his reputation as the Game Crown ace, having earned numerous victories, Ami proved that she could earn as many wins as she lost, as she had managed to not only beat the blonde in several games, but also claimed first place on the high score list. In the end, the score came out tied, and both opponents left the arcade smiling. The group would make several more trips together, including a trip to the library much to Usagi's chagrin, until we finally found ourselves at our current location in the Juban shopping mall on a beautiful Sunday afternoon, or more specifically, at a clothing store within the mall. "Do you think I look good in this dress?" Ami asked her fellow sailor Senshi as she held up an aqua green dress with white ruffles around her neck while speaking in a mock British accent. "Of course, sweetheart," Usagi replied in a similar voice as she held out an orange jacket and matching short skirt for her. The two girls glanced at each other quickly before shouting in unison, "We both look simply wonderful!" The clamor had the effect of catching the attention of a nearby saleswoman who looked at them and frowned, a sure sign that she was not amused by the two young teenagers' outburst. "Great, just what I need right now, a couple of noisy boys pretending to be women," the employee thought as she let out a frustrated sigh. "This gig is bad enough with customers who have nothing better to do and then mess up all the clothing displays while bombarding me with requests to check prices and inventory on things we don't even have. Now I have to deal with kids playing dress up. Sometimes I really hate this job." "Hey girls, what do you think?" The women, including the employee, looked to the source of the voice to find a young, blonde, spiky-haired man approaching the two girls with some clothes he had picked out. "On the other hand, it has its advantages," the woman thought as she observed the young man's appearance. While the girls were busy in the women's section of the store, Naruto was browsing the men's area and had found a few select items that he decided to try on. The blonde was sporting a black leather-marked New York jacket with a white t-shirt and a pair of dark blue James jeans. Naruto approached the two schoolgirls and posed for them. "Wow, Naruto and you look good," Usagi praised, seeing her brother's appearance. The statement was backed up by Ami, who simply nodded a few times at the blonde boy. Naruto chuckled a little as he re-examined the clothes he was currently wearing. "Yeah, I think so too, I think I'll take them." The blonde then turned his attention to the employee who was looking him up and down. "Excuse me, miss, could you call these out for me?" The clerk snapped out of her trance and responded with the best smile she could muster. "Sure, handsome. This way." With that, the woman headed to the counter with the blonde boy in tow. Usagi giggled a little as she watched her brother follow the store clerk. He always found a way to catch people's attention, especially those of the opposite sex. The girl turned to her friend to comment on the matter when she noticed the redhead seemed to be giving the store clerk the dirty look. "Is she watching?" Usagi wondered as she looked at her fellow sailor Senshi. Ever since the blonde met the girl, she's always been a kind, friendly, and polite person who rarely loses her composure. Seeing her actually show hostility was surprising. "Hey Ami, are you okay?" Ami blinked a few times as she was brought out of her thoughts and turned to her friend, smiling shyly. "Oh yeah, I'm fine, Usagi." The redhead was a little embarrassed that not only was she caught staring at the saleswoman, but she was staring as well, which was a little odd for her considering her generally kind-hearted nature. A few minutes later, the young blonde boy returned with a few bags in tow. After leaving the clothing store, the trio wandered around the mall, sampling and participating in all the sights and novelties the place had to offer. Eventually, the group found their way to a bookstore after Ami insisted on getting a book she was looking for. Of course, Naruto immediately agreed since he could also find something he was looking for. Before long, Usagi found a small comic that piqued her interest and approached her blue-net friend who was holding a thick book under her arm. "I found the comic I wanted," the blonde girl declared as she held said comic out to her friend. Ami, however, seemed to be in her own little world as she looked around at all the tomes of knowledge surrounding her. I could stay here forever." "Oh, sorry, Usagi. Did you say something?" "I said I found the comic I wanted." "What did you find?" Ami held up the book she was carrying. "A book on advanced physics." Usagi looked at the book with a curious, searching gaze. After a second or so, her curiosity won out. "Let me take a look." Ami handed her the book and took the Usagi comic from her when the blonde immediately opened the book to a random page and immediately regretted it. The information she was reading flew so high above her head that the crew on the International Space Station could look through the windows and use it as reference material. I can't understand a word of this. How the hell does Ami read this? Meanwhile, Blue Annette's curiosity was also piqued as she held her friend's comic. Upon looking inside, she discovered the contents were nothing more than a mixture of uneducational garbage and slapstick comedy. Being the highly educated girl she was, Ami immediately discovered the comic was in poor taste. Usagi is going to rot her brain with this stuff. After a few more moments, the two exchanged books, treating the other like a pest. When they both settled their minds back to some semblance of normalcy, they noticed someone was missing from their group. "Hey, where's Naruto and I?" "Here." Usagi and Ami turned their heads in time to see Naruto approaching them with a few small books that the two girls quickly recognized as manga in his hands. Usagi was quick to notice that some of the books were from various series the two had read, including Bleach, One Piece, Fairy Tail, and Blue Exorcist. Naruto chuckled lightly as the two girls sighed, hoping he would find the manga section in a bookstore. After leaving the store with their most recent purchases, the trio finally got hungry and stopped at a small creperie and ordered some crepes. While enjoying their treats, the teens suddenly noticed a large crowd gathered at a new watch shop. Usagi was the first to speak as she watched the action. "Whoa! Look at the mob in the watch store." Naruto nodded. "Yeah, looks like something big is happening. Hey, let's see. I could use a new alarm clock. Mine's broken." Naruto gave his sister a knowing smile. "Yeah, well, that's what happens when you throw it across the room, you know." Usagi pouted at the mustachioed blonde. "Hey, it's not my fault he interrupted my beautiful dream," Naruto said expressionlessly. "Weren't you the one who said it to wake you up?" Usagi never gave an answer to the question. "Anyway, I need a new alarm clock, so I say we go see it." Ami brought a hand to her face as she let out a tired sigh, but she kept a smile on her face. "I'm a little tired, you too. I'm not used to moving around so much." Having spent much of her time reading books in her early years, the girl didn't have as much energy as the two feisty blondes. The boy got his from time spent training in martial arts, while the girl was just a natural ball of energy. Usagi turned to the redhead. Come on, Ami. Just one more store. I promise." The girl spoke as she proceeded to drag her friend toward the store. The two made it halfway through when they noticed someone wasn't following them. "Hey, Naruto and I, aren't you coming?" The boy shook his head. "Not this time, Nei-chan. I want to visit a music store really quickly. I'll see you two at the exit after this." With that, the boy left, leaving the girls to their fate. "Well, your loss. Come on, Ami, let's go." Usagi continued walking toward the watch shop while Ami let out another sigh as she was dragged along. Watch glance. The store was bustling with activity as people browsed, and examined the watches on display. All sorts of watches and clocks were on display in different shapes and forms, all tailored to individual tastes. As customers moved about, the store assistant made her rounds. The woman in question possessed wavy brown hair tied in a bun behind her head, green eyes, and creamy white skin. She wore a red dress with spaghetti straps that hugged her body and ended at her knees, and a black jewel-encrusted choker around her neck. Black high heels completed the outfit. When the two girls entered the store, the clerk spotted them and greeted them with a bow and a gesture toward the center of the room. "Come in, ladies. Please feel free to look around." The employee spoke in a mature, yet unintentionally sensual voice. As the girls looked around, they marveled at the craftsmanship of the different eras. Usagi couldn't contain her amazement as she spoke. "Wow, they're all beautiful." Ami, however, was taking note of the price tags on them. "Yes, but they are all very expensive." "Yeah, but someday, when I'm rich, I'll get myself one of those, maybe a pair." And hey, a girl can dream, right? Continuing their curiosity, the two looked at several clocks there that caught their attention, such as a mushroom-shaped clock with eyes that moved when the alarm went off, or the traditional castle clock with soldiers moving along a track. It wasn't long before Usagi let out a small gasp as she felt her eyes on one clock in particular, a black cat with a mischievous look on its face and the clock face in the center of its body. "This one looks just like Luna. I bet it would look great in my room," the blonde girl commented as she looked at the item. She was pulled away from the cat clock when she noticed another clock right next to it. This one turned out to be an orange fox standing on its hind legs, holding the clock face with its paws, its fluffy tail wrapped around the base. A cute expression on its face completed its appeal. That little fox clock is so cute. I'd bet Naruto and I would love it. Usagi had been looking for something to get her beloved brother while they were at the mall to show him how much he meant to her. After all, the boy had done so much for her that it was okay. The blonde turned to Ami and spoke. I'm going to ask the clerk how much these two cost. As if on cue, the woman seemed to materialize right behind the two. And anyone else find that a little creepy? I assure you it's quite affordable. For you, it's 90% off, and I'll even throw in the fox watch for free. Usagi didn't need any further convincing when the girl pulled her wallet out of her purse. I should be able to swing that, she commented as she opened the wallet to retrieve the necessary cash, only to discover she didn't have it. 10 yen. That was all he had left to his name. Oh no! I forgot I spent most of my money at the other stores. Now I can't get the watches. Usagi cried as she realized she wasn't going to get a watch for herself or her brother. The clerk couldn't help but fall sweetly when she realized how clueless this girl was. Now I'm going to be late for school in the morning. Ami looked sympathetically at her best friend and spoke. Cheer up, Usagi. I'm sure if you ask Naruto, he'll get up a little early to help you. And I can stop by to make sure if you want. Ami had just enough time to blink when Usagi suddenly moved to envelop the girl in a hug. Thank you. You're the best friend in the world. The brunette blushed slightly at the sudden intrusion into her personal space. A few seconds later, the blonde broke free from her friend's grip, and the two walked out the front door. The employee remained standing, a little irritated at being so casually ignored. Tsukino home. We're home. After Usagi and Ami left the watch shop, the two immediately headed for the exit. There, waiting for them, was Naruto with a small bag full of new music CDs the blonde had chosen. The trio of teenagers left, walking and chatting about what they had seen before reaching the point where they would have to part ways. Usagi and Naruto said their goodbyes to Ami and headed home. Before long, the two arrived and went inside. Welcome home, you two. How was your day? Ikuko asked as the siblings rounded the corner into the kitchen. The first thing they noticed was their father standing on a stool placing a new clock on the kitchen wall. Naruto smiled as he looked at the clock. New watch, huh? Funny, Usagi-nichan and Ami-chan were looking at some watches at a new store that opened in the mall. Usagi nodded. Yeah, they had all kinds of watches there. There was even one that looked like Luna and another that was a cute fox. Ikuko smiled at the information. Funny you should mention that, because that's exactly where we got this watch. We also got one for your father, and I also have a little surprise for you too. You're both sitting at the living room table. I hope you like them. The little housewife smiled as she pointed toward the room. Usagi didn't need to be told twice as she walked out of the kitchen with Naruto hot on her heels. The blondes entered the living room where two small boxes were sitting, one wrapped in pink paper, the other in orange. Without needing to be told who belonged to whom, the teens sat down and opened the boxes. Inside were the two watches Usagi had seen. The girl had received the cat watch while Naruto received the fox watch. Usagi's face lit up when she realized they had gotten the watches she wanted. Naruto and I, look! They're the watches I wanted. Yes! The girl cheered as she held up her watch. Naruto smiled as he held up his own watch to examine it. The craftsmanship was very good, and he had to admit it was kind of cute. This is pretty cool. He turned to look at the watch in his sister's hands. And the one you have looks just like Luna, except for the eyes. He managed to admit the eyes looked a little creepy. Ah, who cares about the details? I got my new watch! Usagi sang as she stood up and started dancing around the room. Naruto couldn't help but smile as he watched his sister dance with joy. Let it be known that Usagi isn't the most elegant of people. Why? Because while the girl was dancing, she was actually able to trip over her own feet. What? Wah! The blonde girl screamed as she fell backward and landed right on the edge of the living room table. The force of her fall caused the table to flip upside down, casually knocking over the clock in Naruto's hand. Time seemed to slow down as the two blondes watched the fox take flight right into the wall. Shock! Naruto quickly got up and ran to where his watch had landed. The scene wasn't pretty. Lying on the ground was the fox, in several more pieces than it arrived. Its head had been completely smashed, and its right ear was splintered. Its left arm was shattered, and its torso had several cracks. Its tail was non-existent. The watch itself had been detached, but was otherwise intact. However, the dial was completely shattered from the impact. Naruto took the watch and examined it to see if it could be salvaged. "It's history," the boy said as he dropped the shattered watch to the ground. "What happened here?" A voice called out as Ikuko rounded the corner to see Naruto kneeling on the ground next to a smashed clock while Usagi just stared at the place after he had gotten up. "We had a little accident," Naruto said as he explained what had just happened. When he finished his story, Ikuko turned to Usagi with a look that was half exasperated and half stern. "Usagi, I'm sorry, Mom." Usagi choked out, tears streaming down her cheek. She couldn't believe she'd just broken her brother's watch after he just received it. It made her feel absolutely terrible. Naruto sighed as he stood up and walked over to his sister before hugging her. There. It was an accident. We'll go get me another watch later, okay?" The boy comforted the crying girl as he stroked the back of her neck. This had an effect as the girl's sobs turned into sniffs before calming down completely. Naruto broke the hug and looked at his sister's face, which still had a few tears leaking from the corner of her eyes. "Aren't you mad at me?" Usagi asked as she stared into those cerulean blue eyes her brother possessed. She had always been slightly fascinated by his eyes. A deep blue well that always seemed to calm her since she had gotten lost in them a couple of times in the past. Naruto smiled as he leaned his head forward until their foreheads touched. "Usagi-nichan, I don't think it's possible for me to be mad at you. You've brought too much happiness into my life because of that. I want you to know that I love you with all my heart and that I will always be there for you." Usagi smiled as a couple of tears rolled down her face. "Thank you, Naruto, and I love you too." With that, the two hugged once more. Ikuko stood there looking at the scene in front of her with a big smile on her face. She was going to scold the girl for what she did, but after witnessing such a heartwarming scene, she couldn't take it anymore. The housewife turned and went back to the kitchen thinking about how blessed her family was. Later that night, Naruto sat beside his bed as he made adjustments to his old alarm clock to wake him up a little earlier than his normal time. The clock was a simple digital alarm clock with red LED numbers and small control buttons on top. This clock woke people up using that annoying blaring noise that people really hated. That is to say, very effective. The boy was about to go to bed when he noticed the door opened slightly and a certain black cat entered the room grumbling about something. "Hey, Luna! What's got your tail in a knot?" Naruto asked, smiling at his own joke. A joke the cat didn't seem to find funny. Luna gave Naruto a slight glare, but decided to answer anyway. "That sister of yours hinted that I was jealous of that stupid new watch of yours." The idea of her feeling threatened by a piece of plastic was really ruffling his feathers. "So, you don't think a kitty clock has a better chance of making her wake up on time than you do? Although with how loud you can scream sometimes, you might have an advantage." Naruto could attest to just how high in decibels his voice can reach when it comes to waking his sister up. Luna's gaze intensified as she glared at her blonde pupil with growing anger, clearly not enjoying the teasing she was doing. She was already annoyed by the first blonde's comments, and it wouldn't take much more from this one to make her explode. "Whoa! Claws tonight, Luna? That's what he did. They will be if you don't take it away with the stupid cat's remarks." Luna screamed as she seemed to teleport from her spot on the floor to the bed with her red face just inches from the boy's. "Calm down, Luna," Naruto said, raising his hands placidly. "I was just joking. You know we won't make fun of you if we don't like you." Luna just snorted and turned her head away. "Well, excuse me if I'm the only one who acts serious all the time. I swear, it seems like the only reason you two keep me around sometimes is to find new ways to irritate me." Naruto picked up his feline guardian and placed her in his lap. "Now don't think like that, Luna." The boy spoke as he began stroking the cat's body, trying to snap her out of her current bad mood. It seemed to be working, as Luna was having a hard time keeping her brow furrowed as the petting worked wonders for her. "You're a very important feline to me and Usagi-nichan. You gave us the power to fight for our friends and loved ones. You're also our main source of intelligence when it comes to the Moon Kingdom. And you do a good job helping me keep my sister in check. No. Luna couldn't help but let out a small laugh at that last comment. Yes, she often found herself having to keep the lazy girl in line at times. But most importantly, Luna, your family. Luna blinked a few times before turning to her male pupil. Me? Family? At one point, the cat had seriously considered her position in the house. While she was the guardian of the two young senshi, to the rest, she was nothing more than a stray cat they'd decided to take in as a pet. Nothing more than an addition to the household rather than a family. But Naruto. I'm not human, nor was I born in this house. Naruto just smiled at her. Me either, except for the human part. Remember when I told you I was adopted? It had been about 2 weeks after Luna discovered them that Naruto told the cat about his previous life. The feline guardian couldn't believe the boy had gone through what he did. It was shocking to think that people could do such things to a child. Even though I'm not a Tsukino by blood, I'm treated no differently than if I were. And it's the same for you. Luna stared at the boy, her eyes wide. Me? Yeah, just think about it. You eat with us, you sleep with us, you talk with us, well, Usagi and I anyway. Mom and Dad take care of you like they do us, and your presence adds joy to this house. Despite how you look in this house, you're as much a part of this family as any of us. Your family, Luna. Luna continued to stare at the blonde boy who was giving her a sincere smile. Suddenly, tears began to form in the corners of her moist eyes as she graced him with a smile. Naruto, thank you. The boy nodded before picking up the cat again. Well, it's getting late. Time for bed. I suppose you'll be staying here tonight? Luna nodded as the blonde crawled under the covers, flipped her onto her stomach, and walked over to the small lamp on the desk to turn it off. Good night, Luna, Naruto said as he bowed his head and closed his eyes. Luna did the same with a satisfied smile on her face. Good night, Naruto. Later midnight. Everything was dark and quiet in the house as everyone slept soundly in their beds. The sound of soft snoring was the only sound that dominated the air as the residents dreamed in their slumber, while the moonlight dimly illuminated the house. The entire family was blissfully unaware of the strange event that was about to occur. In Usagi's room, the girl's new clock silently ticked down with just a few seconds left until midnight. As the two hands aligned with the midnight hour, the clock face began to glow with a strange green light. As the light intensified, it projected out from the clock and bathed everything in its path in a green glow. Usagi continued to sleep, enveloped in the light, her body absorbing the energy that came with it. Meanwhile, in Naruto's room, our favorite blonde was busy dreaming about swimming in an Olympic-sized pool filled to the brim with ramen. Evidently a very pleasant dream if the small trail of saliva trailing from his mouth was any indication. His blissful slumber would have continued unhindered had his senses not been stimulated by the surge of energy in the air. The boy's face began to twitch slightly as his mind was disturbed. While it wasn't enough to cause him to wake up, it was enough to cause him to stir in his sleep. Luna, who was also asleep at the time, was also having sweet dreams while lying on Naruto's chest. Deep in sleep, she was completely unprepared for the boy to suddenly turn his body around as he assumed a side-sleeping position. The result? You guessed it. A feline guardian found himself falling off the edge of the bed, at which point gravity decided to take over. It is said that cats always land on their feet, and while that may be true in most cases, for Luna, it sadly wasn't. With the feline asleep when it happened and absolutely confused as she fell, Luna landed with the same grace as a sack of potatoes thrown from a food market truck. As she sat up to regain her bearings, as well as nurse the large lump now present on her skull, Luna let out a few choice words under her breath as she looked down at the blonde, whiskered boy, who was now safely back to a complete slumber. Luna prepared to jump back into bed to claim a spot again. Her eyes caught sight of a faint glow emanating from the hallway through the half-open bedroom door. Curious to reach her, the guardian of the senshi quietly slipped out of the room to investigate. Quietly entering the hallway, Luna saw that the glow originated from her female charge's room. She had begun to walk towards the room when she suddenly noticed the light had begun to dim. Becoming urgent, Luna hurried into the room where she could see the light fading and turned to see a fading glow on the face of the cat clock that sat on Usagi's nightstand. No longer seeing the light or feeling the slight sensation of strange energy in the room, Luna looked at the clock with a frown. She had always been a little suspicious of the clock ever since Usagi showed it to her, and now those suspicions were reinforced after witnessing the strange event. Luna hurried into the room where she could see the fading light, and turned to see a fading glow on the face of the cat clock that sat on Usagi's nightstand. No longer seeing the light or feeling the slight sensation of strange energy in the room, Luna looked at the clock with a frown. She had always been a little suspicious of the clock ever since Usagi showed it to her, and now those suspicions were reinforced after witnessing the strange event. Luna hurried into the room where she could see the fading light, and turned to see a fading glow on the face of the cat clock that sat on Usagi's nightstand. No longer seeing the light or feeling the slight sensation of strange energy in the room, Luna stared at the clock with a frown. She had always been a little suspicious of the clock ever since Usagi had shown it to her, and now those suspicions were reinforced after witnessing the strange event. I felt something was wrong with that thing. I'll have to talk to Naruto about it tomorrow. Streets of Juban the next morning. Mizuno Ami was heading to Tsukino's house early that morning. As promised, the brunette had set her watch to go off earlier so she could make it to her friend's house and ensure the bubbly blonde woke up in time for school. As the girl turned the corner onto the street where her two best friends' house resided, her thoughts turned to the two friends in question, or more specifically, a certain blonde-haired boy. She wondered when the last time they had gone somewhere together at such an early hour was. That thought took her back to memories of when Naruto had briefly lived with her when they were young children. When they had first brought the boy over, all he had in his possession was the clothes on his back, and they were absolutely broke. The first order of business for Mizuno's doctor was to find the blonde some clothes for him to wear, and thanks to his job, money wasn't an issue. The only stipulation the boy had about his clothing was the color. It has to be orange because orange is a cool color, that's what he'd said. Then it turned out that all the clothes they bought him had some orange in them, and there was nothing more orange than the pajamas he'd picked out. The pajamas covered him from neck to toe in the brightest orange anyone had ever seen, so much so that whenever the light hit them, it made the entire room take on an orange hue. Ami chuckled at the memory and began to wonder if he still wore something like that to bed. Though given the fact that it was still a little warm during that time of year, she figured he probably wouldn't wear something that heavy while he slept. Maybe he put on a shirt and boxers to bed. That sounded like something he'd do. But what if he didn't like wearing shirts to bed? The girl had overheard some of the boys talking about how they slept shirtless at night. The redhead suddenly stopped as the gears in her head continued to turn, and that line of thought continued. What if he didn't even wear boxers while sleeping? What if he... Ami's imagination. All was peaceful and quiet in Naruto's room as Ami slowly opened the door and entered. Gently closing the door behind her, the brunette quietly approached the blonde's bed and looked down at the human-sized bundle nestled beneath the sheets. A loving smile spread across the girl's face as she leaned down and gently shook the boy's body. Naruto, Naruto, wake up! It's time to go to school! A soft whimper was heard as the boy stirred beneath the covers. Finally, Naruto's head emerged, revealing half-lidded blue eyes that stared aimlessly, indicating that the boy was still half asleep. Ami couldn't help but laugh a little at the blonde's expression as he struggled to wake up. Naruto, in his still dazed state, chose at that moment to throw back the covers and stand up, revealing his choice of sleeping gear, or the lack thereof. Ami's eyes widened and her cheeks flushed as she stared at Naruto's naked form. Standing there in mild shock, the girl couldn't stop her eyes from wandering. They began by looking at his spiky blonde hair that seemed to shine in the morning sunlight that lit up the room, to his beautiful blue eyes that seemed to draw her in. Further down, she noticed the muscles in his cheeks and jaws that were showing signs of toning as the boy continued to age. Her gaze left his face and now focused on his wonderful chest and arms. Ami could feel herself drooling slightly at the results of the blonde's martial arts training, evident by the broad shoulders and swollen arms, as well as the tight skin on his chest. All her mental restraints failed to prevent her from lowering her gaze further, and when she did, her face took on a shade of red that could embarrass a tomato. For now, the young redhead stared wide-eyed at the most defining feature of the male anatomy. Ami, who is now a prospective medical student, has studied human biology. So, of course, she knew exactly what she was looking at. She was also familiar with the phenomenon known as TPN, which Naruto seemed to be experiencing at the moment. Cough, morning would cough. Good morning, Ami-chan. Naruto spoke while rubbing the sleep from his eyes. This had the effect of snapping the girl out of her daze as her eyes returned to his face, which her gaze held for a moment just before she walked in front of him, grabbed him by the shoulders, pulled him in for a blistering kiss, roughly shoved him onto the bed and climbed on top of him as she relieved herself of her school uniform like the brunette with the intention of foregoing school in favor of something nice, steamy, sweaty, hot, passionate. Wait a minute, reality. Where did that come from? Ami stood there in shock as her face glowed a shade of red that could warrant a traffic stop. The brunette felt absolutely embarrassed that her wandering thoughts had led her to that mental image. She immediately began scolding herself for thinking such dirty thoughts. She was a proper lady, and proper ladies don't think about such things, right? The girl shook her head to clear both her thoughts and her embarrassment as she ran the remaining distance toward the Tsukino house. Ami passed the open gate and walked to the door before ringing the doorbell while trying to compose herself as best she could. The girl didn't have to wait long before the door opened to reveal a very familiar Purpliette smiling at her. Ami, good morning. Ikuko greeted the young woman. Good morning, ma'am. I'm here to pick up Usagi and Naruto. Are you ready? Well, Naruto just finished, but Usagi already left this morning. What? Usagi left already? Yes, but don't worry. You still have Naruto to walk to school with. The housewife turned and spoke loudly inside the house. Naruto, Ami is here. Are you ready yet? I'm coming. Ikuko stepped out of the way as our favorite blonde came out of the house. Good morning, Ami. Did you sleep well? Naruto greeted with a smile. The girl's cheeks took on a slight tinge. Yes, I slept well, and you? Before Naruto could respond, he was forced to jump aside as Kenji suddenly shot out the door. Goodbye, everyone. I have to go. I want to get a head start on my project, the employee said as he walked through the door, half dressed in his business jacket and holding a piece of toast. Ikuko simply waved at the departing man as she spoke. Goodbye, dear. Have a nice day. The housewife then turned her attention to the couple in front of her. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have a lot of things to do. Yes, a lot. Cleaning. Ironing. Vacuuming. Bye. Without waiting for a reply, Ikuko quickly turned and closed the front door behind her, leaving a confused Naruto and still blushing Ami to stare at the door. Naruto sighed as he scratched the back of his neck. Man, this is weird. First Usagi Nichan leaves for school before I even get up, then Mom and Dad run around like the world is ending. Doesn't this all seem weird to you, Ami-chan? Naruto then turned to look at his childhood friend, where he noticed a large blush on her face. Ami-chan, are you okay? Your face is a little red. Ami quickly tensed when she realized she was still blushing from her earlier thoughts. Oh, I'm fine, Naruto, the girl said quickly, hoping to allay her curiosity. Are you sure? You don't have a fever or anything, right? The blonde continued his questions while placing a hand on the girl's forehead. Yeah, I'm really fine. We should probably go now, right? Okay. Let's go. Ami spoke quickly as she hurriedly turned and walked/ran through the door and down the street. Naruto stood there confused for a moment, and then let his shoulders slump in exasperation. First Usagi Nichan, then Mom and Dad, and now Ami-chan? This morning is really strange. The blonde shook his head before running down the street in an effort to catch up with his red-headed friend. Juban High School. As the two headed towards school, Usagi was already in her seat in the classroom, waiting not so patiently for class to start. And since she still had 30 minutes until the first bell rang, she still had a long wait ahead of her. And waiting wasn't in this girl's plans. Mrs. H, can we hurry up and start class now? The brunette teacher paced back and forth behind her desk, repeatedly checking her watch. We'd better wait a little longer. That response was not well received as many of the students stood up and voiced their protests. Naru. I'm going to be late for dance class if we don't start. Usagi. I'm going to run out of snacks before dinner. Munch. Munch. Yumino. I'm going to miss my snail watching club and I'm the only member. And yeah, I think I'll leave that one alone. Sakurada quickly slammed her hand on the desk in front of her, which managed to calm the class. That's enough. Sit down. We're all busy people. But I'm in charge, remember? No one will leave this classroom until I say so. The teacher then gathered all her portfolios and stacked them neatly before smiling at the class. Now, since I have 4 dinners tonight, I've decided to cancel the rest of your classes. Let's hit the road. And with that, Sakurada turned toward the door and quickly left. Meanwhile, Usagi and Nara fumed impatiently as they gathered their things to leave, with Usagi expressing her displeasure. I can't believe how rude some people can be. Here we are, waiting and waiting. Yumino, who had decided that this was the moment for him to make his move, quickly moved between the girls and spoke. Hey, I have an idea. One of you girls should hurry up and say you'll be with me for the rest of the year. Get a life, Yumino! The 2 ladies in question replied. Who in the world has time to waste on boyfriends anyway? Nara asked as she stood up from her seat. Let's get out of here now, we're wasting time. Usagi chimed in, also standing up as the class agreed with her and left the room. Streets of Juban. As Naruto and Ami walked through the not-so-quiet streets of Juban, the 2 were dumbfounded by the people they encountered, as it seemed like everyone was in a hurry to do something. A full 5 seconds couldn't pass without someone running past them, and Naruto actually had a couple of kids run straight up to him and push him out of the way without so much as a muttered apology. Honestly, it was starting to annoy him. If another guy runs into me without even an excuse me, I don't care who it is, I'm kicking his teeth in. Ami, meanwhile, looked around as everything seemed to be moving at high speed around her. What's going on? Everyone's moving so fast. Naruto nodded. Yeah, and it's really starting to piss me off. I mean, I thought everyone at home acting weird was borderline coincidental, but the whole town. Something's not right with all this, I have to agree. I think it's best if we find Usagi and talk this all out. Correct, Naruto said as the 2 continued walking. It was at that moment that the sound of a car horn caught their attention, and the 2 turned around to see a shocking and terrifying sight as a large car was traveling on the sidewalk and heading straight for them. Apparently, the driver grew impatient with the flow of traffic and decided to take an alternate route, and since the sidewalk was only large enough to accommodate their vehicle, the driver jumped the curb and drove through the pedestrian traffic. Anyone who got in their way was forced to either jump through an open door or a print on the building large enough to fit, or dive between the parked cars that lined the street or above them. However, for Naruto and Ami, they had another choice, as on one side was a large delivery truck parked on the street, and on the other, a solid wall. As the vehicle drew closer, time seemed to slow down for the 2 of them, as Ami could only stare wide-eyed at the speeding car while Naruto processed his surroundings and acted quickly. Running over to his friend, he quickly scooped her up in a bridle clutch and sprinted towards the wall. When he reached it, he placed one foot on the surface and pushed himself up, then planted the other foot to repeat the process. On the 3rd step, he began to lose his upward momentum, and that was when he launched himself off the wall and did a backflip. The trick had done its job as the 2 cleared the vehicle as it passed right beneath them. Ami clutched her purse to her chest as she squeezed her eyes shut. Naruto, however, kept his hand open as he maneuvered to ensure they landed safely. When the car finally passed completely, time returned to its normal speed as the blonde landed in a crouch with the blue skin safely in his arms. Bastard! Naruto yelled as he stood up and watched the speeding car continue down the sidewalk until it found another opening to get back onto the street, causing several motorists to move out of the way. Crazy son of a bitch! The blonde thought to himself before looking down at the girl in his arms. Are you okay, Ami-chan? The little girl opened her blue eyes and stared into another pair of blue ones. When she saw the car speeding toward her, she honestly thought she was going to die, but there she was, staring straight at her savior, held tightly in his warm, muscular arms. Naruto saved me, she thought to herself as his eyes shone with adoration and his cheeks glowed. Why yeah, I'm fine, she finally replied. That's good. I'd hate to see anything bad happen to you, the boy said as he pulled the girl back to her feet. Naruto! Ami! Before they could exchange any more words, the 2 teens were interrupted by a scream behind them. Turning to look, They both saw a certain black cat running toward them with what appeared to be a cat watch strapped to its side. When Luna finally reached the teens, she stopped right in front of them and panted slightly. Running non-stop from the residential district to the commercial district can tire anyone out. Finally, Huff! I found Huff! You too. Ugh! Something very strange is going on here. Naruto scratched himself softly. You're telling me. Everyone's acting like it's their last day on Earth. Ami and I almost ended up eating street pizza back there. Ami nodded, her cheeks still showing a slight red tint. Luna looked a little worried by that statement, but she pushed it aside since it seemed her words were fine, so she continued. Listen, I think the Dark Kingdom is up to something, and I think this watch is linked to it. Naruto looked closer at the watch on the cat's back and recognized it. Hey, isn't that Nichin's new watch? Yes, Naruto, it is. I've been trying to talk to you this morning, but with your family running around all the time, I couldn't even get close to you. It had been very frustrating for the feline that morning, as every time he tried to talk to Naruto about what he had seen the night before, someone would burst in and ruin his attempt. Naruto finally decided to enter business mode as he spoke. Alright, I think we need to find a secluded spot to continue this conversation. There's a small park nearby that I think will be good for us. Let's go. The blonde had started to turn when an idea occurred to him. Turning around, he asked Luna a question. By the way, Luna, how did you tie that watch to your body without thumbs? Since the cat didn't possess opposable thumbs, it was difficult to understand how Luna was able to tie a knot, let alone tie that watch to herself. Luna let out a deep sigh before answering the question. With patience, Naruto. Lots and lots of patience. Miniature park 5 minutes later. If we find something, how will we know what it is? Ami said, examining the clock in her hands. When the group arrived at the park, they were pleased to find it deserted, just as Naruto had said. Having located the only bench in the area, Ami took a seat just off-center while Luna sat to the side. Naruto decided to remain standing and stood behind the bench as he leaned over it. His crossed arms gave him support as he stared at the clock. Honestly, he had never suspected anything about the seemingly harmless device when he first saw it back home. If he had, he would have definitely examined it thoroughly before allowing his sister to have it. He would have to be more cautious with such things in the future. While Naruto was pondering, Luna smiled as she answered the girl's question. Wait a second. The cat then executed her patented backflip, producing a new item that landed in Ami's lap. The girl picked it up and examined it. The item was a small, flat, rectangular light blue box with a golden symbol etched in the center. Upon opening the box, she noticed the top of the box possessed a large screen that covered most of the interior surface with only a small rim separating the screen from the edges of the device. A smaller version of the etching was located on the bottom right. On the bottom of the device was a set of keys for typing, as well as 4 directional keys and a return key. On the bottom of the interface board were 6 small colored buttons lined along its edge. The buttons were green, orange, pink, red, blue, and white. Wow, what is this? Ami asked as she examined the small device. Naruto also examined the item in question and stated his guess. It looks like a kind of mini laptop. A kind of electronic organizer, but more powerful. Luna nodded at the assessment. That's close to what it is, actually. It's a mini data computer with advanced sensory abilities. You can use it to analyze almost anything. Naruto's eyes caught something as he looked at it and pointed. Hey, it has your symbol too, Ami. Ami looked and saw that the engraving did indeed show the sign of Mercury, her sailor symbol. The girl, being the rather humble person she was, looked at her guardian in all things sentient and spoke. Are you sure it's okay for me to have this? Perhaps Usagi could use it? Turning to the blonde in her company, she continued. Or perhaps you, Naruto? Naruto smiled at the girl's humility and charity. Ami always thought of others before herself. It was no wonder Bluenet was studying to become a doctor. The blonde man shook his head and answered her question. Ami, while having that little computer would certainly be useful, let's face it, Usagi wouldn't know step 1 in how to use it. He felt a little bad talking about his own sister like that, but he had to be honest, knowing that she was as knowledgeable with computers as a cat is comfortable in a kennel. And as for me, while I'm adequate at best with computers, I seriously doubt I could utilize that device's potential as efficiently as possible. This little tool is yours. Ami was speechless at Naruto's trust in her. After a moment, the girl smiled and returned her attention to the task at hand. Okay. So how do I use this? Just point it at the alarm clock and activate the sensor. Luna replied, moving a little closer so she could see. Ami complied and pressed a few buttons on the mini-computer. The small device began to hum as the program launched, and a small clock reading appeared on the screen. Ami's eyes scanned the data as it was displayed. This continued for a few seconds until the girl noticed something. That's strange. What is it? Naruto asked as he leaned closer. While the watch frame and outer casing appear normal, the sensors seem unable to scan the internal mechanisms. It's almost as if the scan is blocked. Naruto pondered this information for a moment before asking a question. Can you open the case to see inside? Ami nodded. Yeah, there doesn't seem to be anything stopping it from opening. Do it. Be careful, we don't know what's inside. The black-haired girl nodded once more as she bent down and twisted the lid of the clocks. As the girl took off her backrest, the group was suddenly greeted by a light shooting out of the clock. The light formed into a ball and suddenly shot out of the clock, straight towards Ami's face. Naruto moved with speed only a shadow senshi could obtain as he came up behind the girl, grabbed her shoulder, and pulled her out of the way of the ball of light that shot past her head. As the ball of energy ascended into the sky, Naruto could faintly feel it before it flew out of range and deeper into the city. Ami sat back down and gave Naruto another grateful smile. Thanks again, Naruto. No problem. Naruto replied before looking back at the city in the direction the ball had flown. Well, that settles it. We have another Dark Kingdom plot developing. I definitely sensed some negative energy from that ball. It looked like he was heading towards the market diversion, Ami said as she looked in the same direction as Naruto. Luna turned her attention back to the clock, which now showed that it had been empty all this time. That light must be responsible for speeding up time. It's causing everyone to hurry during the day, even Usagi. Naruto grunted slightly when he realized he had indirectly allowed his sister to be affected by the Dark Kingdom's new energy harvesting tool. We're not going to let them do whatever they want. We're going to find their little operation and take them down. But what about Usagi? We can't just leave her behind. Ami spoke once more. Luna nodded. You're right, Ami. We need to find her, although she could be anywhere right now. Naruto turned to his companions with an authoritative look. Then we'd better get to work. The sooner we find her, the sooner we can put an end to all this. Naruto had no idea how right he was. Elsewhere, the streets were absolutely filled with utter chaos. It seemed like everyone couldn't wait even a second to get where they were going or do what they thought they had to do. The roads were filled with vehicles traveling too fast to be considered safe. They also seemed to have no regard for traffic laws, and the consequences were about to be revealed. At one particular intersection, a small car was speeding up as the light changed from green to yellow to red. Seeing the stop sign, but blatantly choosing to ignore it, the driver sped through the red light and quickly encountered a large commercial truck, which struck the car and brought both vehicles to a halt. Unfortunately, that wasn't the end of the incident, as an astonishingly large number of cars collided with the two wrecks from all four directions. Thankfully, there were no casualties or serious injuries sustained in the accident, but this didn't stop people from overreacting to the incident. Case in point, the man getting out of his car with his finger bloody and screaming bloody murder. Oh, help! I've been hurt! I need an ambulance! Someone, help me! As the man continued to go mad from his minor injury, an invisible puff of smoke-like substance radiated from his body as the excess energy he was releasing wafted into the air. He wasn't the only one producing energy, as people everywhere were expelling energy from their bodies due to their hyperactive states. As the energy permeated the air, a certain someone smiled sinisterly as he collected the energy from his secret lair. Jadeite laughed as he held the growing orb of concentrated energy in his hand. I knew accelerating time would be worth it. It won't be long, We'll soon have enough energy for Queen Metalia's resurrection. Watch glance. In the dimly lit store, the saleswoman stared at a large grandfather clock sitting idle in the room. Glancing at the clock face, the woman let out a sinister laugh as her part of the plan moved like clockwork. And I know. Bad pun. This clock was a brilliant idea. We'll absorb an infinite amount of energy from these terrified humans. Jadeite will be very pleased. The room suddenly shifted to a dark shadow as the employee's true form was revealed. His pale skin turned ghostly white while his brown hair turned purple and flowed down his back. His ears became long and pointed while the sclera of his eyes turned yellow and his pupils turned black. A black star appeared on his right cheek and 2 red lines moved vertically down his face, one above each eye. Finally, his lips turned purple and a pair of fangs became visible in his mouth. As the disguised Yuma continued to stare at the device, a jadeite image appeared next to it. Oh, I'm more than pleased, Ramwar. Many humans are already under your spell. Queen Beryl will be impressed. Ramwar turned to his master. I am happy to serve your majesty, and you too, jadeite. It would seem so. But remember, those senshi are still out there, and will soon be looking for us. You'll have to be on your guard. Don't worry, I'll take care of those brats. Leave it to me. Jadeite nodded as his image shimmered back into non-existence while Ramwar went back to monitoring the energy flow and planning when those pesky senshi would knock on the door. Streets of Jubin. Things got worse as time went on. Thanks to all the impatient drivers on the street, most of them were stuck, which was ironic since most people were eager to get where they wanted to go. On one particular street, there was a city bus that happened to have a certain hyperactive blonde girl on board at the time, and she wasn't at all happy about the current situation. Then again, neither were many of the other passengers. Would you move it now? I have things to do. A passenger asked as his patience began to wear thin. What do you want me to do? Go through the other cars, idiot? The bus driver replied. He seemed to be getting angrier by the second, too. Of course, Usagi didn't help matters when she spoke up. Could you please stop fighting and come to my house now? Her answer came when the bus suddenly surged forward, and her head collided with the toll collector, as the young woman was standing in the center aisle. Nursing the blow to her head, Usagi was forced to grab onto something solid to stabilize herself as the bus began to lurch from side to side. The reason? The driver had gotten out of the jam and was traveling in the opposite lanes of traffic. Okay. Is everyone happy now? Commuters in their vehicles couldn't believe their eyes as they were forced to swerve out of the way of the oncoming bus, many crashing into guardrails and other vehicles in order to escape the massive monster rolling down the street. On board, many of the passengers pressed the stop button so they could disembark. However, the driver ignored them as he continued his path of destruction down the street. Out of my way! I have a route to follow, here! The driver continued to ignore the calls and his usual stops, as he was completely focused on driving. An elderly woman approached the driver and spoke, as her calls seemed to go unnoticed. Excuse me, driver, I want to get off here. Oh, just take a seat, ma'am. I'll stop my bus when I'm good and ready. Several passengers gasped as they realized they were trapped on the bus as it traveled through the wrong lanes of traffic. Things had become more chaotic. Then, Ami sighed as she stepped out of a public phone booth she'd used to contact the school. After spending some time searching for their wayward friend, the group had so far come up empty-handed. Naruto stood up from the booth and turned to his friend. Any luck? Ami shook her head. No, she's not in school either. I don't know where she could have run off to. I guess we could try searching the video game room again, Luna suggested, thinking about where the girl might be at that moment. Ami's face also took on a thoughtful expression. Or we could go check out that watch store right now. Naruto shook his head and spoke. No. I'm not going to leave my sister in her current state. We'll find her first and then go to the store together. The boy knew time was of the essence, as the longer they waited, the more likely it was that people would get hurt. But he wouldn't leave Usagi there in the middle and allow anything bad to happen to her. Now, if only they could find her. Screech crash. Whoa! Naruto yelled as he turned toward the source of the cargo crash, and saw the wreckage of a large bus that had collided with a concrete pillar. As the bus driver leaned out of the wreckage, clutching his head to stop the ringing in his ears, people began to pour out while voicing their complaints to the man. You're a total maniac! Your boss is going to find out about this. I missed my transfer. Threat! Usagi was the last to leave and turned to the stunned driver with a look of anger on her face. You're the worst driver I've ever seen. I'll report you as soon as I get home. Usagi! The girl turned towards the direction of the voice to see her brother running towards her and hugging her. You're okay, thank goodness, Naruto said with relief in his voice as Ami and Luna came up behind him. We were so worried about you, Ami said, also relieved to see her friend unharmed. Naruto broke the hug and looked at his sister with an analytical look. How are you feeling? Usagi smiled. I feel fine, Naruto and I, but I really need to get home now. I have a lot to do right now. Homework, snacks, comic books, playroom, bathroom. Naruto sighed as he confirmed that he was indeed under the influence of the fake watch. He looked up with serious eyes as he grabbed his sister by the shoulders and looked into her eyes. Forget all that now. We've got trouble. The Dark Kingdom kind. Usagi's eyes widened slightly before she became serious and nodded. Service entrance of the shopping center 15 minutes later. The group arrived at the mall and headed to the mall annex that housed the watch shop. Approaching the loading gate leading to the main plaza, Naruto closed his eyes and felt the flow of energy in the air. This is definitely the place. All the energy is being drawn from here. Opening his eyes again, he turned to the women walking behind him. So, anyone want to try knocking on the front door? Luna shook her head. We can't just barge in there. We need to come up with a plan to get in. We don't have time for that. We know they're there, so let's go and destroy the place, Usagi said angrily, as she was very impatient at the moment. Please, Usagi, calm down and let us think for a moment. Ami, do you have any ideas? Well, we could try going through the air vent. Usagi suddenly threw up her hands as her patience wore thin. This is driving me crazy. Let's go in now. Come on, Usagi's right. We can't wait any longer. Things are getting out of hand. Naruto spoke just before the sound of screeching tires and collisions echoed on the street. We have to move. All right, let's do this. Moon Prism Power, make up! One transformation sequence later and Sailor Moon was ready for action. What are you waiting for? Come on, we have the bad guys to stop. Naruto turned to Ami and shrugged. Well, you heard the lady. Ami nodded. Yes, let's get to work. Mercury Power, make up! Moon Power, transformation! When the light went out, the three senshi were ready for battle. A very eager Sailor Moon was the first to act, reaching for her tiara and setting her sights on the door. I'll take us inside. Moon Tiara action! With her battle cry, Sailor Moon let her tiara fly. The spinning disk of light flew straight and true as it neared its intended target, its power poised to shatter the metal door into pieces. Clang! Tink! 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 It was a huge disappointment when the disc hit the door and bounced before landing harmlessly on the floor. The only visible damage was a small dent in the door. An eerie silence fell over the group as they all stared at the door. Sailor Moon looked somewhat funny as she was frozen in her throwing pose, her eyebrows twitching at the anticlimactic outcome of her attack. That's a difficult door, the blonde senshi said as she straightened up, while her tiara magically reappeared on her head. Moon Knight could only shake his head as Mercury's gaze remained fixed on the door. He knew the tiara was a rather powerful attack, and the fact that something like a metal door could survive an attack with little to no damage was setting off alarm bells in his head. When the door suddenly began to glow, he went on full alert. Look! Everyone's eyes shot toward the door as they watched the dent in the door seemingly repair itself. The metal was snapped back into place, while the peeling paint was filled in, making it appear as though the door hadn't been attacked at all. It fixed itself, Lunar Knight said as he stepped forward. How the hell did he do that? Sailor Moon asked as she tried to think about the strange phenomena. Mercury thought about it for a moment. There was something that could not only deflect the tiara's attack, but also reverse any damage done to the gate in the process. It seemed the Dark Kingdom was now taking steps to ensure they weren't disturbed. Let me try something. Mercury spoke as she reached behind her and slipped her hand behind the loop on her back where a conveniently placed pocket was located, a pocket that contained her new computer. Taking out her new tool, the brunette opened the mini laptop before showing off a new feature on her senshi attire as she reached one of her earlobes and pressed a small blue earring. This in turn caused a light blue-tinted visor to appear at the bottom of her tiara that covered her eyes. As she began to type on her mini, her visor began to display as a series of characters, symbols, icons, and cursors. As the tech-savvy Senshi began her analysis by the door, Sailor Moon glanced over and saw the new items in Mercury's inventory. "Hey, where did you get that?" Mercury didn't take his eyes off the door as he worked, but he answered nonetheless. "Luna gave it to me. It's my data computer. I'm using it to analyze the gate." The lunar Senshi looked back at their feline guardian with a look of betrayal. "And you didn't even offer me one, huh?" Luna said expressionlessly. "Would you even know how to use one?" Sailor Moon snorted as she crossed her arms and looked away. "I would have figured it out eventually." Moon Knight could only shake his head in amusement. "I have it!" Everyone turned to Mercury as she read the reading on her visor's HUD. "There appears to be some sort of energy barrier covering the gate that's capable of reversing and dispersing the force of attacks directed toward it. It also has the ability to reverse any damage the gate sustains that the field fails to nullify. Any way around it?" Lunar Knight asked as he stared at the door. Mercury shook his head. "No. The field expands throughout the door and the surrounding walls. I have no doubt the barrier is protecting the device generating the field." Sailor Moon turned to her comrades, frustration clearly showing on her face. "Well then, how are we supposed to get in?" Mercury sighed as he deactivated his visor. "The only way through is to use an intense, concentrated blast that can penetrate the field in a way that can't disperse the energy quickly enough to breach the door and create a hole large enough for him to enter. Okay, do you want to explain that to me again in a way I can understand?" Sailor Moon asked, tilting her head to the side in a way that showed her confusion. If one looked closely enough, they could swear there was a question mark above her head. "You mean a shaped charge?" Moon Knight said, turning to his companions with what could be identified as a smile beneath his mask. "And I happen to have something that will work just fine." Reaching into his bag, Lunar Knight pulled out several pieces of paper and presented them to his team. The two Marine Senshi leaned closer to examine the papers, taking note of the details. Each paper had a red border around it, while inside was a series of intricate symbols that neither of them could distinguish except for the kanji written in the very center of the paper. "Blow paper?" Sailor Moon asked with a hint of skepticism in her voice. Lunar Knight looked and explained exactly what these pieces of paper could do. "These paper strips are called sealing tags. They're capable of many things, such as sealing, binding, and other functions. They're explosive notes. By applying a certain amount of energy to them, you can control where and how they detonate, either a large, widespread explosion or a narrow, focused detonation. Like a shaped charge, like you said," Mercury replied when he realized where she was going with her explanation. Lunar Knight gave her the smile with his old eye. "Precisely. Now if you ladies would excuse me." When Lunar Knight finished his sentence, he walked over to the door to begin placing the notes where they belong. "That boy never ceases to amaze me," Luna commented as she watched the masked Senshi apply several explosive notes to the door. The two sailor Senshi nodded in agreement with the cat's statement. Moments later, Lunar Knight finished his work and stepped back to inspect the placement of the notes. He had placed the notes in an oval shape on the door. The lowest note was placed 3 inches from the ground, while the highest note was placed 6 feet above the lowest. A 4-foot gap separated the majority of the tags from the left and right of the door. Nodding to himself, the white Senshi returned to the group and led them behind a corner so that no one would be harmed in the explosion if it generated flying debris. With everyone safely around the corner, Lunar Knight explained the next course of action. "All right, we'll only have a few seconds to get inside once I detonate the tags before the hole seals again. So when I say go, I want you two to follow right behind as we run through the opening." After receiving a couple of nods from their companions, the Senshi turned to the final member of the group. "Luna, I need you to stay here in case we need you to help us find a way out." Luna nodded as well, and Lunar Knight prepared to detonate the tags. The Senshi brought her right hand to her chest, made the hand sign for Hitsuji, and spoke one last time to her team. "Is everyone ready?" Getting confirmation from everyone, Lunar Knight focused some of his energy through the seal and focused on the explosive notes on the door. Once he connected with them all, he let out a shout. "Katsu!" The effect was immediate as the notes, suddenly lit up and the pent-up energy was released. Kaboom! Everyone flinched as the loud explosion ripped through the door and sent up a large cloud of smoke. When it cleared, Lunar Knight walked around the corner to check the damage. A large hole had opened up right where the notes had been, as the edges looked charred and bent inward from the force. Seeing the opening they needed, the masked senshi sounded the charge. "Come on!" The three senshi ran towards the door in single file, with Moon Knight leading the way while Mercury followed hot on his heels and Sailor Moon bringing up the rear. The senshi quickly slipped through the opening, and not a moment too soon, because just as the blonde sailor senshi passed through the door, it began to glow and in seconds completely closed the hole, leaving absolutely no evidence of the explosion. Luna could only watch as her charges went out to battle the forces of the Dark Kingdom once more. Good luck to everyone. Inside the mall, the three senshi ran down the dark hallway that led into the mall. Once inside, they paused to determine where they were. The mall was a dark void of activity, with the only source of light coming from the skylights embedded in the ceiling. Once they had determined their position, they quickly moved to the location of the watch shop, which just happened to have a large metal door blocking them from entering. While it looked like Lunar Knight was going to have to repeat his act of demolition, he remembered that there was an employee entrance on the side of the shop, and even though they weren't employees, it certainly didn't mean they couldn't use it. Burst! As the door turned to scrap iron and slid to rest in the center of the room, the senshi quietly entered and discovered that the shop still had an occupant in it. "Welcome!" Ramwa stood in front of the large grandfather clock with a calm expression on her face. The Yuma had been expecting the senshi to appear at any moment, and when she heard that loud explosion coming from the back of the mall, she knew she was about to have company. Sailor Moon wasted no time in starting her presentation. "Time's up for you and your watches, ma'am," even if it was a bad pun. "Seriously, I'm Sailor Moon, I'm Sailor Mercury, and I am Moon Knight, and we are the champions of justice." Ramwa didn't seem very impressed with the introduction. "Oh, please. Do you really think you scare me, you noisy pipsqueaks? Give up while you can and do it quickly because I don't have all day." Sailor Moon continued, unfazed by the Yuma's teasing. Lunar Knight looked at the blonde girl with a hint of concern for her impatience. Surely she was under the effects of the hyperclock, but he was worried she might do something rash. Taking a step forward, the masked senshi gave her ultimatum. "Surrender, Yuma. You can't win against us, we'll see." Ramwa spoke as she shifted into her true form. "I doubt you brats have the ability to stop the hands of time." The Yuma threw her hands in the air and let out a scream. "Forward to midnight!" As those words left her lips, the hands of the grandfather clock began to spin rapidly until they stopped right on midnight. As the clock let out a low, distorted chime, the front panel of the clock disappeared to reveal a separate space hidden within the clock itself. Ramwa floated through the door before turning to face the senshi. "Follow me if you dare. Follow me to your doom." As Moon Knight watched the Yuma disappear into the mosaic-like space, he hesitated in his actions. The Yuma had vanished into a separate space, and it was clear she was trying to lure them to a place where she would have the advantage. Entering that clock without any knowledge of what was there was tantamount to near suicide, and he was no fool. The masked senshi decided it was too dangerous to follow them at this point. Unfortunately, someone in the group didn't seem to think the same way. "Don't run away, coward!" Sailor Moon shouted as she ran towards the clock. Lunar Knight realized what he was about to do, and tried to call out to her. "No, Sailor Moon! Wait!" His orders fell on deaf ears as the lunar senshi ran straight for the clock and disappeared. Lunar Knight gritted his teeth as he realized he had to make a quick decision. He knew he had to go after her, but he was either going to have to go alone and leave Mercury alone, or they both went inside and the three of them faced the unknown. A second was all he used to make his decision, and with it, he turned to face the Sailor Blue senshi. "We're going in after her." "Stay close." "Correct," Mercury replied. Returning to the clock, he said a silent prayer before charging in, Mercury right behind him. As soon as the two entered, the door glowed for a brief moment before returning to its original state as the clock panel. Not a single trace of what had happened was left behind. Time tunnel. The first thing Lunar Knight noticed about the place was that the surroundings were highly distorted, with no distinguishable objects to judge one's position. The next thing was that his senses were blocked by something, making it nearly impossible to locate the Yuma who had fled to the place. And finally, the third thing he noticed was that the door they had just used had vanished almost as soon as they entered. Analysis of the situation not good. The only good thing that had come out of it was that they had caught up with the rebel Senshi. Sailor Moon was searching for any sign of the Yuma when her two comrades caught up with her. "Sailor Moon, why did you come in like this? We don't know anything about this place. It could be a trap," Mercury asked as he looked around for any signs of danger. Unfortunately, he couldn't make heads or tails of this strange environment. The blonde Senshi turned and frowned. "We don't have time to worry about that. That Yuma needs to come down, and fast. I still have a lot of things to do." Lunar Knight sighed but spoke sternly. "Regardless of what you may think is a priority, you can't rush into a place you know nothing about." The masked Senshi began to look around and frowned a little deeper. "This place is messing with my senses. I can't pick up anything." Looking at Mercury, he spoke. "Mercury, can you run your scanner and find out something about this place?" "I'll try," Mercury replied as he once again lifted his virtual reality headset and mini-computer and began typing. Moon Knight nodded. "Good. While you're at it, Sailor Moon and hey, where did she go?" He turned to talk to his other teammate, but when he looked, she was gone. The two looked around, and it was Mercury who spotted the young woman. "Over there," he said, pointing to his left. Moon Knight turned and saw the rebel Senshi inside another strange-looking space. It seemed she had found a strange-looking door shaped like a distorted clock and had recklessly entered it again. "Sailor Moon! Damn it! She's just not listening." Lunar Knight spoke as he and Mercury began to run towards where the blonde girl was. The masked Senshi could hear their sister shouting challenges to the hidden Yuma, but as time passed, she noticed something strange. Her voice began to rise in pitch and weaken in strength, almost sounding like a little girl's. Surprisingly, when they arrived, that was exactly what they found. Sailor Moon had somehow turned back into a child and she was still getting younger. Lunar Knight wasted no time. Assuming the aging regression was caused by the strange room he found himself in, he quickly jumped up, grabbed the girl, and ran off. After placing the now small girl on the floor, the masked Senshi knelt down and began checking on the mini Senshi. "Sailor Moon, are you okay?" she asked, concern clear in her voice. Fortunately, she didn't have to worry about that for long, as the girl began to grow rapidly again. In just a few seconds, Sailor Moon returned to her original age and size. "What just happened?" the blonde asked as she checked herself. "You entered that room and turned into a child. It seems the Yuma can control time here," Mercury said as he checked the reading on his mini-computer. "Why isn't she a good trap monster?" Sailor Moon exclaimed as she started walking again. "I'll find that Yuma and make her pay. Sailor Moon!" The Senshi stopped immediately when they heard the raised voice. Turning around, she saw her brother and leader's narrowed eyes as he gave her a very stern look. It was clear to everyone that he wasn't satisfied with her. Moon Knight remained silent for a second as he made sure the girl's attention was completely focused on him before speaking in an authoritative tone. "I understand that you're under the influence of the clock, but what you're doing is reckless and dangerous. Your current actions are putting not only your own but the lives of your teammates at risk. I will not allow you to get lost and killed by your impatience. Therefore, from now until this crisis is over, you will do nothing unless I give you an order. Is that clear?" Sailor Moon could only respond with a quick nod. She'd never seen her brother like this before, but she quickly decided she wasn't going to try to catch him or keep him in this mood again anytime soon. Lunar Knight exhaled a deep breath as he released the tension. He loved the girl, but as a leader, he knew he sometimes had to rein in his subordinates. Now wasn't the time to let someone go halfway, especially where they were. He turned to the other team member, who was staring at him in awe and a little fear, but mostly amazement. "Mercury, yes." The black-haired man jumped slightly when the young man turned his attention to her. "We need to find where that Yuma escaped to. Try to pinpoint its location." "All right." She turned her attention back to her computer. After about a minute, she was able to locate the target. "She's about 450 meters northeast of our current position." The girl pointed slightly to her right. "That way," Moon Knight nodded. Alright, we're off. I want you both to stay close to me and be ready for anything. 2 nods confirmed the order, and the trio went to the upside-down end of time, twisting the Yuma. Watch glance. The shop remained eerily silent as no one was inside. Darkness filled most of the space, save for the skylight that streamed in through a small open window above the entrance. However, that light would be blocked when a figure entered through the opening. That figure was revealed to be Tuxedo Kamen, the masked knight allied with the Senshi. Leaping to the ground, he looked around determinedly, trying to locate those he had sensed. I know they're close. Time tunnel. The group made quick time as they raced through the time warp at a rapid pace. It didn't take long for them to find their target, who, judging by the large spear in his hand, had been waiting for them. I thought I'd have to come get you all. Time's up for you damn Senshi, Ramwar declared to the arriving teens. Lunar Knight narrowed his eyes and pulled out one of his kunai in a reverse grip. The only one who falls is you, Yuma. Sailor Moon Mercury, prepare yourselves. Correct. Yeah, but just as everyone was preparing to move, Sailor Moon suddenly let out a strangled scream as she felt a large portion of her energy leave her. A second later, she collapsed to the ground. Lunar Knight quickly turned and saw the girl's condition. Sailor Moon! What's wrong? The blonde tried to get up, but her body simply refused to respond. I can't move my legs, Ramwar chuckled as he immediately recognized the girl's condition. It seems you've been affected by one of my clocks. It's drained all your life energy, and now you're defenseless, Lunar Knight cursed under his breath. Not even 20 seconds into the confrontation, and they were already down by 1. The masked Senshi moved into a defensive position facing the disabled Senshi. Mercury tried to help her up, however, Ramwar had other ideas. It's useless. She can't move, and now neither will you. The Yuma extended its palm, and a dull yellow light shot toward Moon Knight. Look out, Moon Knight! Mercury shouted as he ran and pushed the white Senshi out of the way. As it hit the ground, the lightning found its mark as it struck Mercury. Ah, Mercury! Moon Knight watched as Mercury's body suddenly froze in place. Despite his best efforts, he couldn't move a single muscle. I can't move! Things had gone from bad to worse. With 2 Senshi out of commission, it was now up to Lunar Knight to stop the Yuma. Standing up, he prepared to charge. Meanwhile, Ramwar simply chuckled as he looked at the masked Senshi. That's 2 down. Do you think you can take me on your own, honey? Damn it, and don't call me baby! Lunar Knight shouted as he charged with kunai at the ready. But as he got closer, Ramwar's grin turned feral. Accelerate! Launching a slashing arc toward the Yuma, the Senshi were surprised when the Yuma suddenly disappeared in a blur. Stumbling slightly at the sudden loss of his target, the boy quickly looked around for any sign of the Yuma's location. Seconds ticked by as the Yuma remained out of sight, and it was starting to unnerve him. Concentrating all his senses, he hoped to catch some clue as to where it had vanished. Slish! Gah! A sudden pain in his back halted any further thought as he stumbled forward slightly. Feeling something warm and wet on his back, he moved his hand to feel it. Turning it over again, he found a red liquid staining part of his glove. He recognized it immediately. Blood, his blood. Shit! How did he do it? Slish! Another sharp pain immediately drew his attention to his left arm as reflexes made him grab it. Glancing, he opened his hand and saw a clean, shallow cut on his bicep. Panic began to set in as he desperately looked around, hoping to catch a glimpse of his opponent. Suddenly, Ramwar appeared a few feet in front of him, only his body seeming to flicker as if through an optical illusion. I'm the master of time here. I can stop it in its tracks, reverse it, and even speed it up. My body moves so fast you can't even see it. You don't stand a chance. Moon Knight said nothing, but threw his kunai at the Yuma. However, before it could touch her, she once again vanished from sight, allowing the kunai to sail harmlessly out of sight. A growl escaped the young man's lips as he took another form from his pouch and went on the defensive. Meanwhile, Sailor Moon and Mercury tried their best to get their bodies moving so they could go and help their bleeding teammate, but no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't move a muscle. All they could do was watch helplessly as the masked Senshi faced their worst enemy yet. Slish! Gyu! Another cut on the back. Slash! Ack! One on his right leg, causing it to bend slightly. Slish! one on his left cheek. Soon, multiple cuts began to appear all over his body. He noticed he could see a brief flash of light where the cuts were being made, meaning he could see the blade as it made contact with him. But since it was traveling so fast, by the time he saw it, it was too late. All he could do was try to protect his most vital areas and find a way to stop it. Mercury could see more red blotches appearing on lunar night as time passed and grew increasingly worried. As someone studying medicine, she knew that all those cuts were slowly weakening him, either from trauma or blood loss. As she watched, she noticed that all the cuts were very shallow and in non-fatal areas, meaning that while she wasn't killing him at the moment, she was causing him a lot of pain. She thought that with her speed she could have easily killed him at first, but instead, she was drawing this so she could cause them more pain. She was playing with them. Wait, Moon Knight. Please! Minutes later, Lunar Knight was breathing heavily and his legs were shaking. His body trembled as he endured the pain of countless cuts. His once pristine robes were now riddled with red-tinged gashes where the Yuma's spear had sliced through. The boy thought he must have lost at least half a liter of blood from all the wounds he received. But despite all this, he had yet to come even close to stopping the Yuma, and he was starting to think this might be it for him. Ramwar appeared once again in his sight, some distance away, a malicious smile plastered on her face. He could tell she was enjoying his suffering, and she gritted her teeth tightly in frustration. The irritating cackle she let out didn't help much either. You look like you're on your last legs. How about we finish this? The Yuma raised his sword in a thrusting position and leveled it right at the Moon Knight's hearts. I'm going to do this slowly, just so your friends over there can watch you die. And then I'll have some fun with them too. How does that make you feel, knowing they're going to suffer and you can't do anything about it? Moon Knight glared at the monster, a challenge clear in his eyes as he watched it tense in preparation to attack. Time to die! Ramwar ran toward the weakened Senshi who was trying to finish him off. The girls watched in horror as the Yuma moved in to kill the almost defenseless boy. Unable to do anything else, they screamed, "No!" Watch glance. "No!" Tuxedo came and was still searching for the Senshi when he heard screams emanating from the clock. Turning to look, his instincts told him to act quickly. Pulling out one of his roses, he threw it directly at the clock face, shattering the glass and stopping it. Time tunnel. Ramwar was almost finished praying when she suddenly felt all the stolen energy leaving her body. The loss of energy made her hesitate and stop right in front of Lunar Knight. What's going on? My energy is leaving me! Lunar Knight took that opportunity to act. Kicking forward, she raised her kunai and brought it down directly on the Yuma's left shoulder, burying it up to the hilt. As Ramwar screamed in pain, the Senshi pushed past her and rolled into a crouch on the ground. The Yuma dropped her spear as she tried to remove the embedded kunai from her arm. As this happened, the two petrified Senshi discovered they had regained control of their bodies. Mercury saw what was happening and acted quickly before the Yuma could recover from its injuries. Sapin and spray. The area was covered in a thick fog that shielded the masked Senshi from the Yuma's view. Seizing the opportunity, but lacking the strength to finish it off himself, he called out through the mist, "Sailor Moon, use your tiara. Aim for the handle of my kunai. Finish now!" Sailor Moon peered through the fog until she noticed a white flash slightly to her left. Nodding, she grabbed her tiara. Correct! The tiara transformed into her energy disk and she flew away. Moon tiara action. Ramwar didn't notice anything as she was still trying to pull that damn kunai out of her shoulder. All he saw was a brief flash in his peripheral vision, a flash, and then darkness. The Yuma's body, now dusted by the moon, hovered for a moment before disintegrating. The kunai landed with a loud metallic sound right next to the pile of dust. The air began to shimmer before fading as the time distortion faded into oblivion. The shopping center. One moment, the watch shop stood tall in darkness, and the next, it vanished. All that remained was an empty space except for 3 Senshi. With the threat finally over, Lunar Knight let all the tension fade as he fell to his knees. Moon Knight! The simultaneous calls made him look up as he watched 2 very concerned sailor Senshi rush toward him. Kneeling down, they were finally able to see the full extent of his injuries. Are you okay? Sailor Moon asked as she stared panicking at her brother's condition. The shadow Senshi chuckled. That was a rather rhetorical question to ask a wounded man. However, he gave an answer. I'll be fine, although I might need a little help getting out of here. Mercury stood up and started looking around. Wait. There should be a first aid kit somewhere nearby. As the redhead ran off, Sailor Moon continued to stare at her injured brother. It was almost unimaginable to see him in this condition. He had always been a symbol of strength to her, and a part of her believed she was invincible. Seeing him weak and injured didn't seem right. As she continued to watch, a feeling of guilt began to creep in. No one noticed Tuxedo came in, leaving the area for the rooftops after making sure the trio was okay. Outside the Juban Mall a few minutes later, Luna was getting more nervous as time passed. It had been over 20 minutes since she last saw any sign of her wards, and it was starting to worry her. She was almost ready to find a way in when the side door opened, and to her relief, her missing senshi walked out in civilian clothes. However, her relief turned to panic when she saw the two girls helping Naruto, as each had one of their arms draped over his shoulders. It didn't help that he was covered in bandages. My word! The guard feline ran towards the group and looked at the wounded blonde. Naruto, are you okay? What happened to you? Naruto laughed a little. Things got a little dicey there, but we managed to pull through. Nearby park 15 minutes later. A full account of the adventure later, and Luna sighed as she spoke to the three teens. It seems you three barely made it through this one with your skin intact. Please be careful in the future. I'd hate to think what would happen if something terrible happened to any of you. Naruto nodded as he sat between the two girls, his sister on his right and his friend on his left. Oddly, Usagi had been very quiet the whole time and was staring at her lap. I understand what you're saying, Luna. However, this is what we signed up for when we took the positions as protectors. We can't be afraid of receiving some injuries when we're dealing with the Dark Kingdom. Luan nodded. Be careful, though. I'm sorry. Everyone turned to Usagi as she continued to stare at her lap. I'm sorry, Naruto and I. If I hadn't been impatient and rushed in, you wouldn't have had to get hurt like that. Naruto could see tears beginning to form in his sister's eyes. Smiling a little, he took her hand and squeezed it comfortingly. Nei-chan, there was no way of knowing what we were going to face. You can't blame yourself for what happened back there because there was no way of knowing what kind of powers he had. The only thing we could do was try to adapt to the situation as best we could, and this time it was more difficult. A wise man once said that no plan survives first contact with the enemy. It would not have been possible for us to have planned an attack with the time we had. Usagi nodded, feeling a little better at her brother's words. But I want us all to use this as a learning experience. While we can't plan things, we also can't rush into them at first. We have to take a moment to analyze the situation and act accordingly. We are a team, and we must move and act as a team. Everyone nodded at his wise words. Soon, Naruto stood up, having regained some of his strength, and turned to his team. Well, I think it's time we get home and check on everyone. I'm pretty sure they're worried about us now that their heads are clear. Ami realized something and spoke. But Naruto, how are you going to explain your injuries? Naruto looked down at himself and thought for a moment. We'll tell them I got into a fistfight with a bunch of hyperactive, knife-wielding thugs. Everyone stared at him for a moment, as if he'd lost his mind. Luna spoke. Are you sure this is a good idea? Your parents won't be very happy. It's the only thing we have to go on. I don't think we can say we stopped a time-manipulating monster in a fake watch store. Luna had to concede the point. A minute later, everyone was heading home. However, just as Ami was leaving, Naruto called out to her, Me. The girl turned around and saw Naruto looking at her with a smile. Thank you? Ami was surprised by this and asked, What for? For fixing me. It's good to know we have a great doctor on our team. Ami couldn't help but smile at the praise. It was good to know her training had helped in this situation. Finally, everyone went home safely and ready to let this hectic day settle down. Chapter 7. The Fiery Miko. Mars burns in the dark. Hit! Thump! Thump! Chunda chunda! Hit! The sounds of fists hitting cloth filled the air of the karate dojo Naruto currently occupied. Sweat dripped from his skin as he continued his martial arts training. For the past hour, he hasn't stopped practicing his strikes, determined to hone his skills and increase his stamina. Chunda chunda! Puncture! cross, thump, thump, puncture, cross, hook, hit, elbow strike, hit, knee strike, chunda chunda, double roundhouse kick, hit, spinning side kick. More and more blows were unleashed on the hanging bag suspended from the ceiling. Each blow focused on a target area, either the top where a human's head would be, the middle where the chest was, or the sides where the floating ribs or kidneys were located. Each attack was designed to inflict great damage on an opponent, if it were one. Still, despite how hard he trained and the strength he put into his attacks, he felt he was still lacking. He felt he needed more strength, more power. When Naruto and Usagi returned home after their last Yuma encounter, they were greeted by concerned parents, who upon seeing Naruto's condition had become very worried. When the boy gave them his excuse for his many injuries, they weren't very happy with him. He considered being grounded for 3 days a light punishment. Still, the encounter with a Yuma that had the power to control time had changed his perspective on his own strength. He had been completely outmatched by the Yuma and was unable to protect his sister and friend. It was only by sheer luck that they had pulled off a victory, but if the Yuma had decided to attack the girls instead of him, it would have been an unmitigated disaster. Naruto had taken this quite personally. He believed that if he were stronger, he would have been able to confront the Yuma better and wouldn't have gotten hurt the way he did. He also believed that he could have prevented the girls from getting caught in the Yuma traps. So, after his punishment was over, he went back to his karate, training endlessly, often going straight from school to the dojo, and not stopping until after dark. His excuse to his parents was that he wanted to get back to his sport, and although his parents believed him, Luna and the girls weren't entirely convinced. Still, they let it be. So, here it was, another night of training, and he was giving it everything he had. Punch after punch, kick after kick, and still he felt like he was lacking. Finally, after an hour and a half of continuous repetitive exercise, it's still not enough, Naruto thought as he repeatedly opened and closed his fists. He was so tired and focused on his thoughts that he didn't notice someone had entered the training room. Practicing late again, Naruto? The boy turned around in surprise to see his sensei approaching him. Master Akasame was a 62-year-old man who stood 5 feet 7 inches tall and possessed a build that was a combination of slim and athletic. He had long gray hair that fell to his mid-back and a bushy mustache. His tanned, wrinkled skin showed both his age and his wisdom. However, his most distinguishing feature was his eyes, as they seemed to be closed all the time. Naruto had always wondered how his sensei could see like that. Naruto bowed respectfully to his teacher as the old man stopped in front of him. "Good evening, Sho-sensei. I'm sorry if I interrupted something you were doing, but I wanted to exercise again tonight." The withered sensei nodded in understanding as he looked down at his finest student. The old man was very proud of the progress Naruto had made since arriving at the dojo with his parents 7 years ago. When he first saw the boy, he realized he had a lot of potential hidden behind those blue eyes. It wasn't long before the boy enrolled in his program and took to it like a duck to water. At first, his skills were quite rough and his movements were impetuous and impatient. But as the first few days, weeks, and months passed, the boy began to refine his technique and become a martial artist. "It's quite well, Naruto. I wasn't interrupted by anything important, and I'm always willing to spend time with my students, especially those who have a passion for the arts like you. However, lately it seems that your passion has increased quite a bit lately. It's not that I'm unhappy to see you again after being absent for so long, but would you be so kind as to tell me the reason for this great zeal?" Naruto stiffened slightly at the question, his eyes briefly portraying his emotions before he turned away from his teacher, though not quickly enough for the old sensei to miss the signs. "I just wanted to get back to my studies. You know, pick up where I left off before the semester started again." The old man stroked his beard thoughtfully. There was more to the boy's leadership than what he was telling him. Well, if Naruto didn't want to say it with words, there was always the other way. "Well, Naruto, if you're so eager to resume the arts, would you mind engaging your old sensei in some light sparring so I can reacquaint myself with your skill?" Hesitating slightly, but nodding at the request, Naruto and Old Man Sho moved toward the training circle in the center of the dojo. Taking opposite positions on the mat, The two bowed respectfully before entering their fighting stances. Are you ready, Naruto? 2. Then, Hajime. At the signal to begin, Naruto lunged forward with a straight punch towards his sensei's face, which the old man easily deflected. Sho countered with a punch that Naruto avoided by tilting his head to the right. Taking a step back to gain some distance, the blonde tried to execute a roundhouse kick to the side of Sho's head. The teacher ducked under his leg and performed a leg sweep, which caught the boy's foot. Naruto was sent to the ground flat on his back as the wise old man got to his feet and waited for his student's next move. Naruto only took a second to recover before putting his body on his shoulders and kicking upwards with his feet, allowing him to leap off his back and stand up in one motion. Following his kick, Naruto resumed his fighting stance and charged towards his sensei. During the dash, the boy leaped into the air and straightened his leg in a flying kick. The teacher easily evaded the attack and allowed Naruto to walk past him. Landing on the ground, Naruto barely had time to dodge as a fist flew past his head. Spinning around, he tried to execute a back fist in hopes of catching his sensei off guard. His efforts were in vain, however, as his teacher took the fist, grabbed his outstretched arm, and with a move practiced countless times over the years, threw Naruto down onto the mat where the blonde landed harshly on his back, the air in his lungs forcing him out of the way from the impact. He tried to execute a spinning back fist in hopes of catching his sensei off guard. His efforts were in vain, however, as his teacher took the fist, grabbed his outstretched arm, and with a move practiced countless times over the years, threw Naruto down onto the mat where the blonde landed harshly on his back, the air in his lungs forcing him out of the way from the impact. He tried to execute a spinning back fist in hopes of catching his sensei off guard. His efforts were in vain, however, as his teacher reached for his fist, grabbed his outstretched arm, and with a motion practiced countless times over the years, threw Naruto down onto the mat where the blonde landed hard on his back, the air in his lungs forcing him out from the impact. Naruto breathed heavily in an effort to restore his lungs to proper function as Sho casually walked over to his fallen student. The boy's eyes opened to find his sensei leaning over him as he offered a hand. Naruto let out a sigh before taking the offered hand and allowing himself to be pulled to his feet. Naruto patted his gi and straightened it before bowing to his sensei. The old man returned the bow and then spoke. You did quite well, Naruto. Your skills haven't diminished in the slightest since you were gone for a while. However, I could sense something was bothering you while we were training. Your movements were much more stilted and your attacks were more strident than what I had taught you. There's something on your mind, something that makes you believe you need to get stronger. Naruto let out a frustrated sigh. He should have known his sensei would figure something out. He always had a knack for reading people, especially when they were forgiving someone. After a moment, he decided to tell her what was wrong. You're right, sensei. Something is bothering me, and it had to be done by the people close to me. You say, you know I took up martial arts to improve myself, right? Well, that's not the only reason. I learned to fight to protect what's precious to me. Mom, Dad, Shingo, Usagi-nichan, Nara-chan, and Ami-chan. Each one of them is irreplaceable to me. What if I'm not strong enough to protect them? The old man stroked his beard thoughtfully, contemplating the question. He knew what kind of person Naruto was. The boy is a protector, someone who does everything he can to make sure others stay out of harm's way. He knew it the moment he looked the boy in the eyes. After all, it was one of the reasons he considered him one of his best students. So, you're afraid you won't be able to protect them, right? Yes, sensei. Your wish is noble, Naruto. But I must tell you that it is unwise to try to take on too much responsibility for the well-being of others. Your friends and family have their own strengths, do they not? Naruto thought about the question. It was true that both Usagi and Ami could hold their own in a fight since they were both sailor senshi. But he was supposed to be the strength of the group, the one who made sure everyone got home safely. Sho saw his conflicted expression and decided to give the boy some advice. Naruto, one wall alone cannot hold up a house. It takes several walls working together to support and protect those within. You must rely on the strength of others as well as your own. Naruto followed his sensei's advice and thought about it. After a few moments of thought, he turned to his teacher, bowed, and then left for the day. Sho watched his student leave the room, hoping he could help the boy's troubled mind. Negaverse Dark Realm. Once again, Queen Beryl's court was in session, and once again, the topic of discussion was the progress in gathering enough energy to unleash the power of the Dark Kingdom on Earth, or rather, it was a discussion about the lack of energy. I am extremely unhappy, Jadeite. Queen Beryl spoke as she looked into her crystal ball. Our energy reserves are not growing fast enough. If I am to revive Queen Metalia, I must have both the silver crystal and large amounts of energy in my possession. The queen then looked at her subordinate. Now tell me, is the new plan already in motion? Jadeite, who had been bowing to her queen, stood up from her bow and spoke confidently. Yes, my queen, the plan is already in motion, and we are gathering the energy as we speak. Excellent, that's exactly what I wanted to hear. There's just one more thing we have to take care of, those damn Senshi and their damn shadow. I want you to get rid of them once and for all. Take care of it personally, as you command, my queen. Well, that's all. Streets of Juban the next day. Once again, it was a pleasant sunny day on the streets of Juban Prefecture in Tokyo, as people went about their daily lives. Unfortunately, the tranquility was broken by the sound of sirens as several police vehicles sped through the streets toward a certain destination. Along the way, cruisers would pass by a certain group. The group consisted of a boy, a girl, and a cat, who, upon hearing the sirens, turned to watch the police vehicles drive by. Naruto, Usagi, and Luna watched as the police continued down the street before disappearing around the corner. Wow, there sure are a lot of police cars, Usagi commented, as it was rare to see so many police vehicles passing by. Naruto nodded in agreement. I'm sure they've been busy lately. I wonder what's going on. No idea. Oh, look, there's Ami. Hey, Ami! Sure enough, the blue NEET was standing there a few feet away, reading a small book. The girl looked up from her reading when she heard her name being called and smiled at the group now heading her way. Oh, Usagi, Naruto, Luna, hello? When the group arrived at Ami's location, Luna jumped into Ami's arms while Usagi rushed over to try and get her friend to join them for a night of fun. Hey, now that we're all together, do you want to go to the game room? Oh no, I can't, I have too much homework to do, Ami replied while Luna gave Usagi a knowing look. Don't you have some of that too, Usagi? The blonde laughed shyly, sweating. Nothing, that can't wait, I'm sure. Naruto shook his head in exasperation. Didn't I tell you about the whole procrastination thing? Before Usagi could respond, the entire group turned as they heard a new set of sirens approaching and saw even more police cars speed by. I wonder where everyone's going, Usagi asked as she watched the vehicles disappear. Maybe there was a big accident, Naruto suggested just as a pair of familiar faces approached the four. Hey guys! Naru shouted as she and Chika approached. Naruto, Usagi, and Ami exchanged greetings with the newcomers when Chika spoke. Hey, you guys won't believe what happened. What's wrong? Naruto replied as the others turned their attention to the black-haired girl. All those police officers are heading toward Hikawa's shrine at the top of Sendai Hill. Supposedly, a bus disappeared nearby. The girls were shocked by the news, while Naruto frowned. However, everyone remained silent, allowing the girl to continue. It picked up a group of passengers and then, poof, vanished into thin air, and the news was saying this isn't the first time this has happened. The police are trying to keep it quiet, they're afraid it will scare people. Naruto snorted a little. Well, they're not doing a very good job if the media reports on it. Ami put a finger to her chin as she recalled her time visiting the show. Hikawa's shrine on Sendai Hill is quite nice. Honestly, I've never been. Naru spoke as Usagi looked at her friends with a slightly scared expression. Well, I'm not going to go there if people are disappearing, thanks. Naruto remained silent as he listened to his friends. This new news was very disturbing to him. The strange disappearance of several buses full of people in the middle of the day could only point to one thing. The Dark Kingdom was operating again, and it seemed they were taking it to a whole new level. Instead of simply harvesting energy from people as they had in the past, they were now kidnapping people to harvest in a hidden location. It would seem they intended to harvest energy from their victims repeatedly, giving them a more reliable source of power. Time was of the essence, and they had to act to save people, and the only lead they had was the shrine. He needed to find an opportunity to scout the place out, and it seemed the opportunity was simply presenting itself. You know, I heard you can buy these good luck charms really cheap there, and they can give you good luck with anything. Neru spoke up as she remembered a fact about the shrine. Chika nodded as she put in her 2 cents. They might even help you get a boyfriend. A boyfriend? The girls spoke before several of them made discreet glances toward a certain blonde boy in their presence. Usagi, meanwhile, just wanted one to help her find someone special. Well, if that's the case, then let's go. All the girls agreed, and Naruto nodded. This was the opportunity he needed to take a look around the shrine, while also keeping an eye on the girls to make sure they didn't get into trouble. If the shrine was involved with the Dark Kingdom in some way, then he wanted to make sure the girls stayed safe. Before the group could set off, Ami spoke to Usagi. Could you get me one, Usagi? Hey, aren't you coming with us, Ami? I'm sorry, but I have too much homework and I need to get home. Usagi looked a little disappointed but nodded to her friend. Well, fine, but why would you want a good luck charm? Are you secretly in love with someone? The blonde ended her question with a teasing smile. Ami suddenly blushed and flinched at the question. And me? A crush? The redhead's eyes quickly flicked over to Naruto before she dismissed the accusation. Oh no. It's just that, I need it for some extra credit essays I wrote, that's all. She explained, hoping her friend would accept the excuse. Fortunately, Usagi seemed to accept it. Ugh, extra credit? You really are a bookworm, Ami. Well, okay. I'll get you one. Afterward, everyone said goodbye to the blue Anite and headed toward the temple. Ami waved to them until they disappeared from sight before letting out a sigh. She wanted to go to the shrine and get a charm, but she didn't want to do it while Naruto was there. She would die of embarrassment if he knew she was going to get one to help her win his affections since, despite what he had said, she was in love with the blonde, and why not? The boy had been her first friend and had brought so much happiness to her life. He was kind, considerate, charming, and not too shabby to look at either. It wasn't hard to imagine the two of them together. They would study together, take walks in the park, have nice dinners. Ami suddenly shook her head as her face turned red and a single thought ran through her brain. I have to stop reading so many mom romance novels. Sendai Hill Temple. On a large hill made specifically for the site stood the Juban Shinto Shrine, commonly known as the Sendai Hill Temple. The grounds were laid out in the usual temple layout. For a person going to view the site or pray to the god enshrined there, they would first pass through the Torii, or Shinto Gate, which was considered the boundary of the sacred ground. Next, they would walk up a set of stone steps until they reached the actual temple grounds. They would then walk through the sando, or approach to the shrine. As they walked along the path, they would encounter the chozuya, a small pavilion that housed a kozabachi, a water container that people used to clean their hands and mouths in preparation for hunting at the shrine. From there, they would continue through the sando while passing between the toro, a set of decorative stone lanterns that lined both sides of the path. Once they reach the center of the temple grounds, they will find several buildings and structures surrounding them. One such building would be the Kagura-den, a covered stage dedicated to No, or the sacred Kagura dance. Another building would be the Shimusho, the temple's administrative office that would also serve as the home for the priest or priestess's family. Nearby was an ema, a covered board containing plaques where papers with prayers and wishes were displayed. They would also find several sesha, miniature shrines that housed the minor deities worshipped by the temple. At the end of the sando, visitors would find Hayden, or the worship hall where most temple services are held. Just behind the Hayden is the Honden, the actual shrine that housed Kami's body, which is actually an object that has direct ties to the deity rather than a place where the deity actually resides. Only priests are allowed to enter the Honden, which is protected by a fence called a tamagaki. Overall, the temple grounds were quite large and densely wooded compared to the surrounding city, no doubt to preserve the sanctity of the site, and the place really did seem to be dedicated to worship. Unfortunately, someone had chosen this sacred place for us to commit their ugly deeds. I'm going to use mine all the time. Me too. I hope our charms work. Several young high school girls giggled and posed with their new charms as they chatted in front of the Hayden, excited about the good luck they hoped the items would bring them. Meanwhile, A certain curly-haired blonde man wearing a white robe and gray hakama swept the floor as he listened to the girls before turning his head and giving them a hidden but sinister smile. "Oh, they'll work, all right. Take all the energy out of those insipid, giggly girls." While this was happening, within Hayden itself, a young girl sat in Seiza in front of a fire while waving an onusa back and forth in front of her. The girl was around 14 years old and possessed long, waist-length black hair and a pair of dark eyes. However, if one were to look closely enough, one would see that both her hair and eyes also had a purple tint to them. The girl was wearing the traditional clothing of a priestess, consisting of a white robe and a red hakama. Beside her, on either side, were a pair of black crows that sat dutifully by her side. She continued waving her wand until she raised it with both hands and then lowered it. She then placed it in front of her before clasping her hands in prayer. "Cleaning lady, give me your guide." The girl closed her eyes as she focused on her senses, and after a moment, she opened them again. "I feel a dark force growing stronger. It threatens to cover the city. I'm worried about the temple and grandfather." Streets of Juban. Naruto, Usagi, Neru, and Chika were walking down the street toward the entrance of Chiri Hill Temple while Lunar rode in Neru's arms. As they walked down the sidewalk, Naruto saw a familiar person ahead of them. "Hey, isn't this Inspector Zenigata?" Usagi looked up and saw the person Naruto was referring to as well. Right in front of them, beyond the torii gates, was a tall man wearing a brown hat and trench coat talking to a group of people while writing things down in a notebook. The man had short black hair with sideburns that reached his jaw. This man was Zenigata Koichi, a police inspector with the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department. He also had connections with Interpol and was the lead officer assigned to the case of locating Naruto's hometown. When Naruto first appeared in Juban over 9 years ago, Inspector Zenigata was handed the case of locating Konoha after the police received the official health report provided by Dr. Mizuno of Child Welfare in hopes of finding those responsible for the boy's abuse. After reading the report, Zenigata made it his personal mission to track down the people who had done such a thing to a child and bring them to justice. Sadly, despite an extensive investigation that even included utilizing contacts at Interpol, the inspector was unable to find any evidence that this city of Konoha even existed. The final report concluded that the boy had experienced brain trauma that had affected his memories, causing Naruto to mistake the city's name, and with no other evidence that could give the police a direction, the case was closed and placed in the cold case vault. However, even with the case officially closed, Inspector Zenigata still kept in touch with the Tsukino family to ensure that Naruto was adjusting well to his new life. As such, he became a friend of the family, often speaking to them whenever he had the chance while not in the middle of work. The man even kept a picture of himself with Naruto and Usagi when they were both 6 years old, with Naruto wearing a police hat and giving a peaceful smile and sigh to the camera. The man said that he had gotten to know them so well that they were like his unofficial niece and nephew, as he had no family of his own. Thanks to this, he was very easy for the Tsukino siblings to spot, as was the case when Usagi recognized the man. Even with the case officially closed, Inspector Zenigata still kept in touch with the Tsukino family to ensure that Naruto was adjusting well to his new life. As such, he became a friend of the family, often speaking to them whenever he had the chance while not in the middle of work. The man even kept a picture of himself with Naruto and Usagi when they were both 6 years old, with Naruto wearing a police hat and giving the camera a peaceful smile and sigh. The man said that he had gotten to know them so well that they were like his unofficial niece and nephew, as he had no family of his own. Thanks to this, it was very easy for the Tsukino siblings to spot him, as was the case when Usagi recognized the man. Even with the case officially closed, Inspector Zenigata still kept in touch with the Tsukino family to make sure Naruto was settling in well to his new life. As such, he became a friend of the family, often speaking to them whenever he had the chance while not in the middle of work. The man even kept a picture of himself with Naruto and Usagi when they were both 6 years old, with Naruto wearing a police hat and showing a smile and a peaceful sigh to the camera. The man said that he had gotten to know them so well that they were like his unofficial niece and nephew, as he had no family of his own. Thanks to this, he was very easy to spot for the Tsukino siblings, as was the case when Usagi recognized the man. Inspector Zenigata still kept in touch with the Tsukino family to make sure Naruto was settling in well to his new life. As such, he became a friend of the family, often speaking to them whenever he had the chance while not in the middle of work. The man even kept a picture of himself with Naruto and Usagi when they were both 6 years old, with Naruto wearing a police hat and showing a smile and a peaceful side to the camera. The man said that he had gotten to know them so well that they were like his unofficial niece and nephew, as he had no family of his own. Thanks to this, he was very easy to spot for the Tsukino siblings, as was the case when Usagi recognized the man. Inspector Zenigata still kept in touch with the Tsukino family to ensure that Naruto was settling in well to his new life. As such, he became a friend of the family, often speaking to them whenever he had the chance while not in the middle of work. The man even kept a picture of himself with Naruto and Usagi when they were both 6 years old, with Naruto wearing a police hat and giving the camera a peaceful smile and sigh. The man said that he had gotten to know them so well that they were like his unofficial niece and nephew, as he had no family of his own. Thanks to this, he was very easy to spot for the Tsukino siblings, as was the case when Usagi recognized the man in the middle of work. The man even kept a picture of himself with Naruto and Usagi when they were both 6 years old, with Naruto wearing a police hat and giving the camera a peaceful smile and sigh. The man said that he had gotten to know them so well that they were like his unofficial niece and nephew, as he had no family of his own. Thanks to this, he was very easy to spot for the Tsukino siblings, as was the case when Usagi recognized the man in the middle of work. The man even kept a photo of himself with Naruto and Usagi when they were both 6 years old, with Naruto wearing a police hat and giving the camera a smile and a peaceful sigh. The man said he had gotten to know them so well that they were like his unofficial niece and nephew, as he had no family of his own. Thanks to this, he was very easy to spot for the Tsukino siblings, as was the case when Usagi recognized the man. As was the case when Usagi recognized the man. Inspector Zenigata still kept in touch with the Tsukino family to ensure that Naruto was adjusting well to his new life. As such, he became a friend of the family, often speaking to them whenever he had the chance while he wasn't in the middle of work. The man even kept a picture of himself with Naruto and Usagi when they were both 6 years old, with Naruto wearing a police hat and showing a smile and a sigh of peace to the camera. The man said that he had gotten to know them so well that they were like his unofficial niece and nephew, as he had no family of his own. Thanks to this, it was very easy for the Tsukino siblings to spot him, as was the case when Usagi recognized the man. Inspector Zenigata still kept in touch with the Tsukino family to ensure that Naruto was adjusting well to his new life. As such, he became a friend of the family, often speaking to them whenever he had the chance while he wasn't in the middle of work. The man even kept a picture of himself with Naruto and Usagi when they were both 6 years old, with Naruto wearing a police hat and flashing a smile and a peaceful side to the camera. The man said that he had gotten to know them so well that they were like his unofficial niece and nephew, as he had no family of his own. Thanks to this, he was very easy to spot for the Tsukino siblings, as was the case when Usagi recognized the man in the middle of work. The man even kept a picture of himself with Naruto and Usagi when they were both 6 years old, with Naruto wearing a police hat and flashing a smile and a peaceful side to the camera. The man said that he had gotten to know them so well that they were like his unofficial niece and nephew, as he had no family of his own. Thanks to this, he was very easy to spot for the Tsukino siblings, as was the case when Usagi recognized the man in the middle of work. The man even kept a photo of himself with Naruto and Usagi when they were both 6 years old, with Naruto wearing a police hat and giving the camera a smile and a peaceful sigh. The man said he had gotten to know them so well that they were like his unofficial niece and nephew, as he had no family of his own. Thanks to this, he was very easy for the Tsukino siblings to spot, as was the case when Usagi recognized the man. As was the case when Usagi recognized the man. Inspector Zenigata still kept in touch with the Tsukino family to ensure that Naruto was adjusting well to his new life. As such, he became a friend of the family, often speaking to them whenever he had the chance while he wasn't in the middle of work. The man even kept a picture of himself with Naruto and Usagi when they were both 6 years old, with Naruto wearing a police hat and showing a smile and a sigh of peace to the camera. The man said that he had gotten to know them so well that they were like his unofficial niece and nephew, as he had no family of his own. Thanks to this, it was very easy for the Tsukino siblings to spot him, as was the case when Usagi recognized the man. Inspector Zenigata still kept in touch with the Tsukino family to ensure that Naruto was adjusting well to his new life. As such, he became a friend of the family, often speaking to them whenever he had the chance while he wasn't in the middle of work. The man even kept a picture of himself with Naruto and Usagi when they were both 6 years old, with Naruto wearing a police hat and flashing a smile and a peaceful sigh to the camera. The man said that he had gotten to know them so well that they were like his unofficial niece and nephew, as he had no family of his own. Thanks to this, he was very easy to spot for the Tsukino siblings, as was the case when Usagi recognized the man in the middle of work. The man even kept a picture of himself with Naruto and Usagi when they were both 6 years old, with Naruto wearing a police hat and flashing a smile and a peaceful sigh to the camera. The man said that he had gotten to know them so well that they were like his unofficial niece and nephew, as he had no family of his own. Thanks to this, he was very easy to spot for the Tsukino siblings, as was the case when Usagi recognized the man in the middle of work. The man even kept a photo of himself with Naruto and Usagi when they were both 6 years old, with Naruto wearing a police hat and giving the camera a smile and a peaceful sigh. The man said he had gotten to know them so well that they were like his unofficial niece and nephew, as he had no family of his own. Thanks to this, he was very easy for the Tsukino siblings to spot, as was the case when Usagi recognized the man. The man said that he had gotten to know them so well that they were like his unofficial niece and nephew, as he had no family of his own. Thanks to this, he was very easy to spot for the Tsukino siblings, as was the case when Usagi recognized the man. Inspector Zenigata still kept in touch with the Tsukino family to make sure Naruto was settling in well to his new life. As such, he became a friend of the family, often speaking to them whenever he had the chance while not in the middle of work. The man even kept a picture of himself with Naruto and Usagi when they were both 6 years old, with Naruto wearing a police hat and giving the camera a peaceful smile and sigh. The man said that he had gotten to know them so well that they were like his unofficial niece and nephew, as he had no family of his own. Thanks to this, he was very easy to spot for the Tsukino siblings, as was the case when Usagi recognized the man in the middle of work. The man even kept a picture of himself with Naruto and Usagi when they were both 6 years old, with Naruto wearing a police hat and flashing a smile and a peaceful sigh to the camera. The man said that he had gotten to know them so well that they were like his unofficial niece and nephew, as he had no family of his own. Thanks to this, he was very easy to spot for the Tsukino siblings, as was the case when Usagi recognized the man in the middle of work. The man even kept a picture of himself with Naruto and Usagi when they were both 6 years old, with Naruto wearing a police hat and flashing a smile and a peaceful sigh to the camera. The man said that he had gotten to know them so well that they were like his unofficial niece and nephew, as he had no family of his own. Thanks to this, he was very easy to spot for the Tsukino siblings, as was the case when Usagi recognized the man. The man said that he had gotten to know them so well that they were like his unofficial niece and nephew, as he had no family of his own. Thanks to this, he was very easy to spot for the Tsukino siblings, as was the case when Usagi recognized the man. Inspector Zenigata still kept in touch with the Tsukino family to make sure Naruto was settling in well to his new life. As such, he became a friend of the family, often speaking to them whenever he had the chance while not in the middle of work. The man even kept a picture of himself with Naruto and Usagi when they were both 6 years old, with Naruto wearing a police hat and giving the camera a peaceful smile and sigh. The man said that he had gotten to know them so well that they were like his unofficial niece and nephew, as he had no family of his own. Thanks to this, he was very easy to spot for the Tsukino siblings, as was the case when Usagi recognized the man in the middle of work. The man even kept a picture of himself with Naruto and Usagi when they were both 6 years old, with Naruto wearing a police hat and flashing a smile and a peaceful side to the camera. The man said that he had gotten to know them so well that they were like his unofficial niece and nephew, as he had no family of his own. Thanks to this, he was very easy to spot for the Tsukino siblings, as was the case when Usagi recognized the man in the middle of work. The man even kept a picture of himself with Naruto and Usagi when they were both 6 years old, with Naruto wearing a police hat and flashing a smile and a peaceful side to the camera. The man said that he had gotten to know them so well that they were like his unofficial niece and nephew, as he had no family of his own. Thanks to this, he was very easy to spot for the Tsukino siblings, as was the case when Usagi recognized the man with Naruto wearing a police hat and flashing a smile and a peaceful side to the camera. The man said he had gotten to know them so well that they were like his unofficial niece and nephew, as he had no family of his own. Thanks to this, it was very easy for the Tsukino siblings to spot them, as was the case when Usagi recognized the man in the middle of work. The man even kept a photo of himself with Naruto and Usagi when they were both 6 years old, with Naruto wearing a police hat and flashing a smile and a peaceful side to the camera. The man said he had gotten to know them so well that they were like his unofficial niece and nephew, as he had no family of his own. Thanks to this, it was very easy for the Tsukino siblings to spot them, as was the case when Usagi recognized the man with Naruto wearing a police hat and flashing a smile and a peaceful side to the camera. The man said he had gotten to know them so well that they were like his unofficial niece and nephew, as he had no family of his own. Thanks to this, it was very easy for the Tsukino siblings to spot them, as was the case when Usagi recognized the man in the middle of work. The man even kept a photo of himself with Naruto and Usagi when they were both 6 years old, with Naruto wearing a police hat and flashing a smile and a peaceful side to the camera. The man said he had gotten to know them so well that they were like his unofficial niece and nephew, as he had no family of his own. Thanks to this, it was very easy for the Tsukino siblings to spot them, as was the case when Usagi recognized the man. "Oh yes, it's Uncle Zenigata. What's he doing here? It seems like he's asking people questions, perhaps related to the disappearances." Naru spoke, watching the inspector at work. Naruto had a thought. If Zenigata really was investigating the disappearances, then he might know something that could help him, and since he knew the man, he'd be less likely to dismiss the blonde without some information. He decided it was worth a try, so he spoke to his group. "Hey guys, I'm going to go talk to him. You guys go ahead and go to the temple." This surprised the girls as Chika spoke. "Are you sure, Naruto?" "Yes, I'll quickly catch up so you can get going," Naruto replied as he walked towards the inspector. The girls watched him leave and decided to do as Naruto had said and walked up the stone steps towards the temple. Meanwhile, Zenigata had just finished asking questions to another group of people in hopes of getting a lead on the case of people who literally disappeared on crowded buses. The case had been handed to him when it came to light after the police received several phone calls about missing people. He and his squad got busy investigating and began questioning the families and witnesses who had made the last scene of the missing people. When all the statements pointed to the Sendai Hill Temple, he and his squad went to the temple to inquire about the incident and search the grounds for evidence. However, they came up empty-handed as the family that ran the temple insisted they knew nothing of the disappearances and that no evidence was ever found. He noted that the young woman, despite being quite annoyed with the police presence on the temple grounds, was much easier to talk to with her eccentric grandfather, who ran the temple. So, with no solid evidence, the police left and continued their investigation when they received some troubling news. Another busload of people disappeared from the same area. Witness statements once again pointed to Sendai Hill, but once again, they came up empty-handed. So, with no other direction to go, he and his officers had no choice but to continue questioning people in the area in the hopes of finding a lead. As Zenigata dismissed the passers-by, he let out a weary sigh. "Another dead end, though. Man, this case is getting as bad as Naruto's." Just as he was about to walk away in search of more people to question, a familiar voice spoke behind him. "Oi, Inspector Zenigata." The man turned around to find the same boy he was thinking about. "Well, speak of the devil." "Well, hello, Naruto. I haven't seen you in some time. You look well. You look well, Inspector, Naruto replied as he stopped in front of the man. Well, you know me, kid. I like to stay in shape for whatever the life of a cop throws at me. How's Usagi? She's doing quite well. It can be a little tricky at times, but I wouldn't have it any other way. Naruto chuckled along with the inspector. So, what can I do for you? Or are you just stopping by to say hi? Naruto put on a semi-serious expression. I've heard rumors that buses are disappearing around here. I thought you might know something about it. The inspector let out a sigh. Well, you should know. I'm the one investigating the case. Unfortunately, I haven't been able to find anything that points us in the right direction. Naruto nodded in understanding. He knew why the inspector was having trouble better than the man could imagine. Could you tell me something about it? I'd like to try to keep Usagi-nichan and my friends safe. The inspector held his chin thoughtfully, trying to decide how much to divulge without compromising the case. Still, the boy was close to him, and he wanted him and his sister to be safe, so he thought he might as well tell him a little. Well, all I can say is that so far we have 2 missing buses of people who have visited this temple. We went up there to search, but we didn't find anything to link you to the disappearances. My advice is not to get on just any bus in this area, as you don't have to travel to get to the school. Naruto nodded before smiling. Thanks for the advice, Inspector. I'll catch up with my friends and leave you alone to work. Good luck with your case. With that, Naruto turned and walked up the stone steps into the temple, leaving Zenigata to continue his investigation. Sendai Hill Temple. While Naruto was talking to the inspector, Usagi and her friends were walking along the sando toward the shrine when they passed a group of girls checking out some new charms. When they arrived at the Shimusho, they peeked at the amulets on display, trying to decide which ones to buy. However, their browsing was interrupted when a short, old, bald priest approached them. Aha, I'm back to get more charms, huh? You'll miss the bus if you take any longer, so you girls better go. The girls were confused by this man. First, they had never been to this temple before, and he was telling them to leave when they had just arrived. Before they could say anything else, a voice called out from behind the man. Grandpa, why in Kami's name do you never wear your glasses? The old man turned to the young woman walking behind him, his arms crossed as she wore a stern expression. Because I don't need them, Rei. I can see perfectly without them. The girl, now named Rei, bent down and glared more harshly at her grandfather. Those aren't even the same girls, Grandpa, and you say you don't need glasses. The old man laughed heartily, while Usagi and the girls blushed at the sight of the beautiful Miko. She seemed to possess an aura of radiance that captivated them, even when she was frowning. If one had to define the Miko, they would most likely call her Yamato Nadeshiko, which is the term used to describe the ideal Japanese woman. Wow, she's really something, Usagi commented as she gazed at the shrine maiden with adoration. Meanwhile, the girls who had bought the amulets earlier were walking down the stone steps, talking and laughing about this and that. They were unaware that they were being watched as the man sweeping the grounds hid in the shadows of the tree, smiling as he looked at his most recent victims. It's time to activate those charms. The man raised his hands and fired a blast of energy directly at the girls. They were caught off guard as the wave of dark energy passed over them. The fake spells reacted to the energy when they were activated and began draining the girls' energy. However, the dark power didn't go unnoticed as Rei's sixth sense kicked in when she felt the negative energy flood her temples. I feel a strange force here, an evil force. The statement made everyone gasp as the girl turned towards the temple entrance. I will have no evil forces near our temple. It must be banished. The girl started running toward the stone steps. Usagi and her group stood there for a moment trying to figure out what was going on before they too began chasing the girl, with her grandfather right behind them. Rei wasn't the only one to feel the negative energy as Naruto also detected the surge, and after a moment to get his bearings he began to run up the stairs. He made it halfway up the steps where the ground flattened out for 15 feet before he began to climb again when he came across the group of girls heading down. Only he noticed that they seemed to be drained of their energy as they walked past him. The boy stopped for a moment to look at the girls as he thought about the situation. It seems those girls have been drained of their juice. This has to be the work of the Dark Kingdom. Before he could do anything else, he suddenly heard a voice shout above him. The evil spirit is gone! Ha! Slap! The next thing he knew, he had a piece of paper stuck to his forehead. The boy stood there for a moment before his entire body locked up, his eyes rolled back, and he fell unconscious. Ray looked at the blonde boy he taped one of his paper stamps to in surprise just as the girls he left at the Hayden and his grandfather appeared on the scene. Naruto and I! Usagi yelled as she ran to check on her brother as the other girls followed her and surrounded the unconscious blonde. Ray continued to look down before letting out a nervous laugh. UPS. Inside the Shimusho 10 minutes later, Naruto was still unconscious as he rested on a futon while Usagi, Neru, Chika, and Ray sat beside him while Luna sat on top of the blonde. After Ray's minor accident, the girls carried the boy back to the Shimusho's house annex and carefully laid him down in the common room where Ray tended to him. The girls waited patiently for Naruto to wake up while Ray apologized for her recklessness. The Miko had asked for some additional medical supplies and a short time later, they were delivered by a certain blonde man. Miss Ray, here are the bandages you requested. The group of schoolgirls gasped and blushed as they looked at the man who had just opened the door and placed a tray of bandages on the floor. His soft voice and handsome features made the young women feel a little hot as Ray responded, "Thanks. Leave them at the door. I'll be outside if you need me." The man closed the sliding door as Neru spoke to the young priestess. "Who's that gallant Saurus?" "That was Jed, our new caretaker. We hired him less than a week ago. You see, my grandpa used to do everything around here, but he hasn't been able to do it as much as he used to. Sigh, I wish he was. He was already done with school, so I can help out more." The girls looked at the Miko, feeling a bit sorry for the trouble she seemed to be going through. However, before they could speak further to the girl, a groan from below them caught their attention. Naruto began to slowly shake his head from side to side as he began to regain consciousness. Ray bent down to look at the boy as he slowly opened his eyes and let his vision clear. What greeted him was something he swore was from another world. A girl with glossy black hair, violet eyes, and a lovely face that was too perfect to be real. In his still muddled mind, the boy could only say one word that came to mind: Angel. The effect was immediate as Ray stepped back with a noticeable blush staining her cheeks. She knew she was quite attractive and that many people, both boys and girls, complimented her on her looks, but never before had someone called her an angel, and not so sincerely. It made her feel a little warm inside. While the girl fought her blush, Naruto sat up and rubbed his head as he tried to clear the cobwebs. "What hit me? Naruto and I." Naruto turned around to find his sister and two friends sitting to his right, looking at him with relief. His sister leaned over to make sure he was okay. "How are you feeling, Naruto and I?" "I'm fine, if you can rule out the hallucinatory angels and stuff." Naruto turned towards the source of the sound and saw the angel sitting to his right. "Wow, it's real!" Ray blushed a little more, but regained her composure and bowed to the boy. "I want to apologize for hurting you earlier. I mistook you for an evil spirit." Naruto laughed a little as he scratched the back of his neck. "It's okay, I wasn't hurt. You just left me behind." Then he pointed at himself with his thumb. "I think I should introduce myself. I'm Tsukino Naruto, and this is my sister, Usagi, and my two friends from school, Neru and Chika." The girls gave a slight bow as they were introduced, while Ray did the same. "It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Hino Ray, and I'm a priestess here at Hikawa Shrine." "Nice to meet you, Ray. So tell me, what exactly did you hit me with earlier?" The shrine maiden reached into her robes and pulled out a piece of paper. "This is a seal I used on you. It's typically used in exorcism, but I didn't really think it would be that effective on humans." Naruto looked at the paper in his hand and felt curious. It looked so similar to one of his stamp tags. "Can I see that?" The girl handed the seal to Naruto, who looked at it more closely. He saw a lot of kanji on the paper that he didn't recognize, imagining it had something to do with exorcism, but what really caught his attention was that he recognized a seal array in the center of the paper. While he didn't know enough to say what exactly the array did, he knew enough that this was likely the cause of her fainting. Unfortunately, he couldn't simply ask the girl about the seal, as it would raise too many questions, but that wouldn't stop him from complimenting the girl. "This looks like a very well-made seal, Ray. Did you make it yourself?" This time, it was Ray's turn to feel a little embarrassed as she scratched the back of her neck and smiled. "Yeah, I make them whenever I have free time. In fact, I've been fascinated by seals since I was little. Interesting. Do you have other talents? Naruto asked as he filed that information away in the back of his mind for a later date. Well, I'm pretty good at fortune telling. Naru gasped at the thought. So you can see the future and stuff? Do you do divination? Ah, that's not my thing. Meanwhile, Luna had been staring at the Miko for some time while the gang chatted. I'm getting a strong feeling from this girl. Where is she? Before anything else could be said, the door to the room was quickly opened by a rather plump-looking middle-aged woman who entered the room with a stern expression. Where is my daughter? What? Ray asked as the woman looked at the Miko. My daughter said she was coming here to buy some good luck charms, and she hasn't come home. She was supposed to take the bus, and now I heard the bus has disappeared. I want to know where my daughter is. Everyone looked at the woman as she ranted while Ray responded to the woman's rant. I'm sorry, but I don't know anything about your daughter. We get tons of people here every day, and we can't be responsible for them. Why, you impertinent little! Before any further arguments could begin, Naruto decided to intervene, sitting down and approaching the furious woman. Ma'am, please, you need to calm down. What was that? Look, I know you're worried about your daughter. Believe me, I'd be worried too if someone in my family suddenly disappeared, but pointing fingers isn't going to bring her back. The woman stopped talking, though she still maintained her stern gaze as Naruto continued to try to placate her. I may not have the answer to where your daughter is, but I can at least point you in the right direction. If you go down to the police station, you can ask for Inspector Zenigata. He's the one leading the investigation. He should be able to give you some answers. The woman thought for a moment before sighing. Okay, I'll go talk to him, but if I don't get results soon, I'll come back. I understand. I would like nothing more than to see you reunited with your daughter. Just know that there are people doing everything they can to find your daughter and the other missing people. You have my word for that. The woman seemed to take the young man's words to heart as she let out a sigh and nodded her thanks. Thank you, young man. And with that, she turned and left the room and the building. After the woman disappeared, Ray let out a tired sigh and gave Naruto a grateful smile. Thank you, Naruto. It's been very difficult to handle things since the disappearances started. We've had to deal with the police and the families of the missing people almost constantly. I appreciate you calming that woman down, Naruto smiled. It's no problem. I can tell this has been stressful for you, and I mean what I said about people searching for the missing. If anyone else comes looking for answers, just direct them to the police station to find Inspector Zenigata. I'm going to. Naruto nodded as he turned to his group. Well, it's getting late. I say we all go home. All the girls nodded and stood up to say their goodbyes with Luna in tow. When everyone left, Ray closed the door behind them and sighed once more. This was just another stressful day for her. Streets of Juban a few minutes later. After the group left the temple grounds and walked down the stone steps, Naruto and Usagi parted ways with Naru and Chika as the two girls headed home. Usagi started walking home when Naruto stopped her and instructed them to find a quiet spot. Once they were away from prying eyes and ears, Naruto spoke. Something's definitely going on here. Just before Rain nailed me with that seal of hers, I felt a massive jolt of negative energy as I was walking up the steps, and then I ran into a group of girls who looked like they were exhausted. I have a feeling our old friends in the Dark Kingdom are up to no good again. Luna nodded as she sat in Usagi's arms. I think you're right, Naruto. But there's something I noticed about Rei. She seemed to have sensed the energy too, which is why she ran and attacked you. Could she also feel the dark power? That's right, not only that, but I also had feelings for her when we were all sitting in that room with her. I'm still not sure what that means though. Do you think she could be a Yuma? Usagi asked as she listened to her feline guardian. Naruto shook his head. I don't think so. Being so close, I would have sensed something off about her. It could be that she has a heightened spiritual awareness, or it could be something else. I might try getting a little closer to her again to see if I can block anything. Luna suggested as she jumped out of Usagi's arms. Naruto nodded. Sounds good, better safe than sorry. Get to work, Luna. The cat bowed before running to the temple. Meanwhile, Usagi asked her brother a question. Well, while Luna is checking on Rei, what are we going to do? Well, the temple seems to be only part of the mystery. The other part is the disappearance of the buses. Now there are 2 bus stops nearby. One is 2 blocks north and the other only a block west. I'll split up and check those stops. I'll take the north one while you go find Ami and check the one west of here. If I know her, she'll be looking for more books in the bookstore nearby. If you see anything, don't try to intervene. I don't want either of you to get caught up in whatever you've got cooked up, do you understand? Usagi nodded and the 2 brothers split up, determined to carry out their part of the plan, Sendai Hill Temple. While Naruto and Usagi headed towards their objectives, Luna moved around the temple grounds in search of the shrine maiden she needed to see. Now, where could that girl have gotten to? The feline wondered as she moved through the Hayden. It was then that her sensitive ears picked up the sound of a broom around the corner. She peeked around the corner and lo and behold, there was the girl she was looking for sweeping the stone tiles behind the Hayden. Ah, there she is. The cat then began to sneak up on the girl so she could use her senses properly when suddenly she was assaulted by a loud sound. Grasner! What? The poor cat was completely surprised when 2 large crows flew up and began attacking her. Luna could only try to protect herself from the 2-pronged assault as the crows pecked and scratched her. Fortunately, someone immediately noticed the noise and turned to find the source. Phobos! Deimos! Enough! Ray called as she ran over and scared the 2 birds away. Luna lay on the ground, swirling eyes as she tried to recover from the assault. Ray knelt down and picked up the cat to check on her. Are you okay, kitty? Luna shook her head to get rid of the dizziness. That was very unpleasant. Ray sat on the edge of Hayden's porch and began gently petting the cat. Sorry, Phobos and Deimos might be a little jealous in protecting me. Wait a minute, aren't you the cat those girls brought with them? What are you doing here? She asked as she continued her petting, causing Luna to start purring. I have good hands, she does. Luna thought as she enjoyed the gentle ministrations, but then snapped back to reality, as she remembered why she was there. Leave that, Luna. You're here for a reason, now focus. Luna then closed her eyes and concentrated on the Miko, trying to get an accurate reading of her aura. What she found a short time later shocked her. By the moon, this aura! It feels like I have to tell the others about this. With that, Luna quickly but casually jumped off the Miko's lap and disappeared around the corner, leaving Ray quite confused to watch her go. Streets of Jubin. Usagi and Ami arrived at the bus stop they were told to watch. Naruto had been right when he said Ami was looking for more books, and after Usagi explained everything, the 2 immediately headed to the location to begin their investigation. As their eyes scanned the street, they noticed a large group of high school girls gathered at the stop. Ami looked closely at the girls and quickly noticed they all had something in common. Usagi, look! All those girls have temple charms. The blonde looked and saw that her friend was right, and then she noticed something else that was very peculiar about the girls. Wow, everyone seems out of place. The girls watched as more students with the same charms and narrowed eyes appeared. Finally, after 5 more minutes, Ami noticed a large bus heading toward the bus stop. Look! It's the bus and it has the same number as the one that disappeared. As the bus approached the stop, Usagi and Ami leaned closer to get a better look. As the bus stopped, the door opened, and students began to board. Usagi and Ami looked inside and got a good look at the driver. The driver was a woman wearing the standard uniform issued to city bus drivers with a hat that created a shadow that hid her eyes. The only noticeable thing about her was her short brown hair and the rather stern expression on her face. The 2 girls took a step back when they sensed something odd about the woman. Ami considered boarding the bus to try to figure out where she was going, but then remembered Naruto's orders and held back. The look the driver sent them helped reinforce her decision. Finally, after the last student boarded and sat down, the bus doors closed, and the vehicle moved forward. Maybe we should try following it and see where it goes, Ami suggested as she watched the bus roll down the street. I don't think we can move fast enough, Usagi replied, keeping her eyes on the bus. At that moment, the air around them began to distort, and they watched in shock as the bus began to levitate directly off the ground. As the vehicle moved through the air, the distortion began to intensify in an area where the bus was heading until what appeared to be a black hole opened up. The bus continued onward and passed directly into the black hole. The girls could only watch with wide eyes as the bus completely disappeared into the darkness, and the hole closed behind it. Once the hole disappeared, the air returned to normal, and the people walking by seemed unaware of what had just happened. Did you see that? Ami asked as she looked at the spot where the bus disappeared. The bus just disappeared into that black hole. Oh, this is bad. We have to tell Naruto and I about this, Usagi said as the two girls hurriedly ran to find the blonde and tell her what they had witnessed. Dimensional subspace. The bus drifted aimlessly within the strange realm it had entered moments before. Space itself appeared to be a vast void occupied only by several large, spherical masses that resembled planetoids. Inside the bus, the occupants were blissfully unaware of their abduction, as they were all rendered unconscious when the bus lifted off the ground. The only one still awake looked back from her spot in the driver's seat and began to laugh. A full load. The Jadeite's plan is a true masterpiece. Queen Beryl should be pleased when we arrive with all these humans full of wasted love energy. As the driver smiled mischievously, her eyes lit up. The interior of the bus was enveloped in bright light as the disguised Yuma proceeded to harvest the energy stored in the fake amulets. Tsukino home. Naruto's room. 30 minutes later, Naruto sat in his desk chair with his hands clasped as he thought over the information the girls had given him. His sister and a friend had run up to him earlier while he was exploring the northern bus stop and reported what they had seen. The boy was deeply disturbed by the fact that the buses full of people were being taken to another space controlled by the Dark Kingdom. For one, they couldn't just go find the buses since they were no longer in their world, and even if they did find them, it would be very difficult to get them back to Earth since they didn't know how to create the black hole they were using Yuma to access the space. He couldn't help but feel like they were in a similar situation to the fight they had with the time-manipulating Yuma, and it scared him. What are we going to do, Naruto and I? Naruto looked up and saw Usagi sitting on her bed with Ami and Luna by her side. When it became apparent that there was nothing else they could do at the moment, the group decided to find a place to plan their next move, so the gang headed to the Tsukino house, where they found Luna waiting for them. After meeting in her room, they went over everything they knew with a fine-toothed comb to figure out what they needed to do. From what they could gather, the enemy was using the temple to spread tainted charms to the population who would then fall under the charm's power. They would then be forced to board the bus, which would take them to a separate space that the enemy had control over. As it stood, both the charms and the buses needed to be taken out of commission, and then they could focus on finding a way into the space and freeing the hostages. With that in mind, Naruto laid out his plan. The way I see it, we have two objectives. 1. We need to stop the distribution of those charms, since that's what's controlling people, and we need to disable the bus that's taking them away. 2. We need to find a way into space to free those who've already been taken. How do you suggest we do it? Ami asked as she thought about the plan. Tomorrow after school, we'll split up. I'll go to the temple, find the amulets, and neutralize them so they can't be used anymore. I'll also see if I can find any leads on the space they use, if there's one there. In the meantime, I want you two to go back to the bus stop and keep an eye on the place. If you see the bus appear before it can get to you, I want you to try and stop it or disable it. We have to stop them from taking any more people. The girls nodded, wanting to do what they could. It was then that Luna stepped forward with some information. If you're going back to the temple, I found something I think you should know. I was able to get close to Rei again and found out something about her. What did you find? Naruto asked as Usagi and Ami listened. I firmly believe that Rei is actually one of us. I think she's Sailor Mars. What? Really? Naruto asked, completely shocked by this revelation. Yeah, her aura matches Mars's, so I'm pretty sure she's the reincarnation of the sea senshi. If you knew she was a senshi, then why didn't you talk to her? Usagi asked. At the time, I didn't think it was a very wise decision to try to make contact with her. Like I said, I'm pretty sure, but not 100%. We won't really know until her mark appears. Naruto pondered the information until he spoke to Luna. Do you have her transformation pen? Luna nodded. Of course, I'd like to have it. If she's one of us, then she needs to have the pen. Luna blinked in surprise. Would you give her the transformation quill now? But Naruto, what if she really isn't Mars? I'd rather have it in case she's a senshi and then leave her at the mercy of the enemy. If she isn't, I can always get it back later, but it's better to have it and not need it than to need it and not have it. Sendai Hill Temple the next day. It was just another day in the life of a shrine for Hinore. That morning, she woke up, dressed for school, ate breakfast, prayed at the shrine, went to school, returned, dressed in her shrine robes, and performed her duties as a priestess. The act was very mundane, but since her dream was to one day take over the shrine, she took it to heart. At the moment, she was feeding Phobos and Deimos since she was taking a short break from her duties. It was a fairly peaceful moment considering the shrine was under intense scrutiny from both the city police and the public. It just wasn't fair. The temple had nothing to do with the disappearances. Why couldn't people see that? King! The girl looked up to find the same blonde boy she accidentally attacked the day before walking towards her. Oh, hello Naruto. What can I do for you? The girl stood up from her crouching position and turned to the boy who had a serious look on his face. I need to talk to you. Is there somewhere we can talk privately? The shrine maid looked at Naruto a little warily but nodded. She led the boy behind Kagura's lair, where she stopped and looked at Naruto with a stern expression. Okay, what's so important that you need to talk to me alone? Another bus disappeared yesterday, Ray, and when I say disappeared I mean it. Everything vanished into thin air. Are you serious? Ray asked incredulously. How could an entire bus disappear? I'm serious, Ray. And I'm afraid that's not the worst of it. Every single person who got on that bus had something in common. Each person had one of the charms your temple sells. Ray looked at Naruto in shock, but it quickly turned to anger when she thought about what he might have been implying. Are you saying it's our fault? I told you before that we had nothing to do with the disappearances. Naruto raised his hands in a placating gesture. And I believe you, Ray. I know you're not responsible for what's happening. But that still doesn't mean someone is using your temple as a means to kidnap people. I want to help you clear your names, Ray, and a good place to start is by telling me where you get those charms. Ray calmed down as she listened to the blonde, then thought about it. They hadn't started selling charms until Jed showed up a week ago. When her grandfather had hired him, she thought he was just another guy looking to get close to her or try to find an easy, relaxing job. But when he started selling so many good luck charms, she decided to give the man a chance and see if he could do something good for the temple. But then the disappearances started, and things started going downhill for the shrine. However, now that she thought about it, she never liked the look in his eyes. They felt so cold to her. Maybe Naruto was onto something. Well, Jed is the one who supplies and sells the amulets. Who's Jed? Naruto asked, his interest peaking when he heard the name. Our new caretaker. My grandfather hired him about a week ago. He usually stays in a small cabin we have in the back corner of the temple for people who want to work here. Naruto hummed in thought. It seemed like he needed to go check out that cabin, but first he had something he needed to give the girl. Thanks for the information, Ray. I have to go, but before I do, I want you to have something. Naruto reached into his pocket and pulled out a red pen. The pen looked very similar to Ami's transformation pen. The only difference was the color and the symbol. The symbol looked like a heart turned sideways with an arrow attached to the bottom point of the heart. He passed the pen to Ray, who marveled at its design. Wow, that's beautiful, but why are you giving me this? Naruto smiled. Think of it as your own personal good luck charm, Ray. I have a feeling you might need it. With a wink, he turned and walked away, leaving Ray to ponder the boy's words before she became shocked and placed the pen in her robes. Now wasn't the time for this. Naruto had given her a lot to think about, and she needed answers, and there was one place she knew she could get them. Caretaker's cabin minutes later. It didn't take Naruto long to find the cabin Ray had mentioned. The structure was a small wooden house that looked like it could comfortably house 1 or 2 people. Naruto approached the front door cautiously and peered through a nearby window to see if anyone was home. Seeing that the building was unoccupied, he reached for the doorknob and turned it. Unfortunately, the door was closed. Fortunately, that has never stopped him before. With a flick of his wrist, the boy pulled out one of his white kunai that he had conveniently hidden in his sleeve, and with a quick stab, the sharp blade penetrated the door lock and with a twist broke the internal mechanisms that kept the door closed. Now that he had access, he quietly entered the cabin. The first thing he noticed was that the cabin had nothing to indicate that anyone lived there. All he found were 4 walls, a desk, and a chair. This, of course, threw up a red flag since this Jed guy was supposed to be using this cabin. As he looked around, he noticed a door on the opposite side of the cabin from the main door. Wanting to see what was in it, he walked over and opened the door. Inside, he found a smaller room that looked like it was used for storage. Unlike the first room, this one actually had items inside, as he discovered at least 20 large boxes stacked in the room. Naruto walked over to one of the boxes and opened it. It seemed he had hit pay dirt, as the box was filled with good luck charms. The boy ran his hand over the charms and extended his senses through them. He knew he was in the right place when he felt the latent dark energy infused within the charms. "Looks like I found them," Naruto spoke to himself, unaware that someone had heard him. "Yes, and it will be the last thing you see." Naruto turned around when he heard the voice and saw standing there in the front door was a blonde-haired man that he immediately recognized. Jaded, the dark general smiled as the front door slammed shut. Naruto began to run toward the door when suddenly an intense pressure filled the room. Naruto fell to his knees as the pressure intensified, and his body felt like it was being slowly crushed. "You picked the wrong time to be nosy, boy. Enjoy the last moments of your life while your body slowly turns to paste." Naruto gritted his teeth as he desperately tried to fight the pressure exerted on his body. Meanwhile, Jadeite chuckled as he walked away from the hut, confident that the boy he found snooping wouldn't last too long in that death trap. After all, the boy was only human. Inside the Hayden at the same time, Rei was kneeling in front of the sacred fire as she meditated. Her little chat with Naruto had given her a lot to think about. When she first heard about the disappearances, she was worried like everyone else about the safety of the people who went missing. Then people started accusing the shrine of being involved. Of course, she vehemently denied the accusations since she knew full well that neither she nor her grandfather could possibly be capable of doing something like making an entire bus disappear. Unfortunately, that didn't stop the police from continually coming back and asking questions, or people from spreading nasty rumors about the temple, which caused its normal customers to avoid them. It was a very frustrating situation for her. Then Naruto showed up with information about the disappearances. She didn't want to believe that his temple had any involvement, but with all the victims wearing one of the charms they sold, it was hard to refute. She remembered when Jed first proposed the idea of the charms to her, and her grandfather had agreed. At first he didn't think much of it, as it brought an extra income for the temple, but now he needed answers. "Sacred Flame, grant me your guidance. Show me the source of the dark force that desecrates this temple and uses it to commit evil deeds." Rei chanted and clasped her hands in a series of signs as she concentrated on creating a vision. Suddenly, the fire ignited in front of her, and an image began to form. The image was that of a man, but not just any man. It was Jed, Rei gasped as she stood up. Naruto was right. The spells the man was selling were related to the disappearances. Oh, she was going to find this man and make sure he paid for his crimes. Juban Street's bus stop at the same time. Usagi and Luna waited patiently behind a wall as they watched another group of schoolgirls line up at the bus stop. When classes were over for the day, Naruto immediately headed to the temple while Usagi and Ami began to head to the bus stop. However, before they could leave, one of the teachers stopped the girls and asked Ami to stay behind to help her with something. Ami reluctantly agreed and told Usagi that she would meet her at the stop shortly. Usagi left the school where she met up with Luna, who was waiting outside, and the two arrived at the bus stop. Usagi was a little nervous about the whole thing, as this was her first time having to act alone, instead of having her brother with her. "Why did Ami have to stay behind? I really wish Naruto and I was here." Luna looked at her charge and spoke. "Usagi, you're going to have to learn to do things on your own at some point. You can't expect your brother to be there for you all the time." "I know, but I feel better when he's around." Luna sighed but didn't say anything. She knew the boy was a pillar of strength for his sister, and could always give her a confidence boost just by being around her. But there would be times when she'd have to act on her own. She couldn't hold on to his hand forever. Before anything else could be said, they saw the bus approaching the stop. Luna realized they were out of time, so she turned to Usagi. "Usagi, the bus is here. We can't wait any longer. We have to move now." Usagi started to panic a little. But what am I supposed to do? I can't just walk in there. You must do it, Usagi. If you don't, who will? It's up to you to prevent these girls from disappearing. But how? Usagi asked as the bus arrived and the door opened, allowing the girls to begin boarding. Think, Usagi. What would your brother do? Usagi thought about it. What would Naruto and I do in this situation? Suddenly, a thought occurred to her. He would confront the driver like a person in authority. Luna smiled. Now you're getting it. Do your thing, correct? Usagi said as she took out the transformation pen. Disguise power! Transform me into a police officer. The pen worked its magic, and in no time, Usagi took the form of a woman with short, blonde hair, a small, brimmed hat, a dark blue vest over a light blue shirt, a dark blue skirt that reached her knees, black shoes, and a pair of white gloves. She also wore a badge and a white braided cord hanging from her shoulder. With her disguise in place, the girl and the cat ran toward the bus just as the last passenger boarded. Hold it right there! Usagi shouted as she climbed aboard. This bus is suspected of being involved in the multiple disappearances. I hereby order you to turn off the engine and step off the bus. Usagi spoke with an authoritative tone to the driver. Unfortunately, her orders were completely ignored as the doors closed behind her and the bus began to move forward and upward. Usagi and Luna stepped back as the bus tilted toward a black hole that appeared in front of them. The two could only watch as the hole swallowed them. Ami ran as fast as she could to get to the bus stop. After she was finally able to escape from the school, she wasted no time trying to reunite with her friend. However, it seemed she was too late as she arrived just in time to see the bus vanish into a black hole. As the hole closed behind the bus, Ami let out a scream as tears formed in her eyes. Oh no! They're already gone! Ami knelt down as she cried, cursing her luck and her inability to help her friends. Sendai Hill Temple Caretaker's hut. Naruto grunted as he continued to fight for his life. The pressure on his body was intense, and he could feel his bones creaking from the strain. He raised his head and looked around, hoping to find what was generating the pressure. He looked around until he noticed something in the top corner of the room. It looked like some kind of green organic mass that had grown out of the corner, and had several roots creeping along the surface of the wall and ceiling. What really caught his attention was that there was a red light pulsing in the center. That had to be what was creating the force crushing him. He quickly drew his kunai and with an accurate throw, struck the center of the mass. The mass spewed black smoke as the pulse died. A moment later, the force disappeared, and he was able to breathe easier. Now I know what a paper cup feels like, Naruto commented as he stood up. Alright, Jadeite, wanna play rough? I can definitely give you a fair shake. Moon power, transformation! A quick burst of light and Luna Knight took the stage. The blonde man smiled beneath his mask. Very well, time to deal with these charms. The masked Senshi spoke as she pulled out several explosive notes. Kagura's lair. Jed was busy cleaning the stage as part of his caretaker disguise. The Dark General was very pleased with the operation so far. They'd collected a huge amount of energy from those silly girls, and being able to keep them around to generate even more energy was a stroke of genius. Everything was going perfectly. Jed! The man turned around just as Ray opened the door and looked at the man with disdain. Jed addressed the shrine maiden with his usual calm and innocent demeanor. Oh, Miss Ray, what can I do for you? Game over, Jed. I know you're the one who's been making the buses disappear. What do you mean? Don't try to deny it. Everything that happened started when you showed up. Admit it, you're guilty, Jed laughed, his innocent smile replaced by a sinister one. So what if I am? A child like you is no match for me, the man said as his dark aura began to flow out of him. Ray gasped in alarm at the sight of the dark energy surrounding him. Phobos and Deimos appeared as they too sensed the power as they flew alongside the girl. This force is the same one I felt yesterday, Ray thought as she reached into her robes and pulled out several seals. I will not allow evil spirits to contaminate our temple. Go! Ray shouted as she threw the seals at the man. Jed simply raised his hand and with a burst, his energy burned the seals. Ray took a step back as she saw her seals turn to ash while Jed laughed. You're out of your league, kid. You don't have the power to defeat me. She may not, but she sure does. Everyone turned toward the source of the voice just in time for a white-clad figure to appear in the doorway. Ray looked confused as Jed mocked the newcomer. You, yes, me. The masked man said as he took a step forward. Who are you? Ray asked when the man stopped once he was inside the building. The man turned and smiled at the girl. Moon Knight, at your service, my dear priestess. Ray was surprised. She had heard rumors of the Shadow Senshi and their friends, the Sailor Senshi, but she never thought she would actually see one of them. Lunar Knight then turned his attention to the blonde man who was glaring at him. Your little plan is over, Jadeite. We're shutting you down. Jadeite snarled as his eyes pierced the Senshi with all the hatred he could muster. The Senshi dared to interfere again. You really are a nuisance, Moon Knight. The masked Senshi laughed a little. If you think I'm annoying now, wait. I have a little gift for you. She raised her right hand in a hitsugi. Katsu! Boom! Ray and Jadeite flinched when they heard the explosion outside. Ray turned to Lunar Knight with a surprised expression. What did you just do? I just destroyed this guy's supply of fake spells. He won't be able to influence any more people. If you're wondering, I removed all the spell boxes from the cabin before planting the explosives. I also rescued the boy who was trapped there. If Jadeite had been angry with Lunar Knight before, he was absolutely livid at this point. His plans were literally out the window. He clenched his fist to the point where green blood began to drip from it as he growled his displeasure. Lunar Knight turned to the man and narrowed his eyes. Now is the time to deal with you, Jadeite. Wrong, Moon Knight. This time, I'll take care of you. Jadeite extended his arm, and right behind him, a black hole appeared. The vortex began to suck in the air around it, and it wasn't long before both Lunar Knight and Ray could feel the pull. What the hell is that? Ray asked as she began to be pulled towards the black hole. Moon Knight rushed forward and grabbed the girl, but realized that the two of them were being pulled in. Acting quickly, he pulled out a kunai and dove to the ground, stabbing the kunai to anchor himself. He held on to Ray and the kunai as he felt their bodies rise towards the vortex. The two crows weren't as lucky as they were both sucked in. Don't let go, Ray, Lunar Knight said as he struggled to maintain his grip. I'm trying, Ray replied as she held her arms around Ray's neck. Suddenly, a light began to glow on Ray's forehead. Lunar Knight turned his head to look and saw a very familiar symbol appear on the girl. That's the symbol of the sea. She's one of us, Moon Knight thought as he watched the light fade away. His attention was soon drawn to a sinister laugh as he saw Jadeite casually walk in front of them. The Dark General was overjoyed as he looked down at the struggling Senshi as he knelt down and hooked a finger through the loop on the kunai's handle. The masked Senshi glared at her in defiance, as she watched Jadeite's grin grow before the general pulled hard and dislodged the kunai. With nothing to stop them, both Ray and Lunar Knight were helpless as they were pulled into the black hole. Jadeite began to laugh as he watched the two disappear into the darkness. Dimensional subspace. The bus carrying the latest batch of energy-depleted victims finally stopped, and the doors opened, allowing both Usagi and Luna to fall out of the vehicle. What they landed on appeared to be a world made of white sand. Usagi grimaced as she landed hard on her butt. That really didn't go my way, the girl commented as the bus driver jumped off and landed in front of her. The driver's body suddenly began to glow until her appearance changed completely. Her skin turned a dark brown and wrinkled, while her chest, torso, legs, and forearms became covered in black, resin-like armor. Her hair was long and red, while her eyes turned yellow and her teeth became jagged. The Yuma Kigan laughed as it looked at the frightened girl. Looks like you took the wrong bus. Well, sorry, sweetheart, but it looks like this is your last stop. The Yuma spoke as he raised his arm, and the white sand around him came to life as it swirled from the ground and wrapped around his arm to create a solid sheet. Kigan laughed evilly as he approached the woman and the cat, ready to end their lives. Oh no, Usagi said as she began to crawl backwards. Oh dear, Luna said as she silently prayed for a miracle. Fortunately, he was about to get his wish. High in the air, another black hole opened up, and two crows flew out. A few seconds later, two figures fell out of the hole and continued free-falling toward the sandy surface below. Moon Knight's eyes darted around in an effort to get their bearings and figure out where they were while Rei continued to hold on to the masked senshi for dear life. It was then that Lunar Knight noticed the ground and saw they were in a real bind. Shit! If we hit the ground like that, we'd be lost. It was then that he noticed a floating bus below him and suddenly had an idea. It's our only chance, he said as he reached into his pouch and pulled out the spear-tipped chain. He wrapped several loops of the chain's end around his hand before throwing the spear tip at the bus as they began to pass by. The blade embedded itself in the roof of the bus as the two fell. The chain went taut, and the two were pulled free-falling as they made their way down. As they swung, Lunar Knight noticed someone, or rather something, standing in his way. Seeing the situation in front of him, he kicked up both legs and yelled, "Notice! Eh?" Wham! Kigun suddenly turned around when he heard the scream and found himself face to face with a swinging Moon Knight. The impact was so great that it threw the Yuma about 15 meters away as it crashed into the sand. Moon Knight and Rei reached the apex of the swing and stepped off before landing on the ground. "Moon Knight!" Usagi cried out in relief as she watched him drop Rei to the ground and pull the chain, causing the spear to come loose and fall into his hand. "Thank goodness," Luna said as she ran over to them while Usagi stood up. Lunar Knight nodded at the two of them while then looking at the Miko. "Are you okay?" Rei looked at the senshi when she let go and nodded. "Yes, I'm fine. Grrrr." Everyone turned to see the Yuma stand up and glare at the intruders. However, the glare would have been more terrifying if the Yuma didn't have a bloody nose, missing teeth, and 2 clear boot prints on her face. "You're going to pay for that." Usagi took a step forward as she prepared to fight. "Not as much as you're going to pay for kidnapping all those girls. Moon Prism Power, make up!" And Usagi transformed into Sailor Moon. Rei looked on in surprise as she watched the woman transform into the rumored Sailor Senshi as said Senshi took their introductory poses. "I am Sailor Moon, the champion of justice." Lunar Knight walked over and stood beside him. "And I am Moon Knight, protector of the innocents. And in the name of the moon we will correct mistakes and triumph over evil. And that means you, ugly. So you think you're a bunch of tough guys, huh? Well, how about this?" Kigun then extended his arms, the sandy ground around him exploded, and several shapes rose up to reveal sand clones of the Yuma who then began advancing toward the group. Moon Knight responded in his own way by making the familiar cross seal. "Kage Bunshin's Jutsu!" The air around Lunar Knight erupted, and several of her own clones appeared and charged into the fray. Blows were struck mercilessly as the Moon Knight clones punched, kicked, and stabbed the sand clones, causing them to crumble back into the sand. However, every time one clone fell, another took its place. And Kigun herself wasn't idle as they advanced toward the fight. Lunar Knight saw her coming but couldn't do much as she had to deal with the sand clones. She looked towards Sailor Moon and screamed, "Sailor Moon, see if you can do something about it, Yuma." The girl kicked a sand clone, which disintegrated upon seeing the approaching threat. "Good." The senshi then stretched out and removed her tiara. "Moon Tiara action!" She tossed the tiara to Kigun, who saw it coming and jumped at it. She was about to launch herself, but was stopped when a pair of unexpected allies swooped in. Phobos and daimyos began pecking and clawing at the Yuma that tried to push them away. Sailor Moon used the distraction to redirect her tiara back at the Yuma in an effort to finish it off. But the Yuma grabbed the disc and turned to face the senshi. "Is that the best you've got?" "Hardly." "Tiara, catch her!" The Yuma was shocked when the disc suddenly expanded and wrapped around her. Kigun struggled to free himself from the bind. Lunar Knight noticed that the Yuma was incapacitated, but lacked the ability to finish it off as he was busy using his energy on the Kage Bunshin, and Sailor Moon's weapon was unavailable as it was being used to bind the Yuma. This left only one person. He turned to Luna and shouted, "Luna, Rei is Sailor Mars, I saw the symbol. She has the pen." Luna listened to the senshi and nodded. She quickly ran over to the Shrine Maiden, who was nervously watching the fight and was understandably surprised when she heard a voice speaking to her from below. "King!" The Miko looked down and her eyes widened at the sight of the cat that was talking to her. "Did you just talk?" Rei asked in shock. Luna nodded. "Yes, but I don't have time to explain." "Do you have the pen Naruto gave you?" The girl reached into her robe and pulled out the item. "That's your very own transformation pen. Hold it up and shout Mars power, make up!" And hurry, Kigan grunted as he finally managed to free himself. The tiara then fell to the ground and returned to its original form. Rei saw this and spoke. I've almost had enough of this monster. Then he raised the pen in the air. Mars power, make up! The quill began to work as Rei's shrine clothes faded away and flames erupted from the quill. Rei waved the quill as streams wrapped around her body until her form was surrounded by several halos of flames. The halos then converged upon her, and when they made contact, they transformed into her senshi outfit. She matched the others except her accents, skirt, and tiara jewel were red, her bow in the front was purple, she had 2 star-shaped earrings, and instead of boots she wore a pair of high-heeled shoes that showed off her long legs. Whoa, talk about a mile high! Lunar Knight thought as he crushed another sand clone, his cheeks dusted with a light pink beneath his mask. Sailor Moon gasped in surprise at witnessing the transformation. Wow, Rei's a Sailor Scout too? Sailor Mars just woke up and looked at herself as she took her new form. Incredible! Kigun snarled at the new threat and lunged at it to try to take it out. Mars saw it and snarled. I almost had it with this ugly, slimy creep. The girl then ignited her powers as she brought her hands together and interlaced her fingers, except for her 2 index fingers, which she kept straight but together. She then concentrated as she rotated her fingers upward, where small bits of electricity jumped from them before the air above them ignited into fire. Soul of fire! The fire suddenly shot forward and grew as it hurtled toward the Yuma. Kigun didn't have time to react before the fire collided with her, and she was engulfed in a column of flame. Grey-ah-wah! When the Yuma gave its death cry, its body disintegrated in the fire, leaving no remains. Back at the temple, Jadeite felt the flow of energy reverse as the energy ball in his hand exploded. Understand! Meanwhile, the sand clones Kigun had created tilted in motion and collapsed to the ground. Lunar Knight let out a sigh as his clones disappeared. Phew, I'm glad it's over. Oh no, look! Everyone turned to where Luna screamed and were shocked to see that the black hole they had passed through was slowly closing. The black hole is closing. If we don't go through it, we'll be trapped forever. Panic began to set in as everyone looked for a way through. Moon Knight, any ideas? I'm thinking. It's closing. Juban Street's bus stop. Ami knelt on the ground, holding her transformation pen in her hands, praying with all her heart. She prayed for the people taken over by the Dark Kingdom. She prayed for her allies who were fighting. But most of all, she prayed for the child who was so close to her heart. Please bring my friends back safe and sound. In the name of Mercury, please. The tip of his pen began to glow, and a speck of light rose and flew into the sky. Dimensional subspace. Things were looking bleak for the Senshi when suddenly a flash of light emerged from the darkness. Mira! Everyone watched as the speck descended before turning into a beam of light that widened and forced the black hole to open wider. Luna recognized the power and spoke with joy. That's the power of Mercury! Ami is using it to stop the black hole from closing. Hello girl, Ami. Lunar Knight said while smiling under his mask. But how do we get out of here? Sailor Moon asked. She was right, the hole may not be closing, but she still needed a way to get to it. That's when they heard a horn behind them and turned to see an astonishing sight. All the buses were tied up and moving toward the black hole, and the one driving the lead bus was Tuxedo Cayman. The top-hatted hero smiled at the group as he opened the door for them. Lunar Knight wondered where the guy came from, but he wasn't going to look a gift horse in the mouth. Guys, do you need a ride? Tuxedo Cayman yelled as he approached the group. How far are you going? Lunar Knight replied as everyone boarded the bus. The convoy then continued as it entered the black hole. Juban Street's bus stop. Ami continued hunting as the air above her began to spin, forming a black hole. She looked up and was surprised to see a bus appear through the hole. Her surprise turned to happy relief when she saw who was riding in the lead bus. It was her friends. Look, it's Ami, Sailor Moon said when they saw the brunette down below as she stood up and waved to her approaching friends. Meanwhile, on a nearby rooftop, Jadeite watched as the buses stopped on the street and looked at the Senshi as they exited the bus. The Senshi have ruined my plans again, and now there's one more with them. No matter, I'll take care of all of them next time. With a farewell grunt, the Dark General disappeared. Down below, Sailor Moon ran up to her blue-haired friend and gave her a big hug. Ami, you saved us! I'm so glad you're okay. Tuxedo came and watched the scene with a smile on his face before slipping away. Sailor Moon perked up when she suddenly noticed the masked hero's absence and spoke. "Where is Tuxedo Cayman?" As everyone looked to see where the hero had run off to, Moon Knight used his senses to locate the man and turned to find him standing on a rooftop above. He gave the man a respectful nod, which he returned with one of his own before the man turned and walked out of sight. It was then that the sound of sirens filled the air, and everyone realized the police were on their way. Luna figured it was a good time to make themselves scarce. "I think we should make our getaway." Lunar Knight nodded and turned to the group. "It's time to go, everyone. We're meeting at the temple. It's time to update our new senshi." Everyone nodded and ran off. Lunar Knight was the last and was about to leave when he had a thought. He quickly pulled out a kunai and a blank seal tag, then took out a pen and began writing a note on the paper before taping it to the kunai and nailing the sheet to the side of the bus. With his message in place, he vanished into the night. 20 minutes later, Inspector Zenigata stopped the scene and stepped out of the cruise ship. He had been working in his office, reviewing the few witness statements he could gather, when his phone rang, and he was told that the missing buses had somehow miraculously reappeared. He wasted no time grabbing his hat and coat and rushing to the scene. He arrived to find several police officers, firefighters, and ambulance personnel on the scene as they helped the unconscious girls off the bus and into the waiting ambulances to take them to the hospital. Zenigata approached a nearby officer and spoke. "So what's the story here? How did the buses reappear like this?" The officer turned and addressed his superior officer. "We're not sure, sir. We received calls from witnesses saying the buses just appeared out of nowhere. We got information that there were several strangely dressed people at the scene who disappeared shortly after the buses appeared, but no one was able to identify any of them. But there is something you might want to see," the officer said as he led the inspector toward one of the buses. Zenigata looked over and saw what looked like a white kunai sticking out of the side of the bus with a piece of paper attached. The inspector walked over, took the paper from the kunai, and looked at it. On the paper was a single sentence: "We're here to help." Below the sentence was a drawing of a crescent moon looking upward. The inspector looked at the message as the officer spoke. "What does it mean, sir?" Zenigata hummed as he looked up at the night sky, the crescent moon shining brightly. "Looks like we have some heroes running."
Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video, please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.